Lin Mo was an ordinary young man barely scraping by. Yet there he was in public, feverishly buying scratch-off lottery tickets. Dozens of booklets vanished under his coin, and all he got in return were sneers and derision. It was a sweltering summer day in Ning'an, Jiang Province, and Tianyi Plaza was packed. Inside an unremarkable lottery shop, a curious crowd fixed their eyes on the sweat-soaked young man who seemed possessed. Lin Mo's hand moved like a blur, scratching ticket after ticket until they piled up like a small mountain, and still he showed no sign of stopping. The murmurs that began as curiosity soon turned into mockery. Has he lost his mind? You can't eat lottery tickets. Dreaming of instant riches, huh? Biggest win so far is 200 yuan. So young and already looking for shortcuts instead of a real job must be missing a few screws. The taunts rolled in like waves, yet Lin Mo remained unfazed. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve, and his hands only moved faster, as though he were chasing something he had already foreseen. At last, with only a few tickets left, his hand froze. He stared at a 30 yuan joyful reunion ticket, fingers trembling as they clenched it tight. Disbelief flashed across his eyes. Suddenly he leapt to his feet and burst into wild laughter, half relief, half madness, and wholly electrified. Ignoring the stunned stares around him, he bolted out of the shop and melted into the plaza crowd. The onlookers gaped, then laughed even louder. Totally nuts, wins big and runs away. So broke he's delusional, thinking he hit the jackpot. But he lost everything and snapped. Meanwhile, Lin Mo flagged down a taxi and raced back to his cramped rental on the city's edge. He powered on his computer, donned a sleek black VR helmet, and clicked on a desktop icon labeled Oracle. Ding, dear player, the server opens in 32 minutes and 18 seconds. Before launch you may 1. Watch the CG, 2. Create a character, 3. Enter a talent code. He chose the third option without hesitation. From his pocket he pulled the ticket. Its prize box revealed not the usual festive character, but a string of eerie letters. LZXYBBKWY. Lin Mo typed the code at lightning speed and held his breath. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the unique SS grade talent, Soulfire. Please log in after launch to claim it via in-game mail. At that moment, every taut nerve relaxed, and he collapsed onto the bed, shouting inwardly, I finally did it. I'm done being a nobody under everyone's heel. Memory flooded back. On July 1st, 2028, Oracle had debuted as a revolutionary VR MMO, linking in-game currency to real money and driving the world insane. After college, Lin Mo had quit his low-paying job, poured everything he had into the game, and chased his dream. Fate mocked him. 3 months after launch, the game devoured reality. 7 billion players were trapped, and death in game meant death in life. With a pitiful A-grade talent, Lin Mo survived by groveling, suffered endless abuse, and was finally killed by the level 17 boss, Vampire Lord Inogi, a year after Oracle's descent. Yet fate rewound the clock and dropped him on launch day once more. Official data from his past life said the world would see only 9 SSS talents, 1 per nation, each a peerless powerhouse. Every code lay hidden somewhere random. The code the entire Ning'an player base missed last time had been buried in this very lottery shop. This life, Lin Mo spent everything to seize it. He knew that money, status, and power would be worthless when the apocalypse arrived. Only absolute strength mattered. After a lifetime of humiliation, he would flip his destiny and make every tormentor pay 100-fold. Back at Tianyi Plaza, people were still tearing apart the scratch-offs Lin Mo had discarded when the wall-mounted TV flashed a breaking announcement. Oracle's Doxia regional office reports that the nation's sole SS-grade talent code has just been activated. The activation site, the welfare lottery shop at Tianyi Plaza, Ning'an, Jiang Province. The store fell silent. Tickets slipped from numb fingers as everyone stared at one another in shock. Jiang Province, Ning'an, Tianyi Plaza lottery shop. That's right here. Realization smashed into them. The young man they had ridiculed had just scratched away with a prize worth 10 billion. Hearts pounded, regret roared, and trembling voices rose in unison. Damn it, the jackpot was right beside me. He walked off with 10 billion. Day 1 of the launch was the golden window for leveling up. Lin Mo had already decided to pull an all-nighter. He ordered a burger and a Coke on Ili.me, filled his stomach, and watched the clock. At exactly 8 p.m., the instant Oracle servers opened, he slipped on his Neuralink helmet and logged in without a second thought. A curtain of white light fell, the view spun, and he was standing on a cobblestone street in a tranquil ancient town. Ding, welcome to the world of Oracle. As the 11,631,258th player on the Grand Xia server, you have been assigned to Novice Village number 116 Cloud Edge Town. Over 11 million ahead of me. Lin Mo muttered, surprised. In his previous life, had never realized the game was this popular. Ding, no preset character detected. Please enter a nickname and choose your race. The 3 basic races are 1. Human, 10 attack, 10 speed. 2. Beastkin, 10 health, 10 defense. 3. Elf, 10 skill power, 10 mana. Hidden races such as Dragonkin, Undead, Angel, and Vampire also exist. Discover them on your own. Lin Mo didn't hesitate. Stick to the plan, human. It was the route Head followed last time. The familiar opportunities and tricks would let him climb even faster in this life. Ding, you have been randomly granted the rank talent. Bulwark. Ding, your starter pack has been delivered. Regional chat is now unlocked. The Cloud Edge Town leveling leaderboard is live. Enjoy the game. Exactly the same. No surprises, Lin Mo thought, but he had a trump card ready. His fingers trembled as he opened the blinking mail and claimed the attachment. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the server's sole SS rank talent, Soulfire, replacing the rank talent Bulwark. There it is. Even though Head expected it, the notification still sent a rush of excitement through him. This was the key to changing his fate and reaching the top. Lin Mo brought up the talent panel at once. Unique SSS rank talent, Soulfire Stage 1. Description: ignite your soul to unleash Soulfire, capable of incinerating all things and converting them into evolution energy for the host. Effect 1: equipment burn. Use Soulfire to consume equipment and gain equipment evolution points based on its level and quality. These points upgrade gear. Items enhanced this way become bound. They cannot be dropped or traded. Effect 2: locked. Unlocks when Soulfire reaches Stage 2. Advanced requirement: 100 reputation. Evolving gear? Interesting. Lin Mo cracked his knuckles and got to work. He opened his backpack and retrieved the starter items. Novice Sword, Tier 1, White, 1 attack. Novice Tunic, Tier 1, White, 10 health. Novice Trousers, Tier 1, White, 1 defense. The stats were pitiful, but for a newcomer they'd do. Instead of equipping them, Lin Mo pinched the tunic between his fingers and focused. Soulfire. Boom. A burst of golden flames suddenly flared from Lin Mo's palm, and in an instant his novice tunic was reduced to ash. Ding, you have incinerated a level 0, Tier 1 white quality item novice tunic. Evolution points 1. While the heat still lingered, the status panes for his novice sword and novice pants both lit up with the word evolvable. Without hesitation, Lin Mo tapped on novice sword. Ding spent 1 evolution point. Congratulations. Your novice sword has advanced from Tier 1 white to Tier 1 green. Emerald light danced along the blade as its attack stat jumped from 1 to 3. Lin Mo's heart pounded. There was no ceiling on evolution. In other words, if I stockpile enough points, I can turn any white-grade junk into a golden legendary. Earning points was absurdly easy. Just burn low-tier trash gear. For someone who'd never even touched an orange item in his previous life, this wasn't a talent hit, was a built-in cheat. The system handed out only 3 free items. Torching all of them would give him just 3 points, far from enough. As he frowned, wave after wave of new players teleported into the starter village, and a light bulb went off in his head. Got it. He switched to the area chat and typed at lightning speed. Mo show Chung Gue, buying novice gear for 100 yuan each, mail it, and it'll pay instantly. System stats showed Cloud Edge Town capped at 100,000 players, with 98,632 online. The moment his message appeared, the chat exploded. Sweetie, why buy that, big bro? You already have it in your bag. Or backwards. The shop gives 1 copper for novice guard hats, 1 yuan, at a 1:1 rate. Paying 100? Are you crazy or am I? Miss Study Buddy. He's probably trying to jam our gear in the mail, so we fall behind while he grabs the leveling rewards. First place pays 100k cash. Doubts flooded the channel. Yet within seconds Lin Mo's mail icon blinked like mad. Out of 100,000 players, plenty were eager to milk a deal, and novice gear was so weak that taking it off barely mattered. He filtered out the scam mails and ridiculous listings asking thousands, or even millions, accepting only those priced at 100 yuan flat. His linked bank account bled funds. In less than 2 minutes, he had bought 82 pieces of novice gear and drained every cent of the 8+ grand he had left. It hurt, sure, but Lin Mo knew you had to spend money to make money. Once he was strong, cash would flow back easily. He hoisted the bulging pack, slipped away from the crowd, and found a secluded corner. The SS grade talent Soulfire flared to life again. Ding, you have incinerated a level 0, Tier 1 white item novice tunic. Evolution points 1. Ding, you have incinerated a level 0, Tier 1 white item novice pants. Evolution points 1. Ding. Each Tier 1 white item was worth exactly 1 point. 82 items, 82 points, credited instantly. Lin Mo took a deep breath and mashed the evolve button on his sword. Ding spent 2 points. Your novice sword has advanced from Tier 1 green to Tier 1 blue. Ding spent 4 points. Your novice sword has advanced from Tier 1 blue to Tier 1 purple. The cost doubled with every tier. In all, he sank another 63 points. Ding spent 32 points. Your novice sword has advanced from Tier 1 red to Tier 1 gold. Current quality has reached the cap. Further evolution impossible. A system pop-up appeared. Ding, the system is about to broadcast a regional announcement. Do you wish to reveal or hide your ID? He had just bought gear at sky-high prices and now wielded a golden weapon more than enough to attract predators. Lin Mo chose hide without hesitation. The next moment, a clear chime echoed across the sky above Cloud Edge Town. Announcement: Cloud Edge Town. Think congratulations to player for obtaining the Tier 1 gold item World Shatter Gleam Blade. As the first player in Starter Village 116 of the Daxia server to acquire a gold grade item, you have earned the achievement Golden Legend. Reward: Gold Coins 1, Reputation 10, and the title Golden War God. Less than 5 minutes after launch, Oracle had already produced its first golden artifact in Cloud Edge Town. The announcement sent nearly 100,000 online players into a frenzy. Wow, a legendary drop already? The server's only been live for a few minutes, and someone's pulled a gold item. Bro, tell me how you did it, don't make me beg. Spend a dime and lose your manhood? Didn't the devs say top-ups wouldn't open for 3 months to keep things balanced? If nobody can pay, where did the gold gear come from? ID Buchi Xiangkai spam the channel. Whoever got the gold gear, add me so I can check it out. They'll trade you a look at my legs. AAA Jiankai Lao Wang chimed in. Add Uncle, kid. Uncle doesn't freeload. Uncle's got cash and will buy your gear. Lines of chat burst like firecrackers in Yunbian Town's public channel. Lin Mo stared at the screen, his heart racing. There was an achievement reward for the first gold drop, and it was this generous? Everyone knew the in-game exchange rate by heart. 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. Launch rate: 1 gold coin, 1 renminbi. The achievement panel was clear: reward 1 gold coin. 1 achievement worth 10,000 yuan. The system just reimbursed the weapon's full cost. Lin Mo almost laughed out loud. He looked down at the sword still shimmering in his hand. World Shatter Luminous Blade. LV0, quality, Tier 1 gold. Attack 55. Bonus attribute, Agility 20. Special effect Crush. Each hit deals an extra 50 flat damage. Flavor text: 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a newbie. Note: bound. From a white weapon to gold. Base attack had leapt from 1 to 55. Add the fixed 50 damage and anyone's scalp would tingle. Lin Mo sucked in a breath. This was a true game changer. To stay low-key, he disabled the sword's glow, leaving it a muted steel gray. 19 evolution points still blinked in his gear panel. He tapped 4 times and pushed his starter pants up to Tier 1 orange. Starter pants. LV0, quality, Tier 1 orange. Defense 18. Bonus attribute, Constitution 6. Special effect mitigation, reduces incoming damage by 20. Flavor text: keeps you decent while offering solid protection. Note: bound. The orange stats looked decent, but they still couldn't compare to a gold weapon. Only 4 evolution points remain, not enough for another upgrade. 1 gold sword and 1 orange pair of pants should carry me through the early game, Lin Mo thought. A system announcement flashed across the server. Title: Gold Gear Warlord. Quality: white. Attribute: Attack 1. Description: awarded to the first player in Yunbian Town, Novice Village 116, to obtain gold equipment. A white title with a percentage bonus? Lin Mo was thrilled. Veteran players' new percentage boosts got scarier as the game progressed, and titles in Oracle World could stack indefinitely. Each one put you a permanent step ahead. He equipped the title. Lin Mo opened his status window for a quick look. Gold Armored War God Mo Shochingdue, LV0. Talent: Soulfire, SS grade, unique class. Race: none. Human reputation. Attributes: Strength, 10 31 points 1 attack. Agility, 23 affects speed, crit chance, and evasion. Endurance, 31 points 1 defense. Constitution, 91 10 points 1 HP. Spirit, 31 5 points 1 MP. Combat stats. Attack, 64 includes the 11% bonus from the human race and title. Defense, 21. HP, 90. MP, 15. Skill. Scout, a rank costs 1 MP. Reveals the stats of monsters up to 3 levels higher. Experience, 0 100. Currency, 1 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. Description: rookie, nothing more to say. Compared with the other newcomers, most of whom had barely 5 attack and under 40 HP, his numbers made him stick out like a crane among chickens. The devs had already announced a launch day race. The first 10 players in each starter village to reach level 10 would get a prize, and first place alone was worth 100,000 yuan. Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. Even though oracles would eventually swallow reality and turn cash into scrap paper, money was still useful until then. He remembered every detail. 3 months after launch, the recharge system would open, bringing absurd cumulative EDUP rewards. 5 million, a forbidden spell skill book. 10 million, a super artifact. 20 million, a guild creation order. 30 million, ultra-rare racial bloodline, 1 vial. 50 million, a hidden class transfer scroll. The more you paid, the wilder the rewards became. Trouble lurked within. 10 minutes after top-ups went live, the Oracle's Devour's reality crisis would erupt, the portal would slam shut, and most whales would have no time to react. Lin Mo licked his lips, eyes blazing. If he could grab every cumulative reward, the disaster would be his springboard to the top. In his previous life, an SS-grade talent wasn't unique. 9 others shared the honor. This time he would step on all of them and earn 50 million within 3 months. Back then, that dream was madness. But now he had both his memories and the server's only SS grade talent. 50 million sounded huge, yet wasn't impossible. First on the list was the 100,000 yuan prize for hitting level 10 before anyone else. Reeling in his thoughts, he surveyed the scene. At 8 on Friday night, Cloud Edge Town was packed tight. Students and office workers flooded every inch of space. Each quest-giving NPC was buried beneath a shouting swarm. Bro in the back, don't stab my butt with your newbie sword. Quit shoving. My cup's getting flattened to an A. I was just passing by, will push me in. Let me out. Snagging a quest amid this chaos was tougher than scaling the heavens. Yet Lin Mo stayed calm. Spotting a lump of dog poop, he scooped it up with his wooden stick, raised it high, and charged straight for Antly. Move if you don't want dung on you. He barked. Disgusted, the crowd parted, letting him claim the quest before he swaggered off amid a chorus of groans. Quest: retrieve the eggs. Type: common. Difficulty: 10. Description: weasels outside town keep stealing Antly's eggs. Head to the level 1 shrub forest north of Cloud Edge Town, kill the weasels, and bring back the stolen eggs. Progress: 0-10. Reward: 50 EXP, 8 copper, 1 reputation, 1 favor with Antly. It looked like a routine fetch quest, but Lin Mo knew better. Complete it 10 times 100 eggs in all and he would unlock Cloud Edge Town's only hidden quest. The developers placed an extremely rare hidden quest in every starter village. Lin Mo clearly remembered that in his previous life, an ordinary student from Ningguang University had triggered and completed Yunbian Town's hidden quest. The reward catapulted that nobody to the top of Yunbian's heavenly ranking overnight, and let him pocket the 100,000 yuan cash prize for first place on the level leaderboard success in both the game and real life. Having witnessed that reversal with his own eyes, Lin Mo had memorized the quest's trigger conditions long ago. Sorry, in this life I won't leave it to anyone else. He murmured, then turned and walked out of town. Outside Yunbian Town, the level 12 field was packed with fresh players. Small groups swung wooden clubs and chipped blades at level 1 chickens and level 2 boars, yet even in teams they were left gasping. Each flash of white light marked another death, followed by a chorus of curses. Damn it, why is this chicken so fierce? 2 pecks and half my HP's gone. This game's difficulty is nuts. I want a word with the devs. Seriously? 3 of us can't handle 1 pig. Might as well go farm turnips. The complaints roared in Lin Mo's ears, but he kept moving, following the map's route at a brisk pace. 10 minutes later, he reached the LV.1 shrub forest. A crowd had gathered here too, every quest log showing the same title: retrieve the eggs. At the edge of the group, a lone weasel prowled, sniffing the air. Lin Mo raised his hand and used appraisal. Weasel common monster. Level 1. Attack: 15. Defense: 1. HP: 60. Description: loves nothing more than fresh eggs. 15 attack points, instant death for any novice. No wonder everyone else failed, even when they ganged up on it. Lin Mo shook his head. Did the devs forget this as a starter zone? He drew the Shattered World Glimmer Sword, planted his foot, and lunged at the weasel. Steel flashed. 113. The triple-digit hit erased its health bar. Squee. The cry died instantly as the creature collapsed. Ding. You have slain a level 1 weasel. EXP 5. Nearby players froze in shock. Holy crap, what kind of damage is that? 1 swing, and my weasel bro's gone. That beginner sword must be cursed. Party up, please. Carry us. A few female players rushed over, voices sugar-sweet. In seconds, Lin Mo had become everyone's darling. He sighed inwardly. Status born of strength, no one can resist it. In his previous life, even the ugliest powerhouse was never short of admirers. Now he finally saw why. Yet he hadn't forgotten the brutal future 3 months away, when Xinyu would swallow reality and raw power would matter more than ever. So he turned down every invitation with a wave and said calmly, "Women only slow my sword arm." With that, he crouched and picked up the egg lying beside the weasel's corpse. Lin Mo stepped over the weasel's corpse and locked onto his next target. Swipe, 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 ding. You killed a level 1 weasel. EXP 5. Ding. You killed a level 1 weasel. EXP 5. The golden weapon in his hand gleamed with a lethal chill, dropping a weasel with every stroke. In moments, 20 lay on the ground. Whoosh. Gold light rained down from above. Ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up. All attributes 1, free points 3. Current level, 1. EXP needed for next level, 250. Lin Mo spent all 3 free points on strength, then swung his blade again, clearing out the weasels in the shrubs. A bonus. Every weasel dropped an egg 100% rate. In under half an hour, he had killed 100 weasels and gathered 100 eggs. The rest of the loot was pathetic. Not a single item and only 17 copper coins. The Oracle is as stingy as ever, Lin Mo muttered, leaving the thicket for Yunbian Town. He located Li Danyang and turned in the quest. Ding. Quest completed. Retrieve the eggs. Rewards. EXP 50, copper coins 8, reputation 1, Li Danyang favor 1. With the official 1:1 exchange, 8 copper coins mint 8 yuan, nice money for a student. After the first hand-in, he produced another 10 eggs and submitted the quest again. It was repeatable, and so were the rewards. By delivering all 100 eggs in 10 batches, he earned EXP 500, copper coins 80, reputation 10, Li Danyong favor 10. Another shower of gold light fell. The weasel kills had already put him at level 2 plus 30%. Now he cleanly reached level 3. Right then, the system chimed. Ding. Li Danyong favor reached 10. Favor level raised to 1. Favor needed for next level, 100. That's what I wanted, Lin Mo thought happily. Had done the quest 10 times to push her favor to level 1, because Yunbian Town's only hidden quest came from Li Danyong, and that was the requirement. He spoke up at once. Auntie, is there anything else I can help you with? Li Danyong nodded. Good lad, I do have a troublesome matter. If you can settle it, I'll reward you handsomely. Her words ended, and the system chimed again. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. E-rank, slay the Wolf King. Except, in his previous life, Lin Mo had been too weak for any hidden quest. Now his heart raced with excitement. Accept. Hidden quest, slay the Wolf King. Rank, E. Difficulty, 100. Description, the weasels are a minor nuisance. Li Danyang's real threat is the Howling Moon Wolf King. The Howling Moon Wolf King often sends his underlings into Yunbian Town to steal the chickens raised by Li Danyang. Please travel to Wild Wolf Ridge, eliminate the wolves there, and slay the Howling Moon Wolf King. Quest progress, 030 wolves, 01 Howling Moon Wolf King. Rewards, EXP 20,000, Gold 1, Reputation 50, Li Danyong Affection 50, Random Tier 2 Equipment 1, Random Graded Skill Book 1. Time limit, 11 hours 59 minutes. Staring at the string of rewards projected before him, Lin Mo felt his breathing quicken. His eyes gleamed like a cat spotting a fish. A hidden quest now that had some weight. Then he noticed the glaring difficulty 100. Wild Wolf Ridge was a level 8 to 10 high-risk zone, and he was only level 3. Even with the golden weapon in his hand, charging in would be suicide. I need to get ready first. Squinting, he opened the map. Wild Wolf Ridge lay north of Yunbian Town, tangled in brambles and teeming with wolves. After drafting a quick plan, Lin Mo bid Li Danyong farewell, brushed the chicken feathers from his clothes, and jogged up the dirt road toward the northern gate. Li Danyong watched him go, tenderly patting the now empty coupe. Moments after Lin Mo left, 3 teenage players, all around 18 or 19, burst into town, clutching armfuls of warm eggs. In the sunlight the shells glistened, and a few terrified chicks fluttered inside a crate. Leading them was the tall youth with the ID Feng Xiaoxiaoxi. 6-foot-tone with sweat-damp curls at his temples, he still managed to look scholarly. The trio halted, their eyes locking on Lin Mo's retreating back. Xiao Ji, muttered the lanky player Shou Hoer, brows knitted. That guy just turned in several quests. Think he swiped Li Danyang's hidden quest? Impossible. Feng Xiaoxiaoxi passed the eggs to Li Danyang, voice low and certain. I borrowed 20 grand for intel from a friend on the Oracle dev team. Once Li Danyang's favor hits level 1, a unique hidden quest appears. No one but the 3 of us knows that. The last teammate, the round-faced Pang Dehai, rubbed his sweaty palms and mumbled, but if he really beat us to it, what then? Feng Xiaoxiaoxi lifted his gaze, eyes tracking Lin Mo's distant figure. Obsidian irises churned with a cold malice far beyond his years. If he dares swallow my quest, it'll make him cough up every last piece of it. What does Lin Mo need most right now? Gear and lots of it. With his SS grade talent, Soulfire, he can torch low-level items to rake in evolution points, then pour those points into any top-tier golden piece he chooses. If he upgrades all 3 pieces of his starter set to gold, he's certain he can clear the hidden quest. The old tactic of buy starter gear, burn it, repeat is no longer viable. His bank balance is so low he might not even afford a basket of steamed buns tomorrow. He cursed under his breath. If only he had cashed in those winning lottery tickets instead of shrugging off the small prizes after the 10 billion credit talent code blew his mind. Still, there's always a workaround. From his previous life, he remembers that once he reaches level 5, he can visit Cardmaster Carl in Cloud Edge Town and pull equipment from the Silver Coin Geshaith quickest, most reliable way to mass-produce gear early on. The catch? The draws aren't cheap, and even with the single gold coin he earned from a system achievement, he can't spin the wheel many times. First he needs to pad his wallet, and he isn't level 5 yet. So Lin Mo decides to grind for both coins and experience, then binge on card pulls in one go. With that plan in mind, he heads straight to the Cloud Edge Town pharmacy. A second life is wasted if he just follows the beaten path. Hidden in this shop is a gold-making opportunity only he knows. The counter is packed with players. Although the recharge channel is closed, big spenders are still snapping up copper coins at inflated rates. A single level 1 health potion costs 10 copper, opening a yawning gap between whales and free-to-play adventurers from the very start. Lin Mo skips the potions entirely, circles the shelves, and strides up to the shopkeeper, Lady Jasmine, to trigger a dialogue. You look troubled, ma'am. Short on herbs? He asks. Jasmine, chin resting on her hands, brightens at once. How did you know? Lin Mo simply smiles. Let me gather them for you. That would be wonderful. She's ecstatic, far more enthusiastic than any NPC the other players have met. Handsome, you've got sharp eyes. Finish this task for me, and I'll make sure you are well rewarded. Jasmine, striking and curvaceous, fixes Lin Mo with a smoldering gaze. Before her words have fully faded, Lin Mo accepted a new quest: gather herbs normal. Difficulty, 30. Description, Yunbian Town's pharmacy is running low on stock. Head to Yao Valley, slay man-eating flowers, and collect their floral cores. Progress, 0-10. Rewards, 200 EXP, 12 copper, 1 reputation, 1 jasmine favor, 1 random tier 1 item guaranteed on the first completion. The drop chance halves thereafter. He confirmed the quest and pulled up the system map. A red marker blinked on Yao Valley, tagged LV, 5 high danger zone. Glancing at the single piece of orange starter gear, he owned his trousers. Lin Mo frowned. They could handle level 3 or 4 mobs, but level 5 would be pushing it. Without hesitation, he spent 1 silver coin at the pharmacy on a bundle of 10 tier 1 health potions. Instantly restore 50 HP, then 5 HP per second for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Spend money to make money. He chuckled, pocketing the potions. 1 silver was nothing compared with the profit he planned to rake in later. Prepared, he followed the red marker at a run toward Yao Valley. Oracle had been live for barely an hour. The Yunbian Town level leaderboard floated into view. 1. Lin Mo level 315. 2. Luansher Ing, GL level 21. Most players were still stuck at level 1. An SS grade talent is just busted, he muttered. Thanks to it, the level 5 valley was completely empty. At the valley's entrance, swathes of giant purple man-eating flowers rooted in dark soil snapped their bloody moss, like a savage version of Plants vs. Zombies. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the shattered realm, flowing light sword, and stepped into Yao Valley. The pharmacist only wanted 10 floral cores, but he was aiming for 100. He crept toward the nearest flower and cast Observe. Name, Corrupted Man-Eating Flower Normal. Level 5. Attack, 55. Defense, 25. HP, 244. Description, 1 bite, crunch gone. Those stats are brutal. Before he finished the thought, splat. A glob of corrosive green spit hit his shoulder. SSS. Fabric dissolved as smoke curled up, and a crimson 11 floated above his head. Seriously? Cheap shot. Lin Mo charged. Flash. Flash. 103. 155 critical. Base crit, 150. 2 strokes, and the corrupted man-eating flower toppled. Not bad for a level 0 gold weapon. Ding. Killed level 5 corrupted man-eating flower EXP 40. He scooped up 2 copper coins and a blood-red floral core. Only 2 copper from a level 5 mob? Stingy, he grumbled, tossing the core into his bag. 99 more to go. As for farming cash to roll for gear, at this rate, pigs would fly before that paid off. Sidestepping the corpse of a flesh-eating blossom, Lin Mo moved on to his next target. This valley of medicinal plants had practically become his private training ground. The level 5 demonized man-eating flowers were simply too rewarding, each kill worth a solid 4% of his experience bar. In just a few minutes, he was standing on a carpet of vine-strewn wreckage when a dazzling pillar of gold poured over his head. Level 4 achieved. The system immediately handed him 3 free attribute points. A full respec would come with the level 10 class change, so for now he could patch any weak spots on the fly. His damage output was fine, no need to stack more strength. He dumped all 3 points into endurance, and his defense jumped to 28 in an instant. The numbers translated into safety right away. When a flower's whip-like tendril lashed his torso, it could squeeze out only 7 points of damage. Given that each monster landed maybe 1 hit, he would need a health potion only after cutting down 14 or 15 of them. 10 potions sat in his pack, plenty of breathing room. Slash. 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 Ding. Killed level 5 monster, demonized man-eating flower, EXP 40. Ding. Killed level 5 monster, demonized man-eating flower, EXP 40. Ding. Night settled over the valley like a heavy curtain. Only the hiss of severed air and the plant beast's roars broke the silence. In under an hour, 100 demonized man-eating flowers lay dead, their petals and vines piled into a small hill. Meanwhile, scattered players had finally reached level 3 and were now grouping up in 2s and 3s to imitate Lin Mo's farming route. Lin Mo flexed his wrist, wiped the green sap from his long sword, and slid it back into its sheath. His gaze settled on the 100 flower cores stacked neatly in his inventory. All done. Time to head home, he murmured. He turned to leave the valley when it happened. A chorus of shrill screams split the night. Lin Mo spun around just in time to see a blinding white light erupt from the valley floor. One after another, pillars of light shot skyward, the telltale sign of player deaths painting the canyon walls an eerie white. The boss had spawned. The boss has spawned. Someone shouted. Lin Mo spun around. Deep in Herb Valley, a massive clearing shimmered as a 2-story, man-eating plant erupted into view. It had 3 heads, each filled with rows of jagged teeth that snapped open and shut, spraying a foul wind that made every scalp tingle. Move it. I saw the boss first, it's mine. Yeah, right. Why not claim you spawned it yourself? Quit yapping. Whoever kills it keeps it. Let strength do the talking. Players rushed in from every direction, dull starter swords flashing as clouds of dust rose underfoot. Everyone understood what a level 5 boss meant this early. A golden ticket to pull ahead, crash Cloud Edge Town's top 10 leveling board, and snag prize money 10 grand at least, maybe 100. They coveted the boss value but forgot how pitiful their own stats were. Roar. All three mouths spewed viscous green acid, each arc hissing through the air. Splat. Splat. 78. 77. Ludicrous damage numbers popped overhead, and everyone touched by the spray dropped dead in a burst of white light. New characters start with only 3 points in Constitution, and nobody sinks early stats into health. Even at level 3, they have just 6 Constitution and 60 H. No way to survive that hit. Waves of resurrection flashes strobed across the clearing, and the charge faltered. Damn, that damage is insane. I can't take a single hit. One shot on sight. You guys go ahead. Out take the boss, it's all yours. Oh, thanks a lot. Still plenty of good people in the world. They exchanged uneasy looks, no one daring another step. In Oracles, dying before level 10 costs 10% of your XP, and the corpse run from the starter village burns at least half an hour. While everyone stood helpless, a lone figure strolled out of the crowd and headed straight for the plant. Every gaze snapped to the bold newcomer. With his visuals toggled off, the golden grade Shattered World Glimmer Blade in his hand and the orange grade starter pants on his legs looked no different from plain white gear, so he seemed like any other rookie. The crowd erupted in jeers. Look, we've got a fearless one. Kid, stop pretending you're tough. Do what we're doing, wait for some Pato and Whale to clean up. Ignore your elders and watch yourself die. Foolish youngster. Lin Mo didn't even lift an eyelid. Had always done things his own way. He kept walking, flicked out a detect spell, and a pale blue window floated before his eyes. Man-eating plant boss, level 5. 80 attack power, 40 defense, 810 health. On top of the boosted base stats, this boss plant also wielded a skill corrosive spray. Spit a caustic fluid at the target for instant damage equal to 110 of its attack, then inflict corrosion for 3 seconds, dealing an extra 8 of that damage per second. For most players around level 3, it was a death sentence, yet to Lin Mo ready level 5. Gripping the golden weapon Luguang's sword, and clad in orange armor, it was nothing worth mentioning. The moment Lin Mo stepped into aggro range, the boss fired its skill. Corrosive spray splat. A glob of green sludge screamed through the air, so thick you could almost smell the stench. With the sword's bonus 20 agility and his own 28 agility, Lin Mo blurred sideways. The liquid grazed his hair and sizzled on the ground. The onlookers were stunned. Actually dodged? Lucky shot, a bespectacled player scoffed. Let's see him dodge twice. The boss shrieked again. Whoosh. Lin Mo tilted away, slipping past the second spray as casually as before. The heckler's voice caught, but he kept at it. Dodging's useless if you can't hit back. Out here it's power that counts. Before the words finished, Lin Mo was already in striking distance. Xing the Luguang sword flashed cold light. Slash, slash, slash. His 28 agility turned his swings into a blur, and damage numbers popped above the boss head, dropping jaws all around. 90. 135 critical. 135 critical. Blinding speed and a sky-high crit rate shredded nearly half the boss health in seconds, drawing a chorus of sharp intakes. That damage, no way, he's hacking. Thought he was a newbie, turns out he's a hidden pro. A bite from the boss finally landed, shaving only 28 points off his bar. Lin Mo answered with a clean overhead strike, finishing the plant off. Boom, the massive carcass crashed, kicking up dust. Ding Yu killed the level 5 boss man-eating plant chief. EXP 800, reputation 3. 20 times the EXP of a normal mob. Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Loot clattered beside the corpse. Greed lit the nearby eyes, but Lin Mo knew it was coming. He drove the Luguang's sword into the dirt, its icy hum a warning. Try it, and it'll cut you down. After witnessing his damage, no one dared move. They all thought the same thing. A player this strong must have serious backing in real life, not worth crossing him for a few drops. Under their gaze, Lin Mo calmly bent and collected the spoils. Ding Yu picked up 3 silver and 25 copper. Ding Yu picked up skill book grade, poison throw. Ding Yu picked up tier 1 blue gear, venomous ring. Toxic ring, LV 5. Quality, tier 1 blue. Attack, 18. Bonus attribute. Class restriction, none. Unidentified. Lin Mo's eyes locked onto the blue glow at his fingertips, his heart pounding in sync with it level 5 blue gear, and it was a ring that boosted attack. He muttered, that's a gem. If he put it on the auction house, it would fetch at least 5,000 yuan, maybe more. Most players in the starter village were still wearing the system's white starter set, and even the top grinders had only just reached level 5. An unidentified ring with an extra 18 attack was exactly the kind of early game treasure the big spenders craved. Beside the ring lay a slim skill book, a grade skill book. Poison throw, assassin. Description: grants the a grade skill poison throw. Coat your dagger in venom. Your next attack deals 110 physical damage and poisons the target for 3 seconds, draining 3 of that damage per second. Cost: 8 MP cooldown, 9s. Level requirement: 10. In Oracle World, players switched classes at level 10 and could only learn Shadow Strike and Backstab from the trainer. Poison Throw wasn't on the list. One extra skill meant an assassin was a full step ahead in the early game. Even though Lin Mo didn't plan on playing an assassin, he knew this book was worth at least 5 figures. Killing one boss and pocketing 20 grand, what a haul. He stroked the cover, grinning from ear to ear. On a whim, he opened the appraisal screen for his SS Steer talent, Soulfire. Ding Incinerating Toxic Ring will yield 20 evolution points based on its level and quality. Proceed? 20 points? Lin Mo raised his brows and drew a sharp breath. That equaled the value of 20 level 1 white items. At a buy-in of 100 per piece, he could get the same points for 2,000 yuan. Burning a blue item worth at least 5,000 would be a straight 3 grand loss, no way. Low-level junk is for burning, he chuckled, stowing the ring and skill book in his pack. Loot secured, Lin Mo dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Footsteps behind him broke the forest hush as a group of young players burst into the vine-choked clearing. A quick glance told him there were more than a dozen of them, all with the vibe of college students. Leading the pack was a tall, handsome guy at least 6 foot with sharp features, a campus heartthrob, if ever there was one. Over his head floated the ID, LV3 Feng Xiaoxiaxi. Flanking him were 2 level 2 players, one burly and one skinny. Pang Dahai and Shou Hoer. Everyone else in the party was a girl. Every gaze fixed on the same spot, the fallen corpse of the man-eating flower boss, behind Lin Mo. A biting wind cut through the air as Feng Xiaoxiaxi demanded, "Was that you?" Lin Mo lifted his eyes, voice flat. "So what if it was?" Before Feng Xiaoxiaxi could respond, the companion at his side, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, exploded in anger. "Who gave you the right to kill the boss our bro Shao is after? Spit out every scrap of loot, or you're not walking out alive." Lin Mo let out a contemptuous laugh. The scene mirrored the day, in his previous life, when stronger players had humiliated him, except now he was no longer their prey. "The gear's right here on me," he said, eyes cold but tone calm. "If you want it, come take it." The female college students behind the trio instantly bristled and unleashed a volley of trash talk. "Who do you think you are, talking to Senior Ling Xiao like that?" "Exactly. He's being generous by letting you hand it over peacefully. With his strength, crushing you is like squashing an ant. Get it? Hand the loot over. Move, or you'll regret it." Sheltered by campus life, the girl's clear eyes were clouded by inexperience. Lin Mo didn't bother getting angry. Instead, he smiled. "Interesting. Keep talking." Riled by his indifference, the girls got even louder. The petite but trendy sweetie sweet snorted. "Look at this loser, bet he's nobody in real life." The bespectacled and Ji Ru Su added with a sneer, not a shred of masculinity. "Sounds like a sissy, maybe even a cross-dresser." Spectators who had seen Lin Mo solo a level 5 man-eating flower boss silently applauded the girl's misplaced courage. Newborn calves have no fear of tigers. Don't warn them, just watch the fireworks. Ignoring the girls, Lin Mo locked eyes with Feng Xiaoxiaxi, who was shielded in the center. His voice was cool. "And you? Going to hide behind women all day? Or step up like a man?" The remark sent the girls into a frenzy. "You've got some nerve talking to Senior Ling Xiao like that. Sisters, let's teach this loser a lesson. Kill him and loot his bag." Swords raised, the college girls charged. Lin Mo stood motionless. In seconds they were upon him. And Ji Ru Su led the rush, her starter sword cleaving at his shoulder. Several more blades followed. Swish, 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 swish. Blood-red damage numbers popped over Lin Mo's head. One forced, one forced, one forced. What? A second earlier they'd been smug. Now the girls went white. They hadn't even broken his defense? How was his armor this high? While they gaped, system messages rang in Lin Mo's ears. "Ding player and Ji Ru Su has launched a malicious attack. You have 10 minutes of retaliation during which killing her incurs no crime value." Ding player Sweetie Sweet has launched a malicious attack. You have 10 minutes of retaliation during which killing her incurs no crime value. Ding. Every girl's ID flipped from white to gray. This was exactly what Lin Mo had waited for. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Suit yourselves." Shing. In one motion, the golden grade sword, Shattered World, Starlight, sliced across in Ji Ru Su's pale neck. Blood sprayed instantly. 123. A brutal triple-digit hit instantly wiped out the full health bar above the girl with glasses. She clutched the fountain of blood at her throat, her pupils widening in disbelief as she stared at Lin Mo. She staggered back 2 steps. Then her whole body dissolved into a blinding pillar of white light and vanished. Clang. Her novice sword struck the ground with a crisp metallic ring. The air seemed to freeze, a dead silence spread. Every female student stood rigid, while Lin Mo alone kept moving. "I told you anyone who annoys me in this life dies." No exceptions. His voice was calm, yet laced with lethal intent. The words had barely left his mouth when he whipped Flowlight in a wide arc. Swish, 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 swish. Each slash threw up red 120 plus damage numbers, with criticals of 180 and 190 flashing in between. The level 2 co-eds fell before they could even scream. Ding, you have slain player Tian 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 Mei. Ding, you have slain player Buha Khalid Mao. Ding. Shrieks and sobs erupted, but in the blink of an eye a dozen girls hit the ground, burst into light, and disappeared. The onlookers at the edge froze, then exploded with cries. What the hell? This guy's ruthless. He even cut down those pretty girls. First thing in the apocalypse skill, the bleeding hearts. That's him. They were swinging at him first. You think he'll spare them because they're cute? Well, keeping one around to warm the bed wouldn't be the worst. 666, that was awesome. Am a delivery guy been sick of those trash-talking students. Serves him right. Never assume a man won't hit a woman when it counts. Legendary, bro, nicely done. In just a few breaths the eyesores were gone. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and locked onto Feng Xiaoxiaxi. Your turn. He advanced, Flowlight still dripping blood. Having watched the slaughter firsthand, Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai turned ashen. Trembling, they whispered, Xiaoga, something's off about him. Let's pull back. No. Feng Xiaoxiaxi's eyes were blades. We can't retreat. I need the blue gear from the man-eating plant boss. That's the only way I become the first player in Yundian Town to reach level 10. He faced Lin Mo, lowering his voice. I want hold it against you for stealing my hidden quest, and I want to ask how you found it. I paid 20 grand for that intel. Trade it back to me, and all I want is the boss drop. Lin Mo paused, recalling that in his previous life the student who cleared Yundian Town's hidden quest was this very man. How had he known the quest was already taken? The mystery could wait. In Oracle, opportunity belonged only to the strong. I said it already, if you want it, take it by force. He raised his sword, its edge aimed straight at Feng Xiaoxiaxi. Negotiations shattered. Feng Xiaoxiaxi's gaze hardened. Tilting his head, he murmured to Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai. If he drops any gear, you two make sure to pick it up for me. Skinny Monkey understood at once. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he worried silently. Xiaoga, do we really have to go that far? Isn't there another way? We've seen what he can do. If we face him heated, the three of us don't stand a chance. Feng Xiao, she said in a low voice. Eyes locked on Lin Mo, there's only one way to take him down. A cold gleam flashed as he raised his starter sword across his chest and began to move forward. Lin Mo noticed the threat, casually slinging his glimmer blade over his shoulder with a grin. That's more like it. Be a man, stand up and fight me. In the very next second, Feng Xiao she sheathed the sword, clenched his fists, and shot forward barehanded like an arrow. Lin Mo's brows jumped. Wait, what's this idiot doing? Feng Xiao she crossed the 50-yard mark and boom. A ring of searing flames erupted around him, shooting skyward like a burning banner. Identical flames swallowed Lin Mo as well. Ding. Player Feng Xiao, she has used the talent skill Perish Together on you. You have taken 160 true damage and died. The prompt came with 2 thunderous blasts. Matching damage numbers 160 rose over both heads, and the pair burst into twin beams of white light that streaked toward the sky. What just happened? WHYD, they both vanish. The crowd stared at one another, confusion written on every face. Edge off Cloud Town, beside the Resurrection Spring. Splash white light descended and Lin Mo dropped into the water, wet hair clinging to his forehead. Ding. Because you are under level 10, newbie protection applies. You have lost 320 experience points, 10 of your current level. Lin Mo's heart skipped. An grade talent, Perish Together? Memories from his previous life rushed back. Only SSS talents were unique. Everything else had duplicates. Perish Together was a grade. Sacrifice yourself to deal true damage equal to your max HP to a single target, ignoring all mitigation. So the guy really rolled in a grade and blew himself up just for me. He glanced at his empty health bar and muttered, unbelievable, good thing the fool put every stat into Vitality 1 less point, and my 140 HP would have survived. The water splashed again. Whoosh. Feng Xiao she respawned across from him. They stared at each other like two strangers sharing a hot tub. Even the water seemed embarrassed. You out of your mind? Lin Mo snapped. Are you crazy? Feng Xiao she looked solemn, utterly unrepentant. You stole the hidden quest that should have been mine. I only want the boss drop as a little compensation. That's fair, isn't it? He opened his friends list and messaged Skinny Monkey at lightning speed. Did he drop anything? A moment later, a satisfied grin spread across his face. Lin Mo's stomach sank. He opened his inventory and the venom ring was gone. Fine. Perfect. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, eyes turning icy. He'll remember you. Pray we don't meet in the wilderness again. Before he finished, the female college student's head killed earlier crowded around him, pointing and chattering. Don't you dare bully Senior Ling Xiao. So what if you're good at games? It doesn't change the fact that you're a loser in real life. Besides, you were beaten by Senior Ling Xiao, weren't you? That's right. If you dare cause trouble for Senior Ling Xiao, we won't let you off. There are hundreds of Ning University students playing this game. Facing the wide-eyed yet clueless group of college girls, Lin Mo almost laughed out loud. If their parents knew the daughters they worked so hard to send to university were acting like sycophants in a video game, what would they think? Big-chested, empty-headed fools. After cursing them silently, he flicked his wrist, refused to waste another second, and strode away from the revival spring. Behind him, the girls stamped their feet in frustration. At that moment Feng Xiaoxiao she clutched a freshly dropped blue-quality ring, his eyes sparkling. Great. With this I can definitely climb to the top of Yunbian Town's level rankings. Before he could finish speaking whoosh, two pillars of white light flared beside him as Shou Hoer and Peng Dehai respawned. Feng Xiaoxiao she stared. You two died? Tell me you still have the ring. Peng Dehai looked aggrieved. Sorry, Brother Xiao, we couldn't hold them off. Who did it? Feng Xiaoxiao she snapped, both anxious and angry. Shou Hoer ground his teeth. Launcher Guild. The moment we picked up that venom ring, they rushed us from every direction and cut us down. The ring dropped. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. What's worse, the launcher players were hiding in the crowd the whole time. They knew how strong that guy was and didn't dare fight him hidden. They waited until you killed him, then popped out to loot the drop. Launcher. Feng Xiaoxiao she clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked, hatred blazing in his eyes. He had just glimpsed a ray of hope, only to have it snuffed out again. Instead, the setback made his fighting spirit burn even hotter. I will be the first player in Yunbian Town to reach level 10 no matter what it takes. Around him, the college girls chimed in at once. Senior Ling Xiao, you can do it. Yeah, well, always have your back. Wow, Senior Ling Xiao looks so handsome when he's serious. Normally it took a good 10 minutes to walk back to Yunbian Town from Herb Valley. Lin Mo winced at the 320 experience points he had lost, but the shortcut had saved him valuable travel Timian balance. Not a bad trade. His only regret was the ring that had dropped during the fight. A chill flashed in his eyes. He had no time to tangle with those people now, but once the novice village run was over, he would settle the score. Luckily, his evolved golden flowing light sword and the orange greaves were already soulbound. If either of those had dropped, that would have been a real disaster. The wooden door of the pharmacy creaked open, and a faint scent of herbs drifted out. Lin Mo found the proprietress, Mo Li, and turned in the quest. Ding, congratulations on completing the quest. Gather herbs. Rewards. EXP 200, Copper 12, Reputation 1, Mo Li Favor 1, Equipment, Hero's Cloak. His pack held exactly 100 flower cores, and each hand-in required only 10. He simply picked up the quest again and again, submitting it 10 times in total. All 10 rounds of base rewards arrived. The only variable was the drop rate of bonus equipment. Guaranteed on the first 10, 50% on the second, 25% on the third, 12.5% on the fourth, and so on. When the 10th submission was done, only a single hero's cloak sat quietly in his inventory. Lin Mo stared at it for 3 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching. Seriously? Only the guaranteed first drop? Unbelievable. These rewards were just the appetizer. What he was really waiting for was the next system prompt. Dingy favor with Mo Li has reached 10 points. Mo Li's affection level is now level 1. Lin Mo closed the notification panel and looked at the woman behind the counter. Boss, I turned in so many herbs. Isn't there some sort of extra bonus? There is, handsome, there is. Mo Li smiled, her gaze appreciative. She slipped a hand into the snowy valley of her chest, produced a scroll that carried a delicate fragrance, and handed it to him, her eyes smoldering. Hey Race, your reward one of a kind. Lin Mo accepted the scroll. The parchment felt warm beneath his fingertips, and a faint pulse of magic flowed through it. Thrilled, he thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, boss. Just like the hidden quest he had triggered at Granny Lee's stall, most opportunities in the world of oracles were tied to a player's favor with NPCs. The lucrative chance hidden on Mo Li required her affection to reach level 1 before it could be unlocked. Now, at last, he held the key item. Limited time discount voucher, a grade magic scroll. Description: for 30 minutes after use, all potion purchases at Yunbian Town's pharmacy cost only 10% of their listed price. Note: this scroll can be used only at the pharmacy in Yunbian Town, Novice Village number 116. Only the first player in Yunbian Town to raise Mo Li's affection to level 1 could obtain this magic scroll. In his previous life, some idiot had stumbled onto this opportunity and boasted about it on the forums, bragging that had stuffed his backpack with cheap potions, lived off them for days, and saved a fortune. Lin Mo understood the real potential. Personal use barely tapped into the discount's value. If you swept the shelves at a 90% markdown and resold at a markup, you could pile up a fortune in copper almost overnight. With that in mind, he crushed the scroll glowing faintly green. Ding! A tier magic scroll limited time discount activated. All pharmacy purchases are 90% off for the next 30 minutes. The countdown began. Lin Mo dashed behind the pharmacy counter. Potions that normally cost 10 copper each now showed 1 copper in his sight. Backpack space was the only bottleneck. Players started with 40 slots, and has already held the spent scroll fragments and the hero's windbreaker head just earned, leaving 38 slots open. He spent 3.8 silver in one breath, sweeping up 38 stacks of health potions, 10 bottles per stack, 380 bottles in total until every slot was packed. His backpack now heavy, he left the shop and strode straight into the auction house across the street. All 10 listing slots open, each stack of potions priced at 50 copper. He switched to the regional chat and pushed the pre-typed, anonymous message. Anonymous. Half-price potions in the auction house, get them while you can. It was already 10 p.m., prime time, and Yundian Town's online population sat at 97,658. The channel instantly erupted. Dream is Xiaomi Su, LV. 3 male? Half-price potions? Seriously? If you're scamming, may your whole family die. Blossom Riches LV. 1 male. It's real. 10 bottles for 50 copper. Broke someone rich, hurry. 10 stacks left. Zihan Mama LV. 2 female, fake. In the auction house right now, nothing cheap. Don't be fooled. Zihan Mama LV. 2 female. Buying copper at 1.1 to 1. Mail me. While the chat devolved into an argument, Lin Mo's system notifications rolled in. Dingyar Health Potion was bought by player Zihan Mama. After 3% fee, you receive 48.5 copper. Dingyar Health Potion was bought by player Zihan Mama. 10 rapid-fire messages filled the log. Every stack in the first batch sold out in under 30 seconds. Lin Mo immediately restocked, listing 10 more stacks at the same 50 copper price. Once buyers confirmed the deal was genuine, the half-price claim became fact, and Zihan Mama got flamed by private messages until she logged off in tears. The auction house only grew busier. The second batch vanished in 10 seconds flat. The pharmacy price of 10 copper equaled 10 yuan in real money, yet Lin Mo sold for the 5 yuan equivalent. The arbitrage was obvious. Even the poorest free-to-play user could stock up at 5, flip them for 7 or 8 to the whales, and clear a tidy profit. Purchases snowballed, and all 38 stacks disappeared in the blink of an eye. Final tally, 1,843 copper earned. Subtracting the 380 copper cost, net profit came to 1,463 copper over 1,400 yuan in real currency. Feeling the weight of his gains, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "That's amazing." Riding the high, he sprinted back to the pharmacy to buy another massive load of potions at the 90% discount. Lin Mo darted nonstop between the pharmacy and the auction house. At the pharmacy, he used a 90% off flash coupon to scoop up potions. At the auction house, he flipped them for half price. He moved so fast he was almost a blur, wishing he could evolve into a Tiger King and sprint on all fours just to keep up. But a 40-slot backpack and a 10-slot auction rack capped each run at 38 stacks carried and 10 stacks listed. Lin Mo ground his teeth. Once he reached a Tier 3 capital, he would snag the hidden quest that expanded both backpack and shelf. Luckily, the two shops faced each other, saving travel time. Even so, he shuttled back and forth for a solid half-hour, well over 80 trips. 30 minutes in, a system alert rang out. Ding. Attention, your limited-time discount coupon has expired. Potions now cost full price. The message had barely ended when Lin Mo collapsed in the street, arms spread wide, chest heaving. Then he opened his panel and saw the gleaming numbers. Funds, 13 gold, 12 silver, 25 copper. Every ounce of fatigue vanished. 1 gold of seed money had grown into 13 in 30 minutes worth it. A full set of golden gear was now within reach. After a quick breather, he shot toward the town's southern edge. Cardmaster Carl stood on the corner of Cloud Edge Town. Cloaked in a magician's outfit, he fanned playing cards through his fingers and called out, "Want to draw a card? I've got every piece of gear you need if you've got the silver and the luck." Plenty of players watched, but the level 5 requirement and the steep price 5 silver per draw kept most at bay. Only Lin Mo treated Carl like a gold mine. Carl arched a brow. "In, pal?" Lin Mo nodded. "I'm in. How many pulls?" "Just one to test the waters." He handed over 5 silver coins. Carl pocketed the money and flashed a devil-may-care grin. "You'll love it." With a sweep of his hands, dozens of cards floated before Lin Mo, spinning like ribbons. Lin Mo reached out and drew one at random. Ding. "Congratulations, you've drawn a level 5, Tier 1 white item, magic boots." The crowd erupted in laughter. 5 silver for a white drop? What a sucker. The devs toss garbage gear to drain silver, and someone falls for it? Taunts rolled in, but Lin Mo didn't even blink. To ordinary players, only high-grade pulls mattered. A low-grade draw meant total loss. For Lin Mo, bearer of the game's sole SSS talent, Soulfire, even the trashiest white item had huge burn value. Moreover, Lin Mo had already tested everything with his SS rank talent, Soulfire. Burning a level 5 white item always yielded 5 evolution points. Whether he spent 500 credits on 5 starter pieces or melted down something he found, the return was the same. In other words, as long as he pulled a white item, he broke even. And if he landed a green or blue piece, it was pure profit. So what looked brain dead to everyone else was pure entertainment to Lin Mo. He pulled 5 gleaming gold coins from his pouch and set them on Card Master Carl's counter. 100 pulls. The surrounding chatter died instantly as every eye locked onto Lin Mo. The laughter evaporated, replaced by stunned silence. The server had only been live for 2 hours, yet this guy already had 5 gold? At the official 110 cash-out rate, that was 50 grand in real money. What they'd taken for a gullible newbie was actually a high roller, and the crowd's mood flipped on the spot. System chimes flooded his ears. Ding, congratulations. You drew level 5, tier 1 white equipment, magic bow. Ding, congratulations. You drew level 5, tier 1 white equipment, magic robe. Ding, congratulations. You drew level 5, tier 1 green equipment, magic ring. Carl Stahl only dispensed level 5, tier 1 mage gear, with quality ranging from white to purple. After 100 pulls, Lin Mo took inventory. 87 white items, 9 green, 3 blue, and 1 purple. He lifted a hand, and Soulfire roared forth. The 87 white pieces crumbled to ash, funneling 435 evolution points into his panel. Through repeated testing, he knew the pattern. Each upgrade cost double the previous step. White to green, 5 points, green to blue, 10, blue to purple, 20, purple to gold, 40. Pushing a level 5 white item all the way to gold required exactly 315 points. In other words, 435 points only covered a single gold piece. Not enough. Another 100. He slapped another 5 gold on the table. Round 2 finished. 89 white, 7 green, for blue, no purple. Another 89 whites went up in flames, netting 445 points. Balance check: 3 gold, 7 silver, 25 copper. Lin Mo kept 7 silver for pocket change and tossed the remaining 3 gold back down. 60 more. Flip, burn, collect, repeat. Every white piece turned to sparks. Every green and blue stayed. By the end, he sat on 1,150 evolution points, enough for 3 level 5 gold items. Good. He waved Carl goodbye, satisfied. Behind him, the onlookers stood frozen. They'd just watched Lin Mo pull 261 times and burn through a small fortune in gold. A 180-pound gamer gaped. Holy crap, does that guy own a mine or something? A bespectacled scholar pushed up his glasses, voice trembling. He raked in a ton of green and blue pieces. The captain's about to take off. A twin-tailed girl clapped both hands over her mouth and stamped her feet. Ugh, I forgot to add him as a friend. Does anyone know him? Please, pass me his ID. With the evolution points he had on hand, Lin Mo couldn't possibly upgrade every slot weapon, ring, chest, belt, greaves, helm, necklace, and bootstow gold. In the end, he kept only 3 white grade pieces as his base's magic robe, magic boots, and magic ring, and tossed the rest of the white gear straight into the furnace. For weapons, he stuck with his current Shattered World Starlight Sword. Gold slots were already scarce. Replacing a level 1 gold weapon with a level 5 gold one would eat up points, bind the item, kill its resale value, and net only half the points back if he burned it again. Not worth it. While prices were still sky high, he decided to liquidate every spare green and blue piece he owned. His pack held 18 green items, 8 blues, and a single purple. Hauling the heavy crate on his back, he stepped into the auction house. First up, the easy-to-move greens. Cash trade, 2,000 apiece. 10 level 5 greens hit the listing in seconds. Then he spammed the regional chat with an anonymous broadcast. Anonymous player, fresh stock in the AH. Tons of high-level, low-price greens. Miss it now, wait a year. The server had been live barely 3 hours, yet everyone had already felt Oracle's brutal drop. Rates over 90% of players were still stuck in level 1 starter whites. At this moment, level 5 greens might as well have been legendary. Seriously? 2 grand for a single green? Somebody's lost his mind. ID grab it for 200. Complaints poured in, but deep-pocketed whales never miss a sale. Moments later, his mailbox lit up, system notices flooding in items sold successfully. While the sales rolled in, he stayed busy, funneling each new batch of evolution points into his gear. White, green, blue, purple, orange, gold. 6 jumps in all, 315 evolution points per item. Ding. Congratulations. Your level 5, tier 1 white magic robe has evolved into the gold grade demonic saintlight robe. He checked the stats at once. Demonic saintlight robe, LV, 5, tier 1 gold. HP 420. Bonus attribute, Constitution, 25. Special effect regeneration, restores 20 HP per second. Flavor text, wear it and you'll be as brilliant as I am. Cardmaster Carl. Status, bound. 25 CON is 250 HP, plus 420 flat hats, 670 health from 1 piece. Lin Mo's eyes blazed. If ID had this earlier, Feng Xioxiaxis, a rank Jade, and Stone together could have nuked me 5 times and ID still be standing. Suppressing his excitement, he moved on to the last 2 items. Ding. Congratulations. Your level 5, tier 1 white magic ring has evolved into the gold grade demonic saintlight ring. Ding. Congratulations. Your level 5, tier 1 white magic boots have evolved into the gold grade demonic saintlight boots. As it turned out, among tier 1 gold gear, The gap between a level 5 item and a level 1 item is staggering. Enchanted Holy Light Ring, LV.5, Tier 1 Gold. Attack 70. Bonus, Strength 25. Special effect. Armor Pierce attacks ignore 55 points of the target's defense. Description: a ring brimming with immense magical power. Wear it, and you'll be as outstanding as I am. Cardmaster Carl. Note: bound. Enchanted Holy Light Boots, LV.5, Tier 1 Gold. Agility 42. Bonus, Agility 25. Special effect. Acceleration activate to gain 40 agility for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Description: boots brimming with immense magical power. Put them on, and you'll be as outstanding as I am. Cardmaster Carl. Note: bound. Both level 5 gold items locked into their slots, and golden circuitry spread like tiny lightning bolts along Lin Mo's arms and legs. He felt his power and speed surge in tandem. This is beyond broken. He grinned. With these two pieces of gear, he was sure he could solo the hidden quest, and he even felt confident about taking on the Tier 17 boss who had killed him in his previous life, the Vampire King Ainogaya. Remaining evolution points, 209. He spent 48 points without a second thought, evolving his orange starter pants into a gold Peace World Shatter Dominator. The stats jumped instantly. Defense, 1845. Bonus Constitution, 620. Damage reduction, 2050. Whoosh 5 gold items equipped, golden light pouring down like a waterfall. Bathed in what looked like the light of creation, even the air around him shimmered pale gold. He recalled how he had once skulked like a sewer rat beneath the elites in the dank underbelly of oracles. The thrill of this power spike eclipsed even the rush of a jet takeoff. He switched off the glow effect and opened his status window. Gold Gear War God Emo Shichengui, LV.5. Talent, Soulfire Unique SSS. Class, None. Race, Human. Reputation, 33. Strength, 37. Constitution, 53. Agility, 95. Spirit, 8. Stamina, 14. Attack, 180. Defense, 59. HP, 950. MP, 40. Coins, 7 silver, 25 copper. EXP, 2,830 3,200. Description: a powerhouse. No further comment needed. Feeling strong doesn't count. The system has to say so too. He clenched his fist, the air swirling around his knuckles. With these stats, the hidden quest was already in the bag. A new prompt chimed. All 10 green items had sold at the auction house. After a 3-fee, 19,400 yuan hit his account. He immediately listed the remaining 8 green items at 2,000 yuan each and pocketed another 15,520 yuan. 8 blue items went up for 5,000 yuan apiece, and the lone purple item was tagged at 20,000 yuan. Blue gear unlocks bonus stats, and purple unlocks exclusive effects missaves for Waleso. He wasn't worried about demand. The last slot went to the rank skill book Venom Spit, dropped by the man-eating plant boss, priced at 30,000 yuan. Cloud Edge Town is full of deep-pocketed suckers, he thought. He needed a mountain of cash to top up before Oracle devoured reality in 3 months and scooped the cumulative recharge rewards. Time to crunch the numbers. He had blown 13 gold coins 130,000 yuan on card draws. If the rest of the items sold, he'd recoup at least 90,000 yuan. So had effectively spent under 40,000 yuan for a full set of gold gear. If the evolved gear weren't bound, any single piece could fetch 7 figures. He'd watched someone drop over $1 million on a level 10 gold item in his last life. Spend 40 grand, make a few million now, that's profit. And the hidden quest in Cloud Edge Town would soon pad his wallet even more. Stowing his inventory, Lin Mo pivoted and sprinted toward his next objective, Wolf Ridge, level 8-10 territory. With high spirits, he dashed off toward Wolf Ridge, where the Wolf King awaited his demise. Even after Lin Mo spent more than half an hour buying and selling potions and swapping gear, his level still sat firmly at the top of Yunbian Town's leaderboard. The runner-up, Luan Shiringjia, was close behind at level 4 with 73% experience, while everyone from 3rd place onward was stuck at level 3. In other words, the 100,000 yuan prize for the starter village leveling race was practically his. He casually opened the official event page. 1. First place on the leveling board 100,000 yuan in cash, plus 3 lucky draws. 2. Second through 4th place 2 draws each. 3. 5th through 10th place 1 draw each. The prize pool glittered with items like legendary gear, high-rank skill books, and rare magic scrolls. Early in the game, any one of these was priceless. If you didn't need it, you could sell it for a hefty sum. Lin Mo did the math. Once he turned in his hidden quest reward, he would shoot straight to level 7 or 8, and a few ordinary quests would push him past 10 with ease. Pleased with the thought, he packed his bag and got ready to leave town. Mos Ho Chingui, a shout rang out behind him. His heart skipped a beat. Since entering the game, he had kept his ID under wraps. How did anyone know it? He turned and recognized the newcomer. The ID floating above the man's head read Yushir Jufan, but what really made him memorable was his grade talent, Feng Xiao Xiao Shi. Feng Xiaoxiao she approached with two companions, Shou Hoer and Pang Dehai, and it was clear they had been tailing Lin Mo for a while. The good news was that the gaggle of brain-dead college girls from before was nowhere in sight. Card masters can't draw cards until level 5, and in this whole town only one person has reached 5. Feng Xiaoxiao she looked him up and down, taking in the equipment that gleamed even with its glow hidden. You have to be Mo's Ho Chinggui. Once the identification was confirmed, the killing intent in his eyes faded, replaced by something close to awe. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What? Looking for a fight? Let's step outside. Use that grade talent of yours and try blasting me again. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes mouth twitched. The man was clearly shaken by Lin Mo's gear. I'm here to talk business. Power level me. Why should I? Lin Mo asked, half amused. Profit. Feng Xiaoxiao she held up one finger. Get me to level 10 first, and you keep the 100,000 yuan prize and all 3 lucky draws. I don't want a cent. Lin Mo snorted. I can take first myself. Why would I need you? You do need me. Feng Xiaoxiao she rattled off the words. If I take first and you take second, you collect both the first place and second place rewards 190,000 yuan and 5 draws in total. No sooner had he finished than Shou Hoer and Pang Dehai chimed in. Shou Hoer will grab third. Pang Dehai, he'll grab fourth. Together, we'll give you half our rewards, okay? 30% at least. Their mental abacus clicked loud enough to hear. Before Lin Mo could reply, Feng Xiaoxiao she lowered his voice. And if you don't agree, they'll leak the news that you're carrying a hidden quest to the Launcher Guild. You've heard of the Launcher Guild, right? They're members of the Chaos Guild, and Launcher Ingjia is a rich kid with money to burn. Even here in tiny Cloudside Town, his guild commands more than 500 players. No matter who you are, even the top player on the Heaven list, mess with them, and you'll pay for it. Feng Xiaoxiao had clearly weighed every pro and con before approaching, and wasted no time laying out his analysis. In Lin Mo's last life, that might have intimidated him. But this time he's packing an SS grade talent and a full set of golden god tier gear. Threats don't work on him anymore. Lin Mo stepped across the boundary of the starter town, turned, and raised a brow at Feng Xiaoxiao. Sorry, what was that? Didn't catch it. Come out here and repeat yourself. The white line of the safe zone sat right under Feng Xiaoxiao's feet. He skidded to a stop, face tense. If I step out, you'll kill me. I'm not going. Lin Mo shrugged. No sincerity, no deal. I was reckless earlier, that's on my butt. I really do want to cooperate. He knew exactly what was going on. The guy's apology was fake. The real goal was to hitch a ride on his newfound power. Lin Mo's tone stayed light. I'm serious. After a few seconds of silence, Feng Xiaoxiao tested the waters. If I come out, we're talking for real? Scout's honor. Lin Mo gestured politely. Fine. Gritting his teeth, Feng Xiaoxiao stepped over the line. Flash. Cold light flashed as Lin Mo's long sword punched straight through the man's chest. 230. Health bar wiped. Ding, you have maliciously slain the white name player Feng Xiaoxiao. Infamy 100. Warning, you are now red named. Feng Xiaoxiao dissolved into a pillar of white light. Lin Mo shook his head with a sigh. You actually believed me? Revenge is a dish best served within 10 minutes. I told you don't let me catch you in the wild. Inside the safe zone, Skinny Monkey and Fat Dehai stared slack-jawed. When they finally snapped out of it, they hurled abuse across the white line. You mother. Lin Mo cupped a hand to his ear. What was that? Can't hear you. Come out and say it. The two of them paled at the sight of his scarlet ID and the title LV5 Golden War God Mo, Shichingui Heaven List 1, but neither dared take a step. Boring. Lin Mo clicked his tongue and sauntered off with his red name gleaming. He had to admit, Feng Xiaoxiao's proposed partnership would have boosted their profits, but Lin Mo's first rule is simple. Whoever pisses him off dies. As for the Chaos Guild, he wasn't worried in the slightest. In fact, he was looking forward to Feng Xiaoxiao calling in reinforcements. In his previous life, the first person to bully him in Oracle World was none other than the Chaos Guild. From the starter village all the way to the level 3 main city, he spent months under Launcher Yingji's shadow. The guy's talent was average, but his deep pockets let him torment weaker players like Lin Mo just to feel important. Lin Mo even knew his real name, Wang Junjia. I swear, in this life I'm cutting you down every time I see you. He'll lop off more than just your pride. With his red name glowing in the night, Lin Mo strode down the street. The Crimson ID made him a juicy target. Red names drop loot at a much higher rate, but when the bystanders saw Golden War God and Heaven List 1, any murderous thoughts evaporated. Instead, they crowded around, calling him bro and offering to protect him. Following the map, he spent more than 20 minutes reaching his destination, Wolf Ridge. This was an 8 to 10 level wilderness zone. Night wind howled through the empty hills, and only the wolves' mournful cries echoed in the dark. The quest: kill 30 wild wolves plus 1 Moonhowl Alpha. No doubt the Alpha was a boss-level mob. With a metallic rasp, Lin Mo drew his sword against the night. Time to get to work. Rampaging Dire Wolf, Common Monster. Level 8. Attack 98. Defense 44. HP 490. Skill Frenzy. Description: I may look like just another wolf, but when humans show up you'll never guess how smart I can be. 98 attack? That's ridiculous. Lin Mo raised a brow at the stats. The words had barely left his mouth when a deep growl echoed from the darkness to his right. A wolf lunged forward, its bloody jaws clamping onto his arm. The moment its fangs pierced flesh, a blinding red one-forced popped above his head. Damn, that almost broke through. Lin Mo scowled. He spun, sword flashing in a horizontal slash. 345, critical. The wolf's hind legs buckled. Before it could catch its breath, Lin Mo's second strike shot out like a viper, driving straight through its open mouth and into its throat. 345, critical. A mournful howl slipped out before the beast collapsed, dead. Ding, you have slain a level 8 rampaging dire wolf. EXP 100. Sin value 1. 2 hits to drop an 8th level mob. Even Lin Mo paused. This character's way too busted. When is the dev team going to nerf me? Then he muttered, sin value though, what a pain. Kill 1 white named player. Pick up 100 sin. Kill 1 wolf. Lose only 1 point. I have to wipe out 100 wolves just to clear what I got from flattening Feng Xiao Shi. He spat. Bad luck. Regret? Not a bit. Next time I see Feng Xiao Shi, they'll kill him again. He ganks me once, I camp him 10 times. He bent down, scooped up the 3 copper coins the wolf had dropped, and locked eyes on another wolf pacing in the distance. With the gold-grade demonic holy light ring granting 55 armor penetration, the wolf's 44 defense might as well not exist, and his 95 agility put a critical hit on nearly every swing. Critical. 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 In the night, anguished howls rose one after another. It felt like he had wandered into some boss lair and started a massacre. Each wolf was worth 100 experience, and his EXP bar climbed fast enough to see. As the slaughter hit its stride, a male icon flashed in his friend's list. He finished off the wolf in front of him with 2 quick slashes, stepped on its head, and opened his inbox. Ding, your purple grade item magic bow has been purchased by player launcher Ingjia at the auction house. After a 3 fee, 19,400 credits have been transferred to your bound bank account. Ding, your rank skill book Poison Toss has been purchased by player launcher Ingjia. After a 3 fee, 29,100 credits have been transferred to your bound bank account. Ding. Lin Mo blinked. What the? 8 blue items, 1 purple, and in a rank skill book launcher Ingjia bought all 10? He clicked his tongue. Wang Junjia, you've got money to burn. Once the surprise passed, annoyance set in. If I'd known it was all you, I'd have jacked the prices up. Lucky dog. He pulled up his banking app. The balance jumped out at him over 120,000 credits. In just 3 hours, he had already pocketed well over 100,000. Compared with his previous life, where he had spent day and night grinding bricks in Oracle and barely scraped together 2 or 3,000 a month, Lin Mo was finally learning how effortless money could be. Of course, he knew this was nowhere near enough. Once Oracle completely swallowed reality, he would need at least 50 million on hand. The 100-odd thousand in front of him was merely a drop in the bucket. At his current pace, however, piling up 50 million in 3 months was not just a fantasy. The starter village was only chump change. The real feast waited in the Tier 3 capital cities. With the game's only SS grade talent and a full set of memories from his last life, making money would only get easier from here. On the outskirts of Wolf Ridge, he dropped a 4th Wolfhusha shaft of gold light fell, and Lin Mo dinged level 6. With a soft thud, a pair of pitch black greaves landed beside the corpse. Level 8, Tier 1, common quality wolf greaves. Finally, after hundreds of kills, my first piece of gear. Even a plain white item would sell for 200 or 300 at the auction house, so he stuffed it into his bag like treasure. Blade flashing, he kept clearing the area. 30 more wolves fell, completing the kill 30 wolves objective. Only the final target remained, the howling moon wolf king. A chilling howl echoed from deep within the ridge, making nearby wolves cower. Lin Mo flicked the blood from his aurora blade. Keep howling. I'm coming for you. He pressed into the darkest part of the pack. Bathed in silver moonlight, a massive wolf with a coat of pure silver and eyes glowing green stood atop a rise. Howling Moon Wolf King Boss. Level 10. Attack. Defense. HP. Skills. Description. Overlord of Wolf Ridge, Chieftain of the Pack, Its Majesty brooks no offense. Outside the range of an rank appraisal? Lin Mo frowned. No matter, I don't need to see the stats. Clad in 5 pieces of gold gear, he was only level 6, but had no fear of a level 10 boss. Make it quick, I've got a quest to turn in. The Wolf King leapt, crossing dozens of yards in a heartbeat. Lin Mo sidestepped miss. He reversed his grip and drove his blade straight into the wolf's rear. 129. TCH, tough hide. With 184 attack and a ring adding 55 armor pen, he had only shaved off 6% of its health, roughly 2,400 HP total. To be safe, he activated the special effect on his enchanted holy light boots. Dingyu used the gear skill haste. Agility 40 for 10 seconds. His agility spiked to 136, and with lightning fast hand speed wish, swish, swish. 194 critical. 194 critical. 194 critical. Even he was startled by the rapid crits. The Wolf King spun and clamped its bloody jaws on his thigh. Dingyu were hit by Howling Moon Wolf King blood kill, 142 HP lost. That hurts. He grimaced, yet the Golden World Breaker Dominator armor restored 20 HP per second, so he wasn't worried. Slash, slash, slash his blade hacked at the wolf's head. Let go. Let go already. Still not letting go? 194 critical. 129. 194 critical. The health bar plummeted, and moments later the Howling Moon Wolf King crashed to the ground. A dying howl tore through the night sky. The era of this Wolf King was over. Dingyu have slain the level 10 boss, the Moonhowl Wolf King. Experience 5,000, reputation 4, infamy 100. A cascade of golden light poured over you. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. All 5 stats 1, free attribute points 3. Current level, 7. Next level in 12,000 XP. Boss monsters really pay out, Lin Mo sighed. The Wolf King had wiped away the last 70 points of his infamy, turning his glaring red name back to white and leaving him feeling as light as air. Without this kill, he would have had to butcher 70 more trash mobs before the system would let him step into a safe zone. And the real thrill was only starting. A level 5 boss man-eating plant had dropped a single blue item and in a great skill book that sold for 35 grand. Now he was looking at the corpse of a level 10 boss. Rubbing his palms, Lin Mo approached, brimming with anticipation. He looted in a blur. Dingyu picked up 15 silver and 38 copper. Dingyu picked up in a great skill book, Blood Kill. Dingyu picked up tier 1 purple gear, Wolf King Greaves. Dingyu picked up tier 1 blue gear, Wolf King Belt. A book and a purple? His eyes gleamed, a grin breaking free. The haul was worth at least 50,000, and the quest reward would push the total even higher. Making money here was like stooping to grab it off the ground so easy. His mind flashed back to his past life. Being evicted for missing a 600 yuan rent payment, crashing in an internet cafe for days, fighting teammates over a worthless white item, groveling before big shots just to land a quest. He would never relive that humiliation. This time, he would stand atop Oracle World and look down on everyone else. Stowing the loot, Lin Mo dusted off his hands and set out for the novice village. Night had fallen, and the barren ridge lay in eerie silence. The moment he stepped out of Wolf Ridge, an icy gust slammed into him. Swish, swish. 2 cold flashes split the darkness. His reflexes kicked in. He dove aside, and twin arrows pinned the ground where his feet had been. He landed in a crouch, eyes hard as ice. Moonlight revealed a line of figures blocking the exit. The archers who had fired were among them. Anyone using a bow at this stage was no lightweight. Lin Mo saw the details clearly. Every player was level 4 or 5, each name bearing the same prefix Chaotic Age Guild, the very syndicate that had bled and bullied him in his previous life. Here in this remote corner, near the novice village, surprise flickered across his face, and then a thought sparked. That bastard really spilled the details of my hidden quest to Chaotic Age? Lin Mo's heart sank at the thought of Feng Xiaoxiaxi. The crowd opposite him parted on its own, and a man barely over 170, with forgettable features and a greasy grin, ambled to the front. His reptilian eyes clung to Lin Mo as he drawled, every syllable laced with menace. The hidden quest in Cloudside Town, is it on you? The speaker was none other than the Chaotic Age Guild Master, Wang Shiringjia. In real life, he was Wang Junjia, only son of Wang Yunyun, the richest woman in Ning'an, Jiang Province. The Wang family's jewelry empire was worth more than 50 billion, supposedly enough for 800 generations to squander. He took his mother's surname and was a textbook mama's boy. In Lin Mo's memory, Wang Junjia could be summed up in 5 words. The guy's farts could kill. In his previous life, this clown had pinned him down, made him inhale the stench, and left him hugging a toilet for days, puking like a pregnant woman. Never mind, the bland exterior was vicious, sleazy, and shameless, words that almost flattered him. Seeing him again stirred a flicker of fear in Lin Mo, but it was quickly drowned by excitement. Wang Junjia had walked right into his trap. Lin Mo met the accusation heat-in. Yes, it's on me. Good. Wang Junjia cracked his neck, full of swagger. Transfer the quest to me, and it'll spare your worthless life. And stop leveling so fast. I'm going to be number 1 on Cloudside Town's ranking, not you. In Oracle World, most high-difficulty hidden quests could be transferred once. In his past life, many lucky players had sold those quests to whales for a fortune when they realized they couldn't finish them. Sure, Lin Mo said without hesitation. Flat price, 10 million. Wang Junjia paused, then snorted through flared nostrils. So you know who I am. My mom's Ning'an's richest. We're worth over 50 billion. 10 million is nothing, just a handful of wolf fur. A henchman whispered, Boss, the saying is a drop in the bucket. I know that. Wang Junjia smacked him on the forehead. I misquoted on purpose. You got a problem? He turned back to Lin Mo, mouth twisted in mockery. I can afford 10 million, but trash from the gutter like Yudo, you even dare take it? Lin Mo raised 2 fingers. Make it 20. Wang Junjia's face darkened. You deaf? You ungrateful want lifty our head. The lackey murmured, Boss, it's don't know what's good for you. I know. Shut up. Enraged, Wang Junjia snatched the purple magic bow head blown 20 grand on at the auction house and loosed 2 arrows. The meddlesome underling burst into white light on the spot. Finished with his own man, he pointed the bow at Lin Mo, features contorted. Last chance. Hand over the quest, or he'll make sure you can't survive an oracle. He'll kill you until you're banned. Lin Mo remained unhurried. Buzz this shattered world. Stream glow sword, planted in the ground, flared with blinding gold, the blade trembling like molten steel. The quest is on me, Lin Mo said calmly. If you want it, come and take it. Wow. In the dead of night, the golden radiance pouring from the sword blade was blinding. A molten gold longsword hung motionless in front of Lin Mo. Its dazzling aura carved a glaring rift through the darkness, bleaching the faces of the dozens of Chaotic Age Guild players around him. A golden weapon. The hoarse shout rolled through the crowd like thunder. Holy crap. Wang Junjia, who had just spent 20 grand on a purple magic bow and was eager to shine in this hidden quest, had his attention hijacked by that golden glow. Spit dripped with each breath, and his pupils reflected nothing but that shining blade. We have to make that sword drop. He snarled, tossing the quest aside. Kill him. Whoever loots that gold weapon, he'll buy you a carny thing under $1 million. A reward like that set the crowd ablaze. Let's go, brothers. Back off. That Mitsuchi Ultra is mine. I'm getting an Audi A8. Charge. Roars overlapped as the rear line couldn't stop in time. Dozens of players surged forward, bowling Wang Junjia over and trampling him into a cloud of dust. Up ahead, Lin Mo stood steady, sword angled toward the ground, his expression calm as still water. He had no interest in wasting time farming infamy points. But to the Chaotic Age players, Lin Mo looked like a walking million credit check. Greed and bloodlust fermented in their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen players swung down, blades and axes whistling toward him. One forced, one forced, one forced. Blood-red numbers fluttered above his head like mosquito bites utterly negligible. Shouts of excitement twisted into confusion. What the? I'm level 3 with green gear, full strength, and I can't scratch him? Isn't he a DPS with a gold weapon? How's his defense this high? Full vitality freak. They couldn't fathom that Lin Mo's defense sat at 61, plus a flat 50-point damage reduction from the Dominator effect. It would take at least 111 attack to break through. Even a level 4 player with blue gear and full strength couldn't crack triple digits, let alone touch this level 7 monster-clad head Toto in gold. System prompts chimed in Lin Mo's ears. Ding player Chaos Invincible has launched a malicious attack on you. You have 10 minutes to retaliate. Ding player Chaos Hero has launched a malicious attack on you. You have 10 minutes to retaliate. Ding. A chill surfaced in Lin Mo's eyes, making the front row of Chaotic Age players shudder. Finished showing off? He asked softly, lifting his gaze with a cold smile. Good. My turn. Shing. He swept the long sword in a wide arc. A crescent of gold light tore across the chests of the 3 nearest players. 359 critical. 359 critical. 359 critical. They never even had time to blink. 3 bodies erupted into pillars of white light that pierced the night. The sight of such devastating power made the nearby players go white with shock. Only Wang Junjia, who had just picked himself up off the ground with dust on his face, was practically glowing with excitement. Eyes fixed on the string of red 359s flashing across his interface, he shouted even louder, your mother's kiss. Golden gear really is insane. Brothers, charge him. I don't care if the damage is fixed, bury him in numbers. That sword is mine. The dream was rich, reality painfully lean. Lin Mo's aura healed 20 HP every second, wiping away the 1-point chip damage the Chaos players forced through almost as soon as it appeared. As for Lin Mo himself, clad head to toe in gold, he looked like a roaming flame in the darkness. He spun with his sword, every sweep ripping through the air. Flash. 359. Critical true damage. Flash. Another 359. Chaos players folded like paper, exploding into white light before they could even scream. Night deepened. Pillars of white light flickered like grave markers across the ground. Stepping over them, Lin Mo marched straight at Wang Junjia. The more vicious his killing, the harder Wang Junjia laughed. Ha. Yes. Only a golden weapon feels this good. I'm taking that sword. He raised his bow. Thwip. The arrow streaked out and struck Lin Mo in the chest. 8. The pitiful yellow number blinked and vanished. Wang Junjia's grin froze. Staring at his purple longbow, then at the blue ring on his finger, he muttered, purple bow, blue ring, full strength build, second on Yunbian Town's leaderboard, and I can't even scratch him. Most of the Chaos players were already dead or fleeing. The few still breathing wouldn't charge again. Lin Mo's health bar was overflowing, his advance relentless. Wang Junjia drew a deep breath, switched tactics, and sneered, fine 5 million. Sell me that weapon. His lackeys perked up, eyes gleaming. Chin high, Wang Junjie figured no one, least of all this penniless nobody, could refuse. Flash. The reply was a 359 crit. Without his auto-lock, life skill, he'd have died on the spot. Before he could curse, Lin Mo stomped his face into the dirt with a dull thud. Mud mixed with blood smeared half his cheek. Wang Junjie exploded. Are you insane? Do you know who I am? My mother's the richest woman in Ning'an. My family runs that city. Gaming is the only place trash like you can meet my class. You. Lin Mo ground his boot harder, turning Wang Junjie's lips from two. Leaning in, he said coolly, Wang Junjie, right? I'm here to beat the hell out of you. Then he abruptly turned and planted his rear inches from Wang Junjie's face. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Panic bled into Wang Junjie's voice. Uft. A thunderous blast erupted at point-blank range. Lin Mo threw back his head with a satisfied sigh. Oh, much better. The surrounding players were frozen, weapons forgotten. Wang Junjie's eyes rolled back. Foam dribbled from his lips. Lin Mo stared down at him. Listen up, Wang Junjie. Next time I see you, I'll beat you again. Every time I see you, I beat you. 10 times. They'll beat you 10 times. He disabled Wang Junjie's lock life. Sword flashed whoosh. A pillar of white light shot skyward. Wang Junjie vanished, insta-killed. A moment later, in the glow where head stood, a skill book, a ring, and a scatter of silver coins clattered to the ground. Because head shot one of his own men earlier, Wang Junjie was still flagged with a red name. That bright scarlet tag hung over his head like a bullseye. Lin Mo raised his blade, swung once, and 2 crisp chimes echo drop right through the roof, just as expected. He scooped up the loot and spotted a skill book, the very same great assassin skill, Poison Toss, that had listed on the auction house, and Wang Junjie had bought for 30,000 cash. The pages were still warm, and another glint of cobalt caught his eye. A level 5, blue quality venom ring. Lin Mo frowned. The venom ring? Wasn't this the one that dropped off the carnivorous plant chief and got stolen by Yusher Jufan? How did it end up on Wang Junjie? Did he trade it to curry favor so they could gang up on me? He shrugged. Whatever, not my problem. The ring was worth 5 grand. Add the 30,000 skill book, and that single swing had earned him 35,000. Shaking the prizes in his hand, he teased. Wow, Wang Junjie, you smell amazing. But that didn't come close to settling the debt from his previous life. Back then, Wang Junjie had tormented him for months and stripped him of far more. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. This was only the beginning. Wang Junjie, I promise your journey in Oracle will be so thrilling it hurts. He flashed a grin that made every Turbulent World guild member's scalp prickle. One look and they scattered like frightened birds. Lin Mo didn't bother chasing them. Killing small fry wasted time, and paid no think so. He turned and started back toward Cloud Edge Town. Meanwhile, a column of white light flared beside the Resurrection Spring in Cloud Edge Town. Wang Junjie respawned, knees buckling so hard he nearly fell into the pool. Several guildmates had died with him, pinched their noses and backed away. What's that smell? Coming off the boss? Ugh, so foul. Wang Junjie steadied himself and opened his inventory. Empty slots met his eye. Skill book gone, ring gone. Son of a. Veins bulging, he cursed nonstop while yanking open regional chat and slamming out a message. Moments later, 3 pinned posts lit up the Cloud Edge Town channel. Turbulent World Hero LV, 5 male leaderboard 2. Masho Chengwei, you bastard. Loot me, will you? I've got your name now. Seconds later. I, Wang Junjie, swear that if you're not forced to delete your character within a day, he'll cut off my D live on stream. It was after 11. Most players were quietly farming. The channel had been dead, and the 3 pinned posts hit like thunder, sparking instant chaos. Single Uncle 95 LV 3 male. Holy crap. What just happened? This is insane. Jiangsu Pengyan LV 4 male. Do you get how rich this guy is? 1 pinned message costs a gold coin, dropped 3. That's 30 grand. Take a sip of milk tea, LV 3 female. Masho Chengwei is apparently first on the heavenly board, and that Turbulent World hero is second. 2 top dogs at each other's throats. Cloud Edge Town's about to put on a real show. AAA Leonto Drive LV 2 male. I know Wang Junjie took lessons from me. His mom's the richest woman in Ning'an City, worth billions. No Cilantro Youth Edition LV 2 female. What? Wang Junjie, is that loaded? Then Mo Shou Chengwei is doomed, right? 3 seconds of sympathy for the cute guy. Staring at the flood of pop-ups, Lin Mo simply tapped report. Ding, report submitted. Awaiting system review. Ding, player chaotic hero used abusive language and has been muted for 3 hours. Across town, Wang Junjie, who had been ranting, discovered he was silenced. Damn it. Who reported me? He tried to type again, failed, flushed with rage, and finally dropped to the floor with a thud. His lackeys rushed over in a panic. Boss, you okay? Wake up. Ugh, it stinks. South of Cloud Edge Town, in the level 6 Goblin Woods, Feng Xiao, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dahai were grinding mobs while watching the drama unfold in chat. Skinny Monkey laughed. Haha. Mo Shou Chengwei just flattened Wang Junjie. Serves him right for stealing our gear karma. Fat Dahai scratched his head and turned to Ling Xiao. But why's Wang Junjie after Mo Shou Chengwei? Brother Xiao, Did you really tell him there was a hidden quest? Skinny Monkey slapped the back of his head. Are you dumb? Wang Junjia's brother Xiao's love rival. Helping him reach level 10 first would be suicide. Ling Xiao's tense nerves eased a bit. With Mo Shou Chung Gui holding Wang Junjia back, maybe he could hit level 10 first. Wan, wait for me. I won't give up no matter what. His gaze turned razor sharp. Fat Dahai yawned. So sleepy, we've got class tomorrow. It's the weekend, idiot. Another slap. Oh right. All night grind. Absolutely. We're boosting brother Xiao to 10. Cloud Edge Town. Lin Moid. Mo Shou Chung Gui returned to the main street, walked to the farmhouse beside the general store, and handed the quest item to Annie Lee. You really killed those wolves in the alpha? She asked, wiping her apron, eyes wide. Just a small favor, Lin Mo said with a casual wave. Make the reward worth my time. Ding quest complete. Tier E hidden quest slay the Wolf King. Rewards. EXP 20,000. Gold 1. Reputation 50. Anti-lease favor 50. Tier 2 orange gear, hero's golden bow. Tier D skill book, double shot. A pillar of golden light descended on Lin Mo. Ding level up. All 5 base stats 1. Free attribute points 3. Current level 8. EXP to level 9, 20,000. A town-wide announcement thundered overhead. Announcement Cloud Edge Town. Ding congratulations to player Mo Shou Chung Gui for completing the town's sole Tier E hidden quest, Slay the Wolf King, and earning the hidden player achievement. Rewards. Gold 1. Reputation 10. Title. Hidden player. The night-shattering system announcement sent Cloud Edge Town into a frenzy. The public channel exploded in an instant. Hidden quest? That's gotta be worth a fortune. The achievement alone pays 1 gold 10 grand in cash. The quest rewards must be insane, probably tens of thousands more. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't I the one who found it? They claim every starter village has a hidden quest, but the trigger's so obscure. How did Stick to the Rules figure it out? Golden gear and a hidden quest? If that guy isn't cheating, he'll eat dirt on stream. He's hogging all the good luck for himself. Bro, leave the rest of us a chance to live. Hey, Stick to the Rules, why won't you accept my friend request? Let's hang out. I'm a girl from Chongyu, studying at Ningguang Tech. I'll drop you my location, come visit this weekend. In seconds, waves of envy, suspicion, and flattery pushed the name Stick to the Rules to the very top of the feed. Lin Mo sat before his PC, watching the chat scroll like a slot machine. A satisfied grin crept onto his face. So this is how the top dogs I used to admire feel. Not bad at all. He pulled himself together and opened the reward window. 1. Tier 2 orange equipment 1. 2. Graded skill book 1. 3. 20,000 experience points. Just seeing that orange text made his pulse race. Most players were still scrambling for Tier 1 white gear, yet he had just landed a Tier 2 orange weapon, practically a legendary drop, and it was a weapon slot no less. Golden Bow of the Brave. Level 8. Quality Tier 2 orange. Attack 190. Bonus stats Agility 35, Strength 35. Special effect Valor 30. Attack after each kill, lasts 60 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. Description: only a true hero may wield the fabled golden bow. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. It's only orange, but its base attack is almost 4 times that of my gold Lightbreaker sword. So that's the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 1. A wilder idea popped into his head. What if he spent evolution points to upgrade the bow to red or even gold? The power would be monstrous. He quickly shook his head. Once I evolve it, it binds to me. Then I can't sell it. Letting a weapon rot in my inventory would be a crime. Thinking of the gullible Wang Junjia, his eyes lit up. An orange bow is already broken. Once I find something better, I can flip this to him for 70 or 80,000 easy. With 20,000 experience secured, his bar filled, and he dinged level 8 just enough to equip it. Without hesitation, he unequipped the level 0, Tier 1 gold Lightbreaker sword, and slotted in the level 8, Tier 2 orange golden bow of the Brave. His stats jumped at once. Attack 193, 382. And with Valor fully stacked, it could rocket to 472. Staring at those numbers, Lin Mo's heartbeat synced with the monitor's refresh rate. Most players on the server were still stuck in double-digit attack. Lin Mo's attack stat was already closing in on 500, absolutely terrifying. The Glimmer sword he had just replaced was soulbound, so he couldn't put it on the market. Instead, he triggered his SSS talent, Soulfire, and burned it to ash. Ding, you have incinerated a level 0, Tier 1, gold quality weapon world shatter, Glimmer sword. Evolution points 32. System prompt. Incinerating an item that has been evolved a second time refunds only 50 of its points. Even with only half returned, Lin Mo was satisfied those 32 points had let him breeze through the early game almost invincible during Oracle's first few hours. With his weapon settled, he focused on the skill book in his bag. Double Shot Archer, Grade D. Effect: fires 2 arrows in rapid succession at a single target, each dealing 80 attack and causing minor knockback. Mana cost, 12. Cooldown, 13 seconds. Requirement, level 10. 3 months. In his previous life, He hadn't touched a graded skill until 3 months after launch, the day the real world was completely consumed. Now, barely 3 hours in, the book sat quietly in his hand. No one else could understand how satisfying that felt. Better yet, the book paired perfectly with his golden bow. Once he hit level 10, he planned to switch to Archer High Burst, high DPS, safely hiding behind warriors and knights while he went pew-pew. Most importantly, in Oracle it was the only class that truly shot things. A bold idea suddenly flashed across his mind. If Soulfire could burn equipment for evolution points, could it burn skills too? He opened the talent panel. Sure enough, equipment incineration was only the first stage effect. Evolve the talent to stage 2 and skill incineration would be unlocked. Lin Mo's breathing quickened. Skills couldn't be leveled, only replaced by higher grades. If he could really burn skills, he could torch every worthless grade E skill later on, harvest a mountain of evolution points, and forge an SS grade divine skill. He checked the requirements. Stage 2 needed 100 reputation. After killing 2 bosses and collecting quest rewards, he had 97, just 3 points short. 3 more, and he could test his theory. The value of the server's sole SSS talent kept rising. A new title also appeared in the Rewards tab. Hidden Player White. Effect: 1 quest rewards. Description: a badge of honor for completing the hidden quest in Yunjian Town, Newbie Village 116, Daxia server. A flat 1 boost to every quest was nothing to sneeze at. Combined with his newly earned Golden Gear Warlord, he now had 2 titles within hours, none of which had managed in his previous life. For bragging rights, Golden Gear Warlord won hands down, so he equipped it and tossed Hidden Player into storage. Its passive bonus still applied. With that, the lone hidden quest was perfectly wrapped up. One final step remained in the Newbie Village, step even more crucial, even heavier, than the quest itself. And that step was, according to the official lore of Oracle, every beginner village hides 2 tremendous opportunities. In addition to the well-known, yet hard-to-trigger hidden quest, there is a second chance. A powerful boss lurking deep within the village's territory. Players have dissected the template on countless forums. The boss is always a level 15, tier 2 elite. Defeating it grants a flood of experience and gear, and it always drops 1 rare item, the Heart of Shadows. Lin Mo, newly reborn, remembers this clearly. With 3 Hearts of Shadows, you can unlock an outrageously lucrative secret dungeon as soon as you reach a tier 3 city. In his previous life, he never qualified for such a windfall. Now he possesses near-prophetic knowledge, and careful planning is the only sensible path. Bringing down the starter boss in Cloud Edge Town is his ultimate goal, and pocketing a Heart of Shadows will pave the way for future battles in the tier 3 city. The boss in Cloud Edge Town should be a Spider Queen, Lin Mo muttered, rubbing his chin. Last time he was just a nobody farming low-level mobs and never even saw the Spider Queen's face. As he recalls, it took Chaos Hero and nearly 1,000 members of the Chaos Guild to finally topple that level 15, tier 2 monster. The fight lasted an entire day and night, with each guild member dying more than 10 times. The forums later dubbed it the Starter Village Bloodbath. Official stats were even colder. Out of more than 1,000 beginner villages in the Great Xia region, fewer than 10% ever managed to kill their village boss. The difficulty was obvious. Players were hard capped at level 10, while the boss sat at level 15, a full 5 levels higher. Lin Mo chuckled at the thought. Wang Junjia, you're too weak. This time, he'll solo the Spider Queen. He opened the map and typed in Spider. 3 coordinates popped up instantly. 1. LV3 Spider Cavern. 2. LV5 Spider Playground. 3. LV10 Shadow Nest. A level 10 boss won't be hiding in a level 3 or level 5 area. Without hesitation, Lin Mo locked onto the Shadow Nest. Clad in golden gear and gripping his tier 2 weapon, he strode off toward the destination the map indicated. On the way, he casually opened Cloud Edge Town's level leaderboard. Number 1, Mo Show Chenggue Male LV843.15. Number 2, Chaos Hero Male LV571.13. Number 3, Feng Xiao Xiao Shi Male LV445.11. Number 4, Chaos Warrior Male LV444.44. Number 5, Chaos World Male LV442.96. The list spoke for itself. Mo Shou Chenggue was Wang Junjia's alt, kitted out entirely through sheer spending power. His talent was average, his mechanics were terrible, and strategic thinking was non-existent, but he had money. A squad of underlings would whittle monsters down and leave the last hit for him. So how could he not level quickly? And those underlings, feeding on the scraps, still leveled far faster than the average player. 6 of the top 10 on the leaderboards were outlaws, and Feng Xiao Xiao, with his threadbare scholar's look, was probably as powerless in real life as Lin Mo had been in his previous life. Still, luck had handed Feng a grade talent that appeared once in a million. Jufen. Call the talent unimpressive, and you'd be ignoring the time it blasted Lin Mo to dust despite his layers of gold gear. Call it overpowered, and you'd forget the brutal backlash every time it activated. Whether it shone or backfired depended entirely on the player's brains. In a flash, Lin Mo figured it out. Phone must be abusing the level 10 rookie protection period. Death costs only 10 of your XPTO. Recklessly farm bosses. Boss monsters gave heaps of experience, and losing 10 was pocket change. With no money and no connections, that was the only way Phone could level so fast. Then a new question popped into Lin Mo's head. Why were both Yushir Jufin's owner and Wang Junjie fixated on becoming the starter village's first level 10? Yushir Jufin's owner had even said, keep the entire prize money, just power level me to first place. That made sense. Was after the 100,000 yuan bonus. But Wang Junjie threw money around like water. 100k was probably less than his late-night snack budget, and the raffle meant nothing to him. Yet he had threatened Lin Mo earlier, demanding that Lin slow down so he could reach level 10 first. Strange. Could being the first level 10 in the starter village unlock a hidden reward that money couldn't buy? In Oracle, anything was possible. Secret opportunities were everywhere, and Wang Junjie's connections might have uncovered one. The thought filled Lin Mo with anticipation. No need to overthink and claim that first level 10 title. The answer will reveal itself. Guided by the map, he sprinted on until his target appeared, a vast, pitch-black cavern ahead. Thick clouds masked the moon, and the entrance yawned like a bottomless maw, chilling him from afar. This was the Shadow Nest, level 10, the Spider Queen's lair. Swish. Lin Mo unstrapped the hero's golden bow and edged closer. Suddenly, the darkness lit with countless green pinpricks. At first they looked like fireflies. Then he realized they were spiders. Rustle, rustle. The swarm rushed him. Each spider was about the size of a drone, smaller than he had expected, and apparently harmless. He raised a hand to cast Scan, but before the stats even appeared, splat! A spider leaped, latching onto his face like a facehugger. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent countdown sounded. Boom. The spider exploded. Ding, you were hit by exploding spiders. Self-destruct, lost 9,800 HP, and died. Lin Mo's head burst into a bloody mist, and his body dissolved into a streak of white light. Only one cry echoed through the night. What the? Ding, you've been resurrected. Because you're still under newbie protection, you suffered a death penalty, 2,000 XP. A waterfall of white light poured down as Lin Mo's figure reformed in the revival spring outside Cloud Edge Town. Warm currents washed over his body, but his face was blank. How did he even die? Damn, that little spider was that strong? He muttered while pulling up the combat log, yet nothing looked out of place. Only one glaring number leapt out. The exploding spider had dealt him a whopping 9,800 damage. A level 10 trash mob blew me up for 9,800? Lin Mo froze. It wasn't until he checked the last bit of scout data had thrown out before dying that everything clicked. Exploding spider. Type, normal monster. Level, 10. Attack, 72. Defense, 48. HP, 9,800. Skill, self-destruct. Sacrifice itself to deal true damage equal to its max HP to a single target. Description, hatchling of the Spider Queen. It inherits only 10 of her stats, but possesses a terrifying self-destruct ability. Do not approach or disturb the queen, or her offspring will blow you to pieces. Apart from its absurd health pool, its attack and defense were even lower than an 8-level wolf, but that true damage self-destruct was simply unavoidable. Lin Mo gave a wry smile. It was basically an upgraded mutual destruction skill. 9,800 HP, could one-shot a level 20 player without breaking a sweat. I haven't even seen the Spider Queen yet, and am already blown up by her baby. Embarrassing. While he was feeling dejected, a sudden flash of insight hit him. If the hatchling had 10 of the queen's stats, couldn't he reverse engineer the boss' real parameters? He ran the numbers in his head. Attack 72, 10, 720. Defense 48, 10, 480. HP 9,800, 10, 98,000. The result almost made him question reality. A level 15, tier 2 boss with stats this insane? 480 defense made his scalp tingle. Even with a tier 2 orange weapon and a full 3 stacks of courage, head barely scratch her. No wonder in his previous life the Chaos Guild had burned a fortune to take the Spider Queen down, and only 10% of the server's starter villages ever managed to clear her. He had totally underestimated this so-called newbie boss. Still, Lin Mo wasn't discouraged. In fact, his fighting spirit surged. At least he'd gotten the data this time. With proper prep, the win was still within reach. To break through that defense, I need at least 600 attack. He stared at his own stats, 382 attack, more than 200 short. He opened his equipment window, and his gaze fell on the tier 2 orange weapon, the heroic golden bow. This bow can still evolve twice. It could push my attack up a lot, but I'd rather not upgrade it unless I absolutely have to. Lin Mo murmured, rubbing his chin. Once it's bound, he won't be able to resell it. The ring on his finger was still level 5. Tier 1, plenty of room to improve. Lin Mo weighed the silver band and settled on his next move. If he replaced it with a level 10, tier 2 gold ring, his attack power should be more than enough. If not, he could always evolve his golden bow to gold quality. Spending a few extra tens of thousands was still cheaper than missing the first kill on a tier 2 boss. That plan raised a new problem. Even tier 1 gear was scarce right now. Where could he find tier 2 equipment? A sudden idea flashed through his mind. He would craft it himself. In Oracle World, players could forge gear at a smithy, but the requirements for reputation, gold, and materials were staggering, scaring off nearly everyone. To Lin Mo, those hurdles were nothing. He headed straight for the town smithy. Under the night sky, the forge glowed red and the clang of hammers rang out. The blacksmith, Li, was still hard at work. Lin Mo stepped forward and triggered dialogue. Master Li, could you help me make an item? Li set his hammer aside, wiped the sweat from his brow, and grinned. No problem. Pick a blueprint and bring me what it needs. With a casual wave, an equipment menu floated in front of Lin Mo. Blueprints for levels 1 through 10 scrolled across the panel. Thanks to his current level, strength, and Li's goodwill, he could craft up to level 10, Tier 2 gear exactly what he wanted. Lin Mo locked onto Flame Ring, level 10, Tier 2, and memorized the material list. 30 reputation, 1 gold coin, 30 flame gems, 30 flame souls, 30 silver iron ingots. Any one of those requirements would send 99% of players running, and even big spenders would hesitate. Player-crafted gear rolled its quality at random, so you could pour in a fortune and end up with a common white item. Lin Mo remembered a mid-tier whale in his previous life who spent tens of thousands on reputation runs and materials, only to forge a white item and rage quit on the spot. Lin Mo, however, felt no pressure. Even if the ring rolled white, he could evolve it to gold quality instantly with upgrade points. He opened the map and located gathering spots for the materials Flame Mountains, Blaze Forest, and the mining field, each a level 10 zone. Blaze Forest was closest to Cloud Edge Town, so that's where he would start. Before setting out, he placed the grade skill book Poison Throw and a level 5 blue toxic ring, both looted from Wang Junjia, back on the auction house for 30,000 and 5,000 respectively. Armed with the explosive stats of his gold gear, he skipped buying potions and left Cloud Edge Town in high spirits, following the coordinates toward Blaze Forest. Gathering materials was his main goal, but it was also a perfect chance to level up. He planned to reach level 10 and complete his class change along the way, unlocking new skills and another boost to his base stats. Combine that with a tier 2 gold ring, and the Cloud Edge Town boss was as good as his. Before anyone realized it, the clock had slipped past midnight. Oracle World was still buzzing, its popularity undiminished. According to the live server readout, Yunbian Town alone had 98,352 players online, an astounding 98 concurrency. What other game could boast numbers like that? Friday night helped students were off. Office workers didn't have to get up early, and plenty of players were ready to grind till dawn. Amid the packed main street, Lin Mo walked in the lead. Most players were still grouped up in the level 56 wild zone, and the level 78 area was almost deserted. Lin Mo, however, had already slipped away to the level 10 flame forest on his own. Inside the hills, flames roared among the trees, and waves of heat rolled across his face. Flame demons, wreathed in fire, darted back and forth. Killing them could drop the crafting material Flame Soul, exactly what Lin Mo was after. He unshouldered his tier 2 orange weapon, the heroic Golden Bow, and stepped into the inferno without hesitation. Roar! A flame demon spotted the intruder and lunged. Lin Mo calmly took half a step back, waiting for it to enter his 50-yard range. Swish! Swish! 2 arrow flashes cut through the air. 558 critical. 558 critical. Before the demon even saw its attacker, all 640 of its HP were gone, and it collapsed on the spot. Ping, you have killed a level 10 flame demon. EXP 200. Running a hand along the bow, Lin Mo muttered, Tier 2 gear really is a beast. Another chime followed. Ping, heroic golden bow passive valor triggered. Attack 3013, duration 60s. He crouched to loot, but found only 4 copper coins, no flame soul. The drop clearly wasn't guaranteed. Stepping over the corpse, he locked onto the next target. Swish! Swish! 603 critical. 402. Ping, you have killed a level 10 flame demon. EXP 200. Ping, valor triggered again. Attack 3023, duration 60s. Ping, you have obtained flame soul. After 3 quick kills, valor reached its 3-stack limit. Lin Mo's attack peaked at 472. With numbers like that, a critical shot one-shotted a flame demon, and most of the time he didn't need a follow-up. Combined with 112 agility, enough for a crit rate over 90, the flame forest became his personal training ground. Swish! 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 693 critical. 693 critical. 693 critical. Arrow after arrow flew, demon after demon fell, and Lin Mo was on a roll. With a 1 in 3 drop rate, it took about 100 kills to gather the 30 flame souls he needed, and in the process he pushed his character to level 9. Goal met. He headed straight for his next destination, the level 10 Flame Mountains. The mobs there were flame monkeys, also level 10. 1 arrow with a crit, 2 without. Dropping them was as easy as swatting flies. Just like flame souls, the flame gems they dropped had roughly a 1 in 3 chance to appear. Lin Mo killed roughly 100 fire monkeys and gathered 30 flame gems. The next objective was the quarry quest: slay level 10 stone lions and collect silver iron ore. Deep in the mine, the walls glowed crimson, magma hissed in the cracks, and stone lions paced through the sweltering heat. Each beast stood half a man tall, their rocky shells streaked with silvery metal. When Lin Mo's first arrow pierced a stone lion's skull and it burst into a heap of silver iron, a 5-player party with an average level of 6 arrived at the entrance. They had been uncertain, but the sight of that arrow whistling through the air and one-shotting a full health level 10 stone lion sent their morale soaring. The girl with big curls covered her mouth in awe. Wow, that guy's incredible. One arrow, and the stone lion's dead. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and snorted. Incredible? Hardly. Looks like we picked the right spot. The mobs are high-level but flimsy. Let's get in there and farm. Bursting with confidence, the 5 strode into the quarry, blades raised and staves at the ready. They lasted less than 30 seconds. A stone lion lunged, shredding the air, and swatted the bespectacled man and a chubby teammate into white light, forcing the respawn screen. The remaining 2 women and 1 man were battered until they were screaming, their weapons nearly slipping from their hands. Moments ago they swaggered in. Now they crawled out, too frightened to look back. Don't run. Stay and keep me company, it's so lonely. So empty, Lin Mo muttered as white lights flickered and silhouettes scattered. For the next half hour he loosed arrow after arrow, wiping out every stone lion, and finally saving up 30 chunks of silver iron. He exhaled in relief. All the materials are finally together. Once I craft the gear, I can farm the boss. Thrilled and expectant, he slung his bow over his shoulder and left the mine. On the mountain road back to Cloud Edge Town, Lin Mo opened his status panel level 9 at 95. He was a breath away from level 10. They'll clear a few mobs on the way, ding 10, change class, and the boss will be easy. The server had been live only 6 hours, and he was already on the threshold of level 10. In his previous life, weak and hounded by the Chaotic Age Guild, it had taken him 3 full days to leave the starter village. Compared with that, this life felt like he was running with cheats. Power coursed through him, and he almost hated to leave the map. Tu Sun still hadn't properly bullied Wang Junjie. Lin Mo knew that before level 10 Wang Junjie was at his softest and easiest to bully. Without a class change, players couldn't learn skills, so PvP was just a raw stats brawl. No matter how many Chaotic Age members showed up, they were walking EXP packs in Lin Mo's eyes. But once everyone reached level 10, the Archer's Ice Arrow, Mage's Ice Lance, Knight's Shield Bash, Warlock's Halo, and Death Bind, any of these crowd control skills could lock a target in place instantly. Even if my stats outclass theirs tenfold, dozens of Warlocks spamming guaranteed hit spells would still grind me down a point at a time. Oracle's prided itself on balance. No amount of cash could make a player truly invincible. So, while I'm still under level 10, Wang Junjie, come out and let me bully you one more time. Lin Mo's lips curled into a grin. Just then, a familiar roar echoed from the woods ahead. Kneel. I told you all to kneel before me. In a clearing among the trees, surrounded by a swarm of players bearing the Chaos Age Guild tag, Wang Junjie gripped a coal-black demon bow, his boot crushing a teenager foam xiao xiao, shi ling xiao. Face twisted, voice blazing with arrogance, he roared at the young women cowering in front of him. Won't kneel, huh? Fine. Before the echo died, the bow was at full draw. Swish, 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 3 arrows flew. The scrawny monkey and the hefty high, pinned by Chaos Age members, never even struggled. Blood sprayed as they died where they lay. The feathers were still trembling when Wang Junjie swung the arrowhead to Ling Xiao's brow. Don't kill Senior Ling Xiao. Well, kneel. And Zero Su, Tian Mei, and several female classmates who had entered the game with Ling Xiao collapsed, sobbing. They knew too well that once they angered a man like this, today was only the beginning. The entire world of Oracle would become a nightmare. The sight of the girls forced to bow filled Wang Junjie's twisted vanity. He ground his heel into Ling Xiao's face and sneered. Trash like you dare steal my woman? When you graduate and make 4 or 5 grand a month, you won't earn in a lifetime what I blow on one night. What makes you think you can play with me? Chaos Age members burst out laughing. Onlookers shook their heads. This isn't number 2 versus number 3 on the heavenly rankings, it's class warfare. Right. Both go to Ning University, but one's born rich, the other's a poor scholar. Different worlds. Why are they fighting though? Over a girl, so I've heard. Details are fuzzy. Humiliated, Ling Xiao ignored his own misery and begged. If you don't even like Wan Wan, then let her go, Wang Junjie. I'm begging you. Huh. Wang Junjie spat in his face. Whether I like her is none of your damn business. I just want to sleep with her. What can you do? Campus heartthrob? Straight A student? If you're so great, beat me with skill. Or get Xiao Wan Wan to spend a night with me, and I'll let you two be. How about that? Ling Xiao's fists whitened, eyes bloodshot. Wang Junjie, damn you. Damn yourself. Wang Junjie kicked him several meters away, laughing nastily. Sooner or later, Xiao Wan Wan will be my toy. You can stand by and watch how I screw her. The demon bow bent again, its cold arrowhead trained on Ling Xiao's throat. At that moment, Wang Junjie, someone shouted from the crowd. He looked up, impatient, calling for daddy already. The next instant he saw the figure step out from the human wall. His eyes cleared at once, and his face turned livid. Lin Mo's sudden appearance made Wang Junjie's stomach drop. His whole body stiffened, as if that notorious fart Lin Mo had let rip in his face the other day had just invaded his nostrils all over again. The nearby players swung around, eyes widening at the newcomer. Mo Shouqingwei. Holy crap, that's the guy who chain-cleared hidden quests, grabbed a set of gold gear, and picked up 2 titles and won run number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard. I can't believe the top player is standing right in front of us. I'm freaking out. I always pictured Mo Shouqingwei as some middle-aged uncle. He's young and hot. Ladies, I'm about to fangirl right here. The official site said the only strength talent in this starter village is just over level 8, but he's almost level 10. Could he be S strength? Before launch, the only SS strength talent code in Great Xia showed up in Ningdan City, Jiang Province, right across from this village. What if he's the one who got that code? Rumors rocketed his identity straight into the realm of myth. Wang Junjie, who hated hearing anyone else praised, turned livid. He jabbed a finger at Lin Mo and spat. Screw you, Mo Shouqingwei. You've got some nerve showing your face in front of me. Not far away, Feng Xiaoxiaxi lay beaten to a sliver of health, footprints and spit smeared across his face, while the guild girl knelt beside him begging for mercy. The sight dredged up memories of Lin Mo's own humiliation at Wang Junjie's hands in a past life. Rage flared. Lin Mo's gaze hit Wang Junjie like thunder. Kneel, he roared. The single word boomed like distant artillery. Wang Junjie flinched, heart thumping, and took an involuntary step back. Embarrassed at the crack in his bravado, he forced a sneer. I was level 5 last time. I'm level 7 now. You think you can still push me around? Even my mother never made me kneel. You? Make me kneel? They'll show you what happens. He waved at the Launcher Guild players. Take him out. Leave the last hit for me. A sycophant named Mengxiang Xiaomi Suchi piped up. Boss, any bonus this time? When I finish him off, everyone gets 100 grand. Wang Junjie snapped. Motivated by the huge reward, hundreds of Launcher Guild members brandished their weapons and closed in on Lin Mo from every direction, their killing intent suffocating. Even the bystanders felt the itch of that bounty. Damn, 100,000 per head. Ninggan's richest man is loaded. One onlooker exclaimed. Had I known, I'd have joined Launcher to 100 grand man. Another groaned. I couldn't earn that much even if I worked for 2 years. Passerby C exclaimed. Anyone smart would have changed their name to Launcher and raced up the rankings already. Passerby D joined in. Looks like the top spot on the heavenly list is about to get wrecked. Passerby E sneered. Wasn't this bound to happen? Launcher Ingjia bragged in the regional channel last time you could tell then. He's got so many people that if each of them spat, they'd drown Mo Shouqingwei. First place on a game leaderboard? Please. You think a top gamer can compete with a real-world billionaire? To every onlooker, this wasn't just an in-game PK. It was a bare-knuckled clash of social classes. How could an ordinary player stand against a filthy rich trust fund kid? The doubt only made Wang Junjie more smug. He grinned savagely. You want to fight me? He'll show you why the flowers are so red. As the words left his mouth, he even braced himself, ready to dish out the most vulgar taunt he could muster. But the tide turned in an instant. This time, Lin Mo refused to sit and wait for death. Launcher Guild's players had just ambushed Feng Xiaoxiaxi and her squad, leaving several of them with gray names. Like red names, gray names could be killed without penalty, meaning Lin Mo was free to strike. Before the enemy crowd could close in, he quietly drew the Tier 2 orange weapon on his back, the Braveheart Golden Bow. So eager to die? Allow me, he hissed. The demonized Holy Light boots flared, giving him 40 agility for 10 seconds. Boosted, his agility shot to 152. Swish, 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 swish. For arrows tore through the air in a single second, silver arcs slicing the night and skewering 4 gray-named players. 573, critical hit. 618, critical hit. 663, critical hit. 708, critical hit. For pillars of white light blasted skyward, turning night into day. The spectators were stunned. What kind of damage is that? Holy crap, a 100% crit rate. 700 plus from a newbie? I can't even break 70. Are we playing the same game? Cheers erupted. Explosive. Thought Mo Shouqingwei was about to get farmed, but it's Launcher that's getting shredded. With 3 stacks of Braveheart emblem, Lin Mo's attack climbed to a terrifying 472. Even a non-crit broke 400 numbers no level 5 or level 6 player could survive. Meanwhile, every strike from Launcher's fighters still showed a pathetic 1 on his screen. Terror spread across their faces. How much defense does this guy have? Couldn't dent him at level 4, can't dent him at level 6 either. Lin Mo flashed a cold grin. Launcher, live or die, make your choice. Swish, 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 swish. A chorus of screams followed, white beams soaring one after another into the night sky. In the darkness, he looked like death himself, striding through the fading light toward Wang Junjie. Wang Junjia's smile vanished. Panic soaked through him along with his adult diaper because after killing Thin Monkey and Fat Dahai earlier, he was carrying 200 crime points. At this stage, dying even with newbie protection would still cost him 30% of his current experience points. Wang Junjia, terrified, spun around and ran for his life. But had poured every stat into strength. His agility was stuck in the single digits. Even without haste, Lin Mo still had 112 agility, and the difference was obvious. Schlunk, a flash split the night, and an arrow punched through Wang Junjia's back. Pain exploded, his legs gave out, and he face-planted with a scream. His health bar nosedived, stopping at a single hit point. Lin Mo had slapped a 1 HP lock on him again. The fact he was still alive only made him panic more. He rolled over and saw Lin Mo closing in, a sly grin on his face. What are you doing? What the hell do you want? He stammered, scrambling backward. Lin Mo stepped up, planted a boot on Wang Junjia's chest, and leaned down. I'm treating you to something nice. Then he calmly turned and aimed his backside at Wang Junjia's face. Wang Junjia's face went gray. If you dare, he never finished. A deafening fart went off inches from his nose, hot and foul. His eyes bulged, and he nearly blacked out. Lin Mo wasn't done. He cocked his hips for another. No, stop. Puff cough, damn it, please, bro. Puffed. After 3 blasts, Wang Junjia lay twitching, eyes rolled back, froth on his lips. Lin Mo let out a satisfied breath. Much better. He faced him again, voice cold and clear. Listen up. I'm after you, Wang Junjia. Next time I see you, I'll beat you again. See you once, beat you once. See you 10 times, beat you 10 times. With that, Lin Mo drew his bow and, point blank, fired the arrow that erased Wang Junjia's last hit point. Blood splashed, and Wang Junjia vanished. The spectators stood frozen, speechless. At that moment, clink. Where Wang Junjia had died, a bow glowing purple dropped to the ground. Lin Mo picked up the bow that Wang Junjia had dropped and immediately recognized it. The level 5, tier 1, purple grade magic bow he had once pulled from Card Master Carl's deck and later sold on the auction house for 20,000 yuan. The violet bow felt smooth in his grip, its fine grain and flame-like markings gleaming in the morning light. A light flick of the string sent a ripple of magic through the air. Satisfaction washed over him. Last time the loot drop had given him only a skill book, but this haul made up for everything. Because Wang Junjia carried a whopping 200 infamy points, the system had cranked his death drop rate to the maximum. Besides the purple bow, 2 blue items also hit the ground. Both pieces Lin Mo had listed and Wang Junjia had overpaid for. Money and gear had come full circle, and Lin Mo could almost see the look of utter despair on Wang Junjia's face. Sure enough, regional chat exploded. Launcher Ingjia LV6, male, rank 2. Masho Chengwei Yu. I hear you. Masho Chengwei LV9, male, rank 1. Hey, brother Jia, how'd you drop to level 6? Weren't you level 7 a minute ago? Oh, and it looks like you lost your weapon. They'll put it back on the auction house, bring 20,000 if you want it. With that, Lin Mo casually hit the report button. Ding, report submitted. Ding, player launcher Ingjia used severe abusive language and has been muted for 5 hours. At the respawn fountain in Cloud Edge Town, Wang Junji, fresh out of a 3-hour mute, was silenced again. Furious to the point of oxygen deprivation, he toppled face first into the water. He's out cold again. Boss, wake up. Boss, ugh, he reeks. Everyone else found Wang Junjia unbearable, but Lin Mo thought he smelled delicious. Every item Wang Junjia dropped was like the spoils from a mini-boss. Grinning, Lin Mo stashed the purple bow and 2 blue items in his backpack and surveyed the battlefield. Leaderless, the Rebellion Guild mercenaries scattered. They'd only been in it for the money and had zero loyalty to Wang Junjia. Just then, a low roar echoed from the forest. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. A level 7 Treant boss, ignored amid the chaos, still stood among the weeds, vine-covered arm slowly rising. Well, a boss monster still standing. He raised an eyebrow. A glance at the scene told him what had happened. Wen Xiaoxi had probably tried to solo the boss for a winner-takes-all payoff, only to be interrupted by Wang Junjia's crew. The Treant was the excuse. The real fight was old bad blood. Lin Mo didn't care about the details. What mattered was the Treant itself. He needed just 5% more experience to reach level 10, and this boss would do the trick. He drew his hero's golden bow, planted his feet, and let arrows rain down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 686 critical. 686 critical. 686 critical. Thick green sap spurted from the crack in the Treant's chest. It howled, vines cracking through the air, but they never touched the figure darting around it. With a final agonized roar, the boss Treant crashed to the ground. Ding, you have slain the level 10 boss Treant. EXP 2400. Reputation 3. Defeating a monster 2 levels lower than you reduces rewards by 20. As the system alert echoed, the massive boss Treant crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The onlookers froze, mouths hanging open, their breathing half a beat behind. My god, he one-shotted a level 7 boss. Who on earth is this Mo Shou Qinggue? That's insane. And he's handsome, too. If only he were my boyfriend, could kill me in-game, and I'd still say yes. Hey, miss, I can be your boyfriend. I'm strong as well. He's great in the game. You're great in bed? Pervert. Get lost. While the crowd erupted, a warm golden light poured over Lin Mo like a waterfall, and a series of long-awaited notices filled his view. Congratulations, you've leveled up. All 5 base stats 1, free attribute points 3. Current level 10. You've reached the cap. Complete your class advancement to break the limit. You are now level 10. Finish your class change to claim first place in the level rush event. I have to change class before I get the prize. Lin Mo frowned, cursing the devs under his breath. Who designed this? Pinduoduo? Still, first place was already his. The runner-up, Wang Junjie, was only level 6, no threat at all. Lin Mo bent down to loot the trance broken roots. Because the boss was lower level than he was, the drop rate had been nerfed. He only found 5 silver coins and 2 level 7 green items worth 4 or 5,000 credits at most. Not great, but free is free. Done. He looked toward Ling Xiao in the distance and strode over. Seeing this, the group of Ningguang University girls rushed forward and shielded Ling Xiao with their bodies. What do you want? Don't you dare bully Senior Ling Xiao. Their tone was firm, but the naivete in their eyes had faded, replaced by fear of Lin Mo. After all, this was the man who had dared to kill Ningguang City's richest player, Wang Junjie. His power was absurd. Lin Mo's gaze swept over them. Idiots. With that single word, he walked past without raising a hand. He had never planned to kill Ling Xiao. Like Wang Junjie, Ling Xiao was an eyesore, but not worth the trouble. Ling Xiao was a white name player. Killing him would turn Lin Mo red, costing half an hour to clear his status. Besides, he was in a hurry to return to town, change class, craft gear, and keep farming bosses. He had no time to waste on them. As Lin Mo's figure receded, the girls grumbled louder. What a show-off. Yeah, so he's good at a game. Big deal. If Wang Junjie hadn't kept harassing us, Senior Ling Xiao would be higher level than him by now. Enough. Ling Xiao cut them off, voice low. If it weren't for Mo Shoucheng, would all be dead right now. The girls fell silent, trading uneasy glances. Ling Xiao, however, kept his eyes on Lin Mo's departing back. The wind lifted the hair from his forehead, and something unreadable flickered in his deep gaze. On the way back to Yunbian town, Lin Mo nearly spent the 100 reputation points he had just earned to advance his Soulfire talent more than once. He knew better than anyone how broken Soulfire's first perk, Gear Incineration, truly was. It had let him leave the entire starter village in the dust, top the leaderboards, solo bosses, and clear hidden quests on his own. He had been itching to see what the second perk could do. Reason, however, forced him to stop. Forging the flame ring still required 30 reputation points. He only had 100. If he upgraded the talent now, he would have nothing left for the ring. If he spent the 30 first, who knew when he would gather another 100? He couldn't have his cake and eat it too. That dilemma dogged him all the way to Yunbian town. The forge's dim firelight flickered across his face as he brought up the ring's crafting materials and hesitated yet again. Without the 70 reputation points from a hidden quest and 2 achievements, he wouldn't even have the necessary 30. The thought kept circling, but he still couldn't decide. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Short on reputation for the gear, huh? Turning, Lin Mo saw Ling Xiao strolling over with Skinny Monkey and Fatty Dahai in tow. I've killed quite a few bosses myself, Ling Xiao said bluntly. I've got 35 reputation points. I can craft the ring for you. Is that enough? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, seeing through him instantly. What's the price? Still want me to power level you to 10? Ling Xiao shook his head and offered an unexpected answer. No price. Free. Call it paying you back for saving my life in the woods. I've got the reputation, but you'll have to supply the mats. Lin Mo studied the earnest look on his face, wondering if he was really that generous or just trying to scam the materials. Sensing his doubts, Ling Xiao raised 3 fingers and swore solemnly. I stake my honor on it. I won't touch your mats or your gear. My name's Ling Xiao, sophomore at Ningguang University in Jiang Province, apartment 2303, building 4, Longting Huayuan, Tianqing District, Ningguang City, ID number 330203. The torrent of personal information was so over the top that Lin Mo couldn't help laughing. He finally pulled out a gold coin and handed over the flame gem, flame soul, silver iron, and the flame ring blueprint. All right, I'll trust you this once. Add me as a friend and ping me when it's done. With that, he turned and left the smithy. As his figure disappeared around the corner, Fatty Dahai scratched the back of his head and grumbled, Xiao, why help that arrogant guy? He didn't even thank you, like you owe him something. Skinny Monkey answered before Ling Xiao could speak. You don't get it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter how impressive Wang Junjie is in real life, in Oracle he's still getting stomped by Mo Shoucheng. If Xiao wants to beat Wang Junjie, the only way is to get on Mo Shoucheng's good side. His eyes shone. Even if Mo Shoucheng won't help us, we at least can't afford to make him our enemy. Otherwise you'll end up like Wang Junjie caught and slaughtered by the game's ironclad rules. and not even the newbie protection will save you. Ling Xiao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his words struck the ground like a hammer. He knew perfectly well that if Wanwan fell into that scumbag's hands, her life would be ruined. He would never let that happen. Elsewhere, Lin Mo left the gear in Ling Xiao's care and headed straight for the job hall in Yunbian Town. Forging equipment would take time, so he decided to use the gap to clear his class change quest first. He trusted Ling Xiao with his equipment not merely because of the man's bold claims. In his previous life, although he hadn't followed Ling Xiao closely, he had heard the name the first player to hit level 10 and complete Yunbian Town's hidden quest, topping the Heaven leaderboard. Had Lin Mo not stolen that hidden quest in this timeline, Ling Xiao's path to godhood would have been unhindered. He also remembered that, in the previous life, both of them had eventually settled in the same Tier 3 main city. 3 months later, when Oracle devoured reality and calamity struck, Ling Xiao sacrificed himself to protect his girlfriend, dragging an 11th tier corpse emperor boss down with him. Seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Mo had been stunned. What kind of trick could bring down a corpse emperor? Now he understood Ling Xiao had triggered his rank talent, mutual destruction. Anyone willing to die for love can't be all bad. Lin Mo swore silently. If Ling Xiao dared swallow his gear, he would kill the man 10,000 times over until he spat it back out. Upon reaching the job hall, Lin Mo looked up to see several tutors seated on the dais, hands clasped behind their backs, clearly waiting for adventurers. Oracle Online offers 7 basic classes: warrior, knight, archer, assassin, mage, priest, and warlock. Beyond those lie countless hidden classes players must discover on their own. Following his carefully planned route, Lin Mo walked up to the archer tutor, Selena. Her skin was fair, her curves explosive, her face stunning. Lin Mo swore his decision to go archer had nothing to do with her looks. Archery Assessment Exclusive Class Change Quest for Archers. Difficulty, 100. Description: head into the wild and kill 30 monsters of level 10 or higher to prove your strength to tutor Selena. Progress, 0:30. Time limit, 6 hours. Rewards: Archer Class Certification, 1 basic archer skill book, 1 additional skill slot, and 1 Selena favor. Finish this quest, and I can change class, grab the 100,000 cash prize, and draw the lottery 3 times. Who knows what goodies he'll get? The thought made Lin Mo's heart race. Leaving the hall for the wilderness, he opened his talent panel. After the class change, he could finally learn skills, and only one wish filled his mind. Heaven and earth, hear me. Dear devs, please, give me the skill Incinerate. Flip the whole game on its head. Go. With a pounding heart and trembling hands, he hit the advance button under his talent. Ding, 100 reputation consumed. Congratulations, your SS rank talent Soulfire has advanced to stage 2. Second talent effect unlocked. Skill Incinerate. Holy crap, the skill burn mechanic actually popped for me. Haha. Lin Mo could barely contain his excitement. He pulled up his panel at once and examined the upgraded talent in detail. Soulfire Unique SSS Tier Talent Stage 2. Description: ignite your soul to unleash Soulfire, capable of incinerating anything and converting it into evolution power for personal use. Special effect: 1 gear burn. Burn equipment with Soulfire to receive equipment evolution points based on the item's level and quality, which can be used to evolve gear. Special effect: 2 skill burn. Burn skills with Soulfire to receive skill evolution points based on the skill's rarity, which can be used to evolve skills. Special effect: 3 locked. Unlocks when Soulfire reaches stage 3. Upgrade requirement: 500 reputation. Note: evolved gear and skills become soulbound, cannot be dropped, and cannot be traded. The information was crystal clear, and Lin Mo's hands trembled with excitement. He happened to have 2 skill books in his backpack and a grade poison throw and a grade double shot. He laid them out in front of him, eager to run a dual test: evolution and incineration. Ding. Evolving a grade skill book poison throw costs 1 skill evolution point. Insufficient points. Evolution failed. Ding. Burn a grade skill book poison throw to obtain 1 skill evolution point. Proceed. It works exactly the same as gear evolution. Lin Mo's eye sparkled. As long as he kept burning trash skills, he could stockpile evolution points and eventually dump them into the SS grade skill of his dreams. The realization made him throw back his head and laugh. Haha, this is insane. Absolutely insane. In his previous life, after 2 years in Oracle World, the best skill he ever touched was only Crate. Now, armed with Soulfire, he couldn't wait to finish his class change and experience the power of an SS grade skill for himself. Time to act. Lin Mo chose the nearest level 10 Wild Zone Death Camp. Inside the camp, where a cold wind howled, packs of level 10 death goblins roamed. He drew his longbow and growled, "Come." Within a few breaths, he had already killed 3 goblins, stacking the bravery buff to 3 layers and pushing his attack to its peak 476. His bowstring thrummed again and again. Whiz, 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 whiz. Each arrow crit for more than 700 damage, casually reaping 1 goblin life after another. Before completing the class change, players couldn't exceed level 10, but experience still accumulated. Each goblin yielded 200 experience, causing Lin Mo's bar to skyrocket. In no time, the 30 goblins required by the quest were gone, yet he kept shooting. He knew very well memories of his past life reminded him that the novice village class mentor hid another opportunity. As long as he maxed out the mentor's favorability ahead of everyone else, he could earn a precious skill slot reward. Lin Mo muttered, if I remember right, the first 3 players to reach favorability level 1 with the mentor get extra skill slots 3 for first place, 2 for second, and 1 for third. In Oracle World, learning a skill consumes a slot. Grade skills use 1 slot, grade 2, grade 3, and so on. Players unlock only 1 extra slot every 3 levels. By the time an ordinary player hits level 10 and finishes the class change, they usually have just 4 slots in total, and that's plenty for most people. But Lin Mo was different. He can evolve an SS Steer skill through Soulfire. 1 SSS skill hogs 8 entire slots, and Lin Mo's ambitions go much further, wants every slot in his bar gleaming with that golden SSS shine. To do that, he has to win the mentor's reward, an extra skill slot. At the very least, he needs a space open. Evolving a skill he can't equip would be painfully awkward. Late at night, the camp lay silent. Lin Mo darted through the shadows like a spark looking for tinder. Elsewhere, Ling Xiao turned in all the materials Lin Mo had handed over and spent 30 reputation points so the blacksmith, Li, could forge a flame ring. Then he went right back to spamming the chat. Free boss carry, no payment needed. Thanks to his grade talent, Jade and Stone alike, every boss kill dumped a mountain of XP on him. That's how he stayed in the top 3 of the leaderboard with no crew and almost no quests. After a string of bosses burst into showers of light, a message arrived from the forge. The item was ready. Inside the Yunbian town smithy, Li placed a molten red ring in his hand. Level 10, Tier 2, blue quality the flame ring. Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai hovered nearby, eyes bulging. Holy crap, Tier 2 blue gear and it's a ring. They shouted in unison, rubbing their hands in excitement. An idea struck Skinny Monkey. Brother Xiao, swallow the ring. With it you'll outlevel Wang Junjie in no time. Who cares if Mo Shou Chingue gets mad? Protecting sister-in-law is more important. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. It's level 10 gear. Even if I could wear it, would I make it in time? A good point. For once the self-proclaimed genius had miscalculated. Ling Xiao was about to mail the flame ring to Lin Mo when a cold voice barked behind him. Hand over the gear. He spun around to find Wang Junjie blocking the doorway with a squad from Chaos Guild. Ling Xiao instinctively tightened his grip. What gear? He asked, playing dumb. Drop the act. I saw everything. Wang Junjie sneered. The ring's for Mo Shou Chingue, right? A bootlicker like you thinks he can win him over? How about licking my boots instead? Give me the ring, and he'll leave Xia Wanwan alone. Ling Xiao's chest tightened, but he steadied himself. Wang Junjie's promises were worth less than smoke. He replied with 2 words. Not happening. Wang Junjie's face twisted. Think I can't ruin you in oracles and cripple you in real life? 1 word from me, and Xia Wanwan is finished. Ling Xiao stayed calm. Even if I hand over the ring, you'll still do it. Haha, you really get me. Wang Junjie cackled. What, are you in love with me? Before the words had faded, Ling Xiao's fingers flew over the interface, mailing the flame ring to Lin Mo. The confirmation flashed and disappeared. Damn it. Wang Junjie roared, veins bulging. Ling Xiao, you've got a death wish. Fine, once I hit level 10, watch me destroy Xiao Wanwan. Move out. He stormed off with his crew. At the smithy door, Ling Xiao's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving. Not far away, hidden in the quiet darkness, Lin Mo watched it all unfold. After cutting down 300 goblins, Lin Mo returned to Yunbian town. The streets were buzzing. Players brushed past NPCs, their blood-spattered leather armor still damp. Short sword in hand, Lin Mo headed straight for the class change hall to turn in his quest. Passing the smithy, he caught Ling Xiao and Wang Junjie parting on bad terms. The scene had witnessed in the wild had just replayed in town. Lin Mo had assumed Ling Xiao would strike a deal with Wang Junjie, but the outcome surprised him. The moment Ling Xiao turned Wang Junjie down, drawing the grudging praise, "Kid's got backbone. I underestimated you." Lin Mo nodded to himself, beginning to like the newcomer. He also caught a crucial detail in their conversation. The two had made a bet whoever reached level 10 first would win. A top-ranked veteran and a complete newcomer tied together in the same wager? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued Lin Mo became. On his way to the hall, he opened his mailbox and retrieved the gear Ling Xiao had just sent him. A little flame icon flashed on the letter. A tap brought up a blue-quality flame ring, its stats gleaming on the screen. Not bad, kid. Lucky draw, Lin Mo chuckled. But the feeling was quickly replaced by Regrita level 10, Tier 2 blue ring, fetched a good price these days. Using it as base gear for evolution would be painfully extravagant. With his SS grade talent Soulfire, Lin Mo actually preferred the ring to be as trashy as possible. The final product would be gold and soulbound anyway, so starting with a white item saved trouble. Unfortunately, The quest looming over him required that Tier 2 ring to face Yunbian Town's boss, the Spider Queen. While he pondered, the spire of the class change hall came into view. A grin tugged at his lips as he opened the evolution interface. Ding evolving level 10, Tier 2 blue item flame ring will cost 80 evolution points. Proceed? TSK. Tier 2 gear really eats points, he muttered, frowning at the meager 100-odd points he had left, yet he didn't hesitate. The solution was simple. Lifting his hand, Lin Mo opened the regional chat and rattled off a bold message. Steadfast Mo, level 10, 1 on the heaven ranking. Buying starter gear, 10 yuan apiece, no limit, mail it directly. A regular player could only get 1 copper, about 1 yuan in real currency, by dumping starter gear in the store. Offering 10 was a steal compared with the 100 head paid on launch day, but it was still enticing. After 6 or 7 hours of server time, prices were visibly plummeting. The moment the message went out, his mailbox icon lit up like crazy. Starter gear flooded in. Lin Mo expertly hit extract all. In under 10 minutes, had bought over 2,000 items, spent more than 20 grand, burned them all, and watched his evolution points soar to 2,145. Nice. Plenty to push the flame ring to gold. Satisfied, he pressed the evolve button again. Ding, 80 points consumed. Congratulations, your flame ring has evolved to purple. Ding, 160 points consumed. Congratulations, your flame ring has evolved to orange. Ding ding, 640 evolution points spent. Congratulations, your flame ring has evolved to gold quality. The item has reached its maximum tier and can no longer be upgraded. He had sunk 1,200 evolution points, about 12,000 yuan into the thing, and Lin Mo still felt a stab of pain. Yet the moment the golden glow faded and the stats appeared, every ounce of regret vanished. Burning Heaven Soulfire Ring LV10, Tier 2, Gold. Attack, 360. Bonus, Strength 70, Agility 70. Special effect Soul Scorch. Attack set the target's soul ablaze, dealing 200 damage per second for 3 seconds. Flavor text, hot enough to fry your backside. This attack, these stats, that effect. Lin Mo sucked in a breath. A Tier 2 Gold item absolutely broken. He swapped out the Tier 1, LV5, gold grade demonized holy light ring on his finger without hesitation. His status panel refreshed. Attack leapt from 386 to 758. After his class change and the growth boost that followed, it should break 800. The Spider Queen's 480 defense? Crushed. Keeping the weapon at orange is fine. Getting the ring to gold is the real value play, Lin Mo calculated. He then disenchanted the bound demonized holy light ring, and the system refunded 158 evolution points. His private messages and mailbox were still blinking. Lin Mo happily scooped everything up. Late-game gear upgrades chew through evolution points, and right now scores of players were dumping starter gear on the market. If he didn't stock up now, when would he? Business done, he headed for the job hall in Yunbian Town. The hall's domed fresco glittered in the morning light. Archer Minter Selena stood before a bow-shaped statue, lake green eyes fixed quietly on him. Minter, I've finished the task. Lin Mo handed over the kill log. Selena scanned the long list, open shock flashing in her eyes. You actually took down this many monsters at your tier? It seems you're destined to be an outstanding archer. Thanks for the compliment, Minter. Lin Mo grinned. A cheerful system chime rang out. Ding, quest complete. Archery trial. You are now an apprentice archer. Rewards, skill slot 1, Selena favor 1. Overachieved objective, additional Selena favor 9. Ding, Selena favor has reached level 1. First player on the server to achieve level 1 favor with an archer Minter. Bonus skill slots 3. Ding, level cap raised to 30. Attribute growth increased. 1 strength, 1.3 attack. 1 endurance, 1.1 physical defense, 1.1 magic defense. 1 constitution, 15 HP. 1 spirit, 7 MP. A thunderous announcement rolled across the sky above Yunbian Town. System announcement, Yunbian Town. Ding, congratulations to player Mo Shou Chungue for completing class advancement. As the first player from Starter Village 116 on the Daxiao server to reach level 10 and change class, you topped the level rush leaderboard. Rewards, 100,000 cash, 3 lottery draws, reputation 100, title, level rush maniac. As expected, the moment the announcement dropped, Yunbian Town exploded again. Dohuang Qiangxia, male, level 5. Bro, I've been grinding all night and am only level 5. How are you already level 10? Are we even playing the same game? Nika Mimi, female, level 5. 100,000 yuan in prize money. On my milk tea shop wage, it would take 3 years to save that much. I'm so jealous. I want it so badly. Yudeo Meng, male, level 6. That girl upstairs is looking for a big brother like me. I'm crazy strong. Guabi Si Chuanjia, male, level 6. Screw you. Cheaters, may your whole family die. There was envy and jealousy alike. The players' comments ran the full spectrum. Meanwhile, deep inside the level 8 bat cavern in the southern wilds outside Yunbian Town. Swish. A cold gleam flashed as Wang Junjia's long sword sliced through the neck of a vampire bat hanging on a sliver of health, blood spraying everywhere. The system notice had barely appeared before he stomped hard. Squish. The corpse burst into a pool of thick sludge, its stench filling the damp cave walls. He bared his teeth, face twisted. Damn that stick to the rules, stealing my #1 spot. Had better pray I don't find him, or I'll have him on his knees licking my boots. Before he finished, a henchman wearing a black face scarf decaled a Krog hurried over. Boss, I just asked the guild. Someone spotted stick to the rules at the job change hall. Should we go deal with him now? The words job change hall made Wang Junjia's face go pale. He still looked defiant, but the memory of Lin Mo's crushing presence sent a chill up his spine. The other gang members held their breath, and the cave fell silent. Just then, Chaotic Zhuge, adjusting his round glasses, stepped forward to give the boss an out. Boss, I say we don't clash with stick to the rules until everyone reaches level 10 and completes their job change. Before 10, PvP is all raw stats, and he crushes us numbers won't help. Once the boys have professions and skills, a few mages can chain control him. Then he's meat on the chopping block, no matter how strong he is. His calm voice carried over the flickering torchlight on his lenses. Seeing the others listening, he continued. I dug into stick to the rules. In real life, he's nowhere near your league. You've got money and influence. He's a broke loser whose girlfriend dumped him for being poor. That surge of superiority blew away Wang Junjia's annoyance. Narrowing his eyes, he flashed Chaotic Zhuge an approving grin. Not bad. Keep going. Chaotic Zhuge pushed up his glasses again, precise as a detective. Stick to the rules is Lin Mo, a local from Ningguang City. He dated Su Yingxia for 4 years in college, but she dumped him after graduation because he was broke. I suspect his meteoric rise in the game comes from discovering every hidden opportunity in Yunbian Town. If we can use Su Yingxia to make him spill those secrets. Wang Junjia slapped his thigh and burst into loud laughter. Brilliant. Materialistic women are my favorite. Since Su Yingxia dumped him for being broke and hidebound, this would be a cinch. Haha. Shall be our point of attack. Wang Junjia burst out laughing, slapping Wan Zhuge's solid shoulder hard enough to make the private room reverberate. He nodded with approval. From this moment on, you're the Chaos Guild's new vice president. Send me your account number. I'm transferring 100 grand to you right now. Once the job's done, pick any car you like under $1 million. Wan Zhuge's breathing grew ragged. Clenching his fists, he thanked him over and over. Thank you, boss. The surrounding lackeys stared at them, eyes blazing with envy. Wang Junjia swept the room and declared, stick with me, and as long as you can make me money, you'll never come up short. Till death, boss. The chorus thundered, and the room instantly boiled over. The job change hall in Cloudside Town was ablaze with light. Lin Mo stood beneath the towering statue, opened his panel, and looked over the title head just earned leveling maniac. It was only white quality, but it granted EXP 1. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Under equal circumstances his speed was a full 1% higher, and given his current insane pace, that 1% was practically double. After completing the class change, he continued speaking with instructor Selena and moved on to the skill learning phase. In Oracle World, players changing class for the first time can buy 2 E-grade basic skill books from their instructor with silver coins. The archer's books are 1. Flame Arrow E-grade. Launches a burning arrow that deals 110 physical damage to a single target and an additional 3 of that damage every second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Mana cost, 5. 2. Frost Arrow E-grade. Fires an icy arrow that deals 110 physical damage to a single target and reduces the target's movement speed by 10 for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Mana cost, 6. Each costs 5 silver coins, roughly 500 yuan. Most ordinary players balk at the price, but Lin Mo didn't hesitate, dropping 10 silver coins without blinking. If the limit wasn't 2 copies, I'd destockpile a few more and burn them to evolve an SS grade skill right now, he muttered. His biggest problem was a shortage of skill evolution points, but Lin Mo already had a plan. Once everyone else hit level 10 and finished their class change, head buy their basic skill books at double the price. With 1,000 yuan on the table, only a fool would refuse. For now, he left the new skills unlearned. The level up and class change rewards had given him only 7 skill slots, and an SS grade skill needed at least 8. He decided to keep a slot open and equip it at level 12. Closing the interface, Lin Mo focused on the Spider Queen lurking deep in the shadow nest. My current stats break her defense, but those exploding spiders outside. He recalled his earlier test. To reach the nest, he first had to clear out the perimeter of exploding spiders. Each self-destruct hit for 9,800 damage even, he couldn't take that, and trading lives one for own wasn't an option. Head counted at least 800 of them. Setting them off one at a time would mean dying 800 times. My scalp's tingling, he muttered, rubbing his temples while pondering a solution. Gurgle. The growl of his empty stomach yanked him back to reality. Man's gotta eat. He'll log off and grab a late-night snack. He exited the game and removed his headset. Just then, his phone buzzed twice. Dong dong. A WeChat message appeared. The profile photo was both familiar and distant Suingxia. The message was only one short sentence, yet it made Lin Mo's breath catch. Suingxia, Lin Mo, it's Suingxia. How have you been lately? The WeChat window blinked to life, its chime ripping through the silence of the rented room. Lin Mo's fingers froze around his phone as if jolted by electricity. The avatar belonged to his first love, Suingxia, the woman had adored for 4 long years. Blue light washed over his face while memories crashed in. Lin Mo, how dare you check out another girl? Buy me a lipstick as punishment, or I'll ignore you. Lin Mo, the new iPhone is gorgeous. All my roommates have one. If you buy it for me, they'll let you kiss me. Hanfeng's birthday is tomorrow. Transfer me 500 yuan so I can buy him a gift. Everyone else is, and I don't want to lose face. You understand, right? Each recollection sliced into him like a knife. The redness in his eyes wasn't nostalgia, it was hatred. They'd fallen for each other at first sight during the freshman welcome party, made it official 2 weeks later, and enjoyed 4 years of sweetness. But on graduation day, Su Yingxia ended it with, "You can't give me the life I want," and walked away as he shouted after her. He lost 10 pounds in a week and spent a year clawing out of the darkness. 3 days later, he watched her, arm in arm with a stranger, laughing as they entered a hotel. She had never let him touch her in 4 years, yet she jumped into bed with a new man instantly. The word ATM branded itself on his heart. She wanted the new iPhone, so he juggled 3 part-time jobs. She needed gift money, so he emptied his savings and watched her present it to another guy. She dreamed of a summer in Sanya, so he borrowed cash, only to hand his plane ticket to her so-called male best friend. Now he wanted to slap himself, damn it. Lin Mo, you pathetic simp. The screen still glowed. After more than a year of silence, Su Yingxia had resurfaced, but Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry. He opened a delivery app, ordered a late-night snack, then drifted back to WeChat and sent a single, indifferent symbol. 10 seconds later, "Are you seeing anyone?" "No," he replied without hesitation. He could picture her smug grin. She must think he still can't let go. Sure enough, Lin Mo, let's get back together. Fine, he added. Come over and we'll talk face-to-face. A few seconds passed before she answered. Now? It's so late. Maybe tomorrow? Lin Mo's lip curled into a cold smile. Forget it. If you can't even show that much sincerity, what makes you think you deserve a second chance? Su Yingxia sounded flustered. Are you still in the same place? Yeah. Great, stay put. They'll be right there. After hanging up, Lin Mo pictured Su Yingxia's delicate face and stunning curves. The thought of what might happen soon sent heat surging through him. He bolted to the bathroom and stood under an ice-cold shower from head to toe. Water slid down his body as he breathed deeply to steady his heartbeat. He dried off and stepped out just as the doorbell rang. His takeout had arrived. Cradling a bowl of steaming hotanser noodles, he sat at his computer and opened Ningguang University's forum. Though he was an alumnus, he had a different mission today: uncover the hidden grudge between Ling Xiao and Wang Junjie. He was scrolling idly when a bombshell post jumped out. On the confession wall, campus beauty Xia Wanwan had written the night before, "Any Ningguang student who reaches level 10 first in the game Oracle will be your girlfriend." Lin Mo nearly spewed his broth. College kids were wild these days. No wonder Wang Junjie and Ling Xiao were grinding so hard. Their target was Xiao Wanwan. Slurping noodles, he clicked his tongue. Even crazier, over 1,000 students had signed up for this dating contest. In his previous life, he'd have joined the circus himself, chasing the campus goddess as a senior alumnus. But in this second life, Head learned women are the least reliable thing in the world. He set down the empty bowl and shook his head. I'm too old for that. Let the kids play. I just want money and power. Knock, knock. He walked to the door, checked the peephole, and unlocked it. A girl stood outside, yellow crop top, white skirt. Long black hair framed a fair, oval face, and starry eyes held a cool confidence. She tucked a strand behind her ear and spoke softly. Lin Mo, long time no see. Years apart hadn't dulled her allure. His heart skipped, all the same. Back at Ningguang, Su Yingxia had been the departmental goddess, and she was still fresh and elegant, completely out of place in this shabby flat. He stepped aside. Come in. The door closed. He pointed at the bed, face cold, voice firm. Take off your clothes and lie down. Su Yingxia's eyes widened. What? Weren't you trying to patch things up with me? Do what I said, he replied evenly. If you regret it, you can still leave. Lin Mo? Her cheeks flamed. What do you take me for? Some random girl who hops into bed with anyone. He snorted. Aren't you? You really are the disgusting loser I couldn't stand. Dumping you was the right move. She hurled the words and stormed out. Unbothered, Lin Mo closed the door. Less than a minute later, footsteps returned. As if expecting it, he opened the door lazily. Changed your mind? He asked, half smiling. Biting her lip, Su Yingxia glared. If I sleep with you, you'll take me back? Yes. Fine. She unbuttoned her jacket right in front of him. 1,928 words omitted. 2 hours later, Lin Mo fastened the last button on his shirt, still savoring the aftertaste. In the stairwell, Su Yingxia staggered downstairs, hand on the wall, anger twisting her face. Damn you, Lin Mo. No sense of tenderness at all. It hurts like hell. Her phone rang. She frowned and answered. Wang Junjia's voice crackled through. So, did you get it done? Of course, she said with smug satisfaction. That pathetic loser Lin Mo is putty in my hands. Before she finished, a text popped upon million yuan had just been deposited. Her annoyance vanished beneath the weight of the zeros. Relax, Junjich. Just wait for the good news. Her phone chimed just as she was brushing her teeth. Lin Mo had transferred 800 yuan to her. Su Yingxiao paused, foam sliding down the sink. On WeChat, she saw the note Lin Mo followed by a transfer for 800. Before she could ask why, another message arrived 200 each time. That's for the 4 rounds just now. Heat rushed to her cheeks. Furious and humiliated, she almost hurled the phone into the basin. Lin Mo, do you really think him for sale? Her fingers trembled over the keys, yet before hitting send, a wave of sorrow washed over her. He hadn't always been like this. The old Lin Mo had spoiled her, coaxed her, barely dared to touch her. Now there was nothing but raw desire, stripped of any warmth. While she stared at the screen, his avatar lit up again. Log into Oracle Online. Create a character in Novice Village 116. He'll power level you. One curt line, as cold as a system notification. Su Yingxia stomped her foot. You used to call me baby. Lin Mo, do you even love me anymore? After a few seconds, a detached reply arrived. When I love you, you're a treasure. When I don't, you're just grass. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Mo let a lazy smile creep across his face, replaying the last 2 hours of tangled sheets. Didn't you feel how deep my passion was? Su Yingxia shook with anger, yet she still needed him. Only Lin Mo could help her earn more money from Wang Junjia. Swallowing her pride, she typed, Fine, they'll find you in the game. Good. 4 a.m., Oracle World. Most players had logged off, defeated by exhaustion, but Cloudside Town still blazed with lights and chatter. The moment Lin Mo's character spawned, he sprinted toward the forge. He had overlooked one critical detail. To take down the Spider Queen, offense alone wouldn't cut it. Defense would be just as crucial. The stats of the blast spiders flashed through his mind. By his calculations, the Spider Queen's attack reached 720 points, while his own defense sat at a meager 64 2 hits, and head vaporize. No matter how high his DPS, he'd never get the chance to swing. The mission was clear. Craft a top-tier piece of armor and secure a one-shot kill. Running, he opened the system's lottery panel. Since hitting level 10 and completing his class change, had been sitting on 3 free spins. First pull, the needle word, then stopped on a broad white segment. Then congratulations, 7th prize, 1 gold coin. The worst prize? He rolled his eyes, but 1 gold coin equaled 10,000 in cash, not exactly a loss. If the lowest prize was worth that much, the higher tiers had to be insane. Second pull, then congratulations, 6th prize, Drank Mage Skill Book Fireball 1. Luck's turning, he muttered, knowing that book would fetch tens of thousands. Third pull, he drew a deep breath and hit start again. The needle spun into a blur. This time, the wheel stopped on a small orange segment. Then congratulations, you've drawn 3rd prize, A-grade Magic Scroll Skill Expansion 1. Lin Mo's heart clenched. An A-grade Magic Scroll. Not long ago had bought an A-grade scroll from the pharmacist Jasmine, flipped it, and pocketed tens of thousands. This scroll was 4 tiers higher. The value spoke for itself. He immediately opened his mail, pulled out all 3 rewards, and fixed his gaze on the scroll glowing pale gold. Skill Expansion A-grade Magic Scroll. Effect, permanently adds 5 skill slots after use. Note, each player may use only 1 scroll of this grade in their lifetime. 5 whole skill slots. Lin Mo drew a deep breath. In Oracle World, you normally unlocked 1 slot every 3 levels, so this was like gaining 15 levels for free. More slots meant more skills, and the power gap only widened, especially for someone with his skill evolution talent. Anything that raised his ceiling would never be for sale. The market price was at least 7 figures, yet he crushed the scroll without a second thought. Ding, you used an A-grade Magic Scroll Skill Expansion. Skill slots 5. His character panel jumped from 7 to 12 slots, and Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. With the extra space, he could binge on spellbooks at the level 10 class change and gun for an SS grade skill. He dealt with the 2 spellbooks in his inventory as well. A grade Poison Throw, 3,000 credits, and always in demand. Grade Mage Skill Great Fireball. He set it at 50,000 in the auction house. Great Fireball overwrote the A-grade Small Fireball, so the price was discounted. If it weren't a basic upgrade, it would have fetched double. Leaving the auction house, Lin Mo ducked into the smithy and swapped with blacksmith Li for a level 10 tier 2 flowing silver circlet blueprint. Requirements: 1 gold coin and 30 reputation points, the same as the flame ring. The lottery had just given him the coin, and the 100 reputation points from topping the leveling board were more than enough. Materials: 30 glistening gems, 30 quicksilver souls, and 30 iron silver ingots, each found in a different level 10 wild zone. Had barely finished noting the list when his communicator buzzed. Su Yingxia's message popped up. Lin Mo, you told me to wait at the plaza. I've been here forever. Where are you? Lin Mo smiled faintly. What's wrong? Can't handle waiting a little? A year ago, after she dumped him, He used to stand under her building for hours. Now it was her turn to learn that feeling. Yunbian Town Plaza. Su Yingxia stamped her foot in anger. He used to wait for me all the time. The moment I called, he'd show up. Damn Lin Mo, now he leaves me hanging. Yet an emptiness crept in. Did he really not care about her anymore? Disappointment washed over her. No. If he didn't like me, why would he agree to get back together the moment I asked? He must Kari's just scared he'll dump him again. Reassured, her sense of superiority returned. Lin Mo, I know exactly what you're thinking. I want more than money. I want you to treat me like your one and only, just like before. She was basking in that thought when a soft voice sounded beside her. Su Yingxia? Su Yingxia turned around and saw a face that felt familiar, though she couldn't immediately place it. The newcomer was a solid 6-footer with sundarkened skin, the kind of build that screamed lifelong athlete. Floating above his head was a bright, golden-eyed shadow chasing wind followed by LV8, and, even more impressive, a Heaven rank number 10 badge. Trailing behind him were 7 or 8 players whose IDs also began with chasing wind. They joked and jostled along like a personal honor guard. You don't remember me? Shadow chasing wind caught the confusion on Su Yingxia's face, laughed, and stepped closer. Junior year, I asked you out and you shot me down with I've got a boyfriend. The words sent her straight back to college. You're Qin Feng. You do remember. His eyes lit up, excitement flaring like a torch. Yingxia, after you turned me down, I waited 2 whole years. We graduated a year ago, and I heard you broke up with your boyfriend. He leaned in, hopeful. Yingxia, be my girlfriend. I always said Lin Mo wasn't good enough for you. As he spoke, Qin Feng rolled up a sleeve and flexed a solid biceps in the light. Look at Memphis. Build. Background, where does he beat me? My family's car dealership clears over 2 million a year, and in Oracle, I run my own guild. Stick with me, and I'll give you everything you want. Su Yingxia frowned. Back in college, Qin Feng's pushiness had already rubbed her the wrong way. She sized him up. Yes, the body was impressive, but the sun-blackened skin made him look freshly back from the equator, and his features were nowhere near as refined as Lin Mo's. That macho swagger? Not half as gentle as Lin Mo. Why am I thinking of Lin Mo's good points? He's supposed to be a spineless guy, she muttered inwardly, though an unwelcome sweetness surfaced all the same. She meant to refuse, then recalled Lin Mo's recent indifference. Think no one else wants me, Lin Mo? They'll prove you wrong. So she neither accepted nor declined. Instead, she lifted her eyes with a faint smile. Qin Feng, why don't you power level me first? We can discuss the rest later. Knowing haste would spoil things, Qin Feng agreed at once. Sure. I'm 10th on Cloudside Town's leaderboard. Stick with me, and your level will skyrocket. He pulled up his interface, formed a party, and sent the invite. Su Yingxia tapped accept, and her name appeared on the roster. She scanned the bustling street, hoping to catch sight of Lin Mo and show him how sought after she was. After a few passes, the familiar figure never appeared, and a faint disappointment crept in. When you finally look for me, you'll see the 10th ranked player is already chasing me, she thought. Su Yingxia followed Qin Feng out of Yunbian Town in high spirits, never noticing the calm eyes watching from the shadowed, tree-lined nearby eyes that belonged to Lin Mo. They hurried to a level 6 wilderness zone known as the Scorpion Heartland. Yellow sand, jagged rocks, and dark pits lay everywhere, and now and then a scorpion's barbed tail emerged from the rubble, filling the air with a sour, metallic stench. Su Yingxia assumed that with her irresistible face, Qin Feng would gladly help her level up. Instead, the moment they stopped, he spun around, his gaze blazing. Yingxia, be my girlfriend. Her brows knitted. I told you, we'll talk about that later. I've waited 2 years. I won't wait any longer, he pressed. Give me a clear answer. Say yes, and he'll power level you. The threat in his tone sparked instant disgust. And if I refuse? A thin smile curled his lips. He signaled to a lackey, who soon lured a massive venomous scorpion straight toward her. The creature screeched, sand and stones flying. Su Yingxia, still a level 0 novice, froze in instinctive terror. She glared at Qin Feng. What are you doing? He merely folded his arms, watching like a spectator. The truth hit her meant to force her compliance. She tried to run, but a level 0 speed was no match for a level 6 monster. The stinger slammed through her white robe, blood spraying. Yet the system showed only one. Qin Feng had activated his E-rank talent, attack reduction, stripping 100 damage from the scorpion. A lifesaver early on, it now condemned her to survive and feel every shred of pain. Stab after stab drove her into a growing pool of blood. Trembling, pallid, and gasping, she screamed, Qin Feng, you bastard, it hurts. Qin Feng and a few players from the Zhu Feng guild watched with cold amusement. Say you'll be my girlfriend, and I'll save you, he drawled. One word, and the pain stops. Blood-soaked and furious, Su Yingxia could hardly believe his cruelty. When my boyfriend Lin Mo gets here, he'll kill you. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Qin Feng's eyes chilled, then he sneered. Lin Mo, you're still clinging to that loser? Where is he? Tell him to come save you. I bet he's hiding somewhere, too scared to step up. Just then, a figure stepped from the edge of the crowd and walked toward them. Heads turned, Surprise flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Lin Mo? Lin Mo had noticed Su Yingxia being ravaged by the venomous scorpion long ago, yet his face remained expressionless, devoid of sympathy, and he even hid deliberately at the back of the crowd. Su Yingxia was clamped in the creature's massive pincers, blood pouring from her wounds as the tail stinger pierced her again and again. She rolled on the ground, howling in agony, a pathetic sight that almost overlapped with the moment a year earlier when she cast Lin Mo aside, and he alone fell into the abyss. Back then, Lin Mo had struggled in a pit of despair, while Su Yingxia stood safely on the shore, watching coldly. Now the roles were reversed. One endured flesh-rending pain. The other calmly appreciated her despair. Lin Mo wanted her to taste the same helpless, soul-tearing anguish he had once felt. Seconds ticked by. Each strike from the scorpion's tail dealt only a single point of fixed damage. Yet like ants gnawing on bone, it wore her health bar down to almost nothing. When only the thinnest red sliver remained, Lin Mo finally stepped out of the crowd, his heels clicking crisply on the gravel as he walked straight towards Su Yingxia. He had never intended for her to die. He only meant to punish her a little. In his eyes, Su Yingxia still had her uses. Across the way, Qin Feng, waiting for Su Yingxia to beg for mercy, also spotted Lin Mo. They had crossed paths a few times in college, and he recognized that face instantly. Instead of surprise, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. At last he had the perfect stage to show off in front of Su Yingxia. Lin Mo, you worthless loser, you actually dare to show yourself? Qin Feng curled his lips into a sneer. Perfect. Su Yingxia, keep your eyes wide open and see the gap between the trash you like and the great Qin Feng. Before his words had faded, he yanked the violet longbow from his back. Arrows tore through the air, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 rapid shots punched clean through the scorpion's carapace, each hit erupting with a blinding 83 above it. With a shrill screech, the level 6 venomous scorpion crashed to the ground, dead on the spot. The instant kill sent the onlookers into an uproar. Damn, Shadow of the Wind's damage is insane. No wonder he's ranked 10th on the Cloud Edge Town leaderboard. He and Summer Solstice are the real power couple. And that guy walking over, too scared to show his level or ID, looks like a total chicken. He says he's Summer Solstice's boyfriend? Seriously? That's a flower stuck in a pile of manure. Basking in the praise, Qin Feng grew even more pleased with himself and seized the chance to provoke Lin Mo. Back in college I told you to know your place, he said with a sneer. I gave you a shot, and you blew it. He'll give you one more today. Crawl between my legs and call me daddy twice, and he'll let you off. Otherwise, don't even dream of making a name for yourself in Oracle. To Qin Feng, killing Lin Mo would be trivial. The real thrill lay in humiliating him before Su Yingxia, showing her who truly stood above them all. Yet every taunt and threat swept over Lin Mo like a breeze across a lake. He didn't even spare Qin Feng a glance. Instead, he walked straight to Su Yingxia's side. Instead of rushing to help Su Yingxia, who lay dying in a pool of blood, Lin Mo bent down and picked up the 2 copper coins that had fallen beside the scorpion Qin Feng had shot. The coins gleamed in the bloody water, drawing raucous laughter from the surrounding Zhu Feng guild players and onlookers. His girlfriend's bleeding out, and he's busy scooping up pocket change? How broke can you be, man? Respect. Even ID help a granny before him. This guy's next level. What a spineless loser. I can't watch this. Is he even a man? The jeers grew louder. Even the Zhu Feng members shook their heads in disgust, and Su Yingxia's face went sheet white with disappointment. I'm about to bleed dry, and you're still counting coins? Lin Mo, you're unbelievable. She masked her contempt with a strained whisper. Just go. Qin Feng's crew outnumbers you. The concern was fake. The contempt was real. Lin Mo met her gaze and offered a cold smile, the same look she'd given him the day she broke up with him. A chill flickered in his eyes. The more they underestimated him, the harder the fall would be. He straightened and drew an orange grade level 8 tier 2 bow, the golden bow of valor. Its gilded arc caught every eye. Expressionless, he eyed Qin Feng and the guild members flanking him. He'll give you one chance, he said, voice calm yet razor sharp. Crawl over here, kneel, and knock your heads on the ground 3 times each. Do that, and he'll pretend I never saw you today. Dozens of Zhu Feng players stared, then howled with laughter. Hear that? He wants us to kowtow? Who does he think he is? The top of the heaven list. Somebody wake this clown up. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Pathetic. Su Yingxia, whyd you ever go for this poser? He's not even worth lifting a finger for. Turning to his men, he flicked a wrist. Finish him. A short, eager level 7 player called Zhu Feng Ji bounded forward. Let me guys. Haven't killed anyone yet. Sword raised, he charged. I gave you your chance, Lin Mo muttered. He drew the bowstring to its fullest. Thwip. The moment Zhu Feng Ji entered range, an arrow ripped through his chest. 1176. Critical. The boy crumpled mid-stride, knees hitting the dirt before his body burst into white light and vanished. Silence fell. Not a single breath stirred. Above Lin Mo's head, a hidden ID flashed crimson for all to see. Golden Armored Warlord Mo Shichengui LV-10 Novice Archer Heaven List Rank 1. Buzz. The instant the blood-red letters of Lin Mo's once-hidden ID were forced above his head, everyone present felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Mo Shou Qinggue? Someone stammered. He's the top player on the heavenly rankings. The onlookers who had written Lin Mo off as a rookie turned to stone. The undisputed god of the starter village was standing right in front of them. The Windchaser Guild players were the first to regain their senses, only to be drenched in fear. To them, that name was a hanging death sentence. They knew a powerhouse of his caliber was far beyond their league. Why the hell didn't anybody recognize Mo Shou Qinggue? I want to know that too. The #1 ranker and nobody spotted him? I just called him trash if he heard me. I'm finished. I heard even Wang Junjie, the richest man in Ningguang, avoids him. If Wang Junjie won't mess with him, what about us? We're doomed. The whispers left the grunts pale and shaky. Only Qin Feng managed a veneer of composure. Fear not at him. His tiny 4S dealership couldn't compare with Wang Junjie's empire, but he had to back up his white moonlight, Suing Xia. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Get him. Blow him up. Boss, you serious? He's #1. How do we blow that up? So what if he's #1? Qin Feng snorted. He's alone. There are dozens of us. What are we scared of? Everyone move. Die once and he'll pay you 500 yuan. 500 per death was more than enough to tempt the average player. Fine, die for the money. Brothers, charge. With a deafening roar, several dozen level 6 and levels even Windchaser players, eyes bloodshot, swarmed Lin Mo. Courting death, Lin Mo said coldly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thanks to a terrifying 182 agility, he released 4 arrows per second. Every shot landed a 4-digit critical. As the arrow flares burst, his enemy's health bars simultaneously dropped to 1. Had he not deliberately locked their HP, they would have been wiped out on the spot. Holding back wasn't mercy. He simply didn't want more evil value. Showing off felt good, but once that stat hit crematorium, the grind became a waste of time. Before level 10, it was pure stat domination. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Windchaser players collapsed with empty health bars, sprawled across the ground and groaning, while the spectators around them questioned their very existence. Lin Mo stepped over the fallen bodies and closed in on Qin Feng. Only now did Qin Feng truly taste fear. He tried to sound tough, but his voice quivered. Lin Mo, why you just wait? He'll settle this next time. He turned and ran before he even finished the sentence. But once Lin Mo set his sights on prey, escaping was nearly impossible. Whoosh, from an incredible distance, Lin Mo loosed an arrow that pierced straight through Qin Feng's body. The critical hit landed for 1,132 damage, cutting Qin Feng's full health to a single point. Before he could push himself off the ground, a heavy boot ground his face into the dirt. Who's the loser now? Lin Mo asked, staring down coldly. Lin Mo, you son of Qin Feng's curse was cut short by a dull thud as Lin Mo kicked him several meters away, sending him rolling through the dust. Swish, 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 swish. 4 arrows followed like iron spikes, pinning Qin Feng by his thighs, stomach, and chest. The pain wrenched a pig-like scream from his throat. Who's the loser? Lin Mo repeated, voice even lower. With a swift gesture, every piece of Lin Mo's gear flared gold at once, so bright the spectators squinted. Holy crap, full legendary gear. Qin Feng's left eye was shot blind, blood streaming down his cheek. All bravado vanished. I am the loser. He sobbed. Lin brother Mo, spare me. I'm useless, I'm nothing. Lin Mo pressed his boot against Qin Feng's face again and sneered. You dared lay a hand on my woman? I was wrong, brother Mo. Please never again. Kneel. Kowtow. Dozens of players from the Chasing Wind Guild, men and women alike, dropped to their knees before the top-ranked player clad in golden gear. Qin Feng trembled among them. This time, you'll let it slide because you know your place. Lin Mo's icy gaze swept the crowd. Now get lost. At his word, Qin Feng scrambled away with his followers in tow. The bystanders erupted. So that's the power of the one on the sky leaderboard. Insane. He soloed dozens of people. No wonder even Ningguang City's richest man, Wang Junjie, couldn't touch him. When that golden light exploded, I got goosebumps all over. That was straight out of my dreams. Unbelievable. Mo Shou Qinggue is amazing. Tall, good-looking's exactly my type. If only he were my boyfriend. Not far away, Suing Xia had watched everything, her star-bright eyes filled with shock. Is that really Lin Mo? He used to be so timid and powerless. How did he suddenly become this strong? She recalled their university days weekend outings where Lin Mo would give up seats without complaint, apologize when bullied. She never realized he was simply shielding her under his own code of kindness. Lin Mo turned. His gaze met hers. Seeing her stunned expression filled him with a surge of satisfaction. This was the moment he had wanted most. The man she once dumped now stood far beyond her reach. Goal achieved. Lin Mo dismissed the golden effects and said calmly, come on. He'll power level you. Okay. Suing Xia snapped out of her daze and hurried after him. After witnessing Lin Mo's strength, Suing Xia became even more determined to prove how important she was to him. As they walked, She stayed close to his side and lowered her voice. Lin Mo, Chin Phone came to me first. He said he likes me and asked me to be his girlfriend, but I turned him down. He's ranked 10th on the heavenly list, and he owns a car dealership in real life. She studied the side of Lin Mo's face, hoping to catch even the faintest hint of jealousy. Lin Mo only replied calmly, "Oh, just oh." Su Yingxia stared in disbelief. "Don't you have anything else to say? I turned down such an amazing guy because of you." Still unruffled, Lin Mo said, "If he's that great, you should be with him." Su Yingxia froze and muttered, "I just wanted you to care about me." Lin Mo turned, a wicked smile tugging at his lips. "Fine. Come to my place tonight, and I'll show you exactly how much I care." Lin Mo, you. Su Yingxia blushed furiously, caught between anger and embarrassment. She tried to comfort herself. The body never lies. If Lin Mo wants me that much, he must love me. He's just pretending he doesn't care. The thought eased her mood a little. They continued on in silence. Soon the level 10 shadow outpost came into view, the only place to mine silver light gems, a key material for the liquid silver crown. Within the sprawling encampment, Wolfman warriors in silver armor roamed with cleavers in hand-leveled 10 steel-armored wolves. Killing them offered a chance to loot silver light gems. Without another word, Lin Mo raised his heroic gold bow, the twang of the drawn string cracking through the air. "Let's get to work." Level 10 steel-armored wolf, 140 attack, 70 defense, 700 HP. A party of ordinary level 7 or 8 rookies from the starter village could barely keep one at bay, yet in front of Lin Mo, they fell like chickens at the chopping block. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1097 crit, 761 hit, 1187 crit, 1236 crit. Critical or not, every arrow was a clean one-shot. No suspense at all. Ding killed a level 10 steel-armored wolf. EXP 202, Infamy 1. Ding killed a level 10 steel-armored wolf. EXP 202, Infamy 1. Chimes rang non-stop in his ears. Oracle rules. Each additional teammate cuts base EXP by 10. In a two-man party, you keep only 80, but the finisher gets a 30 bonus, capped at 100 total. So even with Su Yingxia along, Lin Mo still pocketed the full 200 EXP. The extra 2 points came from his white title, Level Rush Maniac, which adds 1 combat EXP. Su Yingxia's gain was even wilder. Her base share was 80, but Oracle awards an extra 10 for every level gap beyond 3. At level 0, she was 10 levels below the Wolfen extra 70. Final total, 150 or 300 EXP. One steel-armored wolf filled the 100 EXP needed for level 1. Lin Mo loosed 4 arrows, 4 wolves fell, and twin beams of gold washed over Su Yingxia's head. In a blink, she was level 2. The server had been live for 8 hours since it opened at 8 p.m. last night. The top players in Yunbian Town were only level 7 or 8. Most were still 5 or 6. Su Yingxia hit level 2 less than 30 minutes after logging in. She knew exactly what that meant. Lin Mo is this strong now? No wonder Wang Junjie would pay so much to take him out, she muttered, dazed. Lin Mo pointed at the wolf corpses. "Quit posing and start looting." "Posing? You just call me a vase? You used to call me baby." Su Yingxia pouted, hands on hips. Still, she hurried over, scooped up the copper coins and the silver gleam gem, and dumped everything into Lin Mo's hands. With her helping, Lin Mo saved plenty of time and focused on clearing mobs. Maybe it was her high charisma buff, but ever since Su Yingxia joined the party, material drop rates had clearly shot up. When Head gathered materials for the flame ring, it had taken about 100 kills of each monster type to scrape together 30 pieces of any ingredient. This time was different. After cutting down barely 70 steel-plated wolves in the gloomy shadow outpost, Lin Mo's pack was already crammed with 30 silverlight gems. He glanced at Su Yingxia, who was busy looting a short distance away, pinched his chin, and muttered, "I'm not exactly ugly, so why don't I ever get luck like that?" Su Yingxia had soared to level 5, while Lin Mo's own non-stop grinding had pushed him to level 11. Since changing class, each new level brought 3 extra stat points. Instead of dumping them all into strength, he now went to strength, 1 agility. From level 10 on, he knew PvP relied as much on player skill as on raw stats, and high agility was the key to the slick footwork needed when you were outnumbered. Lin Mo also understood Wang Junjie wouldn't drop the matter. The entire Launcher Guild would soon be hunting him. Raw power wasn't enough, needed speed. With their first material secured, he hustled Su Yingxia out of the shadow outpost toward their next target, the level 10 flowing silver shrine. Mid-journey, Su Yingxia finally dropped her act and asked, half testing the waters, "Lin Mo, are we just going to keep farming mobs? Any other plan?" "Yeah." Lin Mo kept his eyes on his inventory. "I'm collecting materials to craft some gear. Once it's done, we're taking down a boss." "Where is it?" "The Shadow Nest." "And can I tag along?" "Sure." Her eyes curved in a smile. "Lin Mo, you're amazing." He grinned. "Amazing in which way exactly?" Su Yingxia frowned, silently complaining that his mind always went there, and that she was basically being treated like a pack mule. Before long they reached the flowing silver shrine. Dim silver pillars rose everywhere, and level 10 Silverflow Guardians prowled the corridors. Lin Mo drew his heroic golden bow. Cold light flashed as a rain of arrows dropped guardian after guardian. Su Yingxiao flitted among the rubble, sweeping every drop into her pack. Seeing Lin Mo completely absorbed in shooting, she ducked behind a broken wall, pulled out her phone, and fired off a WeChat message to Wang Junjie. Shadow Nest. Boss confirmed. In Firebird Grove east of Yunbian Town, a level 9 zone, Wang Junjie, guild master of Wanshi, was farming birds with his crew when his phone buzzed. He squinted at Su Yingxia's text. Reliable? Ding. Straight from Lin Mo, he's gathering mats, then heading there to kill the boss. Beside him, the new Vice Master Wanshi Zhuge pushed up his glasses. The devs did hint that every starter village hides a boss. First kill means huge loot plus a special reward. But stats and coordinates are secret, and with over 1,000 starter villages on the Daxia server, no one's even gotten a whiff of it. That wiped away the last of Wang Junjie's doubts. Realization flashed across his face, then a manic grin. No wonder that punk's still camping the newbie zone at level 10. He's waiting for the boss. Huh, he really does have an edge no one else knows about. His eyes burned. If I beat him to it, I shoot straight to the top. After that, Lin Mo will have to call me daddy. He barked orders. Rally every guild member right now. We march on the Shadow Nest. We're taking that boss and bagging god-tier loot. Roger. West of Yunbian Town, the stone gate of the LV-10 liquid silver temple glimmered with a pale metallic sheen in the morning light. Lin Mo clenched his long sword and, with Su Yingxiao beside him, sliced through the guards in one sweeping charge. In less than 10 minutes, all 30 silver-shining liquid silver souls were tucked into his backpack, the first ingredient for forging the liquid silver crown. Only one material remained, silver iron. When he crafted the flame ring last time, he learned that this metal drops only from the stone lions in the LV-10 quarry. With that in mind, he and Su Yingxiao pivoted toward the mine without slowing down. Meanwhile, Yunbian Town was in an uproar. Players wearing the Chaotic Times Guild emblem swarmed out, converging on a single direction. Fresh from resupplying, Ling Xiao, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dahai ran straight into the crowd. The Chaotic Times guys, what are they up to, making such a racket? Fat Dahai scratched the back of his head, baffled. Skinny Monkey curled his lip. Whatever it is, it's not going to be anything good. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. Let's follow and find out. Why would we do that? Fat Dahai still didn't get it. Skinny Monkey rapped him on the head. Eat less and think more. With a commotion this big, it's either a hidden quest or a major boss. Tag along, and we might snag some loot. Ling Xiao added. Even if we don't, we can still sabotage Wang Junjie. I refuse to lose to him. Makes sense, Fat Dahai said, and the three tailed the surging group. Inside the quarry, the stone walls were icy cold. Stone lions burst from the rubble with thunderous roars, yet none could withstand Lin Mo's lightning-fast strikes. 30 chunks of silver iron soon dropped, and the party hurried back to Yunbian Town. Lin Mo's first stop was the smithy. He handed 1 gold coin, 30 reputation points, and all 3 materials to the blacksmith Li Li, ordering the liquid silver crown on the spot. While Li Li's hammer rose and fell, Lin Mo opened his character panel. LV11, 33. The starter village only spawned monsters up to level 10. From now on they would yield 10% less experience. Far too slow for him. Once he killed the boss, he would head for the tier 3 capital. That was where he could truly spread his wings. With nothing else to do, he checked his mail. Everything he had listed at the auction house had sold. The Great Skill Book, Great Fireball, the Purple Bow Magic Bow looted from Wang Junjie, and several blue items. After the 3% fee, more than 90,000 credits landed in his account, boosting his balance to 225,000. In his previous life, that would have kept him comfortable for months. Now he needed 50 million in 3 months. This was a drop in the bucket. Not enough, nowhere near enough. I have to earn much more, he calculated silently. Just over 10 minutes later, Li Li lifted his hammer, sparks still dancing on its surface, and presented a crystalline silver crown to Lin Mo. As expected, with Lin Mo's luck, it was white quality again. No problem. White happens to be my favorite color, he said. Lin Mo intentionally sent Su Yingxiao to buy some potion, using the errand to keep her from discovering the secret of his SS rank talent. After watching her disappear at the end of the path, he finally relaxed and gripped the evolution panel he had prepared. By bulk buying novice gear and smelting it, he had stockpiled more than 2,000 evolution points, exactly what he needed. Begin. Ding, 20 points spent. Level 10, Tier 2 item Flowing Silver Circlet evolved from white to green. Ding, 40 points spent. Flowing Silver Circlet evolved from green to blue. Ding, 40 points spent. Flowing Silver Circlet evolved from red to gold, the highest tier. 6 successive upgrades later, the once plain white circlet burst into dazzling golden light. Radiance flowed along its metal veins as though liquid light lived inside. Eyes shining with barely contained joy, Lin Mo pulled up the item panel. Luminous Crown of Kings, LV.10. Quality, Tier 2 Gold. Defense, 255. Bonus stats, stamina 70 double stamina. Special effect Luminous Ward. Every 10 seconds, the wearer automatically forms a shield that blocks one skill of any grade non-stacking. Description, wear it, and you are destined to become the undisputed ruler of Oracle World. Double stamina perfect. Lin Mo's breathing quickened. It can tank even an SS strength skill, maybe even Feng Xiaoxiao's a rank self-destruct talent, Jade and Stone alike. Without hesitation, he placed the crown on his head. Buzz. His stats refreshed. Physical defense, 65, 474. Magic defense, 63, 458. With most players still under 100 attack, this level of defense was overwhelming. Clenching his fist and savoring the surge of power, Lin Mo nodded to himself. Plenty for the Spider Queen. He turned and sprinted toward the boss spawn point. Meanwhile, north of Yunbian Town, clouds swallowed the moon, and the night felt suffocating. A yawning cave mouth exhaled an icy draft. A large group of players reached the entrance and came to an abrupt halt. Creepy as hell, someone muttered. This is really where the ultimate boss for Starter Village 116 lives? You think there's actually a man-eating ghost woman? I'm fine if she's hot, just don't let her be old and ugly. Doesn't matter. Lights off, it's all the same. While the banter flew, Chaos Guild Master Wang Junjie stepped forward, his voice landing like a hammer. Brothers, it all comes down to this. Drop the boss, and each of you gets 100 grand. 100,000. Blood surged through more than 500 Chaos members. Charge. Move. I'm going first. 100 grand, here I come. The mob stormed into the cave, no longer caring whether the ghost woman was a 1,000-year-old corpse. In the darkness ahead, bzzz. Countless pairs of green, glowing eyes snapped open. Wang Junjie didn't just talk by paid big. Before the boss fight even began, he summoned more than 500 guild members and slapped 100,000 yuan into every hand, a total of over 50 million without so much as a blink. Most members of Chaotic Age are ordinary 9-to-5 workers. They rarely see 10 grand bonuses, let alone 100,000 at once. Overnight their accounts swelled, blood pumped hot, and morale shot through the roof. In that moment, they'd have followed Wang Junjie anywhere. Charge. The cavern rang with a thunderous roar as the Chaotic Age players surged into the darkness, where countless green pinpoints suddenly flared. Rustle, rustle. The pea-sized lights converged into swarms of palm-sized black spiders that poured toward them like a living tide. So it's just a bunch of little spiders? They'll stomp them into paste. The creatures looked tiny, harmless even, so the players pressed on, swords high, shields forward. The instant the two sides met, boom, 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 boom. Every spider that latched on detonated at once. The blasts melted into one rolling thunder, and every victim flashed into white light, instantly returned to town. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pillars of white light shot up, throwing ghostly glare across the cavern. Commanding from the rear, Wang Junjie went paper white. What the hell was that? Exploding spiders. Vice Leader Chaos Juga pushed up his glasses, eyes fixed on the flood of arachnids. Data says they've only 10% of the Spider Queen's base stats. Normally no big deal, but they self-destruct. The blast equals their max HP. Each one's got 9,800 health. Nobody can tank that. Touch one, and it's a one-for-own trade. Instead of panicking, Wang Junjie lit up. Spider Queen? That means there really is a boss in this cave. His hunch confirmed. Deep in the shadow nest lurked a top-tier boss called the Spider Queen. Delight spread across his face, and he burst out laughing. Ha ha. Mo Shou Chinggue, you idiot. You went back for seconds with the same woman and got burned twice. Could you be any dumber? Thanks really. Without you I might never have found this boss. Remembering how Lin Mo had humiliated him right in his face, Wang Junjie ground his teeth. Damn it. Once I butcher that boss and rocket to the top, it'll swirl a dump right on your head. White light kept erupting up front. In just a few heartbeats half the guild lay dead. Boss, these spiders hit too hard. We can't hold them. What now? Wang Junjie roared back. I don't care, hold the line or die trying. I don't buy it. There's no way these spiders are endless. If it costs us a life for each one, we'll still wipe them all out. Wang Junjie suddenly upped the ante. Die and come right back. 30 grand for every death, and there's another 100,000 waiting at the end. The second he spoke, the Launcher Guild charged the swarm of blast spiders that exploded on contact. Nobody wanted to die. At their level, losing 10% of their XP meant grinding for ages to get it back. But Wang Junjie's offer was too tempting, so they clenched their teeth and dove in. Launcher Zhuge watched, itching to join. Boss, can I go in? Like hell you can. Wang Junjie shoved him down. You're my strategist. If you die, who's going to figure out the boss for me? Stay put, I'll give you 200 grand right now. Launcher Zhuge was so excited he nearly called him daddy on the spot. At the mouth of Shadow Nest, wave after wave of blast spiders poured out, and Luanchi's players traded their lives for kills. White flashes lit the night like day. Anyone who fell respawned instantly at Yunbian Town's fountain and sprinted straight back. On the road between Yunbian Town and Shadow Nest, passing players were baffled. Player A frowned. What's Launcher doing? Farming step counts. Player BS eyes bulged. Damn, are they abusing a bug? I've seen one girl run from the starter village a dozen times and never head back. Player C teased. You remember her that well? Been sneaking peeks at the babe, haven't you? Player D stroked his chin. Something big's brewing. Yumbian Town could be about to change hands. Meanwhile, the flashes outside the nest kept erupting. The more people died, the more fired up Wang Junjie became. Damn it, with this mini blast spiders on guard, the boss has to be loaded. I'm taking it tonight. Not far away, hidden in the dark, Ling Xiao, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dahai watched quietly. Fat Dahai muttered, is he crazy? Burning that much cash just to feed his guys to spiders? Skinny Monkey narrowed his eyes. When something looks off, there's a reason. There's definitely treasure in that cave. Ling Xiao's voice was low. Could the final boss of Yumbian Town be in there? Skinny Monkey licked his lips at the rain of white light. 30 grand per death. If we weren't on the other side, I'd farm rent money myself. Fat Dahai did a quick tally. They've died at least 1,000 times. That's over 30 million. All for one boss nuts. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. If Wanwan ever fell into someone like that's hands, she'd be doomed. Wang Junjie can't get that boss. Inside Yumbian Town, Lin Mo was gearing up to head for Shadow Nest when Su Yingsha suddenly received a private message from Wang Junjie. Whatever it takes, stall Mo Shuguiding. Don't let him anywhere near me. Do it, and they'll pay you 2 million. 2 million. Su Yingsha had never seen that kind of money. Her heart pounded. She bit her lip, walked up behind Lin Mo, wrapped her arms around him, and pressed her cheek to his back. Lin Mo, she whispered, I miss you. Lin Mo turned, gave her a sidelong glance, and smirked. What's wrong? I rocked your world, and now you want more. The blunt words made Su Yingsha blush, but for 2 million, she forced herself to nod. Yeah. Lin Mo swung around and gently pushed her shoulder. Log off. He'll wait. And wear black stockings this time. With that, he quit the game right in front of her. Su Yingsha stamped her foot. Humph. He only thinks with what's below the belt. Yet a strange anticipation fluttered in her chest. Covering her face, she muttered, Su Yingsha, are you crazy? How can you even think like that? Torn between shame and desire, she still logged off. Moments after she vanished. Whoosh. A white beam flared. Lin Mo logged back in. Level 15 Shadow Nest. Boom. 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 Fire and flying debris erupted again and again at the mouth of the cave. Launcher Guild had thrown in everyone they had, trading lives one for own against the exploding spiders. After every flash, a player and a spider fell together, pockmarking the ground with craters. In mere moments the spiders dwindled before their eyes, until not a single living one remained outside the cave. The price was brutal. Launcher's force of more than 1,000 had been whittled down to fewer than 100 survivors. The rest were either vaporized into white light or sprinting back from respawn in Cloud Edge Town. Haha, it's cleared. Wang Junjie stood on the scorched earth, rubbing his hands, eyes blazing with excitement. My queen, baby, I'm coming. He lifted a foot to step into the Shadow Nest when a shout rang out from the darkness inside. Wang Junjie. The sudden cry doused him like ice water. He jerked around, and, seeing Ling Xiao, Shou Hoer, and Pang Dahai charging through the cold wind, exhaled in relief then scowled. Damn it, scare me half to death. I thought Ma Shu Qinggui was here. Spotting Ling Xiao, he curled his lip. You think you can steal my boss, loser? Dream on. Zhuge of Luanshi was far more cautious. Frowning, he whispered, Boss, that's Feng Xiao Shi, number 3 on the heaven list. His talent's like the Spidersa blood swap. One burst, and even a boss of the same level can't survive. Don't let him get a clear shot. Blood swap. How many times can he do it? Wang Junjie sneered. With a flick of his wrist, a dozen Luanshi players closed in from both sides, boxing him in at the center. Ling Xiao really did intend to use his grade talent, Jade Stone Fuse, to take Wang Junjie down with him kill Wang Junjie once, then shadow him forever. Every time Wang Junjie left the safe zone, Ling Xiao would blow him up again. As long as Wang Junjie couldn't reach level 10, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose. But Zhuge had already seen through him. The tight cordon made it impossible for Ling Xiao to lock onto his target. Eyes burning, Ling Xiao shouted over the human wall, Wang Junjie, do you dare fight me unknown? Duel? Wang Junjie snorted. Why would I duel when I can gang up? Because I'm better looking than you? To be honest, only Ma Shu Qinggui barely deserves my attention. You think you can take me? After I kill this boss and hit level 10, I won't even care about him. Then watch how I toy with Xiao Wanwan. Huh. His crude words poured gasoline on Ling Xiao's rage. Wang Junjie, screw you. I'll take you with me. Steel hissed free. Ling Xiao's longsword flashed as he charged, murderous intent erupting. Pang Dahai froze for half a heartbeat. Shou Hoer reacted first, yelling, cover brother Xiao. Make sure he hits Wang Junjie, don't let him blow the wrong guy. Right. Pang Dahai jolted awake and swung his weapon, racing after him. But how could the few of them break through Luan Shi's prepared formation? Before they got close, a cold glint flickered in Wang Junjie's eyes. With a sharp wave of his hand, he gave the order. More than a dozen Luan Shi archers loosed volleys from both flanks, and Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai were instantly erased in blinding white light. Luan Shizhuga leaned in close to Wang Junjie and murmured a few words. Wang Junjie's lips curled into a smirk. He signaled the archers to hold their fire, then swept his arm forward, sending a squad of sword-wielding henchmen charging at Ling Xiao. Worthless trash. If you don't want Xiao Wanwan to get screwed by me, come and blow me up. The filthy taunt bored into Ling Xiao's ears, and fury detonated in his chest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His long sword whirled, and the first few attackers were cleaved into white light. One after another, health bars hit zero and bodies vanished, white beams shooting skyward. Ling Xiao's eyes blazed crimson. He looked like a god of slaughter. Blinded by rage, he failed to notice how fragile his foes were until Wang Junjie threw back his head and laughed at the crimson ID above Ling Xiao. What an idiot. It clicked. They had sacrificed themselves to stack his sin value so that when he died, he would lose even more experience. There was no time to worry about it now. With his name flashing red, he charged straight at Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie, I'm taking you with me. Thump, 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 thump. A rain of arrows slammed into him before he could close the distance, leaving him on the brink of death. No money, no power, no brains, yet you dare challenge me? Wang Junjie laughed scornfully. You're an eyesore. He raised a hand for the killing shot. Whoosh. Out of the darkness, a slender figure darted forward, planting herself firmly between Ling Xiao and the archers. Under the moonlight, the girl wore a teal mage robe that hugged her tall, graceful frame. A playful bun and two loose strands framed her porcelain face. Eyes like autumn water and a bright smile lent her an ethereal beauty that stole every breath. Luan Shizhuga swallowed hard. She's gorgeous. Drool nearly hit the ground around him. NPC or real player? I've never seen anyone this pretty in real life. Bro, I'm already in love. Shut you fall for every girl you meet. Every gaze clung to the girl. Wang Junjie suddenly roared, back off. She's mine. Anyone who keeps staring at Xia Wanwan will lose his eyes. The name hit the lackeys at once. Wait, she's the campus queen from Ning University? No wonder boss girl is this stunning. The girl ID, Gentle Breeze, level 6, spread her arms and shielded Ling Xiao. Her clear eyes locked on Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie, please let Ling Xiao go. Wang Junjie's lecherous gaze roamed over her, and his smile narrowed to a slit. Fine. Spend one night with me, and he lives. Why was Ning University's campus goddess, Xiao Wanwan, so protective of that player with the handle Feng Xiao Xiao Shi? After all, she had already announced on the university confession wall that she'd date whichever Ning University player hit level 10 first. If she really liked Feng Xiao Xiao Shi, why not just be with him instead of turning herself into a prize for some over-the-top leveling contest? Was there something she wasn't telling anyone? On the sidelines, curious spectators whispered and speculated. At the dueling platform outside the Shadow Nest entrance, Xiao Wanwan's arrival instantly ignited Wang Junjie's possessiveness. His slightly wicked gaze swept over her figure, and a lewd comment slipped out, making Ling Xiao's anger flare. Ling Xiao sprang to his feet, weapon in hand, and pulled Xiao Wanwan behind him. Wang Junjie, our fight isn't over yet, he said coldly. Fight? What's the point? Wang Junjie threw back his head and laughed. I'm almost level 9, and you've only just hit level 8. On top of that, your sin value is sky high. If I kill you, you'll lose a ton of experience and never catch up. Only then did Xiao Wanwan notice the crimson name floating above Ling Xiao's head. Panic tightened in her chest. Wang Junjie, for my sake, let Ling Xiao go this once. Please. Sure, Wang Junjie said with a casual shrug. Depends on what you're willing to do. Look, you don't have to sleep with Medhat, might have been pushing it. Just come over here and give me a kiss, and he'll spare his sorry life. How about it? No way. Ling Xiao leveled his long sword at him, murderous intent pouring off him. Xiao Wanwan hesitated, biting her lip. If Ling Xiao could reach level 10 first, they still had a chance. But if he died now, all hope was gone. He'll do it, she said at last, taking a deep breath. Don't. Ling Xiao grabbed her wrist, desperation in his eyes. She shook her head, forcing a fragile smile. Ling Xiao, I believe in you. You can beat Wang Junjie. Then she slipped free of his grasp and walked toward Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie had bedded hundreds of women, but never someone as stunning as Xiao Wanwan. If her determination hadn't been ironclad, he wouldn't have bothered with this ridiculous level-up matchmaking stunt. Watching her approach now, his heartbeat thundered in his ears and his throat went dry. He licked his lips and spread his arms wide. Boom boom. The ground shook violently, shattering his fantasy. From deep inside the Shadow Nest came a blood-curdling roar. Look out. The boss is out. One of Wang Junjie's lackeys shouted. Damn it. Couldn't it have waited? Wang Junjie snapped, whirling around. Everyone turned. From the gaping maw of the cave, a red-haired spider the size of a small house lunged into the open, its 8 legs hitting the earth with bone-rattling force. A blood-red ID hovered over its head, radiating menace. Spider Queen, level 15, magic type tier 2 boss. At the rear, Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan froze in shock when they spotted the boss. It really was the ultimate boss of Yunbian Town, the spider, Queen hiding in this secluded shadow nest. Facing a boss-level monster for the first time, Wang Junjie felt his blood ignite. Holy crap, a boss. The strategist of Chaos Guild, Luan Zhuge, pushed up his glasses and murmured, "Boss, we should kill it now. If Mo Shou Chenggui's people show up, we're in trouble." Wang Junjie waved grandly, grinning with abandon. "Fine. Well, butcher the boss first and worry about the rest later." He pointed at the two-story-tall Spider Queen and bellowed, "Brothers, take down the boss charge." A tidal roar echoed through the cavern as dozens of Chaos Guild players rushed forward, weapons raised, their eyes glued to potential loot while ignoring the creature's true power. Rah! The Spider Queen opened her fanged maw and swept a blazing crimson beam across the cave. 915, 899, 935, 911. Damage numbers burst above the players' heads, and dozens of health bars were erased in an instant. White lights shot upward one after another, leaving corpses strewn across the entrance. Wang Junjie's pupils contracted. Damn, this boss hits hard. Instead of panicking, he gnashed his teeth in excitement. Good. The harder it hits, the richer the loot. This boss is mine. He whipped out his phone and pinged the guild group chat. Everyone to the shadow nest now. If you die, run back. He'll pay 30 grand for every death. For the next half hour, passers-by witnessed a bizarre human conveyor belt. Chaos Guild members resurrected in Yunbian town, then sprinted back to the nest like lunatics. Curious onlookers followed and finally saw the truth. Holy crap, a boss. No wonder they're acting insane. They're trading lives for this boss classic move from Ningguang City's richest man. The Spider Queen was a level 15, tier 2 boss with 480 defense. For level 6 and 7 players, meaningful damage was nearly impossible. Swords, staves, and arrows rained down, each strike displaying a token 1. A single hit looked trivial, but a sea of bodies can break any wall. With more than 500 members, Chaos Guild could shave off over 1,000 HP per wave even if each life dealt only 2 or 3 damage. Starter zone bosses don't regenerate, keep piling on bodies, and it's just a matter of time. Luan Zhuge tapped his glasses frame, voice steady. As long as we keep feeding it deaths, it's going down sooner or later. Wang Junjie threw back his head and laughed. Then pile on, give it everything you've got. Ha. To him, the boss was already in his pocket. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh 1, 1, 1. Boom, boom, boom 912, 888, 896. The shadow nest was a furnace of battle. Strands of web shot across the air, while afterimages flickered everywhere. Players from the Chaos Guild surged toward the Spider Queen like a rising tide, yet every swing of their weapons only chipped away a sliver of her health bar. By contrast, each tail smash, silk spray, or poison cloud from the Queen reaped lives with surgical precision. White flashes of death and overlapping screams made onlookers feel they were watching moths throw themselves into a flame. In the center of the crowd, Wang Junjie's eyes were bloodshot, his pulse hammering in time with the chaos. 10 minutes in, he stared at the boss health and saw the red bar forced down by a full 10%. The sight almost made him crack a molar in excitement. At this rate, we'll clear her in an hour and a half, tops. He tightened his grip on his weapon, breathing hard not from fatigue, but from a different kind of agitation. His real worry was not that the boss might survive, but that Mo Shou Chenggui would suddenly show up and steal the kill. If he and his team bled the Spider Queen to a sliver only for that old dog to take the first kill credit, Wang Junjie would die of rage on the spot. With that thought, he messaged Suingxia. Wang Junjie, what's Mo Shou Chenggui doing right now? Almost immediately she replied. Suingxia, he was about to head for the shadow nest, but I blocked him. He logged off right in front of me. I'm on my way to his place now. Relax, Junjie. I'll keep him busy, won't be crashing the party. The moment he read it, Wang Junjie felt a boulder roll off his chest and grinned from ear to ear. Haha, no one's taking this boss from me. She's mine, all mine. Meanwhile, in the real world, Suingxia had slipped into a dress that was both sexy and spotless, pairing Lin Mo's request with sheer black stockings. Under the streetlights, her legs glimmered, and her natural beauty made even the taxi driver steal glances in the rearview mirror. Half an hour later, she arrived at Lin Mo's rented apartment. The stairwell was dim. She raised her hand and tapped on the door. No answer. Damn you, Lin Mo. Don't tell me you stood me up again. Stomping her foot, she fired off a message. Suingxia, Lin Mo, I'm at your door. Where are you? Ding. Lin Mo. Oh, I'm out grabbing a late-night snack. Wait for me a bit. Suingxia puffed out her cheeks and muttered through clenched teeth. Stupid Lin Mo. I came all this way, and you're busy eating? With no other choice, she leaned against the doorframe and settled in to wait. What she didn't know was that Lin Mo was nowhere near a food stall. Inside the game Oracle, on the outskirts of the shadow nest, Lin Mo crouched on one knee, cloaked in darkness as he watched the entire fight. Fire, webs, and skill effects wove together above the battlefield. Yet he lurked like a ghost, waiting for Chaos Guild to wear the boss down. For that health bar to reach its last sliver, then he would dart in and harvest the spoils. Ever since Su Yingxia sent him her first message last night, every bit of her scheming had been laid bare to him. The reason was simple: Lin Mo had lived this timeline once already. If not for his memories of the past life, he might never have guessed that Su Yingxia was Wang Junjia's plant. After all, in the previous timeline the two of them never got back together, barely even spoke for years. So why, in this life, had she suddenly appeared to beg for a reunion after an entire year of silence? That has Wang Junjia written all over it. In his previous life, Lin Mo had never posed a threat to Wang Junjia, so the man would never have bothered tracking down Lin Mo's ex-girlfriend, Su Ying Summer, for revenge. This time, however, Lin Mo had become a thorn that had to be pulled. The moment Su Ying Summer sent him her first message, he guessed who was behind it, but he kept quiet and played along, accidentally leaking the location of the Spider Queen's shadow nest. The reason was simple. Even decked out in full legendary gear, Lin Mo wasn't sure he could solo the Spider Queen. The real obstacle was the horde of exploding spiders swarming outside the nest. Anyone who got too close was blown to bits unless they had 10,000 lives to burn. Now the players from the Chaos Guild had used wave after wave of sacrificial charges to detonate every last spider, clearing the way for him with their corpses. Yet the boss health bar was still thick. If he rushed in now, he would have to fight not only the Spider Queen, but the Chaos Guild as well. So he stayed in the shadows, letting Wang Junjia's own people whittle the boss down, waiting for the perfect moment to steal the killing blow. Sorry, Wang Junjia. This boss is already reserved, Lin Mo muttered with a cold grin. The battlefield was a storm of fire and shattered limbs. The Spider Queen, 3 stories tall, lashed out with 8 obsidian limbs. Nightfall Ryan Ebon Beam scythed across the field, instantly deleting a swath of chaos players. Toxic Surge Viscous Green Venom splattered across the ground. Any player it touched dissolved into light. Sonic Rupture, the very air split apart, dropping a dozen frontline warriors to their knees, hands clamped over their ears. Brood detonation scores of hatchlings burst at once, clearing an entire sector in the blink of an eye. Every casual swipe left the earth scorched and choked with poison. Dozens of chaos players fell at a time, the respawn point flashing white non-stop. Spectators at the perimeter stared, slack-jawed. Holy crap, that's a boss in Oracle World? The damage is insane. It's wiping the floor with everything. My knees are shaking just watching. Chaos Guild is nuts, using a straight-up blood-for-blood tactic. You kidding? The crazy one is Wang Junjia. 10 grand bonus, 3 grand death payouts, burning cash like it's nothing. Man, I think twice before topping up $6. Rich people live in another universe. Thank goodness cash shops aren't open yet. If they were, Wang Junjia would whale his way to number 1, and stick-toed rules wouldn't be topping the leaderboards. Hidden in the darkness, Lin Mo clicked his tongue. If that money were mine, once the recharge system went live in 3 months, I could max out every cumulative reward. What a waste. An agonizing hour passed before the Spider Queen's health finally dropped into single digits. Lin Mo tightened his grip on his dagger, melding into the shadows like a coiled beast. The moment was almost here. The Spider Queen's health had fallen to 8%. To drive back this elite boss, more than 500 Chaos World players had been pummeled from an average level of 7 down to 6 of full level each. Inside the newbie zone, losing a level means dying more than 10 times apiece. The brutality made the spectators suck in a collective breath. Wang Junjia's really bleeding money this time. Only the richest man would spend this much just to kill one boss. When you've got billions and you're an only child, no one tells you no. If I had that kind of cash, I'd go even harder than he does. Voices rose and fell around the cavern, yet Wang Junjia didn't feel a hint of regret. Seeing the boss' single-digit health, he already tasted victory. He jogged in place to warm up, his wild laughter echoing off the rock walls. Ha, almost there. In a moment, this boss is mine. Once I take it, he'll be number 1 on the whole server. Gods, Buddha Sanyon in my way dies. Mo Shou Chingwei, they'll make you eat dirt until you choke. In the darkness, Lin Mo lay in wait. Not yet, he told himself. Hold a little longer. He waited several more minutes until the Spider Queen's bar settled at 3%. The sheep is fat enough. Time to slaughter it. Lifting the golden bow of the brave, he stepped from the shadows like death itself. Wang Junjia was oblivious, waiting for his men to chip the boss down to 1 hit point so he could deliver the finishing blow. Just then, a nearby lackey's eyes bulged. His shaking finger pointed into the gloom. Mo what? Smack. Wang Junjia slapped him. Quit acting like Mo Shou Chingwei just walked in. Mo Shou Chingwei. The henchman sprawled on the ground but kept pointing, screaming the name. Wang Junjia's grin froze. He turned and saw Lin Mo advancing calmly, and his face darkened on the spot. Hell, how's Mo Shou Chingwei here? Wasn't he offline? Su Yingxia, you set me up. A chill stabbed through his chest. He glanced at the boss, 3% health left. He instantly grasped Lin Mo's intent. Stop him. Don't let Mo Shou Chingwei near the boss. Clang, clang. Dozens of Chaos World members surged from both flanks, swords raised. But every one of them was only level 6, and nearly empty-handed. Trying to pin down a level 11 archer-clad head Toto in gold gear? Keep dreaming. Clang. Blades and spells from the players of Luanshire Guild crashed against Lin Mo, filling the air with metallic echoes. The next instant, a wave of one floated over his head, the system's minimum damage. The Luanshire crowd stared, dumbfounded. Lin Mo didn't even blink. Had expected this. With more than 400 defense points, you think you can break through? In your dreams, he sneered inwardly, waiting for the system to flag them all gray for a hostile attack. Whoosh whoosh. He raised his longbow and unleashed a rapid volley. 1,139. Critical. 1,176. Critical. 1,211. Critical. The golden bow of valor, anyone in its sights falls. In a flash of white light, dozens of Luanshire players were wiped out. Panic took hold of Wang Junjie. He roared, "Damn it! Stop him! Somebody stop him!" With his own members in shambles, he turned to the onlookers, shouting hoarsely, "Whoever helps me block Mo, Shou Chinggue." Everyone exchanged uneasy looks. Attack the top-ranked player on the leaderboard? No one dared. Grinding his teeth, Wang Junjie dropped a bombshell. Anyone here who stops Mo, Shou Chinggue will pay 50,000 yuan for each time he dies. 50 grand. The crowd erupted. That's my annual salary. Sorry, Mo, Shou Chinggue, money talks. Let's go, brothers. In an instant, players from every direction, guild affiliation forgotten, charged at Lin Mo like a human tidal wave. Lin Mo frowned. Had planned to clear the area once Luanshire turned gray, but Wang Junjie's bounty had dragged innocent bystanders into the mess. Hundreds of players now surrounded him, raining skills and basic attacks from every angle. He kept firing, dropping enemies in rapid succession, yet they came on like cockroaches. The human wall was too dense to break through. In the distance, the boss health flashed 2 remaining. The situation was spiraling, and for the first time Lin Mo felt cornered. Suddenly, blades slashed through the rear ranks. A squad burst in, cutting down several attackers behind Lin Mo. He spun around to see a familiar face brandishing a long sword and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, with me. Cover Mo, Shou Chinggue, break through." Lin Mo's heart jolted. Qin foam. Swish, 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 swish. With a deafening rush of wind, a wave of players bearing the chase the wind tag surged forward behind the tall, dark-skinned, muscle-bound Qin foam shadow of the wind. Blades flashed like cold lightning as they tore into the freelance players surrounding Lin Mo, striking with hurricane force. Lin Mo froze for a heartbeat. Only minutes earlier, he had humiliated Qin Feng in public, yet the first to aid him was this very rival. 70 or 80 members of the Chase the Wind Guild charged in behind Qin Feng, ripping open the line and carving a bloody path for him. "Go grab the boss, leave this side to us." Qin Feng bellowed, sweeping his greatsword in a broad arc. "Brothers, cover Mas Hao Chingwis, breakout. Kill." Thunderous battle cries shook the night sky. The Chase the Wind Guild slammed heat into the freelancers, sparks flying in every direction. Lin Mo pulled himself together and slipped through the breach, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. The moment he broke free, he was swallowed by an even denser crowd. Just as things turned dire again. Charge! A new roar erupted from the darkness. Lin Mo looked toward the sound and saw another force surging forward, momentum unstoppable. At the front were youths no older than 18 or 19. Their still boyish faces glowed with passion in the firelight. He blinked, then recognized a few of them. Empress, Tian sweet girl, cola-drinking Kath, same fangirls who had been trailing Yoshijuku not long ago. It finally clicked, every one of them was from Ningguang University. When he turned again, he spotted Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan pinned to the ground by several players from the Turbulent World Guild. Senior Ling Xiao and Druosis' eyes reddened. The ache in her voice flared into rage. She thrust a finger at Wang Junjie ahead and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, take down Wang Junjie. Charge!" Their roar burst like a tidal wave. Countless student players flooded forward, swinging their starter swords and battering the freelancers' line into retreat. Swish, 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 swish. Boom, boom, boom. White flashes exploded where the two sides met. The raw energy of teenagers easily smothered the 40-something freeloaders, and the battle tilted in an instant. Watching the Ningguang students tear his defense apart, Wang Junjie's face turned livid. "Damn it! Are you blind? Do you even know who I am? You dare stand against me?" He snarled through clenched teeth, then suddenly sneered. "Fine, Masho Chengui. Let's see which is stronger, your charm or my cash." With that, he switched to the same coaxing tone Head used on the freelancers and shouted at the Ningguang crowd. "Any Ningguang student who helps me fight Masho Chengui gets a brand new iPhone 16 tomorrow." Just as Wang Junjie was basking in his own smugness, convinced that the terms Head offered were irresistible to these students surviving on only a couple thousand yuan a month, a volley of furious shouts exploded from the crowd. "Wang Junjie, you think money makes you great? Spit. Keep your filthy cash and buy yourself some more stupid pills. Hoed want it? You bastard, Wang Junjie. You slept with my girlfriend? Tonight, I'm tearing you a new one." The curses lashed at him like flames. Wang Junjie felt a chill grip him and his backside clench. Why wasn't anyone playing by the script? Not even an iPhone worth over 10 grand could sway them. Lin Mo knew the reason. Wang Junjie's reputation was built on throwing money at any girl he fancied, humiliating anyone who annoyed him, even forced people to drink urine and kicking stray dogs for fun. With a record like that, he was infamous at Ningguang University. In real life, students feared his powerful family and dared not fight back, so they poured all their hatred into Oracle World, where they could avenge themselves without restraint. Now the Spider Queen was down to 1% health. Victory was within reach. Panic seized Wang Junjie, and he bellowed, "Stop them! At any cost, hold them off!" But the enraged students of Ningguang were like gunpowder set alight. In an instant they shattered the freelancer's defense, carving an irreparable gap and clearing a path for Lin Mo. Every gaze locked on him. "Senior Lin Mo, it's all on you now." Feeling those ardent eyes, Lin Mo's heart burned. He hadn't expected anyone to remember a former nobody like him. Tonight the students stood united, and Wang Junjie was utterly alone. Lin Mo gave them a solemn nod, gripped his Tier 2 orange heroic golden bow, triggered the speed boost on his demon-forged holy light boots, and charged straight at Wang Junjie and the Spider Queen. With a roar, his title and equipment effects flared, golden light erupting around him and cutting through the darkness. Hope flooded the students behind him. "Holy crap, Senior Lin Mo is awesome. Even if I die now, it's worth it. Go, Senior Lin Mo. Take Wang Junjie down." Swish, swish, swish. Every Chaos Guild player who tried to block him was one-shot by Lin Mo's arrows. He was the Reaper in the night. Stand in his way, and you died. White light soared skyward as he vaulted over the bodies, arrowing straight toward his target. Terrified, Wang Junjie looked back, then bolted toward the boss, hoping to claim that final 1% of health before Lin Mo could reach them. If he got the kill, dying afterward would still be worth it. But he was nowhere near as fast as Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo entered his 50-yard firing range, thud! A long arrow punched through Wang Junjie's chest, crit for 1,238. He collapsed to his knees barely a dozen steps from the Spider Queen, staring in disbelief at the tantalizing 1% health bar. His eyes bulged, his trembling hand reached out, but it was out of reach. Racked with bitterness, he pitched forward, and the instant his body hit the ground, he burst into a pillar of white light and vanished into the night. After dispatching Wang Junjie, Lin Mo gripped the hero's golden bow and advanced on the boss. Dozens of Chaotic-era guild members still surrounded the Spider Queen, frantically unloading damage in hopes of snatching the final blow before Lin Mo arrived. Yet with the Queen stalled at 0.5 health, each of their strikes landed for a token 1 point of forced damage. Whittling her down was painfully slow. Lin Mo moved like the wind, closing the distance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four razor-sharp arrows flew in rapid succession, each one striking true despite the boss lock health state, and immediately disabling its targets. Seizing the moment, he transferred the Spider Queen's aggro, and let her AoE casually erase the entire Chaotic-era squad, sidestepping the thousands of infamy points that would have fallen on him, killing with a borrowed knife. In an instant, only Lin Mo and the level 15 Tier 2 boss the Spider Queen remained, her health now at 0.4. Hundreds of Ning University players held their breath, watching from afar. Lin Mo drew his bow. Whoosh! A gleaming arrow sliced through the night, its golden tip tracing a streak of light before burying itself deep in the Spider Queen's carapace. 608 critical. 200 burn. Ruhar. The boss unleashed a rending cry, staggered back a few steps, and collapsed. A heartbeat later, the system prompt exploded in Lin Mo's ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain the LV-15 Tier 2 boss, Spider Queen. EXP 222,000. Last hit bonus 100, cross-level bonus 10, title bonus 111 total. Reputation 100. Boss encounters differ from regular mobs. All participants receive 30,100 EXP based on contribution, but the player who lands the final blow always pockets the full amount. With that one arrow, Lin Mo secured every drop of experience. Swoosh swoosh. As the boss fell, two pillars of golden light descended from the sky. More than 220,000 EXP surged into his character sheet, and Lin Mo jumped 2 levels in a row. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached LV12. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached LV13. All attributes 1, free stat points 3. Next level requires 150,000 EXP. That leveling speed was exhilarating. One arrow for the biggest payday. Just then, a deafening system announcement thundered across the entire Oracle world, blanketing the Desya server and its 1,000+ starter villages. Server-wide announcement Desya. Ding. Player Mo Shou Chung-Gue from Starter Village 116, Yunbian Town, has defeated the village's ultimate boss, the Spider Queen. As the first player on the server to kill a starter village boss, you have earned the achievement King of the Hunt. Reward: Gold 10, Reputation 100, Title King of the Hunt. All players from Starter Village 116 will receive a 12-hour blessing aura. 10 kill rewards. Server-wide announcement to Xia. Ding. Server-wide announcement to Xia. Ding. The triple broadcast echoed across the land, from the great rivers to the distant seas. In an instant, every rookie village across the Great Xia servers, hundreds of millions of players online erupted in excitement. Because the world chat hadn't opened yet, all the shock and awe poured straight onto the official Oracle forum. Live forum pop-ups. Juan Luban Sima Zone 293 Level 7 Male. Holy crap, what's going on? The game's only been live one night, and someone already killed the rookie village boss? Dream Tears Dry Zone 888. Sky Rank 1 Level 9 Male. 30-minute Stamina Zone 519 Level 6 Male. Damn. We haven't even seen a single hair of our boss. This is insane. No little umbrella. No fun Zone 672 Level 6 Female. Wow. Our whole zone just got a blessing aura. Sharing a rookie village with Imo Shou Chung Gui is awesome. Meng Yao Zone 1. Sky Rank 2 Level 9 Female. Anybody know where Imo Shou Chung Gui is from? Heaven, please grant me a Sugar Mommy Zone 998 Level 4 Male. Whoa. A rich lady from Jinghai in Zone 1. Big sis, hit me up. Zhang Liang Malalang Zone 118 Level 7 Male. If he's in Zone 116, he's probably somewhere near Ning'an in Jiang Province, right? Meng Yao Zone 1. Sky Rank 2 Level 9 Female. M19, 169 centimeters, 48 kilograms, single, a sophomore. My parents own a company in Jinghai, and I'm an only child. If Imo Shou Chung Gui wants to date, DM me. Hey, race my selfie. Even losers have dreams. Zone 615 Level 3 Male. So this is Jinghai's heiress? Fair, smooth, gorgeous. Come back, kid. Zone 777 Level 5 Male. Stunning. Having a girlfriend like her would make life worth it. Meanwhile, at the Resurrection Spring in Yunbian Town, Wang Junjie had just respawned when a barrage of server-wide announcements assaulted his ears. He opened the forum, saw the mountains of praise for Lin Mo, and his face turned ashen. Those rewards and honors were supposed to be his. Head poured a fortune into killing that boss, only to have Lin Mo crush all his effort in one blow. Damn it. Imo Shou Chung Gui, this is a blood feud. Wang Junjie's roar echoed around the spring. His strategist, Luan Shizhuga, adjusted his glasses and said coolly, how did he find the shadow nest at exactly the right time? It had to be that woman, Su Yingxia, who leaked it. She definitely sold me out. Wang Junjie ground his teeth. Before he finished, a notification popped up. Player Imo Shou Chung Gui has sent you a friend request. He actually has the guts to gloat? Furious, Wang Junjie hit accept and was about to open voice chat to curse Lin Mo's entire ancestry when Lin Mo beat him to it with a message. Imo Shou Chung Gui, do you know where you went wrong? Real feelings can withstand the test of money. By the way, thanks for the million. Consider it a wedding gift. Make sure you come celebrate when Yingxia and I get married. Those words burned into Wang Junjie's eyes like fire. It really was that bitch Su Yingxia. He roared, his face crimson, blood vessels crawling across his eyes. The next second, his blood pressure spiked and bang collapsed. His underlings swarmed over. Boss passed out. Wake up, boss. Huh, for once the boss doesn't stink. To Lin Mo, a gold-digging woman like Su Yingxia was a ticking time bomb. Smashing it with Wang Junjie's own hand couldn't have been better. Deep inside the shadow nest, the moment the boss crashed to the ground, the students from Ning University erupted in shrill cheers. They weren't celebrating the boss' death so much as their first successful stand against Wang Junjie. Lin Mo had finally helped them vent their anger. Under the massive stone throne, a heap of shimmering gold loot lay beside the boss corpse. It was only a tier 2 boss, nowhere near worth the tens of millions Wang Junjie had poured in, but at this stage every piece of gear and material was priceless. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Mo began gathering the spoils with great anticipation. Ding. You have picked up 11 gold, 55 silver, and 79 copper coins. Ding. You have picked up a tier D spell scroll, Deathburst Swarm. Ding. You have picked up a tier C skill book, Venom Mastery. Ding. You have picked up a level 15, tier 2 orange belt, Toxic Blast Belt. Ding. You have picked up a level 15, tier 2 orange necklace, Toxic Blast Necklace. Ding. You have picked up the Heart of Shadow. Shrill system alerts exploded in Lin Mo's ears as the coins spilled through his fingers, glinting coldly before piling into a waist-high mound. He had known the village boss was lucrative, but the drop rate still stunned him, sending blood surging through his veins. A tier D spell scroll. He seized the parchment at once. Black-green veins coiled over the yellowed hide, and faint cobweb patterns lingered along its edges. A window popped up in his view. Deathburst Swarm Tier D spell scroll. Effect. Each use summons one exploding spider that inherits 20% of the caster's total stats. Upon contact, the spider self-destructs, dealing true damage equal to its own maximum HP to a single target. Charges remaining, 50-50. The scroll disappears once all charges are spent. Against a fully armored meat shield, a single exploding spider would wipe the health bar clean. An absolute tank killer. Lin Mo instantly pictured Wang Junjie's sooty face. If that guy had owned this scroll back then, Lin would never have slammed him into the dirt match after match. Next, he pulled out the Tier C skill book, Venom Mastery. The deep purple cover exuded a chill, and a green serpent's eye on the spine opened and closed slowly. The tooltip spelled it out clearly. Wizard skill that inflicts a poison debuff on a single enemy, dealing minor damage over time while sharply lowering their accuracy. The raw damage was modest, but the accuracy debuff was the cornerstone of any control-oriented wizard build. In the early game, that book alone could fetch hundreds of thousands of yuan. Lin Mo closed the book, brushed the scroll's textured surface, and grinned like a miser. Great loot, but I need cash even more. According to plan, the real world would be swallowed by Oracle in 3 months. He had to hoard money for top-up bonuses and gun for the 50 million recharge jackpot. Together, the scroll and the book should net at least a couple $100,000 perfect for his financial roadmap. Without hesitation, he stashed both in his inventory. That left the 2 gleaming orange items, the Toxic Blast Belt and Toxic Blast Necklace. In this starter village, the Smith's cap was level 10, tier 2 gear, and most of it was white or green quality. Blue pieces were already a miracle that cost 1 gold, 30 reputation, and 3 rare materials far beyond an average player's budget in both time and money. Yet the Spider Queen had dropped level 15, tier 2 orange gear outright. Lin Mo was already level 13, just a step from 15. Once he reached the 3rd tier capital, critical quests awaited, leaving no time for materials grinding. Both pieces were tailor-made for an archer and would form a perfect bridge set alongside his heroic golden bow. When he upgraded later, he could still auction them for a tidy profit. Satisfied, Lin Mo tucked the 2 orange items into his bag as well. Just as Lin Mo had predicted, even taken together, these spoils were still worth far less than the fortune Wang Junjie had burned through to bring down the boss. But what really thrilled Lin Mo wasn't the number sit, was the fact that every single item was priceless at the moment. Even if Wang Junjie threw another 100 million at the game, he still couldn't buy any of them. Thinking about how Wang Junjie had paid others only to end up working for him for free, Lin Mo almost laughed out loud. Wang Junjie, you must be raging right now, huh? Too bad I left in such a hurry and forgot to let you eat shit. He'll make it up to you next time. Jokes aside, Lin Mo knew that without Wang Junjie's all-out firepower, he probably couldn't have killed the Spider Queen on his own. With that in mind, he studied the special item in front of him, Agina Smooth, obsidian black stone shaped like a river pebble, the Heart of Shadow. System info, unknown. Others might not see anything special, but Lin Mo was overjoyed. This was the sole admission ticket to the Hidden Shadow Sanctuary dungeon in a Tier 3 capital. To enter, he needed 3 Hearts of Shadow, and the one in his hand was just the beginning. Once he reached a Tier 3 city, he planned to track down the other 2 from players who had beaten their newbie area bosses. That hidden dungeon was his for the taking. As he checked the rest of the rewards, the system awarded him a title of higher quality than his previous 3, surprisingly, a green grade title. King of the Hunt Green. Effect, 3 damage to monsters. Description, symbol of the player who felled the boss in Cloud Edge Town, Novice Village 116, Great Xia server. That's a straight 3% boost to grinding efficiency, Lin Mo calculated. Over time, that edge would let him pull further and further ahead of ordinary players. A thought struck him. If Soulfire evolved again someday, could it burn titles too? If titles could evolve, that would be fascinating. While he was lost in thought, all the loot had been sorted. Just then, Qin Feng led a group from the Zephyr Guild over to him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Were they here to snatch his haul? Turned out he was overthinking. Congrats on the server's first newbie boss kill, Brother Mo. Qin Feng beamed. Lin Mo eyed him warily. Why did you help me? Scratching his head, Qin Feng's ears went red. I was out of line before and offended your girlfriend. Please forgive me, Brother Mo. Let's let bygones be bygones. I swear I'll never mess with Suing Xiao again. Lin Mo waved it off. Consider it settled. Just like that, their feud was over. Seeing Lin Mo drop the matter, Qin Feng's face lit up. Before he could say anything else, Lin Mo offered, let's add each other as friends. Easier to keep in touch. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Sure. Once they'd added each other, he grinned. Then it'll be off, Brother Mo. Go ahead. Will do. Watching the Zephyr players leave, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. That kid chose the right path, far smarter than Wang Junjie. With Qin Feng gone, his gaze shifted to Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan. The pair looked reluctant to part, like star-crossed lovers. Noticing Lin Mo's stare, they nodded politely and prepared to leave with Ningda. Wait, Lin Mo suddenly called out. Ling Xiao stopped and turned. Yes? What is it? He'll power level you to 10, Lin Mo said calmly. Ling Xiao froze. But it's not free, Lin Mo added. 200,000. Ling Xiao, blessed with the A-grade talent parish together, has fought his way to 3rd place on Yunbian Town's Heaven leaderboard. Yet he remains a step behind Wang Junjie. In just a few days his sin points have climbed into the hundreds. Trying to level up again by detonating parish together on a boss would be suicide. One death would wipe his massive experience and leave him no chance to recover. Ling Xiao has burned through almost every card that could help him challenge Wang Junjie, but he still wants to win. Lin Mo's offhand promise cut through Ling Xiao's despair like a shaft of light, reigniting his fighting spirit. The next words 200,000 doused him from head to toe like a bucket of ice water. Could you lower it a little? I really can't come up with 200,000, Ling Xiao murmured, unconsciously rubbing the hem of his shirt. Lin Mo fell silent, as if deliberately giving him time. Several seconds later, Xiao Wanwan stepped between them, her gaze unwavering. I have it. I'll give it to you. Lin Mo's lips curled upward. That was exactly the opening had been waiting for. Deal, Wanwan. Ling Xiao turned towards Xiao Wanwan, his throat tight. The words of refusal stuck fast. She shook her head gently and offered him a warm smile. It's fine, as long as I can stay with you. She asked Lin Mo for his bank account number on the spot, opened the transfer page on her phone, and flew across the keypad. The chime confirming 200,000 rang out. Any other college student who could casually produce that much money would have surprised Lin Mo, yet his expression stayed calm. He already knew Xiao Wanwan was secretly quite wealthy. From the first time he saw her, Lin Mo had thought she looked familiar. In his previous life, had heard talk in the game. The Ning University beauty Xiao Wanwan came from a well-to-do family. Both parents were corporate executives. On a business trip, they died in a crash, leaving her an inheritance of 5 million. She was only a sophomore, yet overnight she became affluent. 5 million. That money had been on Lin Mo's radar for a long time. In 3 months the oracle would descend and reality would be swallowed by the game. Paper currency would be worthless. If he could amass a top-up quota of 50 million ahead of time, his strength would skyrocket. 5 million would instantly cover 10% of that goal, making Xiao Wanwan immensely valuable to him. Of course, he couldn't ask for it all at once. Demanding too much would only raise her guard. To get the entire 5 million, he would have to move gradually, and today's 200,000 was the first step. So, when do we start? Xiao Wanwan pressed her lips together, her tone anxious. On Yunbian Town's level board, Wang Junjie had already surged to level 9, 13, just a hair from level 10, while Ling Xiao was stuck at level 8, 25. The gap was plain to see, and she feared time was running out. Unhurried, Lin Mo refreshed his phone to confirm the transfer, then looked up. Now, with that, he created a party and pulled Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan into it. Turning to Shou Ho and Peng Dehai, he said, "You two, get in here." Me? Peng Dehai pointed at himself, equal parts surprised and delighted. Allowed. Allowed my butt. Shou Ho smacked him on the forehead and scowled. Don't you know every extra teammate costs, brother, Xiao 10% of his XP? Why stick our noses in? Peng Dehai rubbed his head, looking wronged. Lin Mo waved it off. Relax. Join us. He'll make sure all 4 of you hit level 10 before Wang Junjie. The catch is 70% of your leveling rewards go to me. You keep the other 30. Will that even work? Shou Ho clearly cared less about rewards than about slowing Ling Xiao down. Gritting his teeth, he locked eyes with Ling Xiao. Brother Xiao, you dragged me out from under that semi on the highway. I owe you my life. If this plan fails, I'll hunt Wang Junjie down offline. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let sis-in-law land in his hands. Don't be so dramatic, Lin Mo sighed. Palms up. Can't the top player on the heavenly leaderboard earn a little trust? Ling Xiao nodded at them. Do what Mo Shichengui says. Come on in. With that, Lin Mo led the party out of Shadow Nest toward another nearby level 10 zone, the Ant Nest. Under Oracle's rules, a 5-man party earns only 50% of normal combat XP per member. Just before they entered, Shou Ho was still anxious. He flipped through the official guide and the Yunbian Town rankings, muttering, Wang Junjie's got an army grinding for him. Catching up will be tough. Peng Dehai wrung his hands nervously, while the two fretted whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Mo raised the golden bow of the brave and targeted the level 10 man-eating ants swarming nearby. With 188 agility, he loosed 4 arrows a second. 1,119 critical, 1,164 critical, 1,209 critical, 1,254 critical. Ding, your teammate has slain a level 10 monster man-eating ant. You gain 120 XP base, 5010 global blessing aura. Ding, your teammate has slain a level 10 monster man-eating ant. You gain 120 XP. Ding. The rapid-fire system prompts left Shou Ho and Peng Dehai wide-eyed. All they could manage was, holy crap. Lin Mo's heart lurched. Damn, forgot to turn on damage lock. He switched to lock HP mode and fired again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each arrow left an ant with exactly 1 hit point. Finish them, he called to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao got the cue and charged into the swarm. Flash, flash, flash. 97, 97, 97. Third on the heavenly leaderboard, Ling Xiao was hardly weak, just ordinary, next to Lin Mo. 1 swing per ant. He mowed through the 1 HP enemies with ease. They received an extra 30 experience for landing the killing blow, and the first kill bonus on the boss granted every player in Cloudridge Town a 10 blessing aura that boosted all kill rewards. Each flesh-eating ant yielded a hefty 180 XP to Ling Xiao. The numbers flashed madly on his screen, and Skinny Monkey, Fat Dehai, and Xiao Wanwan were stunned by the outrageous leveling speed. Lin Mo lowered his longbow, tilted his head slightly, and asked in an offhand voice, "Want it to go even faster?" "Absolutely." The three answered in unison. "Then start pulling mobs." Lin Mo pointed outward. Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai darted to the perimeter, waving their weapons, shouting, and hopping around until they lured over an even larger swarm of man-eating ants. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows flew in an unbroken stream, pinning the charging ants more than 30 yards away. Blood-red damage figures paved a corridor of death, and Lin Mo's killing rhythm grew ever more frenzied, the aura of bloodlust forcing nearby spectators to unconsciously take a half-step back. Elsewhere, Wang Junjie was completely unaware that Feng Xiao Shi, third on the Sky leaderboard, was leveling up at breakneck speed. He pinned his earlier failures solely on those bastards from Mingda. If they hadn't messed things up, Sticking Toe rules would never have stolen my boss, he growled. Damn it, Ling Xiao must have called them in. Malice churned in his mind. Worthless trash. Still can't tell who the real king is, huh? You dare help Sticking Toe rules against me? Once I hit level 10, I'll livestream myself screwing Xiao Wanwan to death. The moment he spoke, the underlings from the Chaotic Age Guild went wild. Underling. Boss, you're really going to stream it? Which platform? Wang Junjie. Stream your sister. Underling. You want me to bring my sister so we can stream? Sure thing. I'll get her right now. Wang Junjie. Stream your mother. Underling. Got it. I'll go dig my mom up too. Wang Junjie. Scram. Underling. On my way. 6 a.m. The game server's traffic shot through the roof again. As soon as the weekend hit, half-awake players piled in to grind levels, while the poor office drones carved out 2 frantic hours before their 8 o'clock punch-in just to let off steam online. In minutes, the population meter was redlining. Just outside Yunbian town, in the level 10 wilds. Flash, flash, flash. The Turbulent Age Guild's 4 strongest crank talents fanned out in a crescent, skills sparking like fireworks. Each monster was shaved down to a sliver of health, then shoved toward the middle. Wang Junjie stepped up, sword flashing, and finished the lot, his EXP bar rocketing. Clang boom. The last strike burst a demonized toad into pixel dust. Wang Junjie yanked up his status window, level 9, 85%. The numbers glowed, and a triumphant grin spread across his face. Huh, Ling Xiao, he snickered. I even gave you a head start. No way you hit 10 before me. The words were barely out when a system broadcast echoed overhead. System announcement Yunbian Town. Ding congratulations to player Feng Xiao Shi on completing a class change. As the second player in Starter Village 116 of the Daxiao server to reach level 10, you earn rank up reward 2, 90,000 cash, 2 lottery draws, 90 reputation, and the title Level Rush Maniac. What? The smirk froze on Wang Junjie's face. Minutes ago that guy had been a full level behind. How had he just leapfrogged him? While he stood there stunned, 3 more announcements rolled out in rapid fire. System announcement Yunbian Town. Ding congratulations to player Shou Hoer for reaching level 10 and completing a class change, 3rd place reward. System announcement Yunbian Town. Ding congratulations to player Pang Dahai for reaching level 10 and completing a class change, 4th place reward. System announcement Yunbian Town. Ding congratulations to player Wan Feng Qingqing for reaching level 10 and completing a class change, 5th place reward. BZZT. The news hit like a lightning bolt. Wang Junjie staggered back and almost landed on the ground. They're hacking. He roared. I've got 4 crank elites carrying me, and they still pass us? Total cheats. Next to him, the strategist Luan Shizhuga pushed up his glasses, eyes on the leaderboard. The IDMO Shou Chingue is still in Yunbian Town. His level's still climbing, so he must be power leveling that whole squad. Mo Shou Chingue? Bloodshot. Wang Junjie snarled. Stealing my bosses was bad enough, now he wrecks my ranking? He's asking for it. Shaking with rage, he growled, "I'll kill him." He whipped out his phone and, boiling over, fired off a string of WeChat messages to Suing Xia. Offline, at the same time. Suing Xia was still crouched outside Lin Mo's apartment, clueless about the digital storm. She'd been waiting for hours, her phone overflowing with more than 100 unanswered texts. Damn you, Lin Mo. What? Did you fly overseas for a midnight snack? It's dawn, and you're still not back. You won't even answer my messages. I've been waiting forever. You used to text back in seconds. Suing Xia glared at her phone, refreshing the chat nonstop. Rationally, she knew that as long as the other party didn't show up, her job was done. Wang Junjie had almost certainly killed the boss, and now she just had to wait for 2 million to hit her account. Pleased with herself, she was about to ask Wang Junjie for the money when a new message popped up first. Damn you, Suing Xia. You traitorous bitch. I'm going to kill you. The sudden abuse drained all color from Su Yingxia's face. She didn't even know what she'd done wrong. Junji, what happened? She replied in a panic. Cut the crap. You ungrateful whore, just wait. I'm coming for you. And when I'm through, you'll wish you were dead. Every furious word felt like a blade to her heart. Shaken, she tried to answer, but a notification appeared. You have been blocked. Standing frozen, she felt a chill creep up her spine. Yunbian Town, Job Change Hall. Golden sunlight shattered across the white dome, illuminating 4 towering class statues. Before the Greatsword statue, Ling Xiao pressed his palm to the glowing orb. Light flared, and he officially became a shield knight, determined to max out his defenses and become an unbreakable, explosive tank. Beneath the staff statue, blue mana whipped Xiao Wanwan's hair as she changed into a mage. Her grade talent, Frozen World, boosted ice damage by 10%, setting her firmly on the path of an ice sorceress. Shouhouer lit the assassin emblem, while Pang Dehai donned a priest's robe. A system announcement echoed through the hall, confirming their new classes. Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan hugged, eyes glistening with tears. They'd finally pushed through the thorns fate had laid in their way. While power leveling them, Ling Xiao had already shared his story with Lin Mo. He and Xiao Wanwan were childhood sweethearts, together from kindergarten through college. One weekend, everything changed. A gang of thugs targeted them, drawn by Xiao Wanwan's beauty. To protect her, Ling Xiao took the beating while she, in panic, slashed a thug's neck with an eyebrow razor. They fled, but the gang soon used their connections to find them at Ningguang University. Claiming permanent injury, the thugs threatened to press charges and send Xiao Wanwan to prison. With no surveillance and the thugs insisting Shed attacked first, the two were cornered until Wang Junjie stepped in. With just 3 sentences, he settled the matter. The thugs greeted him with a respectful brother Jia. Wang Junjie then blackmailed Xiao Wanwan. Become his girlfriend or have the thugs press charges. She refused. Only wanting to sleep with her, Wang Junjie posted a wager on the campus wall. Whoever among Ningguang University's gamers reaches level 10 first gets Xiao Wanwan as his girlfriend. Gaming was Ling Xiao's one strength, so he took up the challenge. Wang Junjie promised that if he lost, he'd back off and never mention the thugs again. Lin Mo felt a special kinship because he, too, had stared into that abyss. A year earlier, on a weekend just before graduation, he and Su Yingxiao went to the seaside. Late at night, on the way back to their hotel, they ran into thugs. Normally timid, Lin Mo grabbed a rock and smashed it into a thug's head, the bravest thing had ever done, simply because someone dared touch Su Yingxiao. The cruel twist. 1 week later, Su Yingxiao broke up with him. Remembering that night left Lin Mo's chest icy, his smile thinner than the wind. Ling Xiao stepped in front of Lin Mo and gave a deep bow, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Mo Shichengwei. As promised, I'm giving you all my leveling rewards. I said 70% before, but now I'm adding the last 30 everything. It's all yours. Before he finished, Xiao Wanwan nodded firmly. I'm giving you all of mine too. Shouhouer and Pang Dehai traded looks. After a hesitant pause, they whispered, Brother Gui, can we keep 30%? Or maybe 20? Lin Mo waved a hand and smiled. Deal. Just like that, Lin Mo pocketed 274,000 in cash plus 7 lottery draws. The raffle tickets themselves are non-transferable, but the prizes sure aren't. Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and Shouhouer ranked 2nd through 4th on the leveling board each had 2 spins, while 5th place Pang Dehai had only 1. The 4 huddled around the wheel as the pointer whirled, tension and excitement crackling in the air. The results flashed across the screen in seconds. 7th prize 4. 2 A-grade skill books, 1 gold coin, and 1 A-grade magic scroll. 6th prize 2. 5 gold coins and 1 grade skill book. The highlight was Xiao Wanwan's 4th prize, upgrade title enhancement magic scroll. Looks really do boost the drop rate, Lin Mo muttered, eyeing the campus bowties hall. No matter how valuable the loot, Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan handed everything to Lin Mo without hesitation. Only Shouhouer and Pang Dehai clutched their prizes, reluctant to let go. Shouhouer held tight to an A-grade assassin skill book, back-to-back stab. Boss, I can actually use this. Sell it to me? Sure, guild discount, 50% off. 10 grand. Shouhouer went pale. Forget it'll pass. The auction house was right nearby. Lin Mo gathered the goods and dove in, listing everything that could be sold. 1-2 A-grade skill books 20,000 each. 2-1 generic grade skill book 80,000. 3-1 A-grade magic scroll 30,000. 4-1 grade magic scroll, insect explosion, dropped by the Spider Queen earlier 100,000. 5-1 grade mage skill book, toxic arts 200,000. The prices looked outrageous, but at this stage the whales would kill for scarce resources. Never underestimate how crazy the spenders get, Lin Mo said with a grin, fingers flying over the interface. Outside the auction house, Shouhouer and Pang Dehai watched him leave, swallowing hard. Heads soloed the boss loot, pocketed 5 cash rewards, and now raked in the raffle gear. How much was he making off this run? Their eyes burned with envy. Only one item remained. Xiao Wanwan's grade title enhancement scroll. Anything that directly boosted combat power was off limits for sale. Lin Mo's hard rule. The description was clear. Used to upgrade any title to purple quality permanent bonus. Worth well over $1 million. Since every title could eventually reach purple, upgrading the weakest white one made the most sense. Among Golden Gear Warlord, Hidden Player, Level Up Maniac, and King of the Hunt, he chose Golden Gear Warlord. Ding. You have used the Grade Title Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations, your title Golden Gear Warlord has been upgraded from white to purple. Lin Mo opened the stats panel at once. Golden Gear Warlord Purple. Attack 10. Description: a badge of honor for the first player in Cloud Edge Town, Novice Village 116 of the Daxia server, to obtain a piece of golden equipment. Holy crap, attack went from 1% to 10. Lin Mo could feel his heart racing. A 10 title bonus, what did that mean? In Oracle, the human racial bonus was only 10, and now the 2 stacked to give him a full 20 boost to attack power, pushing him far ahead of the pack. He pulled up his status window. His attack had jumped from 811 to 877, and the white badge before his ID had turned a brilliant violet. A purple title, fantastic. Leaving the auction house, he counted his assets. 1. Bank balance, 698,000. 2. Items on consignment, 450,000. 3. Gold in his bag, 21 coins, worth 210,000 at the official 1:1 rate. In a single night, had gone from a loser who could barely cover rent to a fledgling millionaire. Had never seen this much money in his previous life, but a little over $1 million was still far from the $50 million he was aiming for. Had to keep saving. His gaze shifted to Xiao Wanwan, who was whispering sweetly with Ling Xiao. A hunter's sharpness flashed in his eyes. After the 200,000 shed already paid, she still had 4.8 million, and he intended to make her hand over every last cent willingly. He already knew how. He spoke to Ling Xiao without hurry. With Wang Junjia's personality, this won't end here. If anything else happens, contact me. Ling Xiao understood that the current respite was temporary. Wang Junjia would never let him and Xia Wanwan off easily. Glancing at the woman he was determined to protect, he nodded solemnly. Thanks. If I need help, I'll come to you. Lin Mo logged out. Had been grinding for 10 straight hours and was exhausted. But instead of collapsing into bed, he began packing. Had to move. If Wang Junjia couldn't touch him in the game, he'd strike in real life. And Suing Xia knew where he lived. Danger had skyrocketed. Besides, he was sick of that dilapidated apartment delivery drivers marked as a black zone. Cash gave him confidence. He stuffed his belongings into a suitcase and headed for downtown Ning'an. As if had chosen it long ago, he walked into the Tianyuan mansion complex and boldly signed a lease on a fully furnished 3-bedroom for 2,800 a month. Once everything was set up, he stepped into the master bedroom and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the street below. Diagonally across, the neon sign for the Tinjiuxuan Foot Spa glowed brightly. Excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. It was time to meet Yuxia, one of the world's 9 SS-rank talents in Oracle and the #1 Empress of the Daxia server in his previous life. When Lin Mo finally opened his eyes, it was already 11 in the morning. The moment he woke, a surge of energy coursed through him as if a short, light sleep had refilled every vein with power. At his current level, and with his gear in Oracle, even if every other player started the race 10 hours ahead, more than 99.99% still wouldn't catch him. But staying on top takes more than an SS steer talent and memories from a previous life. It demands effort few can imagine. In this life, he isn't content with being strong, aims to eclipse the other 9 SS steer prodigies and stand alone at the summit. Besides, he has something crucial to do later, and that will take time as well. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, he went downstairs. At a small diner near the gate of his complex, he spent 22 yuan on a steaming bowl of braised pork rice and finished it in a few bites. Then he crossed the street to Tinjiuxuan, a well-known foot spa chain in Jiang province. In his previous life, places in this price range were out of reach, but the thought of meeting one of the 9 global SSS talents, the woman millions of players hailed as the first Empress of the Daxia server, made his heart pound and quickened his steps. Welcome, sir. Do you have a reservation? The 2 receptionists asked with bright smiles, uniforms crisp. Lin Mo spoke as if had rehearsed it, calm yet firm. I want your best private room, and I need technician number 27. Money isn't an issue. While speaking, he slipped 2 fresh 100 yuan bills into their hands. The tip, worth a day and a half of their wages, lit up their faces. Right away, handsome. Please wait a moment while make sure everything is perfect. He followed the softly glowing staircase to the 2nd floor. When the wooden door opened, a luxurious room came into view, its pale gold carpet and faint sandalwood scent setting a tranquil mood. He had barely sat down when the door eased open again. A girl in a white blouse and black skirt tiptoed in, voice trembling. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Ning Shi, technician number 27. He'll be serving you today. She wasn't stunning, neither a national beauty like Xiao Wanwan, nor as ethereal as Su Yingxi, and a dusting of freckles bridged her nose. Yet her flushed cheeks and clear eyes evoked the warmth of a childhood friend, making her seem endearingly fragile. Facing her first client, she nervously twisted her fingers behind her back. First day? Lin Mo asked, though he already knew. Ning Shi nodded, ears reddening. I just started. No worries. It's my first time, too, he said with a smile, then lay face down on the massage table. Let's begin. She replayed the training demonstrations in her mind and edged to his side. The moment her cool, soft fingers pressed against his back, A wave of tingling pleasure shot up his spine. Her technique wasn't exceptional. What intoxicated Lin Mo was the shock of the situation. In his last life, this timid girl would become Xia, the first empress of the Daxiao server, one of only 9 SSS talents in the world. Now, before entering Oracle, she was a foot spa novice, quietly working on him. The satisfaction and thrill he felt were beyond words. Yes, it was real. Who would have imagined that Xia, one of the planet's 9 SSS talents and the top player in the Daxiao server, had once been an unremarkable foot spa trainee named Ningxi. In his previous life, Lin Mo had stood with countless low-level players at the very bottom of Oracle, gazing up at the Empress. He had watched her flick a finger without a care, erasing a super boss that had stymied millions of players in the main city. He had seen a half smile from her make top-tier champions from the island nation and the Sun Never Set's empire quake in fear. He had witnessed a casual grin leave multitudes hopelessly enamored. That woman was Xia Ningxi. Back then, Lin Mo had no idea where she came from. He only heard his drinking buddies gossip. I've met the Empress Xia in real life. She's just a foot spa masseuse in Ningguan. The shop's called Listening Rain Pavilion. She's number 27. Because of the freckles on her face, almost no one picks her. Who knew she'd turned from Sparrow to Phoenix inside Oracle? If I'd known, I would have asked for her more often. Regrets killing me. Haunted by that missed chance, Lin Mo was reborn. This time, he swore an oath. While the Empress was still green, he would claim her. If he could keep Xia at his side, she would fight for him and bring countless other benefits. The thought made him chuckle. Right now, Ning Ziborn to a family of scholars had taken her first massage job, hoping to pay her brother's tuition and keep her precarious household afloat. Half an hour later, faint essential oil fragrance filled the cubicle. Lin Mo nearly drifted off on the massage bed. The digital wall clock read a little past 1. He stretched, rose in satisfaction, pulled out his phone, and sent Ningxi a red packet. A tip for you. He'll ask for you next time. Under the soft light, Ningxi was drained, barely able to lift an arm. When she opened WeChat and saw the brilliant 1000, her heart slammed, eyes flying wide. Every trace of fatigue vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Mo headed to the front desk. He paid by purchasing a Supreme VIP card and dropped 50,000 yuan on it. In the 6 months Shed worked, the receptionist had never seen anyone so lavish. Reserve number 27 for me, Lin Mo said coolly. No one else is allowed to request her. The receptionist nodded at once, beaming. Certainly, Mr. Lin. He'll remember. Lin Mo had barely stepped out when several masseuses in back started whispering. Isn't number 27 the new girl, Ningxi? Why's that guy so hung up on her? Right? She's got freckles and looks so fragile. I don't get it. Do rich men really like that type? Outside, the sun blazed. Lin Mo glanced back at Listening Rain Pavilion, still unsatisfied, a smile tugging at his lips. 50 grand should last 3 months. His plan was crystal clear. 1. Over the next 3 months, he would draw close to Ningxi until her body and soul belonged to him. She was nothing like the aloof, icy Empress of the future. Right now, she was easy to mold. 2. In the original timeline, Ningxi didn't enter Oracle voluntarily. 3 months later, when the game swallowed reality, the whole world was forced online, and she drew her SS grade talent. If he pushed her into the game early, he might disrupt that node and cost her the divine SSS. He couldn't rush it. History had to unfold exactly as before. Imagining a future where an SS grade Empress stood beside Heimer rather. Under his control, Lin Mo's eyes blazed with heat. This life, that SS grade Empress is mine. Lin Mo had just gotten home. His phone buzzed nonstop in his pocket. Ding, ding, ding. Suing Xiao was firing off WeChat messages. Lin Mo, what's that supposed to mean? You want text back, and now you move without telling me? You'd better give me an explanation, or we're done. Since morning, Shed sent hundreds of texts. Lin Mo glanced at the screen, feeling only fatigue, and replied with 4 words. Then let's break up. On the other end, Suing Xia had no idea her little games had already been exposed. She still thought Lin Mo was as attached to her as had been in college, unable to let their relationship go. When those icy words appeared, her fingers shook and her heart skipped a beat. She still didn't know what she'd done to offend Wang Junjie. Right now, Lin Mo was her only lifeline. She swallowed her pride and sent another text. Lin Mo, I was just mad and take it seriously. Lin Mo stared at the line, a cold smile tugging at his lips. That's it. Don't contact me again. Don't let me see you. Suing Xia, you're not worth it. Out in Ningguan's suburbs, in front of the shabby apartment Lin Mo used to rent, Suing Xia stood frozen as if the world had collapsed. Helplessness and fear washed over her. She crouched, hugged herself, and broke down in tears. Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt lighter than ever. He had loved Suing Xia once, but now she was just a worn-out shoe everyone had tried on. No woman in my heart, and my sword will find its own spirit. He shook off the last trace of emotion and sneered. With money and power, what woman was out of reach? Why would he need Suing Xia? Composed again, he stepped inside, sat at his desk, put on his Oracle headset, and logged into the game. Flash white light flared. His character landed, and the familiar streets of Yunbian Town appeared. At that same moment, a thunderous system announcement boomed across the starter village. Announcement: Yunbian Town, ding, the top-ranked player Lin Mo, Shou Chungue has logged in. Kneel and pay your respects. The street erupted. Ah, so tight. Damn. A login broadcast? What a show-off. Daddy, you're awesome. I want that too. If I were this good, my girlfriend would never leave me. Goddess always Sora. Trust me, buddy, if it were really you, you'd get smashed in seconds. Show off? Maybe, but Lin Mo had earned it. Had been offline for 6 hours, yet the leaderboard still showed him on top. Level 13, 81%. Some players dashed to the Tier 3 main city right after changing class at level 10, but official data said that among 500 million registered accounts in the Daxiao region, fewer than 0.1% were above level 10. At nearly level 14, Lin Mo's rank spoke for itself. He wasn't rushing, had been waiting for one pivotal moment. The moment when the whole server finally hit level 10. Scanning the leaderboard, Lin Mo noticed that quite a few players were stuck at level 10, 0.00 experience, and all of them were still jobless. He immediately realized they were caught in the class change process and only needed to finish the quest before buying 2 basic E-rank skill books from their trainer. With that in mind, he switched to the Cloud's Edge Town Zone channel and typed at lightning speed. Mo Shou Chungue, LV, 13 trainee archer, number 1 on the heavenly list. Paying 2,000 gold apiece for any basic E-rank skill book, mail it, and get instant cash. The heavenly list icon came with its own halo, so the message didn't need pinning. It flooded the entire channel in seconds. Whoa, 2,000 each? This guy's loaded. I heard those books cost only 5 silver. At 2 grand, he's pocketing 1,500 profit per copy. Hold up, big guy. I'm hitting level 10, soon let me finish the class quest, and I'll sell you mine. Greed for gold ruled the public channel. No one doubted the offer for a second. Lin Mo had planned to pay 1,000 per book, but fewer than 0.1 of players had reached level 10, and supply was scarce. To speedrun Soulfire and push for an SS rank skill before heading for the Tier 3 capital, he simply doubled the price, small change in the grand scheme. Sure enough, despite their own need for skills, some new level 10 players couldn't resist the premium and mailed their books straight to him. Switching to his mailbox, Lin Mo saw that every skill book and magic scroll had listed on the auction house had sold while he was offline. After the 3 transaction tax, he pocketed 436,500 yuan. The 13,500 yuan fee made him curse the developers, but whether through auction house or mail, the system always skimmed 3%. Dodging that cut meant risky offline deals. With the fresh cash, Lin Mo's net worth broke 7 digits for the first time, hitting 1.08 million. He felt an instant surge of confidence. Email after email poured in. An entire inventory page filled with basic E-rank books from every class. Sulfuronite. Golden flames danced on his fingertips as each book turned to ash. Ding. Disintegrated Wizard E-rank, Aura. Skill Evolution Point 1. Ding. Disintegrated Warrior E-rank, Charge Slash. Skill Evolution Point 1. Ding. Disintegrated Assassin E-rank, Shadow Strike. Skill Evolution Point 1. When the last book burned, he refreshed his mailbox and kept the fire going while his bank balance drained like a breached dam. In barely 10 minutes, he had purchased and incinerated 148 E-rank books, earning 148 skill evolution points. Finally, time to hit SSS. In his pack, he still had the 2 E-rank skills granted at class Change Flame Arrow and Frost Arrow and the Drank Double Shot awarded for killing the Wolf King. He instantly selected Double Shot. In his previous life, had watched a top 100 archer one-shot a boss with an E-rank rapid fire arrow. If E-rank was that brutal, how broken would SSS be? Evolution, begin. Ding. Spent 2 points. Drank Double Shot, Crank Double Shot. Ding. Spent 4 points. Crank Double Shot, Brank Triple Shot. Ding. Spent 8 points. Brank Triple Shot, E-rank Quadruple Shot. Ding. Spent 16 points. E-rank Quadruple Shot, S-rank Quintuple Shot. Ding. Spent 32 points. S-rank Quintuple Shot, S-rank Sextuple Shot. Ding. Spent 64 points. S-rank Sextuple Shot, SS-rank Heavenly Punisher, 7-star volley. The final notification chimed, and a line of golden text gleamed on his skill panel. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first player on the Oracle Daxia server to acquire an SS rank skill. The system will broadcast an announcement to the entire server. Do you wish to reveal your ID or remain anonymous? Until now, only regional announcements had ever popped up, and everyone in Yunbian Town already knew about the player Masho Chengui. Whether his name was hidden or not made little difference. A server-wide announcement, though, was another story. Show your face before hundreds of millions and trouble would follow you forever. With that in mind, Lin Mo instantly chose to hide his identity. A moment later, the server broadcast still thundered across the sky. Ding, congratulations to player for obtaining an SS grade skill. As the first on the Daxiao server to do so, you've completed the achievement Tactical Master. Rewards: Gold 10, Reputation 100, Permanent Skill Slots 3, and the title Tactical Master. The triple chime echoed through the world of oracles, and the Daxiao server's hundreds of millions of players went crazy. The official forums blew up. Are you kidding me? SS grade? I thought the devs promised perfect balance. Second day after launch, and someone already has SSS? Explain. ID accepted if it were pay to win, but the top-up channel isn't even open. How'd he do it? I can't even afford the grade books for 5 silver each. Cheater. Maybe not. The leveling rank rewards include a raffle. Maybe he hit the jackpot. Who is this guy? He'll pay 5 million RMB for that account. Why did I pull in a grade? If I had SSS, I'd retire right now. 5 million. ARG. Novice Village, number 116 Yunbian Town. As soon as the announcement faded, Lin Mo opened his panel, eyes glued to the archer skill that had just climbed from grade to SSS. Sky Piercing, 7-star Volley Archer, SSS. Effect, locks onto a single enemy and instantly fires 7 arrows of starlight, each dealing 100 physical damage. If the target dies mid-sequence, any remaining arrows automatically seek a nearby enemy. Special Effect 1. Each arrow stuns for 0.5 seconds. Special Effect 2. Damage to the same target increases by 3 with each consecutive hit. Special Effect 3. Converts 50 of total damage into a starlight shield that can be applied to yourself or one ally for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 48. Lin Mo's heart pounded like a war drum. His blood seemed to boil. 700% base damage, plus the stacking bonus. He calculated frantically. 100, 103, 106.09, 109.2, 7, 112.55, 115.93, 119.41, a staggering 766 total. Damn, he muttered. This SS grade skill is completely broken. No wonder Head spent 126 skill evolution points to push this volley from grade all the way to SSS. At 2,000 yuan per evolution point, he had just poured 252,000 yuan into a single skill. For an instant, Lin Mo felt as if someone had carved a chunk out of his chest, but the moment the words SS Steer lit up on his panel, every yuan suddenly seemed worth it. Without hesitation, he hit confirm and learned Heaven-Smiting. 7-star volley, the first time in either life he had ever laid hands on anything higher than a tire skill, and now he was holding an SSS. An SS Steer skill eats up 8 entire skill slots. Lin Mo quickly took inventory of his current slots. 1. 1 slot every 3 levels from the system. 2. 1 for the first class change bonus. 3. 3 he scrounged from the instructor. 4. 5 more from the Attire Scrolls level 5 expansion. 5. 3 fresh ones from the achievement just now. That put him at 16 slots total. 7-star volley took 8, leaving 8 open, enough room for another full SSS skill book, at least in theory. Too bad he had only 22 evolution points left, nowhere near enough. He'll wait, he calculated. When more players hit level 10, skill books would drop in price like cabbage, maybe 1,000 yuan apiece, half of what he was paying now. Saving tens of thousands per SSS skill was a deal you couldn't lose. A moment ago his assets sat at 1.08 million. One blink and the skill had swallowed 300,000, leaving him with 780,000. The pain wasn't just talk. Fortunately, the system tossed him 10 gold coins, good for another 100,000 cash, in his health bar, metaphorically speaking, ticked back up. He opened the reward tab. For the first time ever, a purple title flashed into existence. Tactician. Title quality, purple. Title bonus, 10 skill power. Description, a badge of honor for being the first player on the Xinyu Daxia server to acquire an SS Steer skill. 10% more skill power? Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he re-examined 7-star volley. The numbers, edged in purple, looked even sweeter. Base damage coefficient, 100-110. Stun per star arrow, 0.5s 0.55s. Stacking damage on the same target, 3.3. Starlight shield conversion, 50-55. Holy crap, this title's insane. His blood ran hot. He could hardly wait to field test the thing. Decision made. He closed the panel and set off for the Tier 3 capital, the only place worthy of his current bankroll and power. Under the Greystone Arch of Cloud Edge Town's East Gate, foot traffic was thin. Clad in light armor, he strode out of the village, heading straight for the Eastern Teleport node. He had barely crossed the threshold when a private message popped up with an urgent ding. Qin Feng's words practically leapt off the screen. Bro Mo, your girlfriend Su Yingxia is getting bullied. There are too many of them. I can't hold out. Get here quick. East of Cloudside Town, Wilderness Zone Level 8, Savage Woodland. Beneath the low shrubs, the view suddenly widened. A semicircle of players crowded together, leaving only a blood-soaked patch of ground in the middle. In that clearing, more than a dozen players wearing the guild tag Chaos Era surrounded a young woman. Her ID read Su Yingxia. Her avatar's clothing was in tatters, crisscrossed with wounds. She lay in a pool of muddy blood, her health bar almost empty. Though her eyes were glassy, she bit her lip and refused to make a sound. Several female Chaos Era players pinned her down, plunging their swords into her body again and again, each withdrawal spraying fresh droplets of crimson. Priests, heal her. Don't let the little tramp die too soon. The boss said today we're here to torture her. 2 level 10 priests lifted their hands. A white glow fell Grady healing. In an instant, Su Yingxia's HP shot back to full, turning her into a living target once more. Laughter erupted around her. Traitor. That's what you get for crossing, Brother Jia. The spectators were stunned, yet no one moved. Everyone knew Chaos Era had the backing of Ningguang's richest man, Wang Junjia. Who is she? Poor girl. She's gorgeous, and they're doing this to her. Yeah, but she belongs to Wang Junjia's crew. You feel like playing hero? The murmurs rose and fell, but no one stepped out of the safe distance. In the blood, Su Yingxiao rasped. I never betrayed Wang Junjia. Her defense was as fragile as dust, smothered by mocking laughter. Where's your boyfriend's strict rules? Wasn't he just buying skill books and chat? Your girlfriend's dying, and he's still shopping? Huh, dumped you, didn't he? TSK, unwanted trash. How pitiful. The taunts and stabs went on for 10 full minutes. Su Yingxiao endured by sheer will. But the instant she heard the name strict rules, her eyes cracked open and tears flooded in. The man who once held her like a treasure was nowhere to be seen. Scalding tears slid down her cheeks, and she finally broke into sobs. Ah, look, she's crying. How touching. Let this be a lesson you'll never forget. The mockery hadn't even died away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense volley of arrows sliced through the canopy, steel glinting as it punched straight through the female Chaos Era players. Their screams lasted half a second before white light shot skyward and their bodies dissolved into data. Dust kicked up by the arrows hadn't even settled when the outer ring of spectators was blasted open. Dozens of players bearing the guild tag Windrunners charged in, forming a wall around Su Yingxia. At the front stood an 11-level warrior, sword raised, ID Shadow of the Wind. Blood from the arrow storm still dripped from his blade as his voice thundered. She's the girlfriend of the top-ranked player, strict rules, and you dared lay a hand on her? Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet. Have you forgotten the fear that Mo Shiqingwei used to inspire? The players from the Launcher Guild burst into laughter, their taunts overlapping. Fear? Only a bootlicker like you would be scared. Got beaten up for trying to steal Mo Shiqingwei's girlfriend one beating, and you were house-drained. First you helped him steal our boss. Now you're shielding the girl he tossed aside? You're the perfect simp. Qin Feng's face went crimson, yet he stepped in front of Su Yingxia. So what if I'm afraid of Mo Shiqingwei? Aren't you? Isn't Wang Junjia? As long as I'm here, no one touches Yingxia. At the edge of the crowd, a level 10 knight in black armor strode forward. Launcher Chao Zhe. Just you? He asked, clapping disdainfully. Swish, swish, swish. A group of hidden ID players lunged out from the spectators. Their tags flashed. One of them carried the Launcher prefix, sealing off every escape route. The Zhufeng members blanched. Feng, it's a trap. They've been lying in wait for us. With numbers like this, we're done. Only Qin Feng's gaze stayed fierce. Brothers, hold the line. Let that bastard Wang Junjia see Zhufeng doesn't run. Dozens of Zhufeng players gritted their teeth and formed up, weapons raised. Launcher Chao Zhe snorted. Know your place. You dare oppose Launcher? Kill them. At his command, more than 100 Launcher players surged in like a tidal wave. The clash of steel and blasts of magic filled the air. Beams of white light shot upward, almost all from fallen Zhufeng members. Numbers told only half the story. Nearly every Launcher player had already class changed and learned 2 basic skills. Fewer than a third of Zhufeng had reached level 10, and half of those had no skills at all. The result was a massacre. Within moments, Zhufeng collapsed, leaving barely a dozen players guarding Su Yingxia. Her HP plummeted as she shoved Qin Feng. Qin Feng, go. This isn't your fight. He stood with half a health bar, longsword dripping blood, and roared back. Anything that concerns Mo, go concerns me. Mo, guess woman is my woman. I'm not leaving, kill me if you want. Outside the ring, Launcher Chao Zhe laughed skyward. You pitiful simp. Do you know why Mo Shiqingwei's hiding? 95% of Launcher has class changed. His raw stats mean nothing now. The moment he shows. Thud. A cold shaft pierced the air, an arrow through his throat. 1,253 critical. His full health bar vanished. Clutching his bleeding neck, Launcher Chao Zhe staggered back and dropped to his knees. Every gaze followed his terrified eyes to the front of the crowd, where a lone figure strode out. The atmosphere froze. All attention locked onto him. Holy crap, heavens, number 1 Mo Shiqingwei is here. Whoosh. Launcher Chaosius body burst into a pillar of white light and vanished from the arena. In a heartbeat, the only sound left was the collective gasp of the crowd. The spectators' eyes widened. The man who had just been erased was a level 10 knight, fully advanced, and hailed as Oracle's strongest tank. His green-blue plate armor rolled across the ground, a stark reminder that moments ago Launcher Chao Zhe had stood unshakable, only to be one-shot by Lin Mo's arrow. Damn. No wonder he's ranked first on the heavenly leaderboard. Mo Shiqingwei is way too strong. Chat messages flooded the screen like a barrage of fireworks. Across the field, Qin Feng finally let out a breath and pumped his fist. Bro, you made it just in time. Xia also turned to Lin Mo. That familiar figure felt like warm sunlight melting ice, and she whispered in her heart, Lin Mo, you really do still think of me. No one looked more panic-stricken than the members of Launcher Guild. The moment their commander dropped, their faces went pale and terror filled their eyes. Right then, two blood-red messages flashed in the team channel. Launcher Chaoze, don't lose your nerve. Move in. Wizards, lock him down. Mages and archers, focus fire one volley, and he's dead. Launcher Chaoze, orders from Jiego. Kill Imo Shou Chingue. Anyone who hesitates will be kicked from the guild. Eager to keep their high-paying spots, the Launcher players clenched their teeth, raised their weapons, and charged at Lin Mo. But to him, this squad fresh from their slugfest with the Zhufeng Guild, every name still red or gray looked like nothing more than moving targets. Courting death. His eyes turned cold. Perfect. He'll use you to test an SS steer skill. He drew the golden bow of the brave, the string bending like a full moon, and locked on to every incoming enemy. SS steer skill Heaven-Slaying 7-star volley. A silver streak ripped through the sky and blossomed into a brilliant golden pentagram overhead. In the next instant, swish, 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 7-star charged arrows rained down like thunderbolts. 1,355 critical. 1,324 critical. 1,339 critical. All 7 Launcher players were pierced at once and exploded into pillars of white light. At the same time, 55% of the damage converted into a shield, and a 2 15-point silver barrier starlight shield formed around Lin Mo. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle. Holy crap. They were all advanced players, none of them could survive a single hit. What skill is that? A volley that locks on to multiple targets. I thought an archer's rapid fire meant 2 or 3 arrows. She just shot 7. Insane. Top players keep rewriting the definition of power. Even Lin Mo himself felt a surge of excitement. Gazing at the shimmering star-forged shield around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, so this is the power of an SS steer skill? How overwhelming. Blinding starlight flowed like liquid steel, layering itself over Qin Feng's armor and instantly sweeping away the surrounding killing intent. The display left everyone stunned, while Qin Feng's confidence soared. He raised his longsword, his voice booming, brothers, charge. Barely a dozen Zephyr players remained, yet the roars sent blood surging through their veins. Bathed in the shield's afterglow, they launched a second assault on the Chaos Guild. At that moment, Lin Mo was the brightest presence on the field, golden hero's bow in hand, like a mobile artillery platform. The Zephyr squad spread out to pin down the Chaos members, allowing no one to get within reach of Lin Mo. He sprang forward, sight locked, bowstring drawn to a full crescent thwip, thwip, thwip. Each arrow trailed dazzling light and struck dead center between an enemy's brows. Bursts of white illumination erupted one after another, turning the battlefield bright as day. In less than 30 seconds, more than 100 Chaos players lay defeated, leaving only scattered survivors. Those who remained broke ranks and fled in terror. Gasps rippled through the spectators' admiration and awe intertwined. Among them stood Xia, watching Lin Mo's back aloof as a hunting falcon, and her opinion of him changed completely. She stepped closer, eyes glinting. Lin Mo, thank you for rescuing me. Lin Mo's gaze, however, shifted toward Qin Feng, who was already commanding his men to gather the spoils. His tone was cool. You're mistaken. I didn't come for you. Qin Feng froze. Lin Mo continued. Next time I'm not around, don't go head-to-head with Chaos. You can't beat them. The man who had once been a rival in love had risked everything in the last boss fight to help Lin Mo escape. That moment had already reshaped Lin Mo's view of Qin Feng. Anyone willing to stake his life wasn't an enemy, even if he wasn't yet a friend. Qin Feng glanced at the sideline Xia, then back at Lin Mo. Realization dawned. He stammered, flattered. Moj. Honestly, I only stepped in because your girlfriend was being bullied, so. She's not my girlfriend anymore. Lin Mo's words were icy, stabbing straight into Su Yingxia's heart. Panic flashed across Su Yingxia's face, eyes reddening. Lin Mo, do you know what I've suffered because of you? To get back at me, Wang Junjie used his connections to have me fired, and he's been tormenting me in Xinyu too. Now even you. Lin Mo's gaze was cold as starlight. You brought that on yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Realizing he truly didn't care, Su Yingxia's voice quivered, almost pleading. Please, Lin Mo, don't do this. I have no one but you. I know everything was my fault. I really love you. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. When you're tired, lean on me. I'll massage your back. Cook your meal. Sweet can be like we used to be. A faint, mocking smile tugged at Lin Mo's lips. Was she truly repentant? Nash was terrified. Wang Junjie's revenge was closing in, and Lin Mo's power in Xinyu was the only force capable of opposing it. Even Qin Feng was willing to follow him. Lin Mo had become her final lifeline. Unfortunately, he was no longer the man who once allowed emotions to control him. I've said it before, Xia, you're not worthy. With that, he didn't spare her another glance. He slung the hero's golden bow over his shoulder and strode toward the teleport Array had merely been passing through, never intending to save her. As his figure receded, Su Yingxia's knees buckled, tears spilling down her cheeks. Neither Wang Junjie's revenge nor the Chaos Guild's abuse had broken her spirit, but Lin Mo's icy indifference made her feel, for the first time, as though she no longer had a reason to live. After walking east from Yunbian town for a little more than 10 minutes, Lin Mo kept his pace steady until a blinding white light flared at the end of the gravel path. Before him towered a transport screen dozens of meters high that linked the beginner village to every Tier 3 capital. A trickle of level 10 players who had already chosen their classes hurried up behind him and stepped through in single file. Each time someone completed the jump, the screen flashed the name of their destination city, then faded 3 seconds later. Lin Mo drew a deep breath and followed them in. A crisp system chime rang out. Ding, please select the Tier 3 capital you wish to visit. Inside the pure white transit space, a massive selection panel floated before his eyes, listing more than 300 options covering every human, beastkin, and elven city. Lin Mo hesitated not at all and tapped his choice human capital, Flowfire City. In his previous life, he had started out in Flowfire City and knew its terrain and power structure like the back of his hand. Ding, first transfer to the human Tier 3 capital Flowfire City is free. Initiating teleport. Please wait. A dazzling column of white swallowed him whole. Outside, the screen flared with the characters Flowfire City for 3 brief seconds, long enough for a distant pair of eyes to catch the name. Offline. In a bedroom heavy with sweat and dopamine, the bed frame creaked. Wang Junjie, naked, faced a flushed girl. Just as he finished a final thrust, his phone rang abruptly. He collapsed with a long exhale and reached for the device. Boss, Mo Shichengui just left for a Tier 3 capital Flowfire City. I saw it myself. Wang Junjie's pupils flashed, excitement bursting across his face. Damn it. I've waited in that newbie village forever for this trash to leave. He growled through clenched teeth. Flowfire City, huh? Mo Shichengui, just you wait. The humiliation you gave me in the village, it'll pay back 100-fold in the capital. He sat up, opened several Launcher Guild group chats, and fired off the same message. Everyone hit level 10, then gather in Flowfire City. Each group held anywhere from a few hundred to over 1,000 members, and 5 or 6 chats erupted in overlapping confirmations. Roger. Wang Junjie bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Mo Shichengui, get ready for your grave. I swear Flowfire City will be your burial ground. Ding, player Mo Shichengui, welcome to Xinyu Continent, human Tier 3 capital, Flowfire City. The white light receded, revealing Lin Mo in the heart of a grand metropolis. Crimson stone walls soared overhead, broad streets gleamed underfoot, and molten fire patterns rippled across the pavement. Compared with the shabby beginner village, that place had been a pigsty. The system prompt followed close behind. Ding, round 2 of the bounty tournament is now live. Flowfire City's level, gear, wealth, and reputation leaderboards are open. Climb the ranks to win huge rewards. Here we go, Lin Mo muttered, practically seeing mountains of prize money beckoning to him. He opened the official event page for a closer look. Lin Mo was thrilled to discover that the top prize for the upcoming event had jumped from the 100,000 yuan offered in the newbie village race to a staggering 300,000 yuan. Even crazier, the devs had split the competition into 4 separate leaderboards: level, gear, wealth, and reputation, each with its own reward that could be claimed independently. If he could snag the top spot on all 4, he would bank. 1. Cash bonuses, 300,000 for 1.2 million. 2. Lucky draw tickets, 3 per board, 12 total. 3. From the prize pool, even if every roll hit the lowest 7th tier reward, he would still pocket another 120,000, and with a 2nd or 1st tier prize, the haul could shoot past 2 million. The devs really want to set the player base on fire. The thought sent adrenaline surging through Lin Mo. His goal snapped into focus. Sweep all 4 leaderboards, no exceptions. Current standings backed his confidence. Level 81 into level 13, undisputed number 1 in Liuhua City. Wealth 31.18 gold, city number 1. Gear level 10, tier 2, gold grade burning heaven flame saint ring, city number 1. Reputation 270 points, still leading the pack. Holding 4 crowns felt good, but he knew the real fight was only beginning. Only 3 newbie villages had downed their bosses so far, meaning most high-level players were still hanging around for first kill rewards even though they could already move on. A tier 3 main city could host 3 million people, yet Liuhua City had only a few tens of thousands at the moment. Once elites from other villages flooded in, any of his 4 top spots could be stolen. To stay king, his stats had to keep climbing. He was also short 2 shadow hearts. He needed 3 to unlock the hidden dungeon, Shadow Sanctuary. Since the other village bosses were still standing, the only likely holders were the kings of the hunt, and he had no choice but to wait. With the materials out of reach, he decided to prepare for Shadow Sanctuary in advance. Lin Mo closed his eyes and replayed a stream from his previous life. Back then, A tycoon named Wang shelled out a full 30 million yuan to buy 3 Shadow Hearts from first kill players, earning himself entry to Shadow Sanctuary and streaming the whole run. Less than 10 minutes in, the system forcibly ejected him. Comment sections exploded, roasting him for his 30 million 10-minute tour. Yet Lin Mo remembered the grin on Wang's face as he was booted pure excitement. Whatever Wang had scored in those 10 minutes clearly outweighed his 30 million investment. If 10 minutes can pay that well, what could 60 do? Lin Mo's eyes blazed. One dungeon run might be all he needed to hit his 50 million top-up target. The stream also revealed a crucial detail. Wang hadn't died to monsters, but to the shadow breath suffusing the Dungeona poison that drained HP by percentage, making even the best red gear useless. Thinking of that, Lin Mo glanced at the auction house nearby. Somewhere in Luhuo's domain was a venom set designed to counter poisons. Fully equipped, it not only boosted poison damage but granted passive immunity to it. If he could assemble the whole venom set before entering Shadow Sanctuary, he could shrug off Shadow Breath, survive the full hour, and rake in rewards without worry. Right now, Lin Mo's top priority is to put together an entire venom set. He immediately opened the world map and, amid the dense web of coordinates, locked onto the Hive Crypt, the birthplace of the set. With its massive poison resistance, the venom set completely neutralizes the breath of shadows inside the Shadow Sanctuary and does the same to the Poison Swamp, Deadly Caverns, Valley of Death, and every other toxic map or dungeon around Liuhua City, all of which are prime sites for rare materials. In his previous life, players in Liuhua City didn't realize how valuable the set was until a full day or two after the server launched. By then, guild leaders were desperate for it, and even a white quality piece would fetch 500 to 600 yuan, several times the price of ordinary gear at the same level. Lin Mo had joined a band of professional gold farmers in the Hive Crypt, collecting and reselling the set for the bosses. Although Chaos Guild members often ganked them in the wild and stole freshly dropped items before they could reach the auction house, he still cleared 20 to 30,000 yuan in just a month. For someone whose annual salary barely matched that amount, it was a windfall that convinced him he had what it took to go pro. In this life, the same toxic gold mine still exists, but the real prospectors will need another day or two to catch on. Lin Mo has no intention of waiting and decides to strike first. With that in mind, he heads straight to the potion shop. The monsters in the Hive Crypt average level 20, a full 7 levels above his level 13 archer, so even with his current combat strength the run will be tough, and his gear and consumables have to be ready. His biggest drain right now is mana. One cast of the SS grade skill 7-star volley devours 48 MP, and with a max of 98, he can only fire it twice before hitting 0. Game rules tie every 5 character levels to 1 potion tier. At level 13, he can already use tier 3 potions, but in terms of pure blue points, tier 2 will do. Tier 2 mana potion, price 20 copper, instantly restores 50 MP and then regenerates 5 MP per second for the next 10 seconds. Lin Mo doesn't hesitate and buys 20 full stacks. As for sustain, he is fairly confident. 7-star volley converts 55 of its damage into a shield, greatly boosting his survivability, but he still picks up some health potions just in case. Tier 3 health potion, price 30 copper, instantly restores 400 HP and then heals 40 HP per second for 10 seconds. After a brief calculation, he buys 5 stacks. Grand total, 55 silver coins, roughly 5,500 yuan in real money. Lin Mo sucks in a breath that would pay for dozens of massages from Empress at the Listening Rain Pavilion, but no amount of heartache over money is worth more than his life. With the potions packed, he slings his backpack over his shoulder and leaves Liuhua City. Only a handful of players are grinding outside the walls, most of them level 11 or 12 and working in parties. Lin Mo doesn't pause and follows the map at a sprint. 20 minutes later, guided by the map, Lin Mo finally reaches his destination. A colossal black nest, shaped like an enormous bird's cradle, loomed in a realm shrouded by swirling dark mist. Beyond its entrance, 2 files of fully armored human NPC soldiers each at level 30 stood guard, their spears bristling and shields interlocked like a wall, a silent warning of the peril ahead. Lin Mo strode up to Captain William at the head of the formation. He knew that enemies in the Insect Hive catacombs would never drop items from the Venom set directly. Players first had to accept a quest from William, venture into the catacombs, slay the creatures inside, collect vials of venom, and then trade those vials for gear. Their conversation triggered instantly. Lin Mo said, "Sir, please grant me entry to the catacombs so I can exterminate the pests." William glanced at Lin Mo's level 13 badge and frowned. "It's dangerous down there, adventurer. I suggest you come back after you've gained a few levels." "I still want to try," Lin Mo insisted. "I'm here to challenge myself." Seeing his resolve, William finally nodded. "Very well. Ding quest accepted. Purge the Hive Eye." Lin Mo opened his quest log right away. Purge the Hive Eye. Difficulty rating, 335. Description: enter the first floor of the Insect Hive catacombs, kill venomous spiders, and collect vials of venom. Progress, 0-10. Rewards, 40,000 EXP, 1 silver coin, 2 reputation, 1 William favor, 1 level 20 Venom set item slot, quality, and class random. Higher William favor increases the chance of better quality. Compared with the Soul rank hidden quest in the starter village Slay the Wolf King, rated at 100, this task was more than 3 times as difficult, and it was only the first stage. In his previous life, that number might have scared him away. Now it only fueled his excitement. Perfect, worth the challenge. After the guard stepped aside, Lin Mo crossed the threshold. Ding, you have entered the first floor of the insect hive catacombs. Clear this floor to unlock the next. The dim tunnel was lined with pockmarked walls, dripping with cold, clammy moisture. Deeper inside, spiders the size of bulls skittered through the caverns, the floor's rulers, level 20 venomous spiders. Lin Mo considered using Scout, then remembered the creatures outweighed him by 7 levels. His strength Scout could not lock onto them. Suddenly an idea struck him: evolution points. After upgrading 7 Star Barrage, he still had 22 points left, plenty to boost Scout. Scout was a lifestyle skill, taking up no slot and upgrading automatically at every job change. When Lin Mo switched to Archer, it had risen from E to D, but drank only identified targets up to 4 levels higher. He began the evolution process. Ding, 2 evolution points spent. Scout upgraded, DC. Ding, 4 points spent. Scout upgraded, CB. Ding, 8 points spent. Scout upgraded, BA. 8 points remained, not enough for another rank. But even at a rank, the skill eclipsed what most players achieved until 4th advancement at level 80. A rank Scout could analyze targets up to 7 levels higher, perfect for these spiders. Mana cost held steady at a single point regardless of rank. Locking onto a nearby venomous spider, Lin Mo unleashed a rank Scout. A moment later, the spider's full stats appeared before his eyes. Venomous spider. Type: physical, common. Level: 20. Physical attack: 625. Physical defense: 420. Magic defense: 390. HP: 2,900. Skills: Venom, Poison Silk. Description: empowered by the toxic sorcery of the Zerg Shaman Moi, these spiders' venom has increased tenfold, posing an ever-growing threat to the people of Blazing City. 3 years ago, the city lord personally led a purge, driving the creatures into the hive catacombs and sealing them inside. Their venom has since been harvested to forge anti-poison gear and bolster the citizens' resistance. No wonder it's a level 20 monster. This thing is tough. Its stats are almost up there with the level 15 tier 2 boss, the Spider Queen. Lin Mo muttered as he studied the panel. He drew the heroic golden bow from his back. The golden string quivered in the light as he sighted a spider that had crept into range. Whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, blossoming into a golden 5-point star mid-flight. The next instant, 7 gleaming star bolts crashed down like thunder, punching through the spider's thick carapace. SSS skill Heaven Piercing 7-star volley. 503. 519. 804 critical. 554. 858 critical. 887 critical. 611. Level 20 mobs really are tanky. Lin Mo glanced at the combat log. Even with 188 agility, only 3 arrows crit, yet the total damage still maxed out. The spider never had a chance to retaliate. Stunned for 3.85 seconds by the volley, its health bar vanished, and it collapsed with a guttural hiss. SSS skills are busted on shotting a level 20 monster. Lin Mo exhaled. Killing an enemy 7 levels higher granted an extra 40 XP. Combined with a 10 blessing aura and a 1 title bonus, that single spider yielded 1,510 experience, bumping his bar by a full %. He crouched and picked up 5 copper coins, nothing else. He knew the odds. On the first floor of the hive catacombs, venom drop rate was only about 10%. His aim was to gather venom quickly and trade it with Captain William for the venom set. To maximize efficiency, he had to reach the 10th floor, where venom drops were guaranteed. 10 spiders for 1 PC and Archer could complete the set in no time. With that in mind, he stepped over the carcass, hunting for his next target. As soon as the cooldown ended, Heaven Piercing 7-star volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ding, venomous spider, level 20, slain. Experience 1,510. Sweet. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even better, the overpowered skill cooled down in just 15 seconds. Every 15 seconds, Lin Mo could fire another 7-star volley and one-shot a venomous spider. The only drawback was how fast his mana drained. He had barely shot down 2 venomous spiders before the bar at his throat bottomed out. Lin Mo knew the cause: his necklace slot was still empty and provided no extra mana. Once he hit level 15 and equipped the tier 2 orange drop, the toxic burst necklace from the Spider Queen, this weakness would disappear. He pulled a level 2 mana potion from his pack, tipped it back, and drained it. A flash of blue rippled across his Adam's apple, and his mana instantly filled. Lin Mo drew his longbow again and took aim at the swarm. Inside the dark nest, arrows and poison clashed, explosions echoing nonstop. Whenever 7-star volley of the Heaven Piercer came crashing down, 7 starlight arrows sliced through the air and fused into a blazing white comet that pinned a spider to the ground. The visual spectacle and crushing damage of an SS rank skill sent Lin Mo's adrenaline soaring. The costly fight never felt dull or wasteful. When the 8th spider collapsed, a vial of glowing violet liquid clinked to the floor beside its corpse. Lin Mo bent to pick it up. Venom quest item. Description: concentrated toxin harvested from poisonous creatures. Can be used by the master smiths of Liuhua City to forge antitoxin gear. Note: non-tradable, cannot be dropped. 8 spiders for a single bot listing, he muttered, stashing the vial and knocking another arrow. The rain of arrows continued while his experience bar crept upward. After another dozen spiders shrieked and died. Whoosh! A curtain of gold light poured down. Congratulations. You have reached level 14. All 5 attributes 1, free attribute points 3. Experience needed for next level, 250,000. The system immediately cut his EXP gain by 10%, while the requirement for the next level jumped by 100,000. The grind had clearly doubled, but the thought of equipping the Toxic Burst necklace at level 15 and never worrying about mana again filled Lin Mo with renewed vigor. His longbow thrummed. Suddenly, a booming announcement rolled across the sky. Citywide notice, Liuhua City. Congratulations to player Longhun Mushue for completing the rank hidden quest Endless Flame, earning the achievement Hidden Player. Rewards: Gold 1, Reputation 10, and the title Hidden Player. Endless Flame? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He knew all about that hidden quest buried in Liuhua City, but compared with the massive returns of the Shadow Sanctuary dungeon, he hadn't bothered. What truly caught his attention was the player who completed it. The Dragon Soul Guild. In his previous life, Dragon Soul was Liuhua City's premier powerhouse, easily rivaling Wang Junjia's money-fueled Launcher Guild. Launcher had sheer numbers, but most were hired strangers with mediocre mechanics and weak game sense. Dragon Soul's guild leader, Longhun Aoshi, was already a business magnate in real life and had once unified the kingdom in the strategy MMO apocalypse. On day 1 of this game, he assembled that same crew of high-skill veterans, some even pro players from the Chinese server. Coupled with his generous red packet bonuses, loyalty followed. Every member was a top-tier player, leagues above Luanshi's mixed rabble. As for Longhun Mushue, the name on the announcement, Lin Mo had no impression. Still, anyone who could finish Liuhua City's hidden quest this quickly clearly held real clout in the guild. Lin Mo's interest in Dragon Soul was no coincidence. If his memory served him right, the second Shadow Heart in Liuhua City was currently in Dragon Soul's hands. The northern wilds outside Blazing Fire City, level 14 Tigerwood Forest. Swish, 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 swish. Arrows of silver light sliced through the air and pierced the Tiger King's striped iron hide. Longhun Mushue, a young archer clad in shining scale mail and a silver crown, never let his bowstring rest, his arm unyielding as steel. With a thunderous crash, the level 14 boss roared its last, its massive body slamming into the grass in an explosion of dirt. A blinding shaft of gold light dropped from the sky, engulfing him completely. Congratulations, you've reached level 13. Player Longhun Mushue, you've climbed to 2nd place on Blazing Fire City's level leaderboard. A dozen guildmates bearing the Dragon Soul crest rushed over, awe on their faces. Congrats, Vice Leader, on taking 2nd on the Heaven board. As the glow faded, Mukshu's sharp features showed no joy. His brows knitted, disappointment glinting in his eyes. Only 2nd. He opened WeChat and tapped out a message. Have you found him? Seconds later, a reply came. Just confirmed, Vice Leader. That player with the ID Mashu Chingay is from Starter Village 116, Yumbian Town. Unknown talent grade, but he's held their top spot forever. Rumor says he's solo killed high-level bosses, triggered hidden quests, and landed the finishing blow on Yumbian Town's final boss. Definitely the real deal. Mushue stared at the name perched atop the rankings, determination reigniting in his gaze. Any photos? Yes, Vice Leader. A bystander snapped one. Sending now. The photo appeared. The instant he opened it, his whole body jolted. Shock flared, then a volcanic surge of hatred. So it's you, Lin Mo? Everyone, locate Mashu Chingue immediately. Report the moment you learn anything. Yes, sir. The group replied in unison. Insect Hive Catacombs, 1st floor. Thrum 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 thrum. Lin Mo's bow bent like a full moon, releasing a torrential rain of arrows. Venomous spiders blew apart into black mist. Webs and rot choked the air, yet his footsteps never faltered. Clink's 10th vial of spider venom dropped into his palm. He sheathed his arrows, withdrew from the hive, and hurried to Captain William at the exit. Didn't expect you to gather the venom so fast. William laughed, slapping his breastplate. A true warrior. Hey, race your reward. A crisp chime filled Lin Mo's ears. Quest purge the hive I complete. Rewards. EXP 40,400, Silver 1.01, Reputation 2, William Favor 1, Equipment Venom War Axe. Hidden Player 1 bonus applied. The backlog of spider kills instantly maxed out his experience bar. Gold light poured down once more. Congratulations, you've reached level 15. Level 15 at last. Lin Mo clenched his fist, eyes shining with excitement. He had waited a long time for this moment. Before this, he had slaughtered hundreds of venomous spiders to fill those vials. A mana potion cost 30 coins a bottle, and Lin Mo had guzzled 50 of them. To feed his bottomless appetite, the family's savings were wiped out, the house was mortgaged, and soon they wouldn't even have money for dinner. At last he spotted a lifeline, a coveted drop that had been sitting in his backpack. Venom Blast Necklace. Level 15, Tier 2 Orange. Base stat, Mana 255. Bonus stats, Spirit 40, Endurance 40. Special effect, Venom Blast deals poison damage. When the target dies, the corpse detonates. After the blast, the venom is reclaimed, restoring 25 mana to the wearer. Class restriction, physical classes. Description, a necklace brimming with lethal toxin. If you're not afraid of poison, go ahead and wear it. Every glance made his heart thump. An extra 40 spirit and more than 500 bonus mana were already crazy, and the built-in mana return was downright busted perfect for his damage rotation. Skill costs rise with level. M15 now, and Heavenbane. 7-star volley eats 52 mana a shot, Lin Mo calculated. Getting 25 back per kill effectively halves the cost. The future potential was even juicier. If he evolved the necklace to red, or even gold, the refund might hit 60 mana practically free casting. But wasting evolution points to save a few potions and losing tens of thousands in market value was dumb. Orange would do for now. He fastened the necklace. His mana pool soared from 112 to 647, and the 40 endurance boosted his defenses across the board. The Spider Queen had dropped a second item as well. Venom Blast Belt. Level 15, Tier 2 Orange. Base stat, HP 740. Bonus stats, Constitution 40, Agility 40. Special effect, Blood Blast deals poison damage. When the target dies, the corpse detonates. After the blast, the venom is reclaimed, restoring 250 HP to the wearer. Class restriction, Archer, Assassin. Description, a belt brimming with lethal toxin. If you're not afraid of poison, strap it on. Mana from the necklace, health from the belt, perfect battlefield medicine. Lin Mo buckled it without hesitation. His HP jumped from 1,335 to 2,675, turning him into a tanky archer. Even a full Constitution level 15 knight probably wasn't this beefy. That made 5 gold pieces and 3 orange items every gear slot finally filled. His eyes drifted to the quest reward, a level 20, Tier 1, White Venom Axe. Low grade, warrior only. Trash. It might sell for a few hundred coins, but compared with his 50 million target, it was pocket change and a waste of space. He activated his SS strength talent Soulfire and burned it on the spot. White gear was worth 20 evolution points, a tidy bonus. Business done. He returned to the NPC William. Hero, you're strong. Will you stay on the first floor of the catacombs, or enter the second? The second, Lin Mo answered without hesitation. William nodded, admiration plain in his eyes. A new quest appeared. Quest, Purge the Nest 2. Difficulty, 350. Description, enter the second floor of the insect nest catacombs, slay venom centipedes, and collect their poison. Progress, 0-10. Rewards, EXP, 50,000. Copper 120. Reputation 2. William Favor 1. Level 20 Venom Set Piece 1 Quality, Slot, and Class Random. Higher favor increases the chance of better quality. The difficulty was 15 points higher than the last leg, meaning the centipedes were tougher than the spiders. But Lin Mo was anything but nervous. Was thrilled. He turned, ready to dive back into the nest. A shout rang out behind him. Mo Shou Chingue. The voice was familiar. He spun around instinctively. The face that met his eyes left him stunned. At some point, a crowd of players emerged behind him. Every one of them was between level 11 and 12, kitted out with silver armor, tower shields, staffs, and longbows that gleamed with a lethal sheen. Their power was obvious at a glance. At the head of the group strode a young archer of about 18 or 19. He wore chainmail that shimmered like quicksilver, a matching silver coronet, and carried himself with cool arrogance. Suspended above his head was a striking ID. Hidden player Dragon Soul Twilight, LV13 Apprentice Archer. World ranking number 2, the very same player who had recently triggered a zone-wide announcement by completing a hidden quest. Lin Mo had assumed they were just passing strangers, but the moment he recognized that face he froze, surprise rippling through him. He hadn't expected it to be him. Dragon Soul Twilight's gaze was icy, his voice devoid of warmth as he called Lin Mo's name. Lin Mo, long time no see. It has been a while, Lin Mo replied coolly. Ever since Su Ingxia dumped him a year ago, he hadn't crossed paths with her younger brother, Su Muqiu until now. Before Lin Mo could say more, Su Muqiu let out a cold laugh. I never thought the top player in Flowing Flame City would turn out to be you, a worthless nobody. Lin Mo's lips curved. You and your sister really are two of a kind. Don't mention my sister. You're not worthy. Su Muqiu snapped, eyes shot with red as he pointed straight at Lin Mo. You scum. How could you betray her? Me betray her? Are you serious? Lin Mo stared, baffled. Su Mukia's anger poured out in a torrent. She loved you so much and you threw her away. Do you know how hard she cried after you dumped her? I've never seen her that desperate. She locked herself in the house for 3 days without food or water. If I hadn't broken down the door, she would have died. A giant question mark practically lit up on Lin Mo's face. Dumped her? She dumped me. Crying? Nearly dead? In a hotel bed. Maybe, he thought, unable to stop a soft chuckle. Su Yingxia sure plays her cards well, she even fooled her own brother. Shut up. Su Muchio refused to listen, hatred boiling in his chest. You swore you'd love her forever, you heartless liar. Today I'm going to settle the score for her. At his words, dozens of high-level members of the Dragon Soul Guild drew their weapons, but he barked a low order and held them back. No one interfere. I, Su Muchio, have no need to bully him with numbers. His eyes were like frost as he fixed on Lin Mo. Because you once meant something to my sister, I'll give you one last chance. Explain yourself, then apologize to her, or I'll make sure you never find a foothold in the world of Oracle. You know I keep my word. Lin Mo spread his hands and shook his head. Maybe you should go ask your sister? You won't even try to explain? Scum to the core. Su Muchio scoffed and drew a mechanical longbow that blazed with an intense orange radiance. You hurt her once. Today you'll pay you back tenfold. An orange-grade weapon. The sight of the mechanical bow sent a jolt through Lin Mo's heart. At this stage, the only way to get an orange-grade item was from the newbie village boss. Lin Mo vividly remembered that the guild Longhan had claimed the first kill under its leader, Longhan Aoshi, so every piece of loot should have been in the guild master's pocket. Yet an early-game orange weapon worth a fortune had been handed out with no hesitation, and the one who received it was the vice master, Su Muchio, second only to Aoshi himself. That spoke volumes about the trust between them. Before the thought was finished, Su Muchio launched his attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows locked onto Lin Mo and sliced through the air. With 3 swift sidesteps, he slipped past them. Behind him, Longhan's members exclaimed, "What speed!" Lin Mo was ready to counter when a sudden shadow swept overhead. Thud! An icy blue shaft dropped from the sky and punched through his chest. A heartbeat later, a second arrow, wreathed in scarlet flame, buried itself in the same spot. Ding player Longhan Mushue used Flame Arrow. You take 228 damage and are burned for 3s. Glorious Aegis is active. You are immune to all damage and control effects. Ding player Longhan Mushue used Frost Arrow. You take 241 damage and your movement speed is reduced by 25 for 3s. What? Lin Mo's heart lurched. The first 3 shots had only been a probe. The true killing blow had just landed. Worse, with those 3 arrows alone, Su Muchio had mapped out his movement pattern, leaving him nowhere to run from the ice and fire combo. In my last life, the so-called pros on the Xinyu servers were overrated. A chill ran down Lin Mo's spine. Had known Su Yingxia's younger brother wanted to go pro, but he hadn't expected such mastery. Frost Arrow and Flame Arrow were upgraded versions of Ice Arrow and Fire Arrow, both genuine tire skills. Su Muchio, meanwhile, saw only 200-point numbers float up and was equally shocked. That much defense? Surprise lasted a split second before his gaze sharpened. Doesn't matter tough or not, you'll still die. He drew again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Top-tier awareness and ruthless prediction turned his shots into a storm. Slowed by 25%, Lin Mo felt trapped in mud, almost unable to dodge, yet his health bar barely moved. Can't dodge? Then I'll tank it. Arrow after arrow struck him 7, 8 in a row, yet he still had over half his HP. The onlookers were stunned. Is that really an archer? Even knights aren't that tanky. Did he dump every stat into Constitution? Crazy. While arrows were still raining, Lin Mo drew his own bow to a full moon. Whoosh. A golden 5-point star array blossomed, flooding the field with starlight. Swish, 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 swish. 7 blazing bolts dove from the array, tracking Su Mukia's every sidestep and feint, hammering into him like thunder. 1,239. Critical. 1,280. Critical. 1,322. Critical. SS Steer skill heaven punishing 7-star volley. Thud. In an instant, Su Mukia's health hit 0, and he fell to his knees. Ding. You killed Dragon Soul Twilight. Because the target was gray name, no sin points were added. Whoosh. Dragon Soul Twilight dissolved into a flash of white light, and the field fell silent. Dozens of Dragon Soul officers who had just watched their vice president get one-shot by Lin Mo froze where they stood, horror written across their faces. Their vice president, Su Mukians, the top mechanical player in the Chinese servers, the first KPG Global 100-win king, and the sharpest blade under Proud Tyrant's command, was a name even foreign pros feared. Yet he had been taken out with a single arrow. The shock lasted only a heartbeat before awe gave way to fury. You dared kill our brother in arms? Blow him up. Avenge Vice President Su Muchio. With a sudden war cry, dozens of Dragon Soul players locked onto Lin Mo and charged. Lin Mo had never wanted to cross Dragon Soul. In his previous life, they'd had no bad blood, and he already had Jianghu as a formidable enemy. Adding another top-tier guild would only hinder his future plans. But if they were after his life, he wasn't about to wait for death. Dragon Soul's elites lived up to their reputation. Every one of them was a main carry, their mechanics practically pro-level. Whoosh. Four assassins vanished and closed in from 4 directions, while 2 warriors barreled straight at him to pull aggro and set up a pincer. Lin Mo's fingers blazed across the keys. In the quiver of a bowstring, he dropped 3 players, blood and white light bursting together. As he moved to press the advantage, crash! A shaft of dusky light washed over him. Ding! You were hit by Dragon Soul Nemesis Halo spell, lost 13 HP, and were stunned for 0.8 seconds. A Warlock's Halo. Lin Mo's heart sank. No sooner had the crowd control landed than a volley of arrows and spell orbs came screaming in. Swish! Boom! Arrows sliced through the air, and orbs smashed into him with dark ripples. His high defense meant each hit took off only a few points, sometimes the minimum 1, but the relentless barrage still drained his HP fast. Worse, several warlocks chained their disables, leaving him almost immobile. The instant his starlight shield shattered, the situation turned critical. A column of silver light descended from above, enveloping him. Ding! Player Panda High has cast purification on you. Crowd control removed. Immunity granted for 0.5 seconds. The instant Lin Mo regained control, he didn't hesitate. He drew his bow to a full moon. Heaven-piercing, 7-star volley. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A golden pentagram blossomed, and 7-star-tipped arrows screamed downward. 1,325 crit. 1,298 crit. 1,286. Critical hit. If 7-star volley downs its target before all 7 arrows are fired, the remaining arrows automatically seek out the nearest enemy with the lowest HP. Wizards are famously the squishiest of the Oracle's 7 classes, so the result was predictable. The 5 remaining level 11 Dragon Soul wizards were pierced one after another by the last 6 arrows and died on the spot. With the control chain broken, Lin Mo became a mobile artillery platform, his firepower surging like a tidal wave. Even the veteran Dragon Soul players couldn't withstand the barrage. Their frontline collapsed in seconds. Realizing they had lost their crowd control and couldn't touch Lin Mo's off-the-chart stats, the survivors beat a tactical retreat. When the smoke cleared, Lin Mo let out a long breath. He turned just in time to see Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dahai hurrying over. If Fat Dahai hadn't thrown out a timely purify, Lin Mo would have been melted by Dragon Soul's focused fire. He nodded in thanks. Appreciate it. Ling Xiao waved him off. We'd just arrived in Blaze City when we overheard Dragon Soul plotting to jump you, so we followed them. Why are they targeting you anyway? Before Lin Mo could answer, Skinny Monkey frowned and guessed, eliminating the competition? Dragon Soul's Muse is second on the Blaze City ranking board right behind your Ma Shou Chingue. Take you out, and he's number 1. Ling Xiao nodded. Figures. Dragon Soul really is overbearing. Lin Mo stayed silent only. He knew the real reason. He walked to the spot where Longhun Muse had fallen and picked up an orange glowing mechanical crossbow. Space Strangler's Crossbow. LV-15, Tier 2, Orange. Physical attack 280. Bonus stats, Strength 55, Agility 55. Special, reduces level requirement by 3, Armor Penetration 100. Class, Archer. Its stats were even better than the heroic gold bow in Lin Mo's hands. No wonder his 500+ defense had been chunked for over 200 damage. The -3 level requirement was downright broken. Now he understood how Su Muchio was using level 15 gear at level 13. This thing was a monster, easily worth 6 figures at the current stage. Without hesitation, Lin Mo opened the Blaze City ranking board, found the second place Su Muchio, and attached the Space Strangler's crossbow to a mail message. Then he hit send. Before Su Yingxiao broke up with Lin Mo a year ago, her younger brother Su Muchio had always treated Lin Mo well. Their parents had passed early, leaving the siblings to rely on each other. After high school, Su Muchio made money playing games to help his sister, and often bought clothes and other necessities for Lin Mo too. Whenever someone mocked Lin Mo for not being worthy of Su Yingxiao, Su Muchio would step up first. Aside from my parents, no one deserves my sister more than Lin Mo. Anyone disagree? To Su Muchio, Lin Mo's devotion to his sister was undeniable, so his respect for Lin Mo even exceeded that for his own sibling. When the breakup came, Lin Mo not only struggled to let go of Su Yingxiao, but also of this brother-in-law he genuinely liked. Sending the crossbow was his way of repaying that past kindness and understanding. And there was one more reason. The second Shadow Heart was in the hands of Longhunao's High. If Lin Mo wanted it, he couldn't afford to go to war with Dragon Soul just yet. At the same time, at Blaze City's Resurrection Spring, Su Muchio respawned. Having been groomed as Dragon Soul Ao's his key damage dealer, had just been killed and even lost the guild's prized orange crossbow. A wave of frustration washed over him. While he was still doubting himself, the mail icon suddenly flashed. He opened it and saw the familiar, dazzling space Strangler's crossbow. His eyes widened in shock. Ding player Dragonsoul Twilight has sent a friend request. A blue notification flashed in the upper right corner of Lin Mo's display. He didn't hesitate. One tap and the accept button lit up. Ding. His friend list had barely refreshed when Su Mukia's message hit like a thunderbolt. What's that supposed to mean? Lin Mo rubbed his temples and replied, sounding like an elder scolding a junior. Nothing. Just don't be so reckless next time. Su Muchio snorted. Don't think this gets you off the hook. From the first day you started dating my sister, I warned you if you ever hurt her, you'll pay. Whatever she suffers, it'll make you pay tenfold. Lin Mo sighed. Maybe ask Su Yingxia who actually hurt whom. Lin Mo? What's that supposed to mean? More messages streamed in, but Lin Mo had gone silent. He gave a bitter laugh. She dumps me, then tells her brother and the villain? Su Yingxia, you've outdone yourself. Just then, Ling Xiao and Xia Wanwan hurried over, clearly anxious. Senior Lin Mo, we need a favor. Lin Mo didn't have to ask. Wang Junjie still won't leave you alone. Ling Xiao nodded, knuckles white with anger. The last bet got voided, so he wants a rematch first to reach level 30 wins. Exactly as Lin Mo had predicted. Wang Junjie never stopped once had chosen a target. Xiao Wanwan drew a deep breath and met Lin Mo's gaze. Senior, could you power level Ling Xiao like before? If he reaches level 30 before Wang Junjie, name your price, well pay it. Lin Mo didn't mince words. 100,000 per level. Shouho and Pang Dehai's jaws dropped wide enough to swallow a durian. Anyone else asking that price would have been roasted. But this was the top player on the heavenly ranking, so they kept quiet. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, but Xiao Wanwan beat him to it. Deal. 100,000 per level. He'll transfer it now. Lin Mo waved her off. No rush. We'll settle up after each level. They'll also throw in the first 3 levels up to 13 are free. Repayment for helping me out earlier. Tears of gratitude shimmered in Xiao Wanwan's eyes. Thank you, Senior Lin Mo. Lin Mo's own plan stayed the same. Farm venom in the insect hive catacombs while power leveling the group 2 birds with 1 stone. He pointed toward the city gate, at the silver-armored guard captain named William. First, pick up the quest from him. Got it. Everyone answered in unison. While waiting, Ling Xiao whispered to Xiao Wanwan. I'm sorry, Wanwan, I'm useless. I can't give you what you want, you're always the one paying the price. Xiao Wanwan squeezed his hand and shook her head gently. It's all right. Xiao Wanwan squeezed Ling Xiao's hand and said gently, as long as I'm with you, money is just a trivial thing. You even made that bet with Wang Junjie for my sake. When we finally have our own place, we can earn what we need bit by bit. Ling Xiao brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear and answered solemnly, Wanwan, I swear I will never fail you for as long as I live. Not far away, Lin Mo leaned against a stone pillar, quietly watching the couple huddled together. The scene cut into him like a dull blade, prying open memories he had tried to bury. Once upon a time, he had made the same promise to Su Yingxia, yet in the end he was the only one who had laid his heart bare. As he looked at the pair of star-crossed lovers, another memory surfaced, one drenched in blood. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had died, dragging a boss down with him to shield his girlfriend. Only now did Lin Mo finally remember that the girl Ling Xiao had protected so desperately was none other than Xiao Wanwan. He whispered to himself, relax. He'll guard your love for the right price. The 5 million still dangling over Xiao Wanwan's head, however, refused to leave his thoughts. The Shadow Sanctuary instance might let him settle his own 50 million recharge debt in one run, but that was only a guess. People like Wang Junjie, who could burn 100 million just to slay a single boss, never used market price to judge value. What they called priceless might be worth only a few million in reality. If the loot from that instance could give him a huge power spike, Lin Mo wouldn't sell it for any amount. He needed a backup plan. Before the Oracle descended and the real world was swallowed 3 months from now, he had to scrape together at least 50 million in recharge funds. After Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dehai each picked up the quest Purge the Nest Eye from Guard Captain William, Lin Mo immediately sent out party invites. Once the 5-man party had formed up, they stepped into the pitch-black tunnels of the insect hive. The dungeon demanded that every tier be cleared before the next one unlocked. Even though Lin Mo had already solo cleared the first tier, he still had to run it again with the group. Cold dampness clung to the underground walls, water seeping from the rock, and a rank metallic stench thickening the air. Flickering torchlight revealed monsters skittering through the gloom. Level 20 poison spiders, every last one of them. Seeing creatures 10 levels above their own, Skinny Monkey's knees buckled, and he almost shoved Fat Dehai in front of him like a human shield. Holy crap, bro, we're only level 10. Are we really supposed to fight level 20s? Skinny Monkey's voice shook. Xiao Wanwan tightened her grip on her staff, worry etched across her face. Senior, maybe we should switch to an easier map first? There's no rush. We all believe in your strength. Well, reach level 30 before Wang Junjie for sure. But once we're past level 10, newbie protection ends. Dying costs a whole level. That's too steep. Lin Mo gave no answer. He simply drew his bow and sighted a massive spider brandishing its poisoned fangs. Whoosh! The arrow screamed through the air. In an instant, the SS grade skill Jution 7-star volley flared to life, a pentagram array pulsing beneath his feet as 7 razor-sharp arrow images erupted like thunder from the heavens. Thud, 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 thud. 769 critical. 530. 821 critical. A shriek tore through the catacombs. 5 pairs of eyes stared as the once full health level 20 poison spider was riddled with arrows, collapsed to the stone floor, and lay still. Battle notification. Your teammate has slain a level 20 poison spider. You gain 1,300 experience for participating in the fight. Watching Lin Mo drop a level 20 monster with a single skill left everyone speechless. The toxic mist from the shredded venomous spider still lingered in the air as Ling Xiao, Skinny Monkey, Iron Tower, and Xiao Wanwan stared with their mouths half-open. A level 20 creature was insane. For Lin Mo, however, carrying 4 teammates was almost effortless. In a 5-player party, base experience was split evenly 50 each and the finisher earned an extra 30. That meant Lin Mo still pocketed 80 of the base XP, only 20 less than soloing. Trading that 20 for 1.7 million credits to boost Ling Xiao's group to level 30 was a no-brainer. And the 1.7 million was merely the power leveling fee Xia Wanwan had fronted. If they repeated their rookie village feat and pushed the team to 2nd through 5th on Liuhua City's leveling board, all bonus cash and raffle rewards would also go to Lin Mo. The top 5 cash payout alone topped $1 million, and the raffles could be worth even more. Add potential spots on the gear, wealth, and reputation leaderboards, and the profits were sky-high. The thought made his blood race. That 50 million grand target suddenly looked much closer. He clenched his fists. This contract was his, no matter what. He tossed the spider's corpse to the others and raised his bow again, locking onto the next cluster of arachnids. Every 15 seconds, another heaven-slaying, 7-star barrage reduced a venomous spider to a puddle of toxin, while everyone's XP bars climbed at lightning speed. The venom burst necklace pulsed with a steady green light, refunding 25 mana with every kill, so his mana pool was hardly touched. Each 7-star barrage cost 27 mana, and with 647 mana total, he could fire it 23 times enough to erase at least 27 spiders on paper. Even so, he wasn't satisfied. With only 1 SS grade skill, his output was chained to the cooldown. It took 1 second to kill a spider, and more than 10 seconds to wait for the skill to refresh. A basic attack needed 8 or 9 swings to finish the same monster hardly efficient. 1 more SS grade skill would at least double his speed. He still had 9 empty skill slots. A great ice arrow and fire arrow were ready, lacking only evolution points. Pulling up Liuhua City's status board current players, 541k, 3 million. Online, 390 key nodded to himself. Time to collect another wave of skill books. While the thought was still fresh, Lin Mo hid his ID and posted in Liuhua City's chat channel, paying 1,000 credits for basic class skill books sent by mail for instant payment. 10 minutes went by, yet only 11 books trickled in. Something's wrong. Why isn't anyone selling? Is the price too low? Lin Mo frowned in reflection. Just then, an unfamiliar private message popped up. You should have said so earlier. I bought my book right after I changed classes in the novice village, and used it immediately. The realization hit Lin Mo. Player who had reached a tier 3 main city had already completed their class change, and their basic books were long gone. If he wanted bulk, he had to target the novice villages. Traveling there himself would waste too much time. So Lin Mo opened his friends list and messaged Zhu Fengjing, whom had added earlier. Are you still in the novice village? Still here, Moj. Qin Feng replied at once. I've been busy helping at the offline shop this weekend, so I'm only level 9. Just tell me what you need. The former love rival now treated Lin Mo like an idol, his tone filled with anticipation. I need you to collect skill books. He'll pay 1,000 credits for any A-grade book, any class, no limit. For every book you get, he'll tip you another 100. No problem, leave it to me. Qin Feng laughed. Forget the tip. All I ask is that when you start a guild, you give me a spot. Deal, Lin Mo agreed readily. Cover the cost for now, and I'll settle up later if you trust me. I'd trust you with anything, Moj. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and promised again and again. With the book collecting task handed over to Qin Feng, Lin Mo focused on farming venom flasks. By the time Qin Feng arrived at the tier 3 main city with the books, Lin Mo would be ready to forge his second SS grade skill. Inside the dungeon, level 20 venomous spiders surged forward, but Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and the others were only level 10 and couldn't help. Lin Mo was the party's sole damage dealer. Relying on explosive bursts and ruthless efficiency, he cleared nearly 400 venomous spiders within 2 hours, allowing each teammate to gather 10 flasks of venom. The combination of kill experience and quest rewards pushed all 4 of them to level 12, skyrocketing their rankings from beyond the top 500,000 into the top 10,000. Lin Mo himself reached level 16 with 19% experience, firmly holding first place on Liyue City's level leaderboard. His earlier concern proved accurate. The low activity before was simply because many top players were still farming bosses in the novice villages. As time passed, the system announced that Liyue City's population had surpassed 2.5 million, nearing its capacity. Apart from the level chart, Lin Mo's top positions on the equipment, wealth, and reputation charts had already been taken by others. First place on the equipment chart now belonged to a level 15, Tier 2 red grade item owned by Longhun Aoshi. Ranked first on the wealth leaderboard and hailed as a prodigy in chaotic times, he owns an astonishing 3,158 gold coins. The public chat in Blazing City is now flooded with a single line. Wang Junjie buying gold at 1.1 to 1. Golden system messages pour down the screen like rain on flagstones, leaving no gap behind. On the other side of the monitor, countless players hammer their keyboards, spewing curses, pleas, and reports, yet none of it stops Wang Junjie's relentless buying ads. With 3,158 coins, an astronomical sum at this stage flaunts his raw purchasing power. No matter how loudly the city condemns him, no one can deny his wealth. Meanwhile, the top of the reputation leaderboard displays one name in bold: Lioli, a female player who reached 1,228 reputation points on only the second day after launch. Completing a full quest usually grants 1 or 2 points, and ordinary players toil an entire day just to break into double digits. The gap is absurd. What on earth is Liuli's secret? Lin Mo stood before the trading plaza's bulletin board, pinching his chin as his eyes scanned the rankings. Why don't I remember Liuli at all? He muttered to himself. First place on the heaven list should be unforgettable. Did I misremember something? He frowned, unable to find an answer. For now, Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry to solve the mystery. He knew how the boards truly settled, except for the level leaderboard, which pays out when a player hits level 30 and completes their second class change. The wealth, reputation, and combat power boards only lock in once the city reaches 100,000 level 30 players. The game had barely begun. Today's rankings were far from final. More importantly, there were still 3 full months before Oracle devoured reality. During that window, Xiyu celebrated as the first Empress of the national server had yet to log in. That meant Lin Mo was currently the only SS-rank talent in all of Dacia. No one else could match that kind of potential. Take it slow. The last one standing is the real winner. Drawing a deep breath, he felt determination blaze in his eyes. Confidence surged through him. After Ling Xiao's team cleared the first level of the insect nest catacombs and turned in their vials of venom, each of them received a piece of venom set gear. This is actually part of a set? Shouho stared at the item in his hand, eyes shining like light bulbs. The official guide says set items are worth way more than regular gear. So you're telling me we can sell this for a fortune? Pang Dahai's eyes immediately glittered with greed. Lin Mo ignored the two of them and asked, "Did anyone pull an archer piece?" "I did." Xiao Wanwan opened her pale palm to reveal a dark green ring. She looked up at Lin Mo and blinked. "Senior, do you want it?" Lin Mo leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, Xiao Wanwan had scored not just an archer item, but a tier 2 ring, while the rest of them only got tier 1 pieces. Seriously? Does high charisma really boost drop rates? It wasn't the first time Lin Mo had seen this hidden rule proven on Xiao Wanwan, but it still felt ridiculous. "Yes, I'll take it." He nodded. A tier 2 common venom ring goes for about 2,000 on the market. He'll buy it. "No need, senior." Xiao Wanwan shook her head. "You're already helping us level, so just take it. Business is business." Lin Mo wouldn't budge. "Per our deal, I charge 100,000 per level and keep 70% of any ranking rewards, but whatever loot you get along the way is yours." Seeing he was serious, Xiao Wanwan finally agreed. "All right." Lin Mo transferred her 2,000 yuan on the spot. He then looked at the other 3. "If you don't want your pieces, I'll take them for 500 each." 500 was hard to turn down for students like Shouho and Pang Dahai. They exchanged a glance and handed their gear over immediately. "Brother Xiao, Brother Ho, hot pots on me tomorrow, and you too, sis," Pang Dahai sang as soon as the money hit his account. Ling Xiao, however, had already guessed Lin Mo had another use for the venom set, and said, "Mine fits my class, so I'd like to keep it, if that's okay." Of course. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. When the 4 of them went to collect the quest for the second level from William, Lin Mo dropped to the rear. Out of sight, he activated his SS strength talent, Soulfire, and burned the 2 tier 1 venom items from Shouho and Pang Dahai. Spending 1,000 yuan for 40 evolution points was far better than the old rate of 100 for 1 point. With the new quest in hand, they entered the second level of the insect nest catacombs. The difficulty had jumped by 15, and the first things they saw were level 21 venom centipedes. They were only 1 level higher than the spiders above, but their stats were clearly superior. Still, before an SS rank skill, all bugs were equal. Quosha giant centipede nearly 10 meters long, as big as half a subway car, entered Lin Mo's sights. He drew his bow, loosed the string, and an arrow sliced through the air. Sky reaving, 7-star volley. Swish, swish, swish. 7-star-tipped arrows streaked forward and crashed into the centipede's armored shell. Blood-red numbers flared above its head. 486, 753 crit, 778 crit, 536, 554, 858 crit, 886 crit. Even with more than 3,300 HP, the level 21 Venom Centipede couldn't survive an SS steer skill. Its legs convulsed, its body stiffened, and it slammed to the ground, dead on the spot. Ding, you killed a level 21 Venom Centipede. EXP 1452 base, 50 last hit 30 over level 30 blessing aura 10 title 1. Holy crap. Skinny Monkey and the other 4 were about to pull a mob when they saw the one-shot and froze. He just nuked a level 21 mob? That's broken. What skill is that, Senior Lin Mo? The damage is insane. While the others were still reeling, Lin Mo had already targeted his next prey. In his previous life, players stormed the higher floors of the Hive Catacombs for one reason. The higher the floor, the higher the drop rate for Venom Vials. On floor 2, a Venom Centipede dropped a vial about 20% of the time. On floor 1 you had to kill 10 Venom Spiders for a single vial, but here 5 centipedes were enough. Lin Mo's rhythm never faltered. Every 15 seconds another 7-star volley erased a bug. Double the drop rate meant double the quest speed. In under 2 hours, all 5 players had their 10 Venom Vials, and the quest was done. Just then, ding. Qin Feng sent a message. Bro Mo, I'm in Liuhua City. I bought 425 rank skill books of every class. Is that enough? 425? Lin Mo blinked, then grinned. Each book meant 1 skill evolution point, and upgrading in a rank skill to SSS took only 127, enough for 3 SSS skills. Plenty, he replied at once. Qin Feng added, my bag's full, so everything's in the main city warehouse. When are you coming back? They'll grab them for you. Got it, Lin Mo answered, already eager for his second SSS skill. It was nearly 6 in the evening, and floor 2 was complete. Perfect timing. Return to town, log off for dinner, pick up the books, evolve the next SSS skill. Floor 3 will be a breeze, he thought, ready to leave the instance with Ling Xiao and the others. Suddenly, another message popped up. By the way, Mo, are you in the Hive Catacombs? Lin Mo stopped. How did you know? I figured. Then watch yourself. Qin Feng typed. I just ran into Chaos Guild members. They're heading for the catacombs, and I clearly heard your name. They're coming for you. Lin Mo's brows knitted. How does Wang Junjian know I'm here? Xiao Wanwan was puzzled too. We're the only 5 players in this entire dungeon. No one else dares grind here. How could he know? Ling Xiao grew anxious. Let's bail before they arrive. Lin Mo first asked Qin Feng, when did you see the Chaos Guild? About 20 minutes ago. Lin Mo's expression hardened. Too late. They're probably already waiting outside the Hive Catacombs. Level 20 Chongqiao Catacombs. Outside the exit, thousands of Chaotic Era Guild members had sealed every gap, turning the doorway into an impenetrable wall of bodies. Under wavering torchlight, spears, shields, and staves glinted with a bone-chilling cold. In the middle of the crowd stood Wang Junjie, a level 13 warrior in gilded plate. He twirled a shimmering long sword with one hand, icy sparks spinning from the tip as his impatient eyes locked on the stone gate. Damn it, you cowards. Get out here. Planning to rot inside. I can't wait to carve up that loser Mo Shichengui. Before his rant ended, Wan Shizhuga, a level 12 mage in black robes, adjusted the silver-rimmed glasses on his nose. Tapping the translucent map that floated in front of him, he spoke coolly. The Chongqiao Catacombs have 10 floors. A player must finish the quest on one floor to enter the next. Mo Shichengui is on the 2nd floor, and we can only reach the 1st. Even if we charge in, we'll never catch him. This dungeon has 1 exit, and he doesn't know we're waiting. Sit tight. Once he steps out, he's dead. Wang Junjie bared his teeth in a savage grin and drove his sword into the ground, spraying chips of stone. Mo Shichengui, I can't wait to see your face when you walk out. If I don't make you eat dirt till you burst, they'll change my surname to yours. Meanwhile, in Liuhua City, 5 beams of silver light flared in the teleport array, placing Lin Mo, Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Ho, and Pang Dehai safely on the platform. Thinking of Wang Junjie still camping outside the dungeon, Shou Ho burst out laughing. Just picturing that idiot waiting there because he thinks we're trapped cracks me up. Pang Dehai grimaced. Return to town scrolls cost a gold coin apiece. 10,000 yuan. Daylight robbery. The 10 grand we made during the new B-Zone event vanished in a flash. Xiao Wanwan soothed him. Keeping our levels is worth it. I crunched the numbers. When we collect the Liuhua leveling reward, even after giving 70% to Senior Lin Mo, we'll still pocket 60 or 70,000. The figure made Pang Dehai's eyes sparkle. He was instantly back to full spirits. Lin Mo checked the time. Log off for dinner. Meet back online before 8. Got it. The other 4 quit the game at once. Lin Mo stayed a moment longer, heading to the Liuhua City warehouse to meet Qin Feng. Brother Mo, you okay? Chaotic Era didn't give you any trouble, did they? Qin Feng asked quietly. Lin Mo clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks to your timely help, everything's fine. Flustered by his idol's praise, Qin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. Happy to do it. Earlier, Qin Feng had warned them that Chaotic Arrow was targeting Lin Mo, predicting that Wang Junjia would mass his forces at the only exit of the sparsely populated Chengqiao catacombs. Lin Mo asked Qin Feng to buy 5 Return to Town scrolls from the mall and mail them over. The moment the team received the scrolls, they activated them. A flash of white light whisked them straight back to Tone, an expensive escape, but a safe one. Compared with the punishment of being killed by a Chaos Guild member and losing a level, it was nothing. After the brutal, outnumbered battle against Su Muchio and Dragon Soul Guild, Lin Mo finally understood that in Oracle World there was no such thing as the invincible lone hero of Xinxiao legends. Absolute power did not exist. Even Xia, the Empress whose SS grade talent had once shaken the entire Daxia server, relied on an iron guard made up of countless S and S grade players to stay at the top. Had he rushed out alone just now to face Chaos Guild's legion, only one ending awaited him: death. Snapping back to reality, he asked Qin Feng for his bank details and immediately transferred 500,000 yuan. The notification tone had barely sounded before Qin Feng froze. Brother Mo, for 125 books cost 422,500, and the 5 recall scrolls are 50,000. 472,500 is enough. You sent too much. The rest is your commission, Lin Mo said evenly. To gather 425 A-grade skill books, Qin Feng had camped in the novice village for hours. Recall scrolls could only be bought with gold coins, and to scrape together 5 coins he had begged nearly every player in the village. I saw all the effort you put in. Lin Mo's casual words sent a surge of warmth through Qin Feng. Every bit of that running around suddenly felt worthwhile. Qin Feng scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing. Just don't hold a grudge about me stealing Su Yingsha's kill back then. By the way, Brother Mo, did you two have a fight? Need me to mediate? With my vast experience with women, I can tell she's a rare catch. A chill flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Stay out of it. Qin Feng shut up at once and grinned awkwardly. He'll take the guys to level then. Call if you need anything, Brother Mo. After seeing Qin Feng off, Lin Mo found a quiet clearing and raised his hand. Azure flames burst forth the SS grade talent, Soulfire. The 425 A-grade skill books turned to ash in an instant, becoming 425 skill evolution points that flew back into his body like sparks. That's a real dent in the wallet. Watching his balance drop from over 1 million to a bit more than 300,000, Lin Mo felt a stab of pain, but he knew it was an investment for greater returns. He opened his inventory and hesitated between 2 Archer Basics Flame Arrow and Ice Arrow before finally selecting the latter. 7-star Volley already covered raw damage. Flame Arrow could wait. Ice Arrow carried a slight slow effect, and if he pushed it to SS grade, the control would be superb. Control plus damage would let him stay calm in any fight. Decision made. Lin Mo began spending evolution points. Ding 1 point consumed. Ice Arrow upgraded from E to D. Ding 2 points consumed. D to C. Ding. After 7 evolutions. Ding 64 points consumed. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS grade skill Frostfall. Grip of Absolute Zero. His second SS grade skill at last. Lin Mo's hands trembled with excitement as he gazed at Frostfall. Grip of Absolute Zero. Icebound Grip Archer SS grade skill. Skill effect. Locks onto a single enemy and fires an icy arrow that deals 700 physical damage and freezes the target for 3 seconds. Special effect 1. Generates an area of extreme cold around the target for 3 seconds. Enemies within the zone have their movement speed reduced by 80. Special effect 2. Enemies in the same zone have their defense reduced by 40. Special effect 3. Enemies in the zone take 30 more damage. Cooldown, 9 seconds. Mana cost, 55. Lin Mo stared at the stat panel and couldn't help cursing under his breath. 700% damage plus AoE slow, defense shred, and damage boost stand. That was only the base effect. He also held a purple title, Tactical Master, which added another 10 skill power. After the bonus, the SS grade numbers read: 770 single target damage, 88 AoE slow, 44 AoE defense reduction, 33 AoE damage amplification. Completely busted. Excited, Lin Mo hit confirm. The skill book dissolved into blue motes and merged with him, and a golden entry Icebound Grip appeared in his skill list. By now, 99.99% of the player base had finished their class change, but still only had 2 A-grade starter skills, and many couldn't even afford those. Lin Mo, meanwhile, wielded 2 top-tier SSS skills. The power gap was obvious. He wanted to dive straight into a dungeon to test the new move, but his stomach had started protesting. A glance at the clock, 6 p.m. forced him offline. Offline, Tianyuan Mansion. He lifted off the VR helmet, rolled his stiff neck, pulled on a jacket, and headed downstairs for food. The neighborhood, the street, even the Chongqing noodle shop buzzed with talk of Oracle. I hit level 10 this afternoon, already reached a tier 3 capital. Dude, that place is huge, and the NPC girls are smoking hot. Makes the newbie village look like trash. Seriously? I'm only level 7 and still working days. I'm pulling an all-nighter to hit 10 and check it out. Huh. A blue item dropped for me today. Sold it for 1800. Quitting my job tomorrow to farm full-time. I met this sweet girl. Told her I'm great talent. If she spends the night, I'll power level her tomorrow anyway. Hotels booked. Clearly, Oracle was still on fire. Lin Mo ordered a bowl of beef noodles. The broth was scalding, red oil glistening on top. He wolfed it down, then crossed the street to the foot massage parlor listening rain pavilion. It was still early. He figured head visit technician number 27, Empress, for a little bonding while mulling over his latest dilemma. As he stepped inside, the receptionist looked up and recognized him. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Number 27 again? Yes. The answer came automatically. Of course. I'll arrange a room. Shall join you shortly. Wearing a professional smile, she led him through the softly lit corridor. Guided by the receptionist, Lin Mo entered a luxurious private suite. It wasn't long before Ningxi arrived. In a crisp white blouse and a black miniskirt, her normally sharp aura softened with a hint of shyness. Under the lights, her legs sheathed in sheer black stockings drew elegant curves that sparked the imagination. Lin Mo lay face down on the bed, his voice low. Let's begin. Okay. Moving on tiptoe, Ningxi set her slender fingers on his back, easing from a light press to deeper pressure. Warm fingertips slid along his shoulder blades, sending waves of tingling heat through him. Eyes closed, Lin Mo enjoyed the massage while wrestling with a pressing problem Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie had long sworn to destroy him, but what truly worried Lin Mo was that the man had discovered his plan to raid the Hive catacombs. If members of the Chaotic Age Guild guarded the entrance around the clock, he'd never sneak in again to collect venom vials for the toxic set. Alone, he couldn't possibly stand against a guild of thousands. What could he do? He searched his mind for an answer and found none. Then a memory surfaced from his previous life. Empress, unrivaled in strength and brilliance, a master strategist whose beauty matched her talent. The woman before him, Ningxi, was her very embodiment. Testing the waters, Lin Mo spoke. Ningxi, I have a question. If your answer satisfies me, I'll tip you 1,000 yuan. Deal? 1,000? Her eyes lit up. What's the question? Say you face an enemy you can't beat right now and can't avoid. How would you handle him? Ningxi paused, then answered softly. Find someone equally strong, set them against him, and watch the tigers fight from a safe hilltop. A jolt ran through Lin Mo. He shot upright. Damn, why didn't I think of that? The sudden move startled Ningxi. Did I answer wrong? No, it's perfect. Thrilled, Lin Mo clenched his fist and instantly sent her 2,000 yuan. Tip doubled. He added, I'll tell the front desk you're off. Go home and rest. While I'm gone, no other clients understood. Before she could reply, he was already out the door. Ningxi was still puzzled, but the transfer on her phone made her smile. She wired all 3,000 yuan a day's tips, plus the one from Lunchdo, a contact labeled Xiaofei. Ding. The reply came at once. Sis, where'd you get so much money? Payday? Ningxi answered calmly. Xiaofei hesitated, worry filling his words. Sis, you didn't please don't do anything for my sake. If it cost you that much, I'll just drop out. Ningxi's response was firm. Xiaofei, focus on your studies. Leave everything else to me. I'm fine. Guilt tightened Ning Fei's chest. Sis, I swear once I graduate and start earning, I'll buy you a big house and a nice car. You'll live the life you deserve. Gazing at the screen, Ningxi smiled with quiet contentment. Good. Lin Mo got home, and, without waiting for the agreed 8 p.m. with Ling Xiao and the others, went straight to his room, put on his helmet, and logged into Oracle. As soon as he connected, Ning's eyes offhand reminder sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight still echoed in his mind. The words struck him like a spark on dry tinder, and a flawless plan to counter Wang Junjie sprang to life. The wisdom of that first empress of the Daxia server from his previous life revealed itself once more. No wonder she had claimed the pinnacle. Lin Mo sighed softly, a smile tugging at his lips. Wang Junjie, just wait. I prepared a gift you're going to love. He pulled up a panoramic map of Liuhua City and fixed his gaze on the northern sector. If my memory's right, it should be here. After confirming the coordinates, he left through the north gate and sprinted for half an hour before reaching his destination. Ahead lay an abandoned town swallowed by endless darkness. Collapsed roofs jutted at odd angles, vines strangled the broken walls, and the wind made them rustle like tiny blades scraping the eardrum. The oppressive gloom was suffocating even from outside. The map mentioned nothing about this place, but Lin Mo knew at a glance that had found it. Excitement bubbling inside, he stepped into the ruins and headed straight for the center. From the depths of the shadows, countless ghostly lights seemed to watch him, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Anyone else would have fled, but Lin Mo remained calm until the mechanism was triggered. These dark creatures were still sealed and couldn't move. At the very heart of town stood a three-metertal stone gate, twisted and strange, bound tight by vines. In its center was a deep red handprint. As though had expected it all along, Lin Mo pressed his right hand against it, matching the print perfectly. Boom. The ground shook and dust billowed. A system prompt exploded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden dungeon, Shadow Sanctuary. A regional announcement is about to be broadcast. Would you like to reveal or hide your ID? Joy surged through Lin Mo. Just as Head thought, this was the only entrance to the Shadow Sanctuary. The developers had stated that every Tier 3 capital hid an elite dungeon of this name, but its exact location had to be found by the players themselves. In his previous life, before Wang Junjie spent 30 million to buy 3 Hearts of Shadow, he had offered a bounty in Liuhua City 5 million for anyone who could reveal the dungeon's location. The notice had rocked the entire city. For 3 straight days and nights, the average online population of Flame City's 3 million players never dropped below 2.8 million. Almost 3 million people swept every inch of the capital dungeons, wilderness, ruins, leaving no stone unturned. In the end, a middle schooler blundered into an abandoned city, triggered a mechanism, and revealed the Shadow Sanctuary. That kid walked away with a 5 million credit bounty, stirring envy everywhere, Lin Mo included. Thanks to him, Lin Mo now had the sanctuary's exact coordinates and activation sequence. Until now, Lin Mo had stayed put for 2 reasons. 1. His toxic set was incomplete, and he had only 2 of the 3 Hearts of Shadow. Opening the instance early would be suicide. 2. In his previous life, Wang Junjie didn't post the 5 million bounty until later, so Lin Mo could have claimed the money for free if he waited. But for greater profit, he had to forego the reward and move early. Wang Junjie must never know in the activator. If he does, my plans are ruined. With that in mind, Lin Mo hid his character ID and triggered the system announcement. A booming voice echoed across the sky. Citywide announcement: Flame City. Ding. Congratulations to player for discovering the elite grade hidden instance Shadow Sanctuary. Rewards: Gold 10, Reputation 100, Title Explorer. The instance coordinates have been synced to the city map. The capital instantly exploded with chatter. Ah, so tight. LV, 11 Archer. Holy crap, that's the hidden instance from the dev teaser, right? Nightly 7 times LV, 10 Assassin. Who's this monster? Dug it up already? Random passerby. The exploration reward alone is worth 100 grand in cash. Are the devs insane? Big bro LV, 12 Mage. Elite grade sounds pricey. Anyone forming a party? Too foolish LV, 11 Priest. Dream on. Without the key you're not getting in, and that'll cost a fortune. Get rich overnight LV, 10 Night. The cash shop isn't even live yet, so what money? Let's go look, maybe a limited edition artifact drops, and we really do get rich overnight. Meanwhile, outside the insect nest catacombs, Wang Junjie had camped Lin Mo for 3 days and was at his limit. Hearing the system message, his eyes lit up. A hidden dungeon? Huh. Flame City's full of dark horses. Someone found it already. Move out, brothers. We're clearing that instance. A lackey hesitated. Boss, we're not guarding Mo Shouqinggue anymore. Screw that. Wang Junjie snapped. That punk's not worth more than a hidden dungeon. Once I take it, I can crush 10 of him with 1 punch. He left several hundred men to keep blocking the catacombs and led the rest of the Chaotic Age Guild straight toward the Shadow Sanctuary. Elsewhere in the city, Su Muchio was hurrying back to turn in a quest when she heard the announcement and tensed. The Shadow Sanctuary already? It's the most valuable exploration zone for a Tier 3 capital. We can't let another guild take it first. She issued a quick order. Call every member online, head for the Shadow Sanctuary, and clear the path for the boss. Yes, ma'am. The sudden appearance of the hidden instance, the Shadow Temple, sent the entire city into an uproar. The moment its coordinates lit up on the Blaze City map, the system cursor danced like a tongue of flame, pointing straight toward the ruins. Players flooded the streets, and the line at the teleport array snaked on forever. Achievement bonuses, leveling events, official giveaways, one announcement after another rolled past, and no one wanted to miss the only early game hidden dungeon. Everyone was sure that because the instance had opened, they could charge in and make a fortune. What no one realized was that the real ticket cost 3 Hearts of Shadow, deep within the ruins at the same time. System map announcement: Shadow City. Ding. The Shadow Temple has been activated. The Shadow Legion will soon awaken. All players, please remain on guard. Boom boom. Dust shook loose from the shattered walls, pebbles clattering down. Before the echo faded, Lin Mo had already leaped through a gap in the ramparts, using his light step skill to vault the breach, leaving the wind behind him. No Hearts of Shadow, no entry, and even if you have the key, you still have to wipe out the Shadow Legion. A single muttered sentence summed it up. With his current power, a heathen fight was suicide. Worse still, Wang Junjie was surely on his way. Time to vanish. Lin Mo slipped into stealth, kicking up a swirl of grit as he disappeared beyond the ruins. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, the black banner of the Chaos Guild snapped in the wind as more than 3,000 players surged forward. The portal's blue glow flickered non-stop, armor clanging in a constant din. Tagging along were solo players from Blaze City, small studios, and club members. One look at the lineup and they all stalled on the perimeter. The Shadow Temple is under exclusive contract to the Chaos Guild. Clear out, everyone else. Chaos members formed a wall across the street, shields slamming down, blades flashing cold light. The outsiders erupted. Chaos wants to hog the hidden instance? That's insane. They don't own the dungeon, why can't we go in? But faced with Chaos' massive force, they only grumbled. No one dared to rush the line. In the center of the crowd, Wang Junjie shoved guildmates aside and strode to the ruins entrance, eyes practically sparking. Huh. I was about to post a citywide bounty 5 million to whoever found the hidden dungeon. Guess I just saved my cash. He slammed his great sword into the ground. Hold this spot. Nobody gets in. Anyone tries, cut them down. Sir. Chaos members barked back, murderous intent rising. Wang Junjie was about to lead the charge inside when a commotion erupted behind him. Boss, someone's forcing the checkpoint. His face darkened, veins bulging. Who the hell has a death wish? A lackey rushed up, panting. Looks like Dragon Soul Guild, judging by the IDs. Before the words landed, the strategist known as Chaos Juga adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and rattled off intel. Dragon Soul top guild on Revelation's domestic servers, the dominant force in the last hit MMO before launch. Their guild leader, Longhun Aoshi, is a high-profile business tycoon. They moved to Oracle with their entire roster about 1,000 strong right now. Wang Junjie wore a sneer of open contempt. Just a few of you, and you think you can act tough in front of me? Who are you trying to impress? He spun around, waving at the men behind him. Whoever dares step over here, cut them down. Outside the Chaos Guild perimeter, Dragon Soul's main force had assembled. Hundreds of players crowded around them, every gaze locked on the young archer at the front, tall, poised, and impossible to ignore. Whoa, second on the Lu Hua City rankings. I didn't know a top player could be this young and this good-looking. He looks like Eddie Peng. If he were my boyfriend, I'd say yes in 3 seconds. The teenager in question was Dragon Soul Twilight, a level 13 archer ranked second in Lu Hua City. Su Muchio, the vice leader of Dragon Soul. Su Muchio narrowed his eyes at the Chaos defense line. Moments later, 2 Dragon Soul assassins rushed over. Vice leader, Chaos refused to negotiate and executed the 3 brothers we sent. They've sealed the Shadow Sanctuary entrance, none of ours can get in. A chill flashed in Su Muchio's eyes. They touched Dragon Soul? Fine, step over their corpses. Yes, sir. He drew the spatial strangler crossbow from his back and dropped into a firing stance. Instantly, 1,000 Dragon Soul players unsheathed blades and knocked arrows, surging toward the Chaos formation. On the Chaos line, Wang Junjie's orders came just as fast. Chaos players countercharged, and the 2 guild armies slammed into each other in a shower of sparks. Clang! Warriors and knights locked shields, forming a wall of steel. Boom! Arrows and fireballs arced overhead, raining down on the enemy ranks. Witches unleashed control spells. Clerics poured out holy light, screams and flashes overlapping as white respawn beams shot skyward. Spectators hurriedly pulled back, afraid of stray AoE. Player A, damn straight into a guild war? Player B, lives stressful enough, nobody's swallowing pride in a game. Player C, Chaos leader is Wang Junjie, the richest man in Ningguang. 1 dinner bill from him could buy us a downtown condo. Campus queens and influencers line up to play with him, isn't stressed, he's just throwing money around. Player D, don't look down on Dragon Soul. Apocalypse top 3 worldwide. #1 guild on the Great Xia server, every member's a pro. Player E, oh man, this is going to be good. The fight heated up fast. Boss, Dragon Soul's nothing but pros, their moves are insane. Damn, we're trading 2 for 1, 3 for 1. We can't hold. Wang Junjie stayed calm, a cold smile on his face. So they've got skills, though they have more money than I do. They want my dungeon? Let's see what their cheap lives are worth. He barked another order. Pull everyone off the nest crypt and get them here. And listen, Upevery confirmed Dragon Soul kill gets 30 grand, no cap. The Chaos Guild channel exploded, morale soaring. Hidden in a nearby grove, a pair of eyes watched the carnage. Lin Mo leaned against a tree, arms folded, a faint smirk on his lips. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. So this was the former #1 Empress of the entire server. Her reputation was clearly well-earned. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Ningzai's words, sit back and watch the tigers fight, still echoing in his mind. That single remark had opened his eyes. Since he wasn't strong enough to face Wang Junjie's thousands of elite players from the Chaotic Era Guild Heaton, why not trigger the hidden instance Shadow Shrine and make Chaotic Era and Dragon Soul clash ahead of schedule? In his previous life, Dragon Soul and Chaotic Era had been evenly matched titans in Blazing Fire City, constantly crossing swords over dungeons, quests, and bosses. Small skirmishes every 3 days, major battles every 5 were the norm. 2 tigers can't share 1 mountain. As soon as the Shadow Shrine appeared, the 2 sides would inevitably fight to the death for ownership. Lin Mo knew he was merely moving an inevitable conflict forward. With Dragon Soul pinning down Wang Junjie, I can farm the insect hive catacombs in peace and collect the venom set. A faint grin tugged at Lin Mo's lips. As for whether the Shadow Shrine would ultimately fall into Wang Junjie's hands, he wasn't worried at all. Entering that instance required 3 Shadow Hearts and clearing the Shadow Legion guarding the entrance's Shadow Gate. Every time the Legion was wiped out, it respawned in place with a power boost for 10 full rounds. That alone would give Wang Junjie a massive headache. Never mind that Lin Mo already held one of the 3 Shadow Hearts himself. Outside the city walls, Dragon Soul and Chaotic Era players were already slaughtering each other in a haze of blood and steel. Lin Mo squinted at the chaos for a few seconds and chuckled maliciously. Take your time, boys. They'll be off now. Time check 7:30 p.m. He still had a full 30 minutes before his appointment with Ling Xiao's team to run the Insect Hive catacombs. Lin Mo slipped out of the city alone, sprinting toward his destination. By now, the Chaotic Era troops that once guarded the catacombs had been hastily redeployed to Shadow City to counter Dragon Soul, leaving the defenses wide open. Lin Mo first turned in his second-floor quest to Captain William, accepted the next phase, and slipped down to the 3rd floor unimpeded. The 3rd floor task was again collect 10 vials of venom, but the Guardians had upgraded to level 22 Toxic Scorpions. Toxic Scorpion Physical Normal. Level 22. Physical Attack 800. Physical Defense 520. Magic Defense 495. HP 3800. Skills: Poison Sting, Clamp of Death. Finishing my personal quest before Xiao Wanwan and the others arrive should be easy. I can also test my second SS grade skill in combat, Lin Mo thought, drawing the golden bow of the brave from his back. He locked onto a scorpion the size of a bull, pulling the bowstring until it formed a full moon. SS grade skill Frost, Grasp of Absolute Zero. In the next instant, visible frost exploded from his body. Whoosh. The arrow left the string, its icy blue glow tearing through the air as the temperature plummeted. Squelch. The venomous scorpion froze solid the instant the ice arrow pierced it. 4,227 critical. Ping, you have slain a level 22 venomous scorpion. EXP 1,974, 141 bonus. Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath. The terrifying power of the SS Steer skill Icebound Grip of Absolute Zero made even him flinch. A second later, cracking frost spread outward. Centered on the scorpion he had one-shotted, a 100-yard circle of ground turned icy blue-white, becoming a domain of extreme cold. While the freeze was still expanding, he raised his bow and locked onto the 2 remaining scorpions inside the domain. SS Steer skill Sky Judgment, 7 Star Barrage. Swish, swish, swish. A pentagram burst into light, and 7 golden star arrows crashed down like thunderbolts. 890. 1,379 critical. 1,425 critical. 1,472 critical. The scorpion's guttural snarls cut off abruptly as both collapsed onto the frost-covered ground. Ping, you have slain a level 22 venomous scorpion. EXP 1,974. Ping, you have slain a level 22 venomous scorpion. EXP 1,974. Double kill? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. The same 7-star barrage had only ever been enough to finish off one scorpion before, but the domain's debuffs had let him drop 2 at once. He immediately realized the 2 SS Steer skills could be chained into a set combo, open with Grip of Absolute Zero to slow, shred defense, and amplify damage over a wide area, then follow up with 7-star barrage for a burst finish. The farming efficiency would soar. From that point on, Lin Mo hunted scorpions exclusively with the combo. Icebound Grip of Absolute Zero. Sky Judgment, 7-star barrage. Crash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each rotation reliably netted 3 to 4 scorpions. With Grip of Absolute Zero on a 15-second cooldown and 7-star barrage on 9, his clearing speed was 2 to 3 times faster than when he had only one SSS skill. SS Steer skills are ridiculously overpowered, he muttered. On the 3rd floor of the Hive catacombs, the drop rate for venom vials had risen to 30%, so he picked up almost 1 vial every run. After only a dozen rotations, he had 10 vials, and the quest was finished. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Hozi, and Peng Dehai arrived right on schedule. Sorry we're late. Senior Lin Mo, Xiao Wanwan apologized, embarrassed. It's fine. You got here at the perfect time. Lin Mo invited the 4 into the party. He went on spamming the Frost 7 combo to mow down scorpions. 2 waves of abilities later, 3 level 22 scorpions lay dead. The visuals icy gales mixed with starlight left Shou Hozi and Peng Dehai staring slack-jawed. Good grief. We were gone for 1 meal, and Senior Lin Mo has powered up again. The damage is insane and the effects look awesome. As the round ended, Lin Mo turned and reminded them, quit gawking. Go pick up the loot. Right. The 2 snapped out of it and hurried to collect the spoils. Lin Mo simply waited for his cooldowns. A few seconds later, frost blue energy swirled around him and he knocked another arrow. Meanwhile, elsewhere Shadow City. The clash between Luansher and Longhun was growing ever more intense. Shadow City. A cacophony of screams clashed with blinding bursts of resurrection light, and the air reeked of blood and gunpowder, thick as rusty iron. The fight between the Chaos Guild and Dragon Soul Guild had spilled from the outskirts into the streets, growing fiercer by the second. Inside the gate, squads of shadow guards in jet black armor burst from alleys and rooftops, brandishing shadow lances and turning the duel into a chaotic three-way free-for-all. These level 15 humanoid mobs were part of the Shadow Legion, sworn to guard the Shadow Gate and keep everyone out of the Shadow Sanctum, so they struck at both guilds without mercy. Caught between two enemies, Chaos players began to crack. What the hell? Since when were Dragon Souls pro players this strong? Were they raised on steroids? Strong or not, we're the real noobs. Two assassins got poked to death by a priest with a staff. Are we kidding ourselves? Forget gaming, we should go grow crops. These Shadow Legion mobs are like clingy Exeskin, they just buzz off already? Curses flew, but the white flashes of death kept coming. Wang Junjie, however, remained ice calm. He threw his head back and roared, what's there to fear? Die and respawn. Pro players, my ass am richer than they are. Well, drown those Dragon Soul dogs in bodies. Charge. Across the battlefield, Su Muchio studied his system panel, tallying casualties pouring in from every direction. A teammate shouted over the noise, Vice Lead, Chaos players aren't strong, but they keep coming back. They die, run from the main city, and hit us again. This relay fight is killing us. Su Mukius arrow punched through a shadow guard's chest, dropping the creature. Less than 3 seconds later, the corpse sprang upright, armor darker, malice thicker. The mob had just leveled up to 16. His heart sank. Full retreat. He ordered at once. A teammate gasped, we're just giving the hidden instance to Chaos? If they clear the Shadow Sanctum, Dragon Soul won't have a foothold in Blazing City. Giving it away? Hardly. Su Mukius' gaze swept over the respawning guards. Getting into the Shadow Sanctum isn't easy. If we keep slugging it out, we'll both bleed dry, and someone else will scoop the prize. Pull back, let Chaos wear down the Shadow Legion, then we strike. Understood. On command, Dragon Soul players withdrew in perfect order. Amid swirling dust, Wang Junjie saw the enemy retreat like a receding tide and thought his side had worked a miracle. He laughed smugly. Heck knew it. Useless cowards. You broke losers dare challenge me? Go home and play with mud. I'll clear the instance, then come for you next. A junior member of the Chaos Assassins sprinted over. Boss Jia, there's a stone gateway in the city center. It must be the entrance to the dungeon, but nothing we try will open it. Won't open. Wang Junjie's heart lurched, irritation flashing between his brows. Then how am I supposed to get into the instance? He turned to the strategist at his side. Zhuge of Chaos, any ideas? Zhuge pushed his glasses up and surveyed the area, his voice steady and confident. There's no official guide, but if I'm right, that door in the Shadow Sanctum beyond will only open after we clear these shadow guards. Same mechanic as when we fought the Spider Queen back in the newbie village. Yoshi. Wang Junjie's face lit up, and he slapped Zhuge's shoulder. That's why you're the brains. Reward 500,000. Zhuge almost dropped to his knees. Thank you, Boss Jia. Wang Junjie whirled toward his gathered guildmates. Kill every shadow guard you see. Wipe them out. Help me secure this hidden dungeon, and you'll all get next month's salary in advance. The surrounding players roared in unison, morale soaring. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, deep in the insect hive catacombs, with his second SS steer skill, Frost, Arctic Grip, Lin Mo's clearing speed skyrocketed. Even while gathering venom vials for Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and the others, he carved through mobs like a knife through butter. Before 10 o'clock, the team had swept the third floor clean. When they turned in the venom vials, the rewards hit instantly. Golden light rained down on Lin Mo as he reached level 17, while Ling Xiao and the rest jumped to level 13. Holy crap. In one night, I went from over a millionth on Liuhua City's rankings to 9,123rd. Fat Dahai's eyes sparkled. Skinny Monkey rubbed his arms in disbelief. Most players are still duo grinding level 12 mobs, and we're AO farming level 22s. This is nuts. Lin Mo glanced at Xiao Wanwan. The free period's over. From the next level on, they'll have to charge. Xiao Wanwan nodded with a soft smile. Understood, senior. Thank you for the carry. At first, 10,000 per level had seemed outrageous, but after seeing Lin Mo's efficiency, it felt like a steal. To show her sincerity, she wired the full 1.7 million up front. Looking at him expectantly, she said, Lin Mo, we're counting on you. Watching his balance break 2 million, Lin Mo felt a rush of satisfaction. No problem. He turned to Ling Xiao. Keep up and I guarantee you'll hit level 30 before Wang Junjie does. Ling Xiao froze until Skinny Monkey nudged him, then blurted, right, thank you. After turning in the quest, everyone received a level 20, tier 1 white quality toxic set piece. Lin Mo asked, if you don't need yours, same deal as before, I'll buy at a good price. Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai, both broke students, instantly sold their pieces to Lin Mo for 500 each. This time, Lin Mo's infamous bad luck flipped. His own reward was a level 20, tier 2 toxic crossbow. His old level 8, tier 2 orange Braveheart golden bow was long obsolete. He finally had the perfect replacement. While Ling Xiao and the others went to William for the 4th floor quest, Lin Mo eagerly began evolving the toxic crossbow. The Venom set comes in two versions, Tier 1 and Tier 2. In Lin Mo's eyes, a full Tier 1 set offers only about 50% poison resistance, while a complete Tier 2 set provides the full 100% absolutely vital for surviving the Shadow Sanctuary's percentage-based poison damage. That means his target can only be a full Tier 2 Venom set. Fortunately, the Tier 2 weapon that just dropped aligns perfectly with that goal. Although he's not yet high enough level to equip it, nothing prevents him from evolving it in advance. Until now, he had been melting down every low-grade piece of gear he found, piling up 3,585 evolution points. They were finally about to pay off. First upgrading. He spends 40 points, and the level 20 Tier 2 White Venom crossbow turns green. Second upgrading. Another 80 points, and the green crossbow becomes blue. The higher the grade, the steeper the cost. 6 more flashes, and 2,520 points later, a blinding golden light erupts. Skydome Venom crossbow. Level 20 Tier 2 gold. Physical attack, 455. Bonus attributes, Strength 80, Strength 80. Special effect, all attacks deal an extra 280 poison damage. Class restriction, Archer. Note, one component of the Archer Venom set. At a recycle rate of 500 coins per level 20 Tier 1 white item worth 20 evolution points, those 2,520 points equal 63,000 coins. Normally such a cost would make Lin Mo wince, but the crossbow's stats wipe away every trace of hesitation, replacing it with pure excitement. Compared with his current heroic gold bow that adds only 190 attack, this double-strength Venom crossbow is impossible to resist. Sadly, he's still level 17 and can't equip it yet, so he stashes it in his backpack. That limitation becomes his strongest motivation to level up. Lin Mo immediately turns to guard Captain Wei Lian and accepts the 4th floor Nest Crypt quest. Purge the Nest 4. Difficulty, 380. Objective, enter the 4th floor of the Nest Crypt, slay venomous toads, and collect their toxin. Progress, 0-10. Reward, EXP 120,000. Silver 2. Reputation 4. Wei Lian Affinity 1. One piece of level 20 Venom set gear slot, class, and rarity random. Higher affinity raises the odds of better quality. The rising difficulty only tells Lin Mo he's drawing closer to the peak. After Ling Xiao and the others pick up the same quest, the 5-man party steps into the crypt's 4th floor. Waiting for them are level 23 poisonous beasts, venomous scorpions, and venomous toads 1 tier stronger than the foes on the previous level. Lin Mo repeated the routine, linking Frostbound Grip with Heaven-Piercing 7-star Volley to SS grade Skillstow, clear the mobs. Pillars of icy blue light and 7 dazzling arrow storms crashed down together. The poison bugs shrieked in waves, yet the result wasn't what it used to be. That same combo had once erased 3 or 4 insects in a flash. Now, even squeezed for every point of damage, it often failed to one-shot 3 toxic toads, and Lin Mo had to finish them off with a few basic strikes. The issue wasn't fatal, but it drove home one fact. His level 8 orange bow had reached its limit. Once I hit level 20 and switched to the venomous crossbow, these 2 SSS skills will push my damage through the roof. The urge to level burned in his chest, fiercer than ever. While grinding, filling poison vials, and pushing the Nest Catacombs quest, his thoughts kept circling another goal: the Heart of Shadow. No Tier 3 city on the server had unlocked the hidden dungeon Shadow Sanctuary, and no one knew the newbie village boss Heart of Shadow was the key. Once Wang Junjia wiped out the Shadow Legion and the truth got out, that item would shoot to 10 million yuan. Lin Mo had to grab the other 2 first. Had already mapped out how to take the one held by Longhun Guild's leader, Longhun Aosha, but the timing wasn't right yet. The last piece, according to his previous life memory, belonged to a money-hungry player in Liuhua City. Lin Mo didn't have Wang Junjia's bottomless wallet. Shelling out 10 million wasn't an option. If he wanted the heart for the lowest cost, he'd have to be clever. Only a day had passed since launch, leaving him 89 days, and every coin had to stay earmarked for the 50 million recharge. There was no time to spare. No more waiting. Tonight I'm coming for you, he decided. As night deepened, Lin Mo, Ling Xiao, and the others farmed until midnight and cleared the 4th floor of the Nest Catacombs. Log off and get some rest, he waved. Ling Xiao had pushed through 16 straight hours because of their wager. The system had fired multiple safety warnings, and any longer would force log him. Xiao Wanwan and the rest also said their goodbyes. See you tomorrow, Senior Lin Mo. Bye. They ported back to town, their avatars dissolving in a burst of light. Once the place was quiet, Lin Mo set his plan in motion. He pulled out his phone and messaged Qin Feng on WeChat. Got a minute? I need a favor. Qin Feng, who practically worshipped him, replied in seconds. Brother Mo, what's up? Just say it. Find a boosting studio called Juaming. Place an order and make them sign a breach of contract clause. The contract is non-negotiable. After a pause, Qin Feng wrote back, puzzled. Brother Mo, I check it there are only a dozen people, and their leader's a level 12 assassin. I'm higher than that. Why pick them? Lin Mo offered no explanation, just kept laying the groundwork. Do as I said. Offer a high commission and choose the maximum penalty rate. Then he transferred 100,000 yuan. Use this. Let me know if you need more. Qin Feng asked no further questions. Got it. Leave it to me, brother Mo. Offline, Ningguang City, Tianyi Tower. On the 8th floor sat a studio with the Dream Chaser logo above the door. Inside, a dozen young men lifted off their oracle headsets at the same time, stretching their backs and rolling their necks. Man, I'm wiped out. Who knew gaming could be this exhausting? Guys, the studio did pretty well today. How about crayfish and beer later tonight? I'm in. Let's see what Brother Gang says. Every eye turned toward the boss desk, where Wu Gang, hair disheveled, a bit scruffy, glasses glowing green, was hunched over his phone. Supper, Brother Gang? Wu Gang didn't look up. He was busy firing off WeChat messages to someone saved as Baby. Baby, are you asleep? Did the lipstick I ordered yesterday arrive? Do you like it? Why haven't you replied all day? Do you miss me, baby? I miss you so much. Great news. The studio made over 8 grand today. After salaries and rent, I still cleared 3. Believe me, it'll give you a good life. Each line sat beneath the chilly read receipt, but no reply came. Wu Gang removed his glasses, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and muttered, Ming Ming, what will it take for you to look at me? Suddenly, he slapped the desk. That's its shadow heart. Sell it, and it'll make real money. Then you won't think I'm nothing. The idea lit up his gloomy eyes, and a near-manic laugh escaped his throat. Right then, ding, new order received. Auto accepted. Wu Gang shoved his glasses on, opened the dashboard, pupils contracting. He jumped up. Big job, guy's huge. The crew, exhausted from a full day's grind, groaned. Boss, we've been at it all day. Give us a break. Even pack animals don't work this hard. Wu Gang raised a hand. Finish this run, and everyone gets 1,000 yuan bonus. Fatigue vanished in an instant. Say no more pack animals. Log in. Oracle, Great Xia region, Tier 3 main city, Blazing Fire City. Level 12 assassin Zhuiming Chizixin Wu Gang led 14 Dream Chaser players to the Western Plaza to meet their client, Qin Feng. Qin Feng got straight to the point. Let's sign a contract first. Your fee isn't low, and if you fail, I want everything in writing. Wu Gang thumped his chest. Relax, brother. You hired us. We'll go all out. We'll sign, no problem. They quickly assigned a 30,000 yuan deal. If Dream Chaser failed to finish the task within 1 hour, the studio would pay 10 times that amount in damages. After reading through the assignment, Wu Gang thumped his chest and promised Qin Feng, Brother Qin, I ran the Grizzly Peak quest just this afternoon. Don't worry, give us 40 minutes, tops, and ITL'll be done. Qin Feng nodded. All right, I trust you. He, Wu Gang, and the 15 members of Dream Chaser Studio left Emberfire City through the south gate. They barely stepped beyond the walls when a lone figure appeared in the road, as if had been lying in ambush. Wu Gang frowned and stepped forward. What's the deal, man? The stranger didn't answer. He simply slipped the longbow from his back and dropped into a fighting stance. Tension spiked at once. Dream Chaser's members drew swords and raised bows in response. Playing the clueless client, Qin Feng pointed at the archer and complained to Wu Gang. Who is that? Some enemy of yours? Don't mess up my quest, all right? If you don't finish within an hour, you owe me 300 grand. The figure 300 grand made Wu Gang's stomach twist. The job originally paid 10,000. Greedy for more, Head talked the client into a double payout with a 10 times penalty. Head pulled the stunt in other games, but never for stakes this high. If it went bad, he could never pay 300,000. Still, it was only one opponent, and Wu Gang calmed down. Twirling his broadsword, he showed off for the VIP. All right, boys, smash him. The 15 Dream Chasers charged Lin Mo in a wave. Lin Mo stood his ground and snapped his fingers. Pop! From the brush on both sides, more than 30 players burst out, blocking the road in a dark wall of bodies. Wu Gang's face drained. Damn, he's got backup. He tried to order a retreat, but it was too late. Steel met steel at point-blank range. Despite their grand entrance, the ambushers collapsed in under 30 seconds. Wu Gang's 15 wiped out all 30-odd enemies without a single casualty. Health bars emptied, bodies hit the dirt. Relief turned into pride for Wu Gang, and he hurried to pitch his services. See that? That's Dream Chaser muscle. Need help again, just call us. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. With Brother Mo's skills, why hire these guys? And they're barely more than paper tigers. I should have called my own guild. Still riding his high, Wu Gang was about to gloat again when Lin Mo silently took out his phone and sent each of the 30 extras a 200 yuan WeChat bonus. Screen on, screen off. Then he pocketed the phone and looked up at the 15 players in front of him now, flagged bright red, for killing unmarked targets. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with playful cruelty, as though watching prey struggle. Easy. The real show is only starting. That kill was almost too satisfying. The players from Dream Chaser Studio still hadn't realized their names were already marked deep crimson by the system. Wu Gang had cut down 5 of them in a row. His own ID was so red it looked ready to drip blood, yet he was positively giddy. Under the moonlight, The bloodstained dagger flashed with an icy gleam as he leveled the tip at the last survivor, Lin Mo. How do you want to die? He taunted. How do I want to die? Lin Mo lifted an eyebrow, voice cool. Sorry, but I doubt any of you are up to the task. The quip set off a wave of laughter among the dream chasers. Listen to that mouth. Just you? Take us out? What a joke, keep dreaming. All those minions couldn't scratch us, and you think you can? Does he think he's rank 1 on the heavenly leaderboard? If he's really number 1, elite crap on stream. Lin Mo sighed. I was trying to keep a low profile, but since you guessed it, fine. No more pretending I am rank 1. With that, he opened his settings panel and tapped a single option full combat mode, engage. Buzz. His hidden ID was forcibly revealed. Blood red text read Golden Armored War God Mo, Show Chingay LV, 17 Archer, Heavenly Leaderboard 1. At the same moment, the glow from his golden armor flared, turning the night as bright as day. The air froze. The players who'd been jeering a second earlier were suddenly petrified. Holy, he's only level 17? No way, really is number 1. Spectators nearby sucked in sharp breaths. He actually switched on full combat mode? The rules of Oracle were clear. In this mode, no matter how many players you kill, your infamy doesn't rise, and your victim's drop rate skyrockets. But if you die, you lose 10 levels, drop all your gear, and can't disable the mode for 30 minutes. Even top players in Blazing City rarely dared take that risk. Dream Chasers are already red-named, so he didn't need to do it. Is he just after better loot? Someone whispered. Hold ones wearing all gold gear. The deeper they stared, the drier the Dream Chasers' throats became. Fear of the leaderboard champion tangled with the burning greed for that glittering haul. Gangu. I've got an idea. If we take him down, everything he's wearing drops. Those gold pieces would make us rich. But he's rank 1. Can we really pull it off? A teammate hesitated. Only hunger shone in Wu Gang's eyes. He licked his lips. If we drop him, every piece is mine. With enough money, Ming Ming will never leave me. As he spoke, a lethal glint flickered across his gaze. He pointed at Lin Mo and barked, Brothers, get him. Smash his defenses, and we split the loot. The order lit a fire in the Dream Chaser crew. After a few bloody victories, they were so puffed up that even the top name on the Heaven leaderboard no longer scared them. Kill. All 15 shouted as blades and staves closed in on Lin Mo. The instant they entered range, cold fury flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He lifted the golden bow of the brave, a bone-deep chill flooding out of him, and the air plunged to freezing. SSS Skill Frost. Grasp of Absolute Zero. Whoosh. A frost-tipped arrow tore through the night, pinning the level 12 mage at the rear, Dream Chaser Youth. 5,837. Ding, you have slain player Dream Chaser Youth. Full combat mode, evil value 0. A white flash, the mage vanished, and from the spot where his body fell a 100-yard field of extreme cold exploded outward. Wu Gang and the remaining 14 were caught inside, an 88% slow chaining their legs like iron weights. Lin Mo loosed again. SSS Skill Sky Judgment. 7 Star Barrage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A golden pentagram blazed, and 7 star-charged arrows crackled with lightning, ripping through the frozen enemies. 1,925 critical. 1,898 critical. 1,835 critical. 7 pillars of white light shot skyward, turning the night stark white. Spectators felt their scalps prickle. 5+K damage. No wonder he's number 1. That freeze hits everyone. Dream Chaser Studio just hit solid steel. Wu Gang's legs almost buckled. Had never dreamed the top player was this strong while his own elite troops were paper dolls. Panic-stricken, he bowed his head. Brother, what do you want? Lin Mo's smile was thin. Your life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With 232 agility, his arrows fell like rain, each critting for 1,300 to 1,400. In seconds, the last 7 Dream Chaser players were down. White light flared again, and gasps rippled through the crowd. Lin Mo stepped among the fading corpses, sweeping up the spoils. With a red name stack and full combat mode juicing the drop rate, the Dream Chasers were stripped to their skivvy, yet the prize he sought was nowhere to be seen. Lin Mo's brow tightened. The Heart of Shadow still hadn't dropped. From the memories of his previous life, Lin Mo already knew that one of the 3 shadow hearts hidden in Liuhua City was being carried by a player named Zhueming Chizixin. To seize it, he spent more than 6,000 coins beforehand to hire 30 actors from the city's job board. They were told to unequip their gear, turn off all defenses, and hand their lives over to Zhueming Chizixin to crank up his infamy as quickly as possible. At the same time, Lin Mo activated the global PvP mode, putting every player in Liuhua City into a free-for-all. All of these preparations aimed to push Zhueming Chizixin's drop rate to its theoretical maximum, so the Shadow Heart would fall for sure once he was killed. Moments later, Zhueming Chizixin had cut down 5 people in succession. His infamy shot up to 500, his name blazed bright red above his head, and he stuck out on the street like a beacon. Standing in the shadows, Lin Mo frowned. If the Shadow Heart was truly on him, the current drop rate should have guaranteed a drop. Nothing did he stash it in the warehouse. Lin Mo pondered, though had already planned for that possibility. Regaining his composure, he turned to Qin Feng. Go tell Zhuaming Chizixin he owes us 300,000 in breach of contract damages. Qin Feng did the math. 300 grand wasn't pocket change, and his eyes immediately lit up. Got it. Liuhua City, Resurrection Spring. Water splashed in the stone pool as beams of white light descended again and again. 15 members of Dream Chasing Studio respawned one after another, exchanging blank stares. Damn, that Mashu Chingue is definitely cheating. Number 1 on the leaderboard walked right into it. How are we supposed to survive in Liuhua City now? Within minutes their levels had plummeted from 12 to 6, and every piece of gear was gone. While their morale collapsed, Wu Gaming Chizixin rose from the spring, water dripping down his face, only to see another system prompt. Qin Feng was demanding 300,000 in damages. In a flash, Wu Gang realized the truth. Crap. Those two are working together. They staged this just to bleed me for the penalty. Boss Wu, 300 grand, a junior member muttered, well aware of the studio's shaky finances. Wu Gang clenched his fists. His levels were gone. His gear was gone. And without them the Behemoth Peak quest was out of reach. If he tore up the contract, the legal fees would be even higher. Every exit was blocked. Then he remembered the mysterious item in his warehouse. The Shadow Heart. Gritting his teeth, Wu Gang fired off a private message to Qin Feng. Tell Mashu Chingue, I have something valuable, the Shadow Heart. Does he want it? Elsewhere, Qin Feng relayed the message to Lin Mo. A faint smile curved Lin Mo's lips, though his eyes stayed cold. Finally took the bait. The breach of contract fee had been a second net all along, waiting for Wu Gang to leap into it. To keep from looking too eager, Lin Mo waved Qin Feng away to reply. Acting indifferent, Qin Feng texted back, what is that? Why would I need it? To be honest, I looted this from the Starter Zone Boss Corpse, Wu Gang said. A friend at Xinyu Game Company told me the Shadow Heart is the only key to the hidden dungeon, the Shadow Sanctuary. The moment he heard that, Lin Mo's stomach dropped. So Wu Gang really did know what the Shadow Heart was for trouble. Sure enough, Wu Gang immediately named an outrageous price. I was going to sell it to Wang Junjie, but if you want it, find 5 million, take it or leave it. Lin Mo had planned to grab the key for next to nothing before anyone realized its value. 5 million. He didn't have that kind of money. And even if he did, he'd never waste it here. Even if it opens a hidden dungeon, it's nowhere near that expensive, he said evenly. And how do I know you're telling the truth? They'll give you 100,000, tops that covers your breach of contract fee. 100,000? Wu Gang sneered. Wang Junjie is busy building Shadow City. Once he figures out what the Shadow Heart does, how much do you think the richest player will pay? If you don't want it, forget it. With that, Wu Gang gritted his teeth, took out loans on several online platforms, and scraped together 300,000, enough to pay Qin Feng the penalty on the spot. Just wait. Once Wang Junjie learns the truth, he'll flip this for double. When I'm rich, Meng Meng will run back to me. After I ally with Chaos Ajiso, what if they're first on the Heaven leaderboard? Even the richest man will have to tuck his tail. Consider this 300 grand dog food. Across town, Qin Feng read the transfer notice and whistled. They'd rather burn 300,000 than hand over the Shadow Heart. Idiots, they're dying for money. Lin Mo glanced at him. If they had half your sense, things would be easier. Qin Feng chuckled. You flatter me, Moj. Want the money? Keep it, Lin Mo said, waving him off. Just return the 100,000 you owe me. The rest is yours. Qin Feng's grin stretched from ear to ear. Sticking with you really pays. Thanks, Moj. His family's dealership cleared more than 2 million a year, but an unexpected 300,000 was still a hefty windfall. Lin Mo knew the money mattered to him too, yet no amount could buy loyalty. In Xinyu no one, no matter how strong, could rule alone, and Qin Feng was a partner worth trusting. Moj, what about the Shadow Heart? Qin Feng asked. He'll handle it. All right, I'm logging off. Big car show at the shop tomorrow. Go. Once Qin Feng left, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected Wu Gang to be this stubborn, but he would get the Shadow Heart no matter what. He quickly sorted his backpack and teleported back to town for supplies. The crowd dispersed, leaving only one figure behind, clear eyes fixed on the distant silhouette of Lin Mo as he walked away. 12:30 a.m. Lin Mo logged out of the game and rubbed his burning eyes. Through forums and live streams, he quickly tracked Chaos Guild's latest move. More than 3,000 players had split into 2 shifts, pulling an all-nighter in Shadow City to hold off the Shadow Legion. Wang Junjie clearly believed that wiping the Legion out completely would force open the Shadow Gate and grant access to the hidden instance, Shadow Sanctuary. Each time the Shadow Legion was annihilated, it respawned on the spot 1 level stronger. So far, it had happened twice. The original level 15 Shadow Guards were now level 17. Lin Mo clicked on a live clip posted by a passerby. On screen, Chaos Guild members, averaging level 13, were being crushed by level 17 mobs. The healers' mana bars flickered on empty, and the frontline tanks were almost one-shotted. Only the third wave, Lin Mo muttered. The Legion can revive 10 times in total, and will top out at level 25. Clearing them all will take Wang Junjie at least a day or 2. He let out a long breath. As long as he got the Heart of Shadows from Chasing Dream, head be set. Time was still on his side. With that in mind, he grabbed his jacket, headed downstairs, and crossed the street to the 24-hour wellness club, Listening Rain Pavilion. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by warm, herb-scented air that made his shoulders loosen instinctively. He couldn't wait for Ning Zeidstein to become the Empire's future queen of the Serverto, work her magic on his aching muscles again. The clock was ticking. In 3 months, the world of Oracle would swallow reality, and he refused to let anyone else seize the opportunity first. Ning's eyes earlier watched the Tiger's fight strategy had already saved him once, and tonight he planned to ask for her follow-up on dealing with Wu Gang and securing the Heart of Shadows. But the receptionist looked up with a smile. Mr. Lin, Technician 27, Ning Shi, took the leave you approved this afternoon and went home to rest. Should I call her back in? Lin Mo suddenly remembered signing off on that request. He waved a hand. No, don't disturb her. Would you like me to assign another technician? It's fine. He'll come back tomorrow. He turned and left. The night wind brushed past his ears. Missing Ning, she left him oddly hollow inside. Back home, he took a hot shower, washed away the day's fatigue, and collapsed into bed. At the same time, in Oracle's Daxiao region, Level 3 main city Blaze City was lit up around the clock. Inside the central warehouse, Wu Gang accepted a bronze key from the attendant and unlocked his storage slot. Deep in the compartment lay a blood-red gem, pulsing faintly like a living heart, the Heart of Shadows. He cradled the gem in both hands, eyes shining with excitement. My better days all depend on you. Once I cash you in, Meng Meng, am proposing. With that, Wu Gang pictured the gem as his goddess Zhang Meng, puckered his lips, and planted a deep kiss on her. He returned the item to the warehouse and logged off. In the darkness nearby, a pair of clear eyes quietly observed everything. Real world. Too tired to head home, Wu Gang locked the studio door, flopped onto the folding cot in the storeroom, and left the light on. Just as he shut his eyes, the Oracle game helmet on his desk shrieked. Ding! Ding! Emergency detected in game. Attention, player. A fire has broken out in the Liuhua City warehouse. Please log in immediately to check your stored items, or you may suffer losses. His drowsiness vanished. Barefoot and still in his underwear, Wu Gang dashed to the desk and jammed the helmet onto his head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. White flashes lit up Liuhua City as a flood of groggy players materialized. Thick smoke billowed from the west side warehouse, flames punching through the roof. Holy crap, it's really on fire. A safe zone can burn? Who torched it? Must be an official Easter egg. Good thing my stuff's Okami Goddess noob pants are still intact. Players buzzed in every direction. Wu Gang elbowed through the crowd, grabbed the trembling warehouse NPC's keys, and yanked open his locker. The Heart of Shadow lay at the back, pitch black but untouched by the flames. He let out a long breath. Thank God. If that had burned, I'd be done for. He stuffed the artifact deep into his pack and sealed it tight. If even the warehouse isn't safe, I've got to unload this fast. He opened his friends list, found third place on the city leaderboard Wanshuringjia, real name Wang Junji, and sent a message. Boss, I've got the key to the Shadow Sanctuary Heart of Shadow. 10 million, flat price. Interested? His throat went dry, hands trembled, and his heart pounded while he waited. A minute later the reply popped up. 10 million for that crap? You think I'm an idiot? I'm rich, not brain dead. Get lost. The block came instantly. Should have known haste makes waste, Wu Gang muttered, suddenly unsure whether the Heart of Shadow was worth anything close to that figure. In reality, had just paid a 300,000 yuan penalty, and the studio's funds were nearly gone. He needed cash, fast, or the utilities would be cut off tomorrow. He remembered a small job had turned down earlier. On the task board, the cliente young girl was offering 300 yuan to kill 10 level 10 saber-toothed tigers. Wu Gang checked his own stats, level 6, plus a set of level 5 green gear in storage. Barely enough, but enough. 10 minutes tops. Peanuts are still food, gotta stay afloat. He hit reapply. To his surprise, the response came in less than 30 seconds. Ding. New client message. Hi, Milk Candy. I've paid already. Where should I wait for you? The cute tone put him completely at ease. Head to the quest spot, he replied. He'll be there in a flash. Eastern outskirts of Flowing Blaze City. Level 10 Wilderness Zone, Saber-Toothed Tiger Grove. The last light of dusk filtered through towering ancient trees, scattering mottled shadows across the ground. Following the coordinates the client had sent, Wu Gang arrived at the forest's edge and spotted a girl in a black mage's robe standing alone in the clearing ahead. She was short, her cloak trailing to her ankles and completely hiding both her face and the ID floating above her head. Even the breeze failed to lift a corner of her hood. Your Milk Candy? Wu Gang asked cautiously, gripping his dagger. The girl gave a silent nod. With a metallic hiss, Wu Gang drew his blade, its cold gleam reflecting the hardened lines of his face. Stick with me. It'll weaken the mobs, you finish them off. Tossing out the order, he strode toward her. Rustle. Bushes to the side shook, leaves scattering. Wu Gang halted, eyes narrowing. 3 dark figures burst from the tree's black clothes. Masks, twin daggers charging straight for him. You've got to be kidding. He shouted. Look, You paid for double compensation, but are you really trying to squeeze me for the 600 break fee? The mage girl remained silent, as if the ambush had nothing to do with her. A heartbeat later, the three assassins were on him. Wu Gang was only level 6. His health bar melted against the higher level trio, despair clamping around his chest. Dream won't talk to me. Wang Junjie humiliated me. Now you dogs stole 300 grand and still want the penalty fee? Rage drowned reason. He roared and hurled himself into the fray. Fine, let's end this. Daggers whistled, blades flashing. To Wu Gang's surprise, the level 10 assassins fought like amateurs, stiff footwork, random skill dumps. Slash after slash. Barely half a minute passed before all three fell, dissolving into white light. Did I just do that? Wu Gang stared at the bodies in a daze. A level 6 player had just wiped out 3 level 10 enemies. Pride surged through him. In his bloodlust, he never noticed the red tag that appeared over his name for killing players. He raised his blood-stained dagger, eyes locking onto the distant mage. Next time you try scamming the break fee, hire real muscle. She stayed motionless, calm as a statue, slowly drawing a crystal staff, whose gem glinted an eerie blue. Wu Gang barked a laugh. What, you want to die too? Contract says if the client's at fault, the studio owes nothing. Kill you. I pocket the 300. He charged, boots crunching dead leaves, drops of blood splattering the grass. The girl didn't move, waiting until he crossed the 50-yard mark. Boom. Flames gathered at the staff's tip. A blazing fireball blasted from her hand and struck the sprinting Wu Gang dead on. 1085. A 4-digit crit erased the final 40% of his health in an instant. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, dagger clattering away, horror spreading across his face as he looked up at the robed figure. Impossible. He had never imagined that the seemingly frail newbie mage was hiding such terrifying power beneath her innocent exterior. A flash of white light erupted, and Wu Gang vanished into the darkness, dead. The mage girl strolled over to where his body had dissipated, bent down, and calmly scooped every piece of equipment he had dropped into her arms. Liuhua City Fountain of Resurrection. Ding, you have been revived. Death penalty, level 1. Ding, you had 300 infamy. Extra death penalty, level 3. 2 system prompts exploded in his ears. Wu Gang's level slipped from 12 to 6, then plummeted to 2. The blow left him on the verge of collapse. She looked so average, how could she deal that much damage? Still baffled, he opened the combat log. Ding, you were hit by player Lioli with fireball, lost 1085 HP, and died. Lioli? Wu Gang's eye shot open. She was number 1 on Liuhua City's reputation list. Damn, I'd another heaven rank number 1. Once the shock faded, a harsher truth dawned on him. Why would the top player ever bother chasing a few hundred yuan in penalty fees? If it wasn't for the cash, what trap had she laid? He searched his thoughts, then yanked open his inventory. Buzz's mind went blank. The Heart of Shadows was gone. Only now did he see the truth. Those 3 assassins hadn't been weak at all. They'd deliberately put on a show, luring him into killing them so he'd turn red, hiking his drop rate on death, the very same scheme Mo Shichengui had used before. Lily's target, from start to finish, had been the Heart of Shadows. But how did she know he had it? She was working with Mo Shichengui, the top player on the level board. And how was she sure he'd be carrying it? Why strike the instant the main city warehouse caught fire? Wu Gang's eyes flew wide. The blaze hadn't been an accident. Lioli had set it herself, forcing him to move the Heart of Shadows from storage to his bag, then using a workshop order to lure him outside the city and steal it. Every step had been a carefully laid trap by Lioli and Mo Shichengui. Realizing too late, Wu Gang ripped off his glasses, chest heaving, his eyes blazing with fury. Lioli, Mo Shichengui, you conniving pair. I don't care if your number O'Neill hunt you both down. I swear. Lin Mo woke at 8 in the morning. After a full night's sleep, he felt refreshed. His phone lit up with a message from Xiao Wanwan. Lin Mo, are you up? Yep, he replied. You two log in first. He'll join after breakfast. Got it. We'll wait for you in Liuhua City. A quick wash later, he headed downstairs and joined the queue at the Baozi stand near the gate. A few young men ahead of him were chatting. Did you hear? The warehouse in Liuhua City, the tier 3 human capital, caught fire last night. The devs compensated everyone there. A warehouse fire? That's nuts. Too bad we're in another city we missed the free goods. Word is the compensation's worth at least a few hundred yuan. A warehouse fire? Strange, Lin Mo mused, but with his own storage empty, he shrugged it off. He bought 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk, finished them upstairs, slipped on the Oracle helmet, and logged in. Ding player Mo Shichengui, welcome back to Oracle World. White light settled, and Lin Mo appeared in Liuhua City. The mailbox icon flashed the moment he spawned. He opened it. Official compensation, 3 silver coins and 5 reputation points. So the fire was real? Free 300 plus rep, nice. He grinned, then paused. Besides the system mail, he seemed to have collected a second message. Frowning, he opened his inventory and froze. Where there had been 1 Heart of Shadows, there were now 2. Ding, you have extracted the attached item Heart of Shadows anonymously sent by mail. Standing at the pharmacy entrance in the safe zone, Lin Mo froze the moment he saw the system message. Memories from his previous life surged back. Liuhua City held only 3 Hearts of Shadows. The one he now possessed should have belonged to Wang Junjie. The other 2 were in the hands of Longhan Aoshi, the guild master of Dragon Soul, and the player known as Zhuaming Chizixin. Longhan Aoshi had never even met him, let alone learned he was collecting Hearts of Shadows, so why would he send one for no reason? Zhuaming Chizixin was even less likely. That man had once paid a 300,000 credit penalty just to keep his Heart of Shadows, so he would never give it away for free. Who had mailed it? Lin Mo racked his brains, but found no answer. At that moment, a familiar shout came from behind. Senior Lin Mo. He turned to see Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Skinny Monkey, and Fat Dahai jogging toward him, potion bottles clinking in their packs, obvious proof they had just restocked. Lin Mo put the mystery aside. First, he had to clear the Hive Catacombs and complete the toxic set, then find a way to acquire Longhan Aoshi's Heart of Shadows. That way, even if Wang Junjie eventually conquered the Shadow City, Lin Mo alone could enter the Shadow Sanctuary. As for the anonymous sender, the player clearly did not grasp the item's true value. Since the person had extended goodwill, Lin Mo would repay it someday. There was no need to overthink it now. Resolving his plan, he bought 2 full rows of mana potions and rejoined the team. Beyond the city gate, wind whipped sand across the stone road as the 5 of them hurried toward the Hive Catacombs. On the way, Xiao Wanwan refreshed the leaderboards and laughed, eyes curved with delight. Wang Junjie isn't that far ahead in level. At the pace you're carrying us, Ling Xiao will hit 30 before he does. Senior Lin Mo, it's all thanks to you. Xiao Wanwan turned, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Ling Xiao bit his lip, curiosity finally spilling out. Senior, you've been gathering the toxic set non-stop these last 2 days. Does it have some special purpose? I don't mean to pry. I'm just curious. Lin Mo smiled lightly, hiding his vigilance. Nothing special. Among gear of the same level, a set's attributes are simply better. Ling Xiao nodded and dropped the matter. They quickened their pace. Having cleared the 4th floor last night, they headed straight for the 5th. The entrance was damp and dark, echoes of venomous insects buzzing off the stone walls. The 5th floor quest was still to collect 10 vials of venom, but this time the guardians were level 24 vipers. Deep in the cave, rows of jade-striped snakes lifted their triangular heads, tongues flicking greedily. Ah, snakes. Most girls are naturally afraid of snakes, and Xiao Wanwan was no exception. Terrified, she hid behind Ling Xiao. Shou Hoer and Pang Dahai felt their scalps crawl as well. Shou Hoer forced himself to stay calm. Fatty, you pick up the loot later. Why? Pang Dahai asked blankly. You've got plenty of padding. A couple of bites won't kill you, and you're trying to lose weight anyway. Shou Hoer explained in all seriousness. Pang Dahai's face turned dark. Gee, thanks, monkey bro. While the others hesitated, Lin Mo had already raised his bow and stepped into the viper's territory. The instant his foot touched the ground, a rustling burst out. Several pairs of emerald eyes glowed in the undergrowth, locking onto the intruder. Lin Mo drew his bowstring. Frost grip of absolute zero. A wave of ice spread out, covering several meters in a thin, blue-winged mist. Without pause he shouted, Heaven Cleaver 7-star burst. Swish, swish, swish. Starlit arrows poured down like a sudden storm, slicing through the frozen zone. Of the 3 level 24 vipers, 2 were pierced through on the spot, while the last one's health was still nearly full. In the back line, Shou Hoer and the others felt their hearts hammer on. Shotting 2 level 24 elites at once was already monstrous damage. Yet Lin Mo only frowned and muttered, it's getting harder and harder. Holding his level 8 orange Braveheart golden bow, he actually felt a touch of middle-aged fatigue. The frost kept spreading. 88% slow, 44% defense reduction, 33% damage boost. Lin Mo fired a string of basic shots. Whoosh. 879 critical. Whoosh. 879 critical. Whoosh. 586. It took 6 or 7 regular arrows before the final viper finally went down. Ding killed level 24 viper. EXP 2178. Ding killed level 24 viper. EXP 2178. Ding killed level 24 viper. EXP 2178. A beam of golden light fell from above as system messages popped up in rapid succession. Ding, congratulations, you have reached level 18. All 5 base stats 1, free attribute points 3, skill slot 1. Next level requires 1,100,000 EXP. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. Nice. One step closer to level 20, and that tier 2 gold venomous crossbow. Even better, the drop rate for viper venom on the 5th floor had climbed to 50%. These 3 snakes had coughed up 2 bottles. Lin Mo motioned for Pang Dahai and the others to pick up the loot, waited for his skills to come off cooldown, and strode toward the next fight. Meanwhile, offline in Ningguang City, Tianyi Tower, Dream Chasing Studio, Wu Gang, who had been up all night, stared at his phone. A glaring red exclamation mark sat beside the message he had sent to Zhang Ming. and loan repayment reminders kept popping up again and again. He removed his glasses, covered his face with both hands, and felt on the verge of collapse. Just then, a team member pushed through the door. "Brother gang, we found something. Lily's info is still locked, but we traced Mo Shou Chingue. He's from Beginner Village 116, Yunbian Town. He has a girlfriend whose Oracle ID is Xiaji. The shadow chasing the wind who hired us yesterday is probably his brother. Both of them are in Blazing Fire City." After he finished, the member still looked uneasy. "Brother gang, Mo Shou Chingue and Lioli are both #1 on the Heaven ranking. Are we really going up against them?" Wu Gang put his glasses back on, his eyes bloodshot. "They made me pay 300,000 in penalties, stole my Heart of Shadows, and cost me Meng Meng. I'm settling this." The others looked troubled. But Dream Chasing Studio alone their strength. "I have a plan." Wu Gang enunciated each word. "In my name, contact every Oracle studio in Ningguang City right now. Tell them we're teaming up for a 10 million credit job." "Understood." The crowd answered in unison. Wu Gang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his voice squeezed out between his teeth. "Mo Shou Chingue, Lioli, you adulterous pair, just wait. Everything I've lost, I'll make you pay back 100-fold. It has to be said, Lin Mo owed everything to Empress Sie's brilliant scheme. Had she not chosen to sit back and let the tigers fight, he could never have lounged around the hive catacombs, churning out vials of venom and stuffing toxic armor pieces into his pack. Without this breathing room, he would have been dodging Wanshur Guild's revenge and, after finally forging a full toxic set, forced to storm Shadow City himself just to clear a path into the Shadow Sanctum. Instead, Wang Junjie was currently leading more than 1,000 Wanshur players in a slugfest with the Shadow Legion, clearing Lin Mo's biggest obstacle for him. By the time he secured the last few pieces, Wang Junjie would likely have wiped the Shadow Legion clean, leaving the Sanctum's gate wide open. The thought made Lin Mo grin. What expression would Wang Junjie wear when he realized the fortune and days of sweat head spent were nothing but free labor for Mo Shou Chingue? Just imagining it was delicious. Reigning in his amusement, Lin Mo swung his blade, sliced through another wave of venomous insects, wrapped up the catacomb quest, and calmly traded for the remaining pieces of his toxic set. Meanwhile, on the far side of Shadow City, chaos reigned. Spells and arrows wove through the black mist, explosions booming without pause as more than 1,000 Wanshur players clashed with the Shadow Legion. Wang Junjie strode across a carpet of corpses, timing every move to claim finishing blows. Whenever his subordinates left a shadow guard hanging by a thread, he flashed forward, slashed with his longsword, and stole the kill. Steel hissed. A level 17 shadow guard with a single hit point crashed to the ground only to respawn instantly in the gloom at level 18. A vein pulsed in Wang Junjie's forehead. For S sake, when does this end? When do I get into that hidden instance? Beside him, the strategist Wanshur Zhuge adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, voice as calm as ever. "The more obstacles we face, the more valuable that hidden raid must be." Wang Junjie's scowl eased a little, and he broke into a grin. "Fair point. Mo Shou Chingue can strut a while longer, but once I clear this raid, he's dead meat." Almost on cue, Wanshur Zhuge added, "By the way, Junjie, someone named Jimeng Chiziexine messaged me. He says he has a key to the Shadow Sanctum." "That clown again." Wang Junjie waved impatiently. "I blocked him ages ago. A single stone for 10 million? He thought I was an idiot. A dungeon key. My ass, what does he think he is, the game designer?" Zhuge's expression hardened. "At first I thought he was a scammer too. But he claims Mo Shou Chingue, who tried to buy that stone, failed, and even got trapped and killed for it. If Mo Shou Chingue is willing to pull dirty tricks for the thing, it might be the real deal." The words doused Wang Junjie like a bucket of ice water. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" "I only just found out," Zhuge replied, shrugging. "If that trash wanted it, I'd have paid any price to snatch it first." "Damn it." Grinding his teeth, Wang Junjie yanked open his friend's list, dragged Jimeng Chiziexin out of the blacklist, and fired off a message. "About that shadow heart you mentioned last night, did Mo Shou Chingue really get his hands on it?" "Ding." Zhuge Meng Chiziexin replied almost instantly. "Relax, brother Wang. I've figured out a way to steal the Heart of Shadows back from him." "Good. I don't care how you manage it, just don't let that thing end up in Mo Shou Chingue's hands," Wang Junjie said, his voice low and urgent over the comms. "Bring it back, and he'll pay 10 million. "Relax, brother Wang, leave it to me." Zhuge Meng Chiziexin could barely hide his excitement. The entire morning flew by. At the entrance to the 7th level of the insect hive catacombs, a chill wind howled around mountains of reeking carapaces. Lin Mo, accompanied by Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Ho, and Pang Dehai, had fought all the way here. Now they stood before the mosquito nest, where every poison mosquito was a level 26 elite. Their wings buzzed like steel wires sawing through bone, and their venomous proboscises could pierce leather armor in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo raised his bow. Icebound, grip of absolute zero. A wave of frost froze the very air. An instant later, heaven-piercing, 7-star volley. Two SS rank combos overlapped, yet they only brought down a single mosquito, proof of how brutal the fight was. Inch by inch, the party pushed forward until the final mosquito burst into icy shards and the dungeon prompt finally chimed. A column of golden light poured over Lin Mo's head. Level 20 at last. He let out a long breath, palms trembling with excitement. He opened his pack and pulled out the level 20, Tier 2, gold quality firmament. Poisonous arbalest had been coveting, swapping out his worn level 8, Tier 2 orange hero's golden bow. Then he brought up his status panel. Golden Gear Warlord, Emo Shichengui. Class, LV-20 Apprentice Archer. Talent, Soulfire SSS, unique. Race, human. Reputation, 296. Physical attack, 1,364. Physical defense, 525. Magic defense, 504. HP, 2,710. MP, 665. Skills, Reconnaissance A, Icebound. Grip of Absolute Zero SSS. Heaven Piercing, 7-star Volley SSS. Wealth, 33 gold, 25 silver, 44 copper. Experience, 5,201,800,000. Description, there are 9 others in the world as powerful as you. My attack finally broke 1,000. Lin Mo exclaimed. The stat had jumped from 893 to 364, an extra 471 points. The strength of a Tier 2 gold poison weapon spoke for itself. Unfortunately, every other poison drop on the way here was either the wrong class or inferior quality. Otherwise, he'd already have a full gold set. No matter armed with this arbalest, the next 3 layers should feel like steamrolling the first 2. If everything went according to plan, he'd reached the 10th floor this afternoon. Poison bugs there always dropped venom vials. 10 vials traded for 1 piece of poison gear meant finishing the set would be easy. He was itching to test his new weapon right away, but a glance at the time showed noon on the dot. Suppressing his excitement, he told his teammates, who were still turning in the quest, turn it in and log off for lunch. Back at 1. Yes, Senior Lin Mo. Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan answered together. Lin Mo crushed a return scroll and vanished in a flash of white light. 20 grand for a single return scroll, and the boss doesn't even blink, Shouho muttered enviously. Peng Dehai scratched his head. So how do we get back? We walk. Selling you wouldn't cover a scroll, Shouho laughed, giving him a light slap as the two started bickering on their long trek home. In the city of blazing rivers, firelight churned beneath the molten river. After returning, Lin Mo didn't log off. Instead, he headed straight to the auction house to list the hero's golden bow head just replaced. It might only be a level 8 weapon, but at a stage when most level 10 players were still wearing white or green gear, and even blue was rare, a Tier 2 orange bow was a coveted treasure. Lin Mo had never upgraded that bow to gold for precisely this moment. Given the current market, Lin Mo listed the golden hero's bow that had carried him from the starter village all the way to a Tier 3 capital for 100,000 yuan at the Burning Blaze auction house. 100,000 wasn't over the top. Right now, even a level 10, Tier 1 blue item could fetch 7 or 8,000, sometimes more than 10. Burning Blaze City held 3 million players, yet there were fewer than 100 pieces of Tier 2 gear in the entire auction, and only 1 orange quality Tier 2 weapon, this bow. If its level were just a bit higher, say 12 or 13, the price would rise by at least 50%. Selling it for 100k at this stage was already a win in Lin Mo's eyes. After listing the item, he logged off. The takeout head ordered earlier was waiting at the door. Opening the door and wolfing it down took less than 10 minutes. He logged back in. There was still time before he was supposed to meet Ling Xiao and the others, so he decided to clear the 8th floor class quest in the Insect Nest Catacombs. While restocking mana potions, he stepped out of the alchemy shop and saw a new WeChat message suing Xia. Lin Mo, I know everything before was my fault, but my feelings for you were always real. Can you give me one more chance? Let's talk face-to-face one last time. I'm waiting for you, Death Town. Lin Mo felt nothing for her now. After 4 years together, Shed walked away for money, sold him out to Wang Junjie, and even spread rumors about him to her own brother. Every word of regret looked, to him, like a set of fangs waiting in ambush. Still, he answered exactly as she expected. Sure. He'll be right there. Su Yingxian nearly cried with relief when she saw his reply. Lin Mo, however, closed the message window and kept heading toward the catacombs. Just then, Qin Feng's text popped up, making Lin Mo's expression darken. Moj, don't come. Whatever you do, stay away. It's a trap. Su Yingxia and Qin Feng were together? Lin Mo's stomach dropped. His gut said Qin Feng was already caught in that snare, his life hanging by a thread. Only 2 masterminds fit the bill, Wang Junjie or Wu Gang from Dreamchaser Studio. Either way, Qin Feng was in danger because of Lin Mo. He didn't hesitate. First, he stashed both Shadow Hearts in an untouched warehouse on the far side of Burning Blaze City. Then he pulled up the world map, marked Death Town, and sprinted west. On the way he messaged Ling Xiao. Get to Death Town now. Bring Peng Dehai. Whether it was Wang Junjie or Wu Gang, They both had numbers on their side. Charging in alone wasn't an option. The most crucial thing is for Pang Dehai, a priest, to use Purify on himself whenever he needs to break free from control effects. Meanwhile, on their way back from the Insect Hive dungeon, Ling Xiao and his team saw a private message from Lin Mo flash across their system panel. Ling Xiao's expression hardened. Lin Mo wants us in Dead Town. Something must be wrong. What happened? Xiao Wanwan gripped her staff, worry clouding her voice. If Senior Lin Mo is in trouble, your leveling speed will suffer. If Wang Junjie reaches level 30 before you do, we're in real trouble. You're right. Let's go. Ling Xiao kept it brief. The four of them skipped the main city and, following the map coordinates, sprinted straight toward Dead Town on the western edge of Blazing City. After sending that message, Lin Mo opened the Blazing City level rankings and clicked a temporary chat window for one specific name on the list. In Shadow City, Wang Junjie was leading a raid against Shadow Guards when a friend notification appeared. Mo Shichengui is in Dead Town. His eyes lit up, and his cold laugh nearly drowned out the whistle of his blade. Mo Shichengui, you've been hiding in that wormhole, and I didn't feel like camping you. Since you've crawled out yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. He turned to the surrounding Chaos Guild members. Hold your fire. New target Dead Town. Far west of Blazing City, deep in the wilderness, a pitch-black, ruined town stood littered with shabby wooden shacks and weather-worn headstones, the air thick with mold and the stench of decay. In the open square at its center, two figures were lashed to wooden stakes with coarse hemp rope, a man named Qin Feng and a woman named Suing Xia. All around them, Wu Gang and players from the Dream Chaser studio formed a tight ring, their torches casting ghostly light on the captives' faces. From behind the town came wave after wave of shrill screams. More than 30 members of Qin Feng's Windchasers Guild were being tortured there. Come at me if you've got the guts. Let my brothers go. Qin Feng's bloodshot eyes burned as his roar echoed across the square. Wu Gang strolled over, pressed Qin Feng's face into the mud with his boot, and leaned down with a feral grin. Blame your buddy, Mo Shichengui. Do you know why I brought you here? Dead Town has a special rule: die here, and you respawn on the spot, instead of back in the main city. He waved for his men to continue. If all goes well, every one of your guys is already back to level 0. Damn you. They'll kill you. Qin Feng spat. Swish, swish, swish. Cold light flashed as Wu Gang drew a dagger and drove it into Qin Feng's chest again and again, blood spraying everywhere. Beside them, Suing Xia broke down, her hoarse cries piercing the night. Moments later, Qin Feng collapsed in a pool of blood, motionless, and still he didn't depawn. 10 seconds later, a white glow pulsed over him, and he stood right back up. Because of the death penalty, Qin Feng's level dropped from 14 to 13. Before Qin Feng could steady himself, the mage Yue Meng Xiaoyan raised a hand and unleashed in a tear halo. A milky ring of light dropped over him, leaving him stunned in place. While Qin Feng stood rigid and glassied, Wu Gang drove a boot into his face and spat. Mo Shichengui knocked me all the way from level 12 to level 2. I only just clawed back to 7. Now it's your turn to feel what a level drop is like. Cold steel flashed in rapid succession. Wu Gang's dagger struck like a viper, thrust after ruthless thrust. Qin Feng had barely respawned and hadn't even gotten to his feet before he was sprawled in another pool of blood, his HP bar wiped clean. Nearby, Suing Xia blanched and shrank back. Why, you've already killed him, you can't kill me too, right? Qin Feng entered a 10-second respawn countdown, but Wu Gang lifted his bloodstained dagger and closed in, laughing cruelly. There's no escape. Your man's mistake is yours to pay for. Such a pretty face, too. He raised the blade, its edge glinting inches from her cheek. Thwack! An arrow shot from behind and punched straight through Wu Gang's chest. 2,325 crit. Glowed crimson above him. His body jerked, then collapsed at Su Yingxia's feet, blood gushing from the wound. In the brief hush that followed, Su Yingxia's trembling eyes fluttered open. Beyond Wu Gang's corpse, a young man strode down the misty forest path, pine needles crunching underfoot. A holy light robe snapped in the wind, a crown of kings caught the moonlight, and a venomous crossbow rested in his hands. The character tag above him read, Level 20 Archer Lin Mo. So it really was a trap, Lin Mo thought, his gaze turning icy. The moment she saw him, tears of relief welled in Su Yingxia's eyes. Lin Mo, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't just stand by while they hurt me. Steel rang out on every side as weapons were drawn. The players of Dream Chaser Studio leveled their blades and readied skills that shimmered in the night. Mo Shichengui is here. Everyone, prepare for battle. Out on the field, every member of Dream Chaser Studio went pale the instant they spotted Lin Mo, fear written all over their faces. The gruesome image of last night Lin Mo single-handedly wiping out their entire group was still seared into their minds, sending chills down their spines and sweat to their palms. The 10-second respawn timer hit 0, and Wu Gang popped back to life. He had only just fought his way to level 7, yet he was knocked right back to level 6. Swish! Wu Gang raised his dagger, its cold edge sliding along Su Yingxia's cheek as he bellowed, Masho Chengui. I know you have the heart of shadow. You and Leoli stole it. You filthy pair. Hand it over, or I'll get your girlfriend right here. Lin Mo said nothing and moved forward one deliberate step at a time. Behind him, Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Hoer, and Pang Dehai followed, faces hard as stone. Wu Gang's heart lurched. His blade trembled and traced a thin line of blood down Su Yingsha's pale skin. So you think I won't do it? It hurts. Lin Mo, help me, Su Yingsha sobbed, tears mingling with the blood on her cheek. Lin Mo still gave no answer. Buzz full combat mode engaged. A burst of golden light erupted from his gear, and the tag Golden War God Masho Chengui LV-20 Novice Archer, heavenly ranking number 1 blazed over his head, its pressure suffocating everyone nearby. Threaten me? Bad idea. Even as he spoke, twang the bowstring snapped, an arrow ripped through the air, and a golden pentagram bloomed overhead. Moments later, 7-star arrows crashed down. SS Steer Skill Heaven Slaying 7-star Volley. Wish, wish, wish. 2,574 critical. 2,499 critical. 2,525 critical. All 7 Dream Chaser members hit were killed instantly, Wu Gang among them, leaving him no time to keep Su Yingsha as a hostage. Terror spiked among the remaining Dream Chaser players. Holy crap, that speed. An archer outpacing Brother Gang the assassin, how is that even fair? Qin Feng stared. Bro Mo is amazing. I love him. The words were barely out when, splurt, a ghostly hand shot up from beneath Lin Mo's feet, locking onto his legs. Dingyu were struck by player Dream Chaser Youth with skill Deathbind, losing 1 HP and becoming immobilized for 0.9 seconds. Lin Mo's brow creased. Dream Chaser Youth again, the only sorcerer in their ranks who could truly threaten him. In his previous life, sorcerers were branded the most useless class, yet they gave countless experts headaches. No matter how great your skill, a single kitchen knife can still cut you. Luckily, Lin Mo was ready. Fatty cleanse. Shou Hoer barked. On it. Pang Dehai raised his staff, unleashing a cascade of silver light. Whoosh, the ghostly hand was burned to ash by holy fire. Ding player Pang Dehai used Purify on you, control removed, granting 0.5 seconds of immunity. The Dream Chaser players who had been ready to focus fire faltered, hearts hammering. With full combat mode active, Lin Mo held nothing back, unleashing an indiscriminate assault on every Dream Chaser studio player in sight. With a level 20, 2-star, gold grade Sky Scourge Venom crossbow in hand, Lin Mo's basic attacks were lethal. The level 13 and level 14 players couldn't survive a single arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows poured down like a torrential storm, and after 10 seconds of carnage, Wu Gang respawned only to see the 30-odd members of his studio lying dead on the ground, their bodies already cold. The sudden, crushing defeat sent a chill down his spine, but it also fanned his hatred to a blazing fury. Rulebound. Hand over Shadow Heart today, or die trying. Wu Gang roared, then shouted in all directions, everybody, get out here. The fish has taken the bait. Rustling filled the air as players burst from the bushes on every side, surrounding Lin Mo's group of 5 in an impenetrable wall. A quick glance told them there were at least 300 players, drawn from more than a dozen forces. Clear Breeze, Radiant Age, Glorious Dawn, Immortal Slayer, and more. Skinny Monkey went pale. They're all studio players from Ningguang City. Xiao Wanwan was equally shocked. Why would they team up against senior Lin Mo? Wu Gang pointed at Lin Mo and shouted, Wang Junjia, the richest man in Ningguang, is offering 10 million yuan for Shadow Heart. Rulebound has it. Kill him, loot Shadow Heart, and we split the cash. The 10 million yuan bounty set everyone's blood on fire. Radiant Age's owner, the level 15 assassin Radiant Deity, did a quick calculation. 12 studios, a little over 800 grand each. With 20 of us here, that's 4 grand per head. Glorious Dawn's boss, the level 15 warrior Glorious Years, laughed. Our monthly profit isn't even 50,000. One score like this covers a whole year. Clear Breeze's owner, the level 14 mage Clear Moon, raised her hand. Rulebound, hand over Shadow Heart, and well let you walk. Immortal Slayer's owner, the level 15 archer Slayer Butterfly, added coldly, refuse, and well grind you to level 0 right here in this death town to make that drop happen. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy. Go ahead and try. I'd like to see if you can. The aura of the top player in Firefall City number 1 in both level and gear, clad head toto in gold. Level 20 archer pressed down on the crowd like a mountain. Yet the lure of 10 million had already blinded them. Everyone attack. With a roar, 300 players from 12 studios charged, blades raised. The sheer tide of bodies made Skinny Monkey and Fatty High go weak in the knees. Skinny Monkey stammered, we're doomed. So dead. Fatty High stamped his feet. They've got too many crowd control casters. In the only cleanse well never keep up. And it's instant respawn on this map. They'll camp us to 0. Outside the ring, Wu Gang smirked. Rulebound, you won't escape this time. Inside, Lin Mo alone stayed calm, as if holding the key to the whole situation. Kill. Just as swords and axes came crashing down, Shoo, 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 shoo. A deluge of arrows rained from the sky, thousands of silver darts piercing the packed crowd. Screams erupted. A full third of the 300 players vanished in the very first volley. Lin Mo lifted his gaze to the falling arrow storm and murmured, "You're finally here." Swish, swish, swish. Outside Death Town, an imposing army of well-equipped level 15 players surged forward and swept into the streets. On either side of the main road, 2 rows of hundreds of archers drew their bows in unison, sending wave after wave of arrows into the air. In the blink of an eye, every member of the 12 in-town studios bosses excluded collapsed in a pool of blood, dyeing the flagstone crimson. Whoosh whoosh. The arrows whistled through the air in one continuous line. Staring at the corpses of their staff, the 12 studio owners turned ashen, nerves stretched taut. They quickly noticed that every player who had stormed the town bore an ID that began with one phrase: Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul. What's wrong? You know them. Remember Apocalypse, the world's top MMO before Oracle launched? Dragon Soul was the #1 guild in our Great Xia region. Check the Flowing Fire City rankings. Half of the top 100 names start with Dragon Soul. Shouts of alarm rose in waves. No one could fathom how they'd provoked such a titan. With a rush of wind, the Dragon Soul troops opened a path. A teenage archer in silver chainmail and a silver circlet stepped forward, the mechanical bow in his hand gleaming with cold light. His ID blazed for all to see. Hidden player Dragon Soul Twilight LV17 Apprentice Archer Heaven Ranking 2. A national rank guild. A heavenless powerhouse. The titles rang in their ears. The 12 bosses lowered their heads, barely daring to breathe. The young man's gaze swept the crowd and stopped on Su Yingxia, who sat slumped on the ground. His expression shifted, and he hurried over. "Sis." Su Muchio bent down to help her up, eyes full of concern. "Are you hurt?" "Muchio." Su Yingxia's shock turned to delight. "You're in Oracle too?" "I migrated on day 1 with A.O. Sure and the guild." Su Muchio nodded. "Someone sent me an anonymous message saying you'd been taken here, so I rushed over. I never imagined it was really you." The onlookers felt their scalps prickle. Holy crap. Dragon Soul Twilight second on the Heaven rankings. That Xia Zhi's kid brother? The other 11 studio owners turned murderous gazes on Wu Gang, boss of Dreamchaser Studio. "You didn't check her background before you grabbed her?" "We said take a hostage, not the ancestor whole bury us. Dreamchaser may be doomed, but we'd like to stay alive." Cold sweat streamed down Wu Gang's face. "I swear I checked. I only moved because she's Mo's Ho Chingwei's girlfriend. How was I supposed to know she had ties like this?" As vice president of Dragon Soul, Su Mukia's very presence froze the scene. Nearby, Lin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips, as though admiring a flawless work of art. After all, the anonymous message that told Su Muchio his sister had been kidnapped in Death Town had been sent by none other than Lin Mo himself. He had seen it coming. If the enemy dared set a trap, knowing his strength, they had to be thoroughly prepared. So Lin Mo borrowed Su Yingxia's name and lured Dragon Soul to Dead Town. A textbook case of killing with a borrowed knife. Wu Gang and his crew never expected to run into this harbinger of doom and were butchered before they could react. The moment Dragon Soul deployed, the bosses of the 12 studios lost their nerve. Afraid to offend the guild and be strangled in Oracle, they hurried over to Su Muchio, crowding around her with fawning smiles. "Master, we didn't recognize greatness when we saw it. No offense meant. We swear we had no idea she was your sister. From now on, Juxian Studio will answer Dragon Soul's every call." Same here, same here." When Su Muchio confirmed these were the people who had kidnapped and bullied Su Yingxia, every trace of warmth vanished from her eyes, leaving only a killing frost. She spoke a single word. "Kill." No hesitation followed. At the order of Dragon Soul's vice chairwoman, over 1,000 elite players flooded in from every direction, blades flashing, spells roaring, and Dead Town lit up with slaughter. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. Screams spiraled through the sky above the map. Nearly every Dragon Soul member ranked within the top 10,000 of Flowing Fire City. Their levels, gear, awareness, and mechanics dwarfed ordinary players. Former Apocalypse pros, they timed every attack to the frame. In seconds, more than 300 studio players were wiped out, an entire screen blinking "You are dead." Su Muchio never called a halt. Dead Town's 10-second in-place respawn became a live fire training ground. Second wave, third wave, fourth, fifth. Every revival greeted the studio players with lethal slashes and explosive magic. Their howls echoed across the entire map. When the last of them fell, their levels had been ground from 13 or 14 to 0. Their bags and gear were gone, leaving nothing but a pair of modesty shorts as they huddled together, ashen with regret and fear. 3,000 yuan a month, what was I thinking? No pay, no gear, no levels, I'm ruined. Su Muchio swept them with an icy gaze. Next time, they'll see you banned. Yais, well, be careful. No, never again. Get out. At her bark, the studio players bolted like beaten dogs. The moment they left the safe zone, fury erupted and they tackled Wu Gang to the ground. This is all your fault. Get him, brothers. Ah, easy, not the head. Su Yingsha jogged up to Lin Mo, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head with the same sweet smile Shed worn in college. Lin Mo, thanks for coming to rescue me. I knew you still cared, didn't I? A few years ago, that innocent look would have left Lin Mo so dazzled he wouldn't have known which way was north. After everything that had happened, Lin Mo finally saw the truth. Su Yingsha only pretended she couldn't let him go. In reality, she couldn't face the fact that he no longer cared for her. He kept that insight to himself, outwardly calm especially in front of Su Muchio, who might do something reckless to protect his sister. Lin Mo looked away, didn't even pause, and turned to Qin Feng. Let's go. Right. Qin Feng sprang forward, with Xiao Wanwan and the others hurrying after him, their steps chaotic yet determined. Behind them, Su Yingxiao watched Lin Mo vanish down the street, disappointment, anger, and panic swirling together. Lin Mo, are you going to abandon me again, just like a year ago? At the town's ruined gate, Lin Mo stopped, glanced back, and let out a cold laugh. His eyes slid past Su Yingxia to the fiery gaze of Su Muchio. You want the truth? Fine. They'll say it in front of your brother. His voice was low, every word cutting. Until today, I never wronged your sister. A year ago she dumped me because she thought I couldn't give her the life she wanted. Today I'm dumping her because she betrayed me again. The first time was with Wang Junjie. Su Muchio stared as if struck by lightning, and Su Yingxia's face went equally pale. How did you know? Sis? Is he telling the truth? Su Mukia's disbelief was plain. Why did you tell me he heartlessly left you? Su Yingxia flushed. Are you saying he was flawless? Back then he was weak and useless. I just wanted a better life for us, was that wrong? And today Dream Chaser threatened me, said he'd kill me and reset me to level 0 unless I talked. Lin Mo's so strong whatever happens, he can fix it, can't he? Lin Mo hadn't replied when Su Muchio shook his head with a weary sigh. Sis, forget it. He turned to Lin Mo, resignation in his voice. Just go. There's nothing left to say. Lin Mo, stop. Su Yingxia stamped her foot, almost hysterical. Come back. You can't leave. Sis, calm down. Su Muchio tried to hold her, but she shoved him aside. Lin Mo never looked back, striding through the shattered walls of the so-called town of death. He had barely reached the outskirts when, boom, 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 outside the town, countless fireballs slashed through the night, roaring toward them with blistering heat. Mo, look out. Qin Feng reacted first, diving at Lin Mo and shielding him from several fireballs. In the same instant, Shou Hoer, Pang Dehai, and the others were swallowed by the fiery rain, their screams lost under the thunder of explosions. Except for Lin Mo, Ling Xiao, and the entire group were wiped out in a heartbeat. They never made it out of Death Town. A sudden rain of arcane fire poured from the slate-gray, sky-scarlet flames streaked with blue-violet mana engulfed Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Qin Feng, and the other two. Before they could even cry out, 5 pillars of white light shot upward as the system declared, party wiped. An earth-shaking rumble followed. Outside the town walls a dark wave of players surged forward, banners snapping, skill effects flaring, murderous intent palpable. Launcher Guild? Su Muchio recognized the blood-red skull banner instantly and frowned. Why is Wang Junjie here? At the front of the formation, Lin Mo spun around, catching Su Yingxia at the rear out of the corner of his eye. She frantically waved both hands. Not me. I swear it wasn't me this time. Swish, swish, swish. More than 3,000 launcher players spread out in seconds, forming a crescent that sealed off every exit. From the noisy ranks, Wang Junjie sauntered forward, a massive greatsword resting on his shoulder. Fixing his gaze on Lin Mo, he burst into loud laughter. Mo Shou Qinggui, we meet again. Let's see you run this time. Today, if you manage to kill me, AG. Thunk. 2 streaks of cold light shot through the air. In a single fluid motion, Lin Mo drew, knocked, and loosed. Both arrows pierced Wang Junjie's chest and back. 19-21 critical. 19-21 critical. Crimson numbers flared. Wang Junjie's eyes bulged, his greatsword clattered to the ground, and he dropped to his knees. Next time, keep your distance, Lin Mo said coolly, gesturing to the dirt. Outside the town line, there's no instant revive. Crack. Wang Junjie shattered into white light. Just before vanishing, he managed to yell. Son of a, his voice echoed over a suddenly silent battlefield. Launcher players stared in shock. A heartbeat later, their strategist, Launcher Zhuge, recovered first, brandishing his staff as he roared. Kill, Mo Shou Qinggui. Go. A tidal roar answered him, and the Launcher army charged the gate. Lin Mo eyed the human wave. The fight was now unavoidable. Their only path to survival breakthrough. Full combat mode. With a low hum, his ID turned blood red overhead. A golden aura rippled from helmet to greaves. He raised his level 20, tier 2 golden arbalest skyfall, venomous crossbow, its string glinting dangerously. Icebound, grasp of the frozen wastes. Sky Reaver, 7-star volley. 2 SS tier skills detonated at once. 100-meter frost field burst outward, jagged ice creeping across the ground and slowing enemy ranks. 7 poison bolts traced star-shaped arcs. The frontline launcher warriors exploded into white light on the spot. Thup 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 thup. With 202 agility, his firing speed blurred to the eye, arrows streaming like a continuous beam. 1836 critical. 1912 critical. 1888 critical. High damage numbers cascaded. Level 13 and 14 launcher members stood no chance. Even heavily armored knights toppled after a single hit. Flash after blinding flash. Columns of white lights stabbed skyward. Death messages flooded guild chat. And Lin Mo's lone suppressive fire held the entire launcher force outside the gate. Not one player managed to set foot inside. Spectators from Longhun Guild felt their scalps crawl. Even Su Muchio stood frozen. As number 2 on the Heaven leaderboard, he knew his own strength, yet in this moment, he had to admit. Between Lin Mo, ranked first, and himself, lay a chasm as vast as the sky. Another Dragon Soul warrior spoke up. He's only one man, there's no way he can stand against an army. Vice leader, should we go help sticking to the rules? Su Mukia's gaze never left Lin Mo, who was locked in the chaotic brawl ahead. Over the past year had assumed Lin Mo had abandoned Suingxia. Now that the truth was out, guilt gnawed at him. Besides, Launcher and Dragon Soul were natural enemies. Sooner or later they'd clash over the Shadow Temple raid. If they clipped Luanxi's wings now, their chances later would be much better. Just as he was about to give the order, Suingxia raised a hand to stop him. Lin Mo, she shouted from the front of the formation. I admit I was wrong. But you haven't exactly been a perfect boyfriend either. Apologize, get back together with me right now, and I'll have Muchio bail you out. Even Su Muchio was stunned. Sis, forcing him like this in the middle of a fight, isn't that a bit much? Can't you tell? I really like him. Suingxia declared. I just need a little sincerity. Blood ran thicker than water. No matter his doubts, Su Muchio still put his sister first. Hoisting his massive crossbow, he shouted, Lin Mo, just say the word, and he'll pull you out of there. In the melee, Lin Mo kept firing. Hearing that, he flashed a mocking grin. Apologize to survive? Sure, why not? He spun and bellowed. I'm sorry. My bad. Ingxia, baby, save me. He caved so fast 1,000 Dragon Soul players stood frozen in amazement. They'd expected at least a moment's hesitation, some shred of pride. Instead, not a single wasted word. Delight spread across Su Yingxia's face. I knew it. After 4 years together, you still can't let me go? She turned at once. Muchio, help him. Don't let him get hurt. On it, sis. Su Muchio answered. The Space Ripper crossbow leapt into his hands, its bowstring glinting with cold light. Facing his men, he roared, Brotherskill. The thunderous shout rolled over Dead Man's Town. More than 1,000 Dragon Soul elites lifted their weapons, surged through the gate, and slammed into the launcher ranks. Sparks flew. With Dragon Soul's iron wall absorbing the assault, Lin Mo finally caught his breath. He wiped the dust from his face, secretly relieved. A real man bends when he must. Pride is cheap, survival matters. Besides, on this Dead Man's Town map, death meant respawning right where you fell. If Launcher farmed him here, head dropped straight to level 0. He downed a mana potion, topped off, and dove back into the fray. Launcher had the numbers, but their average skill couldn't match Dragon Soul's pros. Add in Lin Mo, a walking artillery piece, and the tide flipped instantly. A dozen Dragon Soul clerics kept their eyes on him, waves of Purify, cycling non-stop. Every control spell Luanxi's shamans threw out was cleansed the instant it landed. They couldn't pin him down at all. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flashed like cold lightning. One shot, one kill. Anyone who closed in died on the spot. Lin Mo had gone berserk. For the first time, Lin Mo realized just how incredible it felt to have a dedicated backup team behind him. On the battlefield, a dozen Dragon Soul clerics stood in a fan-shaped line, each gripping a white light sigil, their purification spells on standby. The instant even a single slow icon flickered over Lin Mo's head, the paper talisman burst into a shower of light, wiping every negative effect clean. Freed from control, Lin Mo spun like a high-speed blade. Wherever the edge pointed, everything sky, earth, even the air itself was shredded in an instant. Dragon Soul Guild had long been famous for one player fighting like two. Now, with Lin Mo acting as an indiscriminate reaper, their combat strength skyrocketed. Stay on Lin Mo. Keep his health locked on, let him drop. Commands flashed across the voice channel, and in less than 10 minutes the Chaos Guild's formation was torn to pieces. Chaos Juga was blown so hard his glasses went flying. He shouted in panic, where are my glasses? Someone grab them. No one answered. As his desperate cry rang out, retreat. Full retreat. Barely half of Chaos Guild's players wheeled around and sprinted, fleeing Death Town in utter disarray. The fight was over. Dragon Soul's cheers nearly blew out the voice chat. They had lost half their force too, but half of 1,000 was nothing like half of 3,000, and the victors took every piece of loot. For Dragon Soul, this hard battle was a massive windfall. While everyone else gathered the fallen gear, Su Yingxia hurried over to Lin Mo, her cheeks still flushed. Where are you living now? Give me your address, and I'll come find you. Lin Mo's heart clenched, was trying to stay as far away from her schemes as possible. Forcing calm, he said, Didn't you once say no cohabitation before marriage? That was then. Su Yingsha gave him a playful glare. We already did it last night. Who cares about before or after marriage? Him coming over. Seeing his hesitation, her brows arched. Were you lying to me just now? Use me, and then toss me aside. Su Muchio hurried over, stepping beside his sister with a sharp look. Even if my sister was wrong before, you shouldn't play with her feelings. Su Yingsha pressed harder. If you want tell me where you live, it means you don't trust me. Without trust, how can there be a relationship? Trust? Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. After everything you did to me, what do you expect me to trust? Su Yingsha stomped her foot in fury. Fine, Lin Mo. You really were just using me. That's not using, Lin Mo said calmly, hands in his pockets. It's repaying you in kind. I have other business, excuse me. He turned to leave. No matter how forceful Su Yingsha could be, she crumbled, squatting on the ground in tears. Flunk. An arrow whipped through the air and buried itself at Lin Mo's feet, its fletching still quivering. Su Mukia's voice came from behind, cold as forged steel. My sister raised me. Without her, I wouldn't be here. No one in this world is allowed to hurt her. Whatever happened between you two, past or future right now, you're going to make her feel better, or you're not leaving alive. Lin Mo turned, eyes icy. Are you threatening me? Xing. Dozens of Dragon Soul warriors drew their swords, encircling him in a net of cold steel. Su Muchio didn't back down, pointing at him. You know me, Lin Mo. I always keep my word. Blades met bowstrings, and the air crackled with tension. At that moment, a deep, commanding voice rang out from the crowd. Let him go. The Dragon Soul warriors stepped aside at once. A square-jawed, middle-aged man stepped out from beyond the crowd, clad in heavy shadow armor with a massive shadow greatsword strapped to his back, every inch of him exuding an intimidating presence. The moment he appeared, every member of Dragon Soul Guild bowed and shouted in unison, Boss. Even the Vice Guild leader, Su Muchio, bent low and echoed their greeting. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The newcomer was none other than Dragon Soul's guild master, Longhan Aoshi. He had never met the man in his previous life, and seeing him now, the aura of the future top 100 guild master of the Daxia national server was even more imposing than the rumors. Unlike the conventional MMO apocalypse, the virtual world Oracle offered a far broader scope and a much higher skill ceiling. 100 apocalypses couldn't equal it. The top squad from Apocalypse's national server had migrated to Oracle only to squeeze into the top 100. That alone was impressive. Longhan Aoshi's dominance here was therefore well-deserved. At this moment, his character panel was the talk of the city. Level 16 warrior, 5th on Liuhua City's level rankings, 2nd in gear, 3rd in wealth, and 10th in reputation. He halted before Lin Mo and uttered only 2 words. You leave. Su Muchio started to explain, Boss, he. Longhan Aoshi raised a hand to silence him, then barked, let him pass. Yes, sir. Dragon Soul members immediately opened a path. Lin Mo had no idea what the man intended, but every extra second in Death Town spelled danger. He gave Longhan Aoshi a slight nod and withdrew with Qin Feng and the others. Su Yingsha watched Lin Mo leave. Though unwilling, she didn't dare interfere if even her high-ranking brother treated this boss with such deference. His status was unquestionable. Once Lin Mo's group disappeared, Su Muchio lowered his voice. Boss, do you know him? Longhan Aoshi shook his head. No, but someone wants him protected. Who? Su Muchio wasn't curious so much as shocked. After years of fighting beside Longhan Aoshi, he knew the man's clout. Both in the game and in reality, he stood at the pinnacle. Anyone able to make him personally guarantee another's safety could not be ordinary. Longhan Aoshi offered no answer, and Su Muchio fell silent. Instead, he reported, Boss, Wang Junjia's team is still farming the Shadow Legion in Shadow City. We don't know how many revivals that Legion has. If he clears it first, he'll enter the hidden instance, Shadow Sanctuary, ahead of us. When should we strike? No rush, Longhan Aoshi said with complete confidence. Let them wipe out the Shadow Legion first. Keep tracking Launcher's movements. That hidden dungeon is the foundation for Dragon Soul's foothold in Oracle. We have to claim it. Understood, Su Muchio replied. Outside Death Town, Qin Feng let out a long breath. Finally out of that hellhole. When I find out who designed Death Town, I'm gonna strangle him. I almost got sent back to square one. Damn. Xiao Wanwan patted her chest in relief. Good thing Longhan Aoshi is a reasonable guy, or we'd all have been toast today. Lin Mo, however, was full of questions. How had Wang Junjia known he was hiding in Death Town? Why had Wu Gang called him and Lioli adulterers? And, most important, why had Longhan Aoshi let him go? The players from Dragon Soul were summoned by Lin Mo, and that much was certain. Yet why were members of Chaos Era lurking in Death Town as well? Lin Mo had no idea. Su Yingsha couldn't possibly be foolish enough to leak intel to Wang Junjia again, could she? She was on his blacklist now too. If she invited him over, she would be signing her own death warrant. As for Wu Gang, that was just as unlikely unless he was willing to forfeit the 10 million yuan deal. Today Wu Gang had rallied every major studio to set an ambush in Death Town for one reason. Snatch the Heart of Shadow from Lin Mo, and sell it to Wang Junjie at a hefty markup. If he called Wang Junjie in to pluck the fruit himself, Wu Gang's crew would get nothing. Wu Gang says Lioli and I are some adulterous pair plotting over the Heart of Shadow. Could Lioli really have taken it from him and mailed it to me? Lin Mo lifted his eyes to the game interface, where the reputation board for the city of Fiery Stream floated overhead. Lioli 4, 595 reputation points, a yawning chasm ahead of second place. Why would she help me? That had been his first question when he saw her name on the list. Stranger still, Lioli had never appeared on the heavenly rankings in his previous life. Where had this sudden number 1 come from? Had his rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? Curiosity piled up in his chest until he could hardly breathe. Clenching his fists, he swore to himself, Lioli, I'm going to meet you sooner or later. He pulled his thoughts back and looked into his inventory. 2 hearts of shadow lay quietly in their slots, their inky glow like eyes in the abyss. If he could pry the third from Dragon Soleo, sure, he would have the keys to open the Shadow Sanctum. He already had a plan for the final heart. For now, all he needed was patience. Wait until the full Venom set was in hand. Wait until Wang Junjie wiped out the Shadow Legion. By the time he left the teleport point, night had draped a dark purple curtain across Death Town. Lin Mo turned to Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and the others. Grab supplies and get some food. Same drill meet at the Brood Nest catacombs afterward. The levels you just lost are on me. They'll power level you back up for free. Thanks, Senior Lin Mo. Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Mo then looked at Qin Feng and at the 30-plus members of Zhufeng Guild behind him who had been knocked from level 13 or 14 all the way to 0. Sorry, this mess started because of me. If he hadn't asked Qin Feng to place that order at Wu Gang's studio, the man might never have taken it out on them. Qin Feng didn't blame him at all. Scratching the back of his head, he gave a goofy grin. It's fine, bro Mo. Well, grind the levels back. He spun toward his comrades. Brothers, my bad call today dropped everyone to level 0. Qin Feng's booming voice echoed through the empty street. To make it up to you, 5,000 yuan each, hitting your accounts right now. The promise reignited players who had been on the verge of quitting moments ago. Thanks, Brother Feng. Don't thank Medhank, bro Mo. Qin Feng pointed at Lin Mo. He's the one who got us that 300,000 yuan penalty from Dream Chaser Studio. Thank you, Brother Mo. The crowd shouted in unison. Deafening cheers rolled through the square. Lin Mo simply dipped his head, while on the far side of the throng Qin Feng exhaled in quiet relief. He had just taken half of the massive penalty fee and handed it out as bonuses, locking down the brothers' loyalty and crowning Lin Mo with the halo of generosity. Qin Feng's social intelligence was off the charts, yet what Lin Mo valued most was his loyalty. No one could say when it began, but once Qin Feng accepted Lin Mo as his elder brother, he stayed by his side without question. The moment Chaos Guild ambushed Dead Town, Qin Feng had thrown himself in front of Lin Mo, blocking a fatal strike with his own body. Lin Mo remembered every detail of that scene. In their previous life, they had both been Tier 3 city players in Blazing City, yet they'd barely spoken. All Lin Mo knew of Qin Feng back then was the Chasing Wind Guild. 3 months from now, when the Oracle devours reality and the first Tier 1 insect swarm hits, Chasing Wind's members will die defending the city. Thinking of that, Lin Mo silently vowed, this time, they'll keep all of you safe. The group split up. Lin Mo headed alone for the Hive Catacombs while Ling Xiao and the others returned to the main city. A few hundred meters away, a pair of clear eyes trailed Lin Mo's figure until it disappeared. Leaves rustled. Someone new stepped into the woods. Longhun. Gazing at the girl in the black mage robe, he spoke with amusement. Let me guess why you helped Mo Shoching. You like him, don't you? Her hood hung low, but her delicate face was still visible. She shook her head. Then he saved your life and you're repaying him? Longhun tried again. When she didn't shake her head this time, he smiled. Thought so. He paused, shifting to the cool tone of a businessman. As I said, I'm a trader. Everything is about profit. I've released Mo Shoching as you asked and ordered Dragon Soul Guild to keep him safe, if needed. Besides the level 15, Tier 2 item you left as a deposit, what else can you offer of equal value? Her reply was gentle yet firm. 10 more pieces of the same grade. Buzz. Even Longhun, seasoned in cutthroat deals, felt his heart skip a beat. Gear is a guild's lifeline, and he knew Blazing City's market inside out. Had spent 130,000 yuan and countless favors on an 8-level, Tier 2 Orange Bow, the Golden Bow of Heroes. Anything Tier 2 above level 10 was already priceless, yet she was offering level 15 items, 10 of them. You gather the materials, she added. They'll craft the gear. He had wondered how she could produce so much equipment. Now it made sense, forge it directly at the smithy. But if that was her plan, materials weren't the real obstacle. Reputation was. Longhun Aoshi frowned in disbelief. Just one piece of level 15 Tier 2 gear needs 100 reputation points. Most players can't scrape together 10. How could you possibly forge 10 pieces? The girl remained silent. Then the ID hidden above her head slowly surfaced. Lioli LV-15 Mage ranked 1 on the heavenly list. In that instant Longhun Aoshi was stunned and enlightened at once. So you're Lioli. the top name on the reputation board in Blazing Flame City, holding more than 4,000 points 10 times the runner-up. Lily's voice was calm, yet compelling. Is the value of 10 pieces enough? More than enough. Longhun Aoshi brightened immediately. I'll add you as a friend. Gather the materials, and come back to me. I'll handle the forging. Deal. Watching Lioli disappear into the crowd, Longhun Aoshi weighed the situation. She looks innocent, but she's using this to prove her worth and cozy up to the Dragon Soul Guild quite shrewd. Meanwhile, Lin Mo reached the Insect Nest dungeon ahead of everyone else. While Ling Xiao's party was still on the way, he planned to solo clear the place, finish his quest, and push straight to the 10th floor before the afternoon. Once he set foot on the 10th floor, he could farm the full Tier 2 Venom set for archers at maximum efficiency. Even if luck was bad and dozens of other classes sets dropped, complete sets where easy money could sell them and still keep the one he needed. With the plan settled, Lin Mo accepted the quest from guard Captain William and stepped into the 8th floor. A lush, primeval forest spread out before him. Bzzz. Enormous venomous bees darted through the dense foliage, their droning hum enough to set one's teeth on edge. The higher the floor, the steeper the difficulty. These level 27 venom bees were already beyond the detection range of an A-grade reconnaissance skill. But that won't stop me. A faint grin tugged at Lin Mo's lips. Ding 16 evolution points consumed. Your reconnaissance has advanced from grade A to grades. Ding 32 evolution points consumed. Your reconnaissance has advanced from grades to grade SS. Ding 64 evolution points consumed. Your reconnaissance has advanced from grade SS to grade SSS, the highest tier. SS tier Eye of Insight consumes 1 mana. Reveals all data on monsters up to 10 levels higher than you and pinpoints their weaknesses. According to the game's lore, the Scouting life skill only levels up when the player changes class. In his previous life, Lin Mo never saw the skill at max level normally. You have to reach level 255 and complete 7 class changes before it evolves into the SS tier Eye of Insight. When he died last time, he was just a low-level nobody. Yet in this life, at level 20, he already wields the top-tier SSS Scouting skill. It still costs only 1 mana point. Lin Mo clenched his fist, exhilarated. So what happens when it reveals a monster's weak spot? As he spoke, he locked onto a venomous wasp circling ahead and activated the Eye of Insight. With the old Scouting skill, you had to toss a ball of light to pull up the stats. Now a flash of gold shot from his pupils, and a torrent of data flooded his view. The SSS Eye of Insight was sophisticated even in the way it was cast. Venom Wasp Magic Type Common Monster. Level 27. Magic Attack 1520. Physical Defense 810. Magic Defense 760. HP 5500. Skill Poison Sting Rank E. Weakness: after firing its stinger, the wasp is extremely vulnerable for 2 seconds, during which it takes an additional 30 damage. You can actually see the weakness at a glance. Lin Mo's breathing quickened. If that held true, from now on every monster's vulnerable spot would be laid bare before him. Still, this level 27 wasp's stats were brutal. With his old level 8 tier 2 orange Braveheart Golden Bow, he wouldn't have scratched its shield. Fortunately, he was now carrying the level 20 tier 2 gold Skyfall Venom crossbow, giving him a real shot. He remained calm, letting the wasp move first. Poison Sting. Whoosh! The stinger tore through the air, but he sidestepped it, a crisp miss hanging in the air. The Eye of Insight flashed, stinger thrown, 2-second countdown. Now, he opened with the SSS skill Heaven Piercing 7-star volley. Buzz. The first arrow ripped through the sky, detonating a glowing pentagram. Swish, swish, swish. 7 golden star arrows thundered through the wasp. 870. 896. 1384 critical. 1413 critical. 3 crits and 4 regular hits dealt more than 8,000 damage, wiping out the wasp's 5,500 HP in an instant. Ding! You have slain a level 27 Venom Wasp. EXP 3,948,141. A level 20 tier 2 gold weapon plus the weakness multiplier damage is unreal. Lin Mo shook his crossbow and grinned. Just recently in the 7th floor dungeon, he had burned 2 SSS skills to grind down a single level 26 Venom bug. The difference now was night and day. Those earlier insects clearly had weak points too. Whenever his damage spiked, he must have struck them purely by chance. Ordinary players never learn where a monster's weak points are or even what they look like. With Inside Eye, Lin Mo saw them all, focused every strike, and watched his damage soar. The surprise lasted only a heartbeat. He crouched beside the dead wasp, scooped up 8 copper coins and a vial of venom, and murmured, 8th floor, 80% drop, rate almost perfect. Almost wasn't enough. The 10th floor promised a guaranteed drop. The Heaven-Slaying 7-star volley head just used was only a warm-up. The real show was about to begin. After the brutal battles on floors 5 through 7, Lin Mo slipped back into the smooth rhythm head had on the first 4. He marked 3 toxic wasps at once, waited until they fired Poison Sting and fell into a 2-second weakness, then drew his bow and unleashed 2 SS grade skills in rapid succession. 1. Frostbound, grip of absolute 0. 2. Heaven-Slaying, 7-star volley. 6,112. 1,675. Critical 2,567. Critical 2,599. Weak point bonuses stacked with the Frozen Domain's defense shred and damage boost, pushing the 7-star volley to record numbers. The 3 wasps crashed to the ground, and 12,000 XP filled a full 1% of his bar. Copper coins and 2 more venom vials littered the floor. When the cooldown ended, Lin Mo repeated the combo double SSS skills, 3 more instant kills. The speed was, in his own words, crazy fast. Ling Xiao and the others had only just raised their chopsticks when he gathered his 10th venom vial and solo cleared the 8th floor of the insect nest. By the time they finished lunch, logged back in, and hurried from Blaze City to the dungeon, Lin Mo was already clearing the 9th floor. The 9th floor chest finally coughed up the gear had been hunting. A component of the Archer's Venom set, a level 20, tier 2 green pair of toxic boots. Heaven finally smiles on me. Lin Mo's eyes misted as he hit evolve. Green skipped 1 evolution tier, 5 straight upgrades later, golden light burst from the boots. Skyborn toxic boots. Level 20. Tier 2 gold. Base agility 255. Bonus stats, agility 80, stamina 80. Special effect venom conversion. For every 1 point of poison type effect on the wearer, gain 0.1 agility. Class restriction, Archer. Description, 1 component of the Archer's Venom set. 255 base agility, 213 more than these level 5 holy light shoes. Lin Mo exulted, eyes on the special effect. Right now his only poison source was the venomous crossbow, adding 280 poison damage per hit worth 28 extra agility. 28 may seem small, but that's from a single item. Once he adds the ring, helm, armor, necklace, belt, and leggings, the stacked poison effects will send his agility soaring. He swapped out the level 5 holy light shoes for the new level 20 Skyborn toxic boots. The instant they settled on his feet, a system chime rang in his ear. Ding! 2-piece bonus for the Archer's Venom set activated. In the Oracle world, every equipment set comes with its own unique skill. Unlike the usual systems, players only need 2 pieces to activate the skill, and the more pieces they add, the stronger it becomes. As soon as Lin Mo opened his character panel, he clicked on the Skills tab. Poison Proof, 28. Type, Passive. Effect, increases the wearer's poison effects by 20 and grants 20 poison immunity. That's it. Lin Mo's heart pounded. If he could complete the Tier 2 Venom set and max out Poison Proof, he would reach 100 poison immunity. What would 100 immunity mean? First, he could freely enter every poison-filled secret realm and instance within Ember City. More importantly, the terrifying shadow breath in the Shadow Sanctuary dungeon would no longer corrode him. That alone was enough to make him ecstatic, and the skill even boosted his own poison damage. In his previous life, Lin Mo had sold off his venom gear for quick cash and never even realized it could strengthen his poison attacks. Now, with the 2-piece bonus active, he watched his stats jump. 1. Toxic Crossbow's special effect. Poison damage, its 280 base poison damage rose to 336 with the 20 boost. 2. Venom Boots toxin conversion. Every point of poison effect now converted to 0.12 agility instead of 0.1. A mere 2 pieces gave a 20 bonus. An 8-piece set would push the boost to 100, sending every poison effect through the roof. The more Lin Mo calculated, the more thrilled he became. He had planned to swap armor after clearing Shadow Sanctuary, but now he intended to keep this set as his main gear. His urge to collect peaked instantly, and he headed straight to guard Captain William to accept the final quest. Quest, Purge the Hive 10. Difficulty, 600. Description, enter the 10th level of the Insect Nest Catacombs and slay Maya, the Zerg which Dr. sealed 3 years ago by the Lord of Ember City. Progress, 0-1. Rewards, 300,000 EXP, 3 silver coins, 10 reputation, 1 William favor, 1 level 20 Venom set piece slot, quality, and class random. Higher favor increases the chance of higher quality. Note, completing this quest unlocks unlimited Venom set exchanges with William in return for vials of toxin. The first 9 levels had risen by only about 10 difficulty points each, but the 10th jumped from 500 to 600. Lin Mo marveled this Zerg which Doctor was clearly no ordinary foe. As they spoke, Lin Mo stepped into the insect hive catacombs once more. The moment his figure vanished through the entrance, an enraged shout echoed in the distance. Surround the hive catacombs. The second that rule-bound fool shows himself, blow him to pieces. Roger. 100 players roared in unison and charged toward the dungeon, bloodlust surging. 10th floor, insect hive catacombs. The first 9 floors had repeated loops of nests, toxic lakes, and gloomy forests. But here a colossal palace rose abruptly, resembling the ruins of an ancient dynasty's imperial hall. Every trace of gilded splendor had long since faded, leaving only broken tiles and drifting shadows. Beneath the dim vault, a cold system prompt appeared. Ding attention, player. You have entered the Zerg Royal Palace. Advance any farther, and every Zerg force will hunt you down. The chime faded, and Lin Mo felt shapes writhing in the dark, countless compound eyes fixing on him. He took one step forward. Dry rustling erupted as hidden creatures stirred restlessly. His target, Zerg Shaman Maya, had to be inside, but he would have to clear the outer guards first. Lurking in the gloom were all the poisonous insects from the earlier floor's venomous spiders, scorpions, centipedes now upgraded to level 30. If he barged straight into the palace, they would tear him apart in seconds. Instead, he opted for a feint. Lure out 2 or 3 at a time, drag them into the open courtyard, and finish them one by one. With only a level 20 gold weapon, fighting level 30 monsters was still taxing, couldn't wipe out large swarms in a single burst. Unknown, though, he was more than confident. The level 20 gold boots he had just equipped patched his weakness perfectly. His agility had sat a little above 200, giving him barely a 30% crit rate against level 30 mobs. Now, the venom boots had boosted it to 5, 10, 2.5 times higher. How far would that push his crit rate? He was about to find out. He locked onto the 3 venomous spiders he had pulled. With his SS grade skill, Eye of Insight, he spotted their weakness the instant they spat silk. They'd be stunned for about a second, and their defense would drop by 20%. Opportunity. The spiders flicked their silk. Lin Mo struck. SS grade Icebound Grip of Absolute Frost. SS grade Heavenrend 7-star Volley. A freezing mist sealed the ground as 7 gleaming arrows slammed home. 5,335 crit. 2,296 crit. 2,296 crit. 2,341 crit. With guttural screeches, the 3 spiders collapsed within the frigid field. Ding, you have slain a level 30 venomous spider. EXP 64 40 161. Ding, you have slain a level 30 venomous spider. EXP 64 40. Ding, you have slain a level 30 venomous spider. EXP 64 40. 8 attacks total. Only 1 failed to crit. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. His crit rate had shot to nearly 80 or even 90%. Terrifying. With just 2 pieces of venom set gear, Lin Mo could already annihilate level 30 monsters in a single sweep. The power had come so easily that he almost couldn't imagine how terrifying his strength would be once he completed the entire set. Deep down, he knew the real reason the gear felt broken wasn't the set itself, but his SS steer talent Soulfire. That extraordinary talent promoted gear that usually dropped in common or uncommon quality, occasionally rare, straight to gold quality. In anyone else's hands, the same level 20, tier 2 venom items would deliver barely a tenth of his current damage. Once again, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. SS steer talent really is insane. He had lost count of how many times had said it, yet the thrill never faded. Thud, thud, thud. 3 venomous spiders collapsed, and 3 bottles of dark green toxin rolled off their black and green corpses. The 10th floor of the insect nest catacombs boasted a 100% drop rate, and it hadn't let him down 7 more vials, and he could synthesize another piece of venom gear. Lin Mo tucked the toxin and a handful of copper coins into his pack, then slipped into the next dim passage while his skills cooled down. A chill wind laced with the stench of venom blew from the depths of the Zerg Palace. He raised his hand, and frigid energy condensed in his palm. As soon as the cooldown ended, he pulled 3 venom bugs at once. Instant cast Frozen Grasp to lock them in ice, and 7-star Volley turned into 7 arcs of frost that pierced their carapaces, painting the corridor with green blood. To the players still grinding level 15 mobs in small parties outside, the idea of one-person farming packs of level 30 monsters sounded impossible. He was satisfied with his current power, but pushing even further was second nature. 19 skill slots, Frozen Grasp and 7-star Volley take up 16. Only 3 left, he muttered while scooping up fresh loot. I need at least 5 more slots to equip a 3rd SS steer skill. At 1 slot every 3 levels. That means I have to hit level 36. A skill breakthrough seemed unlikely anytime soon unless the Shadow Sanctuary dungeon dropped a scroll that permanently increased slot count. What he really looked forward to now, even more than a 3rd SS steer skill, was a companion. Another round of Frozen Grasp plus 7-star Volley filled the hallway with icy mist. Sheathing his blade, Lin Mo sighed. Grinding alone is still too lonely. In the world of Oracle, players unlock the pet system after their 2nd class change at level 30, and pets are anything but cosmetic. Raised properly, a single pet can outshine its master, effectively adding another top-tier player to the roster. A bloody scene from the previous live's national war flashed before his eyes. During that battle, Wujian steer talent under Empress Shiyu of Daxia was surrounded by 5 attire talents from the Dongying Empire, defeat seemingly inevitable. At the critical moment, Wuji's legendary pet, the Howling Moon Skywolf, raised its head and howled. A silver streak split the battlefield, and in a single rampage the wolf cut down all 5 foes. That image was burned into Lin Mo's memory. The Skywolf had not only saved its master, but secured the winning points for Daxia. Rumor has it that a mythic pet, the Infernal Dragon, once raised a Tier 3 capital of the Empire of the Never-Setting Sun. In the world called Oracle, pets are divided into 7 ranks: common, elite, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and standing above them all ancient immortal. The legendary Howling Moon Skywolf that ambushed 5 A-class talents from the Dongying Kingdom, and even the Infernal Dragon that flattened a main city single-handedly, belong only to the 5th and 6th ranks. As for the 7th ancient immortal, no one in Lin Mo's previous life had ever possessed one. Yet he could almost feel his hand on that very door. I unlocked Gear Incineration first. Learn the Incinerate skill at level 10. I just need the 3rd stage of Soulfire, and I can start burning pets. Lin Mo's heart pounded. Under the same rules, tossing a low-tier common pet into the furnace would yield evolution points. With enough points, he could push a pet through epic, legendary, even mythic, and ultimately into ancient immortal. He pictured the future: a heavily armored tank pet absorbing hits up front, a support pet healing and cleansing debuffs behind enough to meet the Chaos Guild Hedon when they came for him. For now, he had only 290 reputation, still 210 short of the 500 needed to upgrade Soulfire. I've got to make it before level 30. Clenching his fists, he dived back into combat. His current target was the Zerg Shaman, Moi, hidden deep within the Insectoid Palace. The dense swarms of venomous bugs outside were worth the grind thanks to a 100 drop rate. Every insect left behind a vial of poison. Lin Mo decided to stockpile them. Once he killed Moi and unlocked the 10th floor reward, Unlimited Exchange, he could trade the poison with William for a full venom set. For 30 solid minutes, he cleared the palace courtyard until the last insect crashed to the ground. At that instant, a muffled, menacing roar echoed from the depths. What's wrong with the insectoid race? Do we deserve death? You vile humans would wipe us out. The massive doors swung open, and a dark archmage in obsidian robes stepped from the hall, Snake King staff in hand, murderous aura rolling out like a tide. A blood-red nameplate hovered overhead. Insectoid Shaman Moi. LV. 30 magic type, Tier 3 boss. Holy Tier 3. Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath. This was the only dungeon near Liohua City that dropped the venom set. He had expected at most a Tier 2 boss, never Tier 3. The ultimate boss in a starter village was only level 15, Tier 2. Now, at level 21, he faced a level 30, Tier 3 boss alone. Fear tightened his gut, yet excitement set his blood ablaze. The first kill rewards would be immense. If he brought Moi down, he would clear the Nest Crypt, unlock unlimited venom exchanges, and strip the boss for a fortune in loot. Right now, even Tier 2 gear was scarce. Tier 3 drops would be worth a king's ransom. For the set and for the money, let's go. Lin Mo swallowed hard and activated his SS class Eye of Insight. A flash of gold erupted, and the next second Moi's stats unfolded before him. Zergwitch Moi, Magic class, Tier 3 boss. Level 30. Spell power, 5,580. Physical defense, 3,200. Magic defense, 3,020. Health, 380,000. Skill, Swarm Burst, Grade B weakness. Moi specializes in detonating insect swarms. After each burst, she enters a 10-second charging phase that lowers her defense by 25%. When the charge ends, she shifts into a full power state, cutting incoming damage by 30% until the next burst. Description: as the Supreme Lord of the Hive, Moi commands unrivaled crowd control. Every poisonous creature in the Hive Crypt was personally bred and refined by her. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath after reading the witch's stats. The numbers were monstrous. Compared with his own paltry 1,369 attack, 500 defense, and 2,700 health, he instantly felt a chill. He stared at Moi for 5 full seconds before muttering, "Sorry to bother you. He'll be leaving now." Yet killing Moi was mandatory. Only by defeating this level 30, Tier 3 boss could he clear the 10th floor of the Hive Crypt and unlock unlimited access to toxic gear. But Lin Mo was only level 21. He had no money or manpower, unlike Wang Junjie, who could bury a boss under a sea of players. If Lin Mo wanted to clear the dungeon, he had to grow stronger on his own. With that in mind, he spun around, ready to leave the 10th floor. This wasn't running, it was a tactical retreat. A deep roar echoed behind him. "You humans have imprisoned this witch for 3 years, denying me sunlight. Since you've barged in, stay and amuse me." The icy voice sent shivers down Lin Mo's spine. "She'd better not be interested in me," he thought. "Spare me, you creepy bug-spewing haggo, bother suing Xiao instead." He accelerated, the exit looming ever closer. Whoosh clouds churned above the palace dome, lightning splitting the sky. Behind him, Moi raised her serpentine staff and chanted, "My loyal warriors of the swarm, bring this intruder before me." The ground in front of the throne room erupted with rapid pops. Countless palm-sized black insects burst forth, packed so tightly they seemed endless, easily more than 1,000. Lin Mo glanced back, scalp prickling as his trypophobia threatened to flare. What firepower! The Spider Queen must be her wife. No wonder a level 30, Tier 3 boss needs only one grade B skill, Swarm Burst. Each cast unleashes thousands of insects, and the cooldown is just 60 seconds. Who needs 6 skills when one is this broken? He thought. The black tide surged toward him like a river in reverse. Lin Mo activated Insightful Eye to take a closer look. Each bug had only one point in attack, defense, and health. Yet if hundreds swarmed at once, their unavoidable damage would shave off several hundred of Lin Mo's hit points in a single round. He was down to just over 2,700 HP. If those critters surrounded him, 2 or 3 volleys would finish him. The image of the swarming scarabs from the mummy flashed through his mind, and cold sweat streamed down his back. He would have given anything to turn into a tiger and sprint away on all fours. But this was the Zerg Palace, the shaman's home turf. Sickly sweet poison tainted the air, and venomous insects crawled across the walls and ceiling, awaiting their master's command. At the shaman's shout, a rustling wave surged forward. Roars echoed as more than 30 level 30 venomous spiders, scorpions, and centipedes rushed to the exit, cutting off his escape. Lin Mo's heart sank. There was only one path to survival. Spinning around to face the oncoming tide, he fired a toxic crossbow bolt. With a crash, the SSDR skill Frostbound Grip erupted. Icy air blanketed the floor, frost raced across the stone, and the swarm slowed by 88%, as though trapped in a mire. Lin Mo followed up with heaven-piercing 7-star volley. 7 starlit arrows tore through the air, shattering 2 spiders into glimmering shards of ice. He yanked a town portal scroll from his pack and crushed it. Silver light whirled around him, and a 10-second countdown appeared overhead. Any movement would cancel the spell, so he could only stand and pray. Yet prey marked by a Zerg shaman never leaves so easily. The shaman, clutching a serpentine staff, twisted his body into an eerie shape and skirted the frozen ground with a shrill laugh, lunging straight at Lin Mo like a stalker silencing someone who had seen too much. The countdown hit 5 seconds. Tears nearly sprang from Lin Mo's eyes. Stay back. Bang. At the final second, the shaman reached him. The staff swung upward, slamming Lin Mo between the legs and launching him into the air. Pain lanced through him, and he silently cursed the shaman's ancestors. Ding. You have been attacked by Zerg Shaman Mo Yi. You lose 5,026 HP. Without the Starlight Shield granted by 7-star volley, that single hit would have killed him twice over. The shield shattered, and Lin Mo pictured himself hitting the ground only to be devoured alive. He closed his eyes and awaited the end. Thump. The landing was unexpectedly solid. He opened his eyes to find himself atop a stone pillar 10 meters high. Venomous insects carpeted the ground below, clawing at the pillar but never reaching the summit. In their midst, the shaman glared up at him, teeth grinding in impotent rage, as if he had swallowed a fly. Joy surged through Lin Mo had survived by sheer luck. Human, get down here and die, the shaman roared. Lin Mo dusted himself off and wobbled mockingly. Didn't you knock me up here? Come on up if you can. Can't reach me, can you? After savoring his taunt, he pulled out another town portal scroll, planning to channel the spell from this absolutely safe perch. But as he looked down, inspiration struck. The shaman fumed, the swarm writhed, and every last one of them was within bow range. Wait a second, maybe I don't need to run at all. After being hurled onto a 10-meter-tall stone pillar by the Zerg shaman, Lin Mo leaned over the edge and saw that every venomous bug below, shaman included, was limited to melee attacks and couldn't reach him. The pillar's face was jagged and sheer. The insects screeched and clawed at the rock, but could only flail uselessly. Lin Mo's perch happened to be at the very edge of his longest attack range. The boss couldn't touch him, yet he could pour on damage with impunity. Heart racing, he decided to test his output. Icebound Grip of Absolute Frost. Sky Reaver 7-star volley. 2 SSDR skills exploded at once. Icy blue and gold-white light erupted around the Zerg shaman, arrow feathers streaking like meteor showers with a piercing hiss. A heartbeat later, a neat line of numbers floated above the shaman's head. 111. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed. Even with Frozen Domain cutting its defense by 44%, I still can't break through? Worse, because the armor held, the 280 poison from his venomous crossbow, and the 200 burn from his flame ring 3-second duration also showed up as nothing more than a single point of forced damage. He refused to be discouraged. 1 point a shot. He drew a deep breath, a grin tugging at his lips. Fine, then I'll scrape it to death. A 3rd-tier boss with 380,000 HP might crush other players' spirits, but all he needed was time. He remembered how, back in the starter village, Wang Junjie had thrown the entire Turbulent Age Guild at the Spider Queen in a brutal slugfest that cost them dearly. Today, Lin Mo needed only to stand here and let time pay the price. 1 point it is. I can grind all day and night. He let out a hearty laugh. Talk about a blessing in disguise, I just found a map exploit. He raised his bow and fired again. Arrows flashed through the air, and one kept popping up over the shaman's head. Just as he settled into a rhythm, the system chat window blinked. Xiao Wanwan, Senior Lin Mo, we're near the Nest Catacomb, but Turbulent Age has it surrounded. We don't dare move closer. Are you inside? Whatever you do, don't come out there definitely waiting for you. Lin Mo frowned slightly. After the battle in Dead Town, he and Dragon Soul had crushed Turbulent Age, thoroughly enraging Wang Junjie. The man had even abandoned the Shadow City, pushed to bring his whole guild here to hunt Lin Mo down. Even so, Lin Mo wasn't worried. He was on the 10th floor of the catacomb. Even if Turbulent Age stormed the place, they'd have to clear 9 floors of quests before they could find him. Xiao Wanwan's message confirmed that Wang Junjie's people were still camped at the entrance and hadn't ventured inside. From where he stood, he was perfectly safe. He replied, Lin Mo, go level somewhere else for now. They'll regroup with you after I finish the boss. Meanwhile, outside the Nest Catacomb, in the distance. Seeing the catacomb encircled by the Chaotic Era Guild's army, Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Ho, and Pang Dehai didn't dare venture any closer. Just then Xiao Wanwan received a reply from Lin Mo. She looked up and said, Senior Lin Mo can't get out for now. He wants us to level somewhere else, and he'll carry us when he's done. Shou Ho checked his watch and guessed. Mo Shou Chungue went in more than an hour before we did. With his solo farming speed, he's probably reached the 10th floor already. But I've been watching the rankings, and his level hasn't budged for 15 minutes. That doesn't look like he's clearing trash or doing quests good. He be fighting a boss. Xiao Wanwan rubbed her chin. You know, an open zone this big really could be hiding a boss. What? So Mo Shou Chungue is soloing a boss? Pang Dehai's eyes widened. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Wang Junjie's people are camped outside, and we can't get in. Let's do what Mo Shou Chungue Seijo grind in another zone first. With the plan set, the 4 of them quickly left the insect nest catacomb. Outside the catacomb, Wang Junjie was growing restless, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that punk still won't come out, hiding in that stupid bug hole. Had better stay in there forever. Just then a system message popped up. Mo Shou Chungue may be fighting the boss on the 10th floor of the insect nest catacomb. Wang Junjie's eyes lit up. There's a boss in there? No wonder he keeps diving into this dump. Huh, so the wormhole really has treasure. He sneered. Trying to hog the boss for yourself? Dream on. He turned to the Chaotic Era Guild members. Brothers, we're going in to snatch that boss. The strategist, Chaos Juga, added, Boss, the catacomb has 10 floors. We've got to clear 1 through 9 first. Then charge. Wang Junjie barked. There's no way he can kill it that fast. While he's busy whittling it down, we'll fight our way up. By the time we hit the 10th floor, ITLL be half dead. We kill him and scoop the loot. He narrowed his eyes. Back in the starter village, he stole a boss from me the same way. Today I'm taking it back. Wang Junjie roared. Anyone who helps me steal that boss from Mo Shou Chungue gets a 10th Saniyuan bonus. 10,000. The crowd erupted. That's 2 months of my salary. Charge. With blood-pumping shouts, thousands of Chaotic Era players surged toward the catacomb. Their momentum so great, they knocked Wang Junjie flat and trampled right over him as they poured inside. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the insect nest catacomb, Lin Mo stood atop a tall stone pillar, his bowstring humming. Each arrow dealt a fixed 1 damage as he picked off the insects summoned by the Zerg priest with surgical precision. If he tried to face it heat-in, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. The priest's soul-grade skill, Bug Burst, had a 1-minute cooldown and spawned roughly 1,000 insects each time. Only a few minutes had passed since the boss appeared, yet the ground around his pillar was already carpeted with a dense, writhing tide of insects. Lin Mo had ultimately made the idea of soloing a tier 3 boss sound far too simple. His plan was blunt. Rely on the guaranteed 1 point of fixed damage every hit and slowly chip away at 380,000 HP. What he overlooked was fatal. Apart from the newbie boss in the starter village, almost every boss in Oracle World has built-in regeneration. The Zerg Witch Doctor was level 30, tier 3. Its regen rate was only 0.04 per second, but on a 380,000 HP pool, that still came to 152 HP every second. Even if Lin Mo maxed his attack speed to 4 basic attacks per second and factored in the poison and burning soul procs from his gear, his total output was just 9 DPS. In other words, his scratches couldn't even cover a fraction of the boss self-healing. After several minutes of slogging, the Witch Doctor remained at full health, and every faint scratch had built up vanished at once. Hope rose and collapsed, and Lin Mo let out a bitter laugh. The tier 2 starter bosses at level 15 required 100,000 players working together for a rare kill. Thinking he could solo a level 30 tier 3 boss with a terrain glitch was pure fantasy. Then a flash of insight struck him. Wait. He slapped his forehead. The SS grade ice skill Frozen Grip came with a 44 armor shred, still not enough to break through on its own. But after the Zerg Witch Doctor burst into bugs, it spent 10 seconds charging, dropping its own defense by another 25. Stack the 2 debuffs, and you got a staggering 69 armor reduction. He had never tried sinking the 2 before. Now, thanks to the weakness data from the SS grade Eye of Insight, he finally had a window. The Witch Doctor spawned bugs like clockwork every 60 seconds, and those 10 seconds afterward were the precious charging phase. When the moment came, Lin Mo moved instantly. The Witch Doctor's carapace had just burst, scattering eggs, and before it could rebuild its armor, Lin Mo thrust out a hand. Icefall, frozen grip. A wave of cold swept out, frost forming underfoot. Hot on its heels, Skybane, sevenfold star volley. 7 streaks of starlight screamed toward the boss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost and starlight exploded with the witch doctor at their center, and the screen lit up with blood-red numbers. 1, 552, 568, 585, 336 poison, 200 burning soul. It worked. Armor's broken. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. During the combo, he even slipped in several basic attacks. In the brief 3 seconds of Frozen Grip's field, he dealt 9,527 damage, shaving a full 2.5 off the witch doctor's health bar. Whoa, the sudden burst was so high that Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath. But it lasted only 3 seconds. Once the field vanished, every bit of his damage would drop back to the mandatory 1 point per hit. He could only line up Frostbound Grasp with a full charge once every 60 seconds. But that single burst was enough to crack the boss armor. The boss regenerated 152 HP each second, 120 a minute. If Lin Mo could keep his burst damage at 9,527 per minute, he would still come out 407 HP ahead. The math checked out. A level 30, tier 3 boss had plenty of resistance, and his last rotation hadn't landed a single critical hit, so 9,527 was the floor. Any crits would just push the number higher. Even at the bare minimum of 407 extra damage, his passive tick of 9 force damage per second over the remaining 57 seconds added another 513, for a clean 920 net damage every minute. With the Brood Sorcerer's total HP sitting at 380,000, the monster would go down in roughly 7 hours. Lin Mo almost burst out laughing. He was about to become the first player in Shinyu history to solo a level 30, tier 3 boss, while 9 levels undergeared. The last time his heart pounded this hard was when he scratched off an SS Steer talent code at the lottery shop. 7 hours for a tier 3 boss? Worth it. Let's go. He got to work immediately. During normal phases, he hammered the Brood Sorcerer with the fastest auto-attack rhythm he could manage. The moment the boss began charging its Swarm Burst, he stacked Frostbound Grasp, shredding 69% of its defense during the charge, and following up with 3 seconds of all-out damage. The numbers matched his theory. After subtracting the boss Regan, he was still burning through 900 to 1,000 HP every minute. Watching the health bar inch down, he silently thanked Eye of Insight. Without that SS Steer talent revealing the boss charge state, he never would have known it had a vulnerability window. Under normal circumstances, every hit only forced a flat one, and without that accidental Frostbound Grasp during a charge, he would have assumed the fight was unwinnable and bailed with a return scroll, never discovering the crack in its armor. Exploiting a map glitch, he stood safely atop a 10-meter pillar and whittled the monster down exactly as planned. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Brood Nest dungeon, under Wang Junjie's command, all 3,000 members of the Launcher Guild had accepted the quest and flooded into the first floor. They formed 5-man parties, spreading through the cavern to hunt level 20 venom spiders and collect vials of poison. The guild strategist, Launcher Zhuge, logged the numbers and warned, "At this pace, by the time we hit floor 10, Emo Shou Chungue will probably have killed the boss." Wang Junjie frowned. "Any way to speed it up?" Pushing his glasses up, Zhuge nodded confidently. Each party funnels resources to one player, so they finish the quest and move to floor 2. We regroup there, repeat the process, and push the top 20% to floor 3. Sacrifice 80% each tier, and we'll get the fastest possible advance to floor 10. Yoshi, that's why you're the strategist. Wang Junjie roared with laughter. Bonus 500,000. Zhuge almost dropped to his knees in gratitude. Thank you, bro Jia. Wang Junjie kept laughing. Emo Shou Chungue, just you wait. If you steal this brood boss from us again, I'll livestream myself chopping it off. A nearby lackey mumbled. Bro Jia, you kinda said that last time too. Spread the word, bro. Jia's got 2 of them. Northern sector of the city of Flowing Flames, Skull Ridge, level 22 Wild Zone. The level 19 warrior Longhun Aosha, clad in black armor, swung his sword down. A crimson 794 flashed, emptying the last quarter of the level 22 skeleton warrior's health bar. Bones scattered and dust billowed. Just as he was about to sheath his blade, the envelope icon in the upper right corner of his HUD blinked. Longhun Aosha tapped it. Ding, you have claimed the item Blade of Flowing Flames, sent by player Lioli. Ding, you have claimed the item Genesis Cuirass, sent by player Lioli. Ding. 10 messages in all, every one from Lioli. Longhun Aosha accepted everything. 10 pieces of tier 2 level 15 equipment, ranging from white to purple, appeared in his inventory. While the stats scrolled by, he glanced at the reputation board for the city of Flowing Flames. Each tier 2 item should have cost 100 reputation points, yet after sending 10 of them, Luli's reputation hadn't dropped. It had actually jumped from just over 4,400 to more than 4,700. This woman's reputation gain is insane, Longhun Aosha muttered. In Oracle World, reputation was everything. Forging gear, refining scrolls, imprinting orange items, mastering glass skills, all of it required reputation. If Liuli really possessed a talent tied to reputation, her rating was at least glass, same as his. With that in mind, he fired off a private message. Interested in joining my Dragon Soul Guild? Perks, elite member status, 50,000 a month. A minute later Liuli replied, sorry, I'm not planning to join any guild for now. Longhun Aosha spoke under his breath. She took a full minute to refuse me, offer tempted her, but she still has concerns. No rush. They'll bring her in sooner or later. His thought was cut short by an urgent whisper from Vice Leader Su Muchio. Boss, Chaos just pulled everyone out of Shadow City and moved to the Insect Hive dungeon. They pulled out. Longhun Aosha's eyes narrowed. That makes Shadow City an empty fort. He opened the map, locked onto the coordinates, and sprinted off. 20 minutes later, the massive black walls came into view. The Shadow Legion had been farmed down to level 21 by Chaos, yet not a single player was guarding the place. Longhun Aosha strode through the gate, Su Muchio leading the guild elites behind him, cleaving through Shadow Sentinels and carving a bloody path. They reached the city's heart, the Shadow Gate. In the middle of the gray-black stone doors, a dried, blood-red handprint stood out. Longhun Aosha pressed his palm against it, and 3 grooves surfaced at once. He withdrew a shadow heart from his pack and slotted it into one of the grooves. Buzz! A thin red line shot from the groove, linking straight back to the bloody handprint. Su Muchio exclaimed, Boss, you really called it. The Heart of Shadow that dropped from the starter village boss is indeed the key to the hidden dungeon, the Shadow Sanctum. Longhun Aos's expression hardened. 1 isn't enough, we need 3. Find out right away who else in Liyue City is carrying a Heart of Shadow. Got it, boss. Su Muchio replied. Hive Catacombs, 10th floor. 3 hours had passed since Lin Mo used a map glitch to pin down the Zerg sorcerer. His rapid-fire assault had never stopped, and his right hand was a numb, aching mess. Luckily, dating Su Yingxia back in the day where she never let him get handsy, had trained his trigger finger to the level of a lifelong bachelor. He had ground the sorcerer's health down to 61.3%, and at that moment, every second of pain felt worth it. Frost Grip and 7-star Volley, both SS Steer skills, took turns hammering the target, draining dozens of mana potions in a heartbeat. Fortunately, the Venom Burst necklace came with a mana explosion perk that refunded 25 mana per kill. He stopped drinking potions altogether and used the bugs for sustenance. The sorcerer's toxic insects had only 1 hit point each. Perfect one-shot mana batteries. During those 3 hours, the sorcerer spawned insects 180 times, 1,000 per wave. From the top of a stone pillar, Lin Mo looked down on a sea of blackness that blanketed the entire floor. He barely dared to breathe, afraid a single slip would drop him into the swarm and see him stripped to the bone. Meanwhile, the Launcher Guild kept advancing. 3,000 players farmed monsters in waves. Thanks to the absurd Venom Vial drop rate, half the group was sacrificed as stepping stones on each level. Over 100 first echelon teams had already reached the 5th floor, while another 500 squads held floors 1 through 4, grinding vials and waiting to rotate in. Using his crew's soften them up, hand methical tactic, Wang Junjie scooped up Venom Vials with ease. After turning in the 5th floor quest, he strolled into the 6th. By Oracle rules, the first kill of any map boss triggers an announcement. The guild strategist Zhuge Lung reasoned calmly. No announcement has popped, and our watchers haven't seen Mo Shichengui exit. That means he's still stuck on the 10th floor, slugging it out with the boss. Wang Junjie grew increasingly excited. Mo Shichengui, you've got nerve stealing my starter village boss. When you've worn it down, they'll swoop in for the last hit. I can't wait to see your face. Haha. Once we take that boss and clear the Shadow Sanctum, Wansher will be the top guild in Liyue City. Longhun, Zhanhua Wangquan. All smoke and mirrors. He shouted, stick with me, brothers, and well top the national server. The crowd answered in chorus, Boss, you rock. Boss, you're the best. Time flew by the second. At the center of the 10th level of the Hive Catacomb, towering stone pillars and dark red torches shredded the shadows. Lin Mo lay prone atop one pillar, his bowstring drawn to a full moon. Cold, gleaming arrows rained down like a storm, all aimed at the Zerg shaman below. By the system's design, this low-tier level 3 boss was almost brainless. Even though it couldn't touch Lin Mo, it clung to the pillar's base, crazily spawning larvae. The seething swarm surged like a tide, as if sheer numbers could scare him off. For Lin Mo, it was a gift from the gods. The boss was pinned, unable to leave, and he could pour on the damage with impunity. Lin Mo knew that a late-game boss would never be this cooperative. The level 17 boss that had killed him in his previous life, Vampire Emperor Inogi, was as cunning as any master strategist. It would have ordered its minions to pile up into a living ladder, climbed the pillar, and ripped him apart, never giving him this risk-free window. Oracle World mirrored real-world weather for the sake of realism. It was now 7 at night, and the sky outside the catacomb was pitch black. After more than 7 hours of non-stop shooting, Lin Mo's body was nearing its limit. The arm that drew the bow cramped, sweat dripping from his fingertips. Yet the sight of the shaman's health bar sitting at the last 10% swept away his fatigue. The boss was worth a fortune, and victory was less than an hour away. He swallowed the pain. The bowstring twanged again, and another arrow whistled into the boss' chest. Just then, he caught a faint shimmer ripple across the stone gate to the 9th level. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. The glow meant someone was coming up. Someone on the 9th floor? Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan. He dismissed the thought. Wang Junjie was guarding the entrance, and they couldn't have made it past the level 28 venomous insects. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. Only one answer fit, the Chaos Guild. But Xiao Wanwan had said at noon that Chaos was merely blocking the entrance. Why break into the dungeon now? Clearing 8 levels in 7 hours meant a full tilt sprint, and their target was obvious, the 10th floor. Does Wang Junjie know I'm here farming this boss? The idea flashed by, and Lin Mo's nerves tightened. Whoever was coming, he had to kill the Zerg shaman before they arrived, or 7 hours of work would be wasted. He drew a deep breath, forced his trembling arms steady, and switched back to maximum efficiency fire. Arrows clattered down like a machine gun, and the boss health plummeted. Meanwhile, on the 9th level of the Hive Catacomb, footsteps echoed through the dim corridor. Only 5 parties, just over 20 players had made it this far. And the death rate while trying to kill those level 28 toxic slugs is sky high. Aya! Screams echoed through the cavern. Within minutes, half of the 20-odd players who had just set foot on the 9th floor were wiped out. The survivors stared at the disgusting, hard-hitting slugs, their hearts pounding. Brogia, the damage these things deal is insane, can't handle them at all. Is Mo Shichengui really on the 10th floor? If this place is already hell, how did he get up there alone? If he's actually soloing the boss, that's terrifying. Luanshi Zhuge adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly, but with authority. The real issue is our level. The Luanshi Guild's average level is under 20, far below the monsters on the upper floors of the Nest Crypt. Reaching the 9th floor already proves we're stronger than most players. Wang Junjie scratched his head in frustration. We've come this far, strategists think of something. One way or another in getting to the 10th floor. Luanshi Zhuge thought for a moment. There is a way, but it won't be cheap. I don't care what it costs. Wang Junjie shot back. As long as we can steal Mo Shichengui's boss, they'll handle it. With Wang's approval, Luanshi Zhuge got straight to the point. Head to the Blazing Fire City auction house right now. Buy up as much level 15 plus gear as you can find, and every anti-Zerg spell scroll on the market. Priority 1 is to get the first squad onto the 10th floor as fast as possible. We're not here for a full clear, just to reach floor 10 and finish the objective. Before he even finished, Wang Junjie smacked the back of a stunned guildmate. Why are you standing there? Do what the strategist said. Money's no object, I'm loaded. Today we're taking Mo Shichengui down and yanking that boss from his hands. At the Blazing Fire City auction house, dozens of Launcher players began buying like mad. Why is the Launcher Guild buying up so much gear? Damn, I looted a level 15 tier 1 white item at dawn, listed it all day with no takers, and Launcher just bought it for 20 grand. What? A trash white like that is worth maybe 300 tops. The crazy part is they're actually paying. As long as it's level 15 or higher, they buy it on site. I just listed a level 16 white piece for 20 grand, and it got sniped, too. I'm rich. If I'd known, I would have put 30 on it, just lost 10 grand, damn. On floors 7, 8, and 9 of the Nest Crypt, Luanshi's frontline players received crates of gear from the rear. With quick swaps and scrolling ceiling, their power spiked instantly. Push forward, kill everything. Armor gleamed, and elemental scrolls roared through the air as the players blasted a path forward. Meanwhile, Wang Junjie rubbed his hands together, eyes locked on the stone gate to the 10th floor, his gaze swirling with greed. Almost there, almost there. Mo Shichengui, we'll be meeting very soon. Get ready for the surprise I've got for you, ha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing atop a stone pillar, Lin Mo loosed arrows at breakneck speed, targeting the Zerg which buried in the tide of insects. Each shaft sliced through the air and vanished into the seething black sea almost before the eye could follow. Everywhere he looked, countless black bugs surged across the royal palace floor like a flood, churning non-stop until it felt as though the entire palace had been submerged in ink. The pillar had been 10 meters tall, yet only half of it now remained above the writhing swarm, and the insects kept climbing. At this rate, they would reach Lin Mo's feet in a few more hours. Lin Mo had no intention of waiting that long. After 8 hours of non-stop firing, his body was numb, his arms felt as if they were about to be torn from their sockets, yet he maintained a machine-like rhythm. At last the witch's health bar dipped below 1%. Victory was within reach, and excitement surged through him. At that very moment, a blinding white flash erupted at the dungeon exit in the distance. The Launcher Guild had cleared the 9th floor. Inside the 9th floor of the Hive dungeon, only 10 teams, 50 elite players remained after hundreds of squads had perished. They had just turned in their objectives, and were now regrouped in front of the portal to the 10th floor. At the front of the crowd, Luanshi Zhuge leaned close to Wang Junjie and whispered, among the 50 heading in, I placed 10 witches. I watched Lin Mo's fights. He's terrified of crowd control. As long as those 10 lock him down, he won't even twitch. Killing him will be child's play. Wang Junjie laughed loudly. Excellent. Lin Mo, I've got a surprise for you. Brothers, charge. With his shout, 50 level 18 to 19 launcher players stormed through the shimmering veil. Ding, you have entered Hive Dungeon, floor 10. The scene shifted. Wang Junjie stepped out of the portal wearing a confident grin, but the next heartbeat plunged him into utter darkness. A dry rustling echoed all around, and something cold and slimy crawled up from his ankles, wrapping him in an instant. Agony exploded. Razor teeth tore into him, ripping away chunks of flesh, and even his groin was not spared. Ark! Wang Junjie's scream split the air. What the hell is this thing? My face. It's biting off my face. It hurts. It hurts so bad. They're burrowing into my stomach. F. The cries of launcher players overlapped in a chorus of misery. Panicking, Wang Junjie grabbed the nearest teammates and shoved them forward as living shields. An instant later, he watched a tide of palm-sized black insects swarm over them, stripping their bodies to gleaming white bones in moments. His eyes widened in horror. Most days he swaggered around like a tyrant, but Wang Junjie was still only 18 or 19, pampered by his family and guild and untouched by real blood or fear. Now a tidal wave of insects swept toward him, the sickly sweet stench of blood and torn flesh filling the damp underground palace. His legs gave out, and he actually wet himself. Terrified, he jerked his head around. Beyond the boiling sea of bugs rose a towering stone pillar. At its peak, an archer knelt, bowstring thrumming as a rain of arrows hammered the level 30. Tier 3 boss at the pillar's base, the Zerg Shaman, Moi. The boss health bar was down to a sliver. One more shot would end it. Wang Junjie nearly cracked a molar in rage. Damn it, Mo Shou Chungue really is here to ninja the boss. That boss is mine. He swung his sword and roared, but a shrill scream erupted from every direction. Tens of thousands of palm-sized black beetles swallowed him whole. His scream barely formed before his body was shredded into a mist of blood, leaving only a pile of bones. High on the pillar, Lin Mo kept drawing his bow, utterly focused. Another arrow punched through Moi's armor, but from the corner of his eye he spotted movement at the 10th floor exit. Whoosh! A blinding white column of light shot upward, illuminating half the palace. Faint screams echoed from deep inside it. That sounded like Wang Junjie. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. By his reckoning, the 10th floor was already an insect hell. Anyone stepping in would be stripped to the bone in seconds. Each bug was only the size of a palm, but their numbers were insane. 8 straight hours, 80 minutes. The shaman had spawned 1,000 insects per minute, so the 10th floor now held 480,000 of them. If not for their instinctive loyalty, even the level 30, tier 3 Moi wouldn't last 10 seconds. Staring at the distant light, Lin Mo actually relaxed. Junjie, you just did me a huge favor. Head worried that even after killing Moi, he couldn't clear the swarm fast enough. But when Junjie's team barged in, they triggered the passage to the 9th floor. Once it opened, the insects poured up like a breached dam. Dungeon rules were simple. A layer's gate stayed shut unless a player passed through. Keep moving, and it stayed open. Thanks to that, the swarm now surged unhindered toward the upper levels. 9th floor, same moment. Hundreds of chaotic-era guild members stood before the portal to the 10th floor, eyes glowing as they pictured their captain's triumphant return. Someone clapped a teammate's shoulder. Feel that? The doorway's been shaking ever since the boss went in. He must have killed Mo Shou Chungue and grabbed the boss too. If Junjie is happy later, maybe we'll get another bonus. Sticking with Junjie was the right call. The words were still hanging when the light curtain ballooned and spewed a torrent of palm-sized black beetles. A black waterfall reversed, swallowing the front ranks in an instant. Screams erupted. What the hell is that? Holy! The sound of flesh being ripped apart echoed through the stone corridor. Pillars of white light burst skyward one after another. Players vanished faster than they could react. Each turned into a streak of data. More and more white lights streaked upward. At that instant it felt as if a floodgate had burst open. A colossal curtain of light split like a breached dam, and an endless tide of insects erupted, surging straight toward the front line. The launcher guild players standing before the barrier had no time to react. Swaths of them dropped and dissolved into white flashes. Each bug had only one point of attack, defense, and health. You could squash several with a single stomp, but the horror lay not in their stats, only in their numbers. A dense swarm could consume a level 18 or 19 player in a second. In the blink of an eye, a squad that had numbered in the hundreds was reduced to barely a dozen. The survivors looked back. The insect sea churned behind them like a living tide. Fear and despair twisted their faces. Screaming, they bolted for the exit to the 8th floor. Seconds later, they dove through the light screen, fleeing the 9th floor in total disarray, convinced they had cheated death. Yet the moment they opened the passage between the 9th and 8th floors, the swarm followed them straight through. Whoosh! Thousands of venomous insects spilled out. Launcher players scattered across the 8th floor busy hunting bugs and collecting toxin vials were stunned by the sight. Holy crap! What did you bring over here? What the hell is that? The dozen survivors scrambled toward the exit to the 7th floor, shouting only one refrain. Run. Move it. The 8th floor players were still frozen when the black torrent engulfed them. A heartbeat later, countless pillars of white light shot up, screams shredding the air. Damn it. Run. Everyone snapped awake and stampeded for the exit. The swarm chewed up the slower runners while chasing the crowd, creating a vicious cycle. To stay alive, the 8th floor players had to break into the 7th. As soon as the gate opened, the insects flooded in as well, forcing that floor's players to flee to the 6th. In moments except for the 10th floor, the 1st through 9th floors became abattoirs. Agonized screams echoed non-stop, and the entire underground nest turned into a living hell. The commotion was so great that even the NPC guards outside the dungeon felt their scalps tingle. They exchanged uneasy looks. What's happening in there? Why are the screams so horrific? Could the Zerg which the city lord suppressed 3 years ago have broken free? Should we go in and rescue the adventurers who just entered? They must be in grave danger. We can't. Captain Wylian's face was ashen. The insect tide that which controls is terrifying. With this, few men would be dead. If she's really loose, Blazing City is in serious trouble. Hurry, get back and report to the city lord. Ask for reinforcements. Sir. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, even through layer upon layer of domains, Lin Mo could still hear the launcher player's wails above. His eyes held no sympathy, only cold indifference and a hint of gloating. Serves you right for trying to steal my boss. As he spoke, Lin Mo's eyes stayed glued to the Zerg witch, whose HP had fallen to a sliver, barely 3%. One more round, and the harvest would be complete. Catching the 10-second channel of swarm burst, he shouted inside, now. He raised his bow and locked on Zerg witch Moyi. Frost grasp of absolute zero. Heaven-piercing 7-star volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows wreathed in frost, and starlight ripped through the air like 7 bolts of lightning. It was the 414th detonation of this dual SSS combo. In a heartbeat, the field iced over, 7 blades of starlight sweeping through it. Blood-red numbers burst above the witch's head. 1. 552. 568. 585. 336 poison. 200 soul burn. The damage bar overflowed. After 8 hours and more than 400 rotations, Mo's last sliver of HP vanished. Impossible. The witch glared up at Lin Mo, rasping with hatred. Pitiful human, you think you can kill me? While I live, the swarm endures. The giant body crashed down mid-sentence, sending up a cloud of dust. 8 hours of non-stop output had already emptied Lin Mo's strength. As the witch fell, his knees buckled, and he slid against a stone pillar. Just before blacking out, a familiar chime exploded in his ears. Congratulations. You have slain the level 30, Tier 3 boss Zerg witch Moyi. EXP 3,220,161, Reputation 100. Ding, because you solo killed a higher level boss, you triggered Godslayer effect. Rewards doubled. EXP 2 million, Reputation 100. Boss drop rate doubled. For pillars of gold light poured down around him. Ding, you have reached level 22. Ding, you have reached level 23. Ding, you have reached level 24. Ding, you have reached level 25. All attributes 1, free attribute points 3. Next level, 3 million EXP. Bathed in gold, Lin Mo felt as if he were soaking in a spring of spirit water. Every ache vanished, and he felt light enough to ascend. Godslayer, when those letters flashed across his UI, goosebumps swept over him. In his previous life, only one player in Great Xia had ever triggered it, Yu, one of the world's 9 SS talent holders, the first Empress of the Great Xia server. I never dreamed I'd stand where she once stood. While he was still drunk on the first kill high, the system voice boomed again. System announcement: Liuhua City. Ding, player Mo Shou Chung Gui has soloed the level 30, Tier 3 boss Zerg witch Moyi, earning the achievement Godslayer. Rewards: Reputation 50, Gold 10, Title, Godslayer. The announcement rolled across Liuhua City, and all 2.35 million online players inside and outside the walls erupted in an uproar. The main city chat of City of Blazing Flames blew up the instant the system notice appeared. System messages had barely scrolled by when the channel was flooded with gasps and disbelief. Wu Zhiganyang male, level 16 assassin. Holy crap. A solo boss kill? And it's a Tier 3, level 30 boss? The starter village only has a level 15, Tier 2 boss, and even with 100,000 players dogpiling it, the global kill rate is under 1%. What the hell? If Ma Shouchinggue is actually human, I'll eat my hat. Jiai Tsang Laoshir male, level 15 mage. Brother Tongzi, the system must have bugged out, right? It probably mistook a solo mini-boss for a boss. Brother Tongzi, take the notice down. My friend feels sick just looking at it. I'm begging you, please delete it. Porsche owner male, level 13 archer. The first kill loot from a Tier 3 boss is going to be insane. Do you think one drop could pay for my Porsche? Lu Rian female, level 15 priest. Brother Masho Chingue, do you have a girlfriend? Can we get to know each other? M22, 168 centimeters tall, 105 pounds, 36D. I can fulfill all your fantasies. Money-losing tiger male, level 16 assassin. Sister Ryan, add me instead, okay? I can't solo a boss, but I can solo the tyrant and the dominator. I'm on the same level as Masho Chingwe, and I'm emotionally stable and super clingy. At the revival spring in City of Blazing Flames, white flashes lit up one after another as players from the Chaotic Age guild lined up to respawn. Wang Junjia had just reformed in the water when another system notice sounded over his head, and he almost spat blood on the spot. Damn it, so close. Just a little more, and that boss would have been mine. Masho Chingwe, you son of a. He glanced back and felt even colder. After 8 hours of fighting on the front line, all 3,000 members of Chaotic Age had been wiped. They hadn't grabbed a single piece of gear, and they'd even cleared the entire insect tide for Masho Chingwe. The thought clogged his chest, starved his brain of oxygen, and he went rigid, falling straight back into the spring. Boss fainted again, and again, and again. Boss, wake up. You still haven't handed out the bonuses. Beside the spring, guildmates scrambled to haul him up while mourning their allowances. At the same time, in the level 21 wilderness at Flame Cavern, Su Yingxiao was on a quest with her younger brother Su Muchio and dozens of players from the Dragon Soul Guild. Overhead lava reflected off smooth crimson walls, sending waves of heat crashing through the tunnel. When the system notice popped up, her ears were instantly filled with the channel's flood of flattery and envy, and a sour feeling bubbled in her chest. This Lin Mo, when did he get so strong? He never seemed that impressive in game before. Before her words faded, Su Muchio bent his bow and fired 3 arrows, turning a swooping fire bat to ash. He lowered his bow and looked at his sister. Sis, do you regret it? Lin Mo's a good guy, at least in my eyes. He cares more about you than he does about himself. Su Mukia's tone was earnest. Because of that, he was the third person in this world after you and Boss Aoswom I genuinely respected. Su Yingxia had only felt surprised before. Now genuine remorse set in. Was he really that good back then? How did I never notice? After a moment of silence, Su Muchio said softly, Sis, if you still like Lin Mo, I can help you. But this time, you can't just toss brother-in-law aside again. Su Yingxia lowered her lashes, her voice edged with dejection. How are you going to help me? Su Muchio smiled. Don't worry, sis. They'll figure something out. Meanwhile, deep inside the insect hive catacombs, a new worldwide announcement echoed across the map. Congratulations to player Mo Shou Chung-Gue for scoring the first kill on the Catacomb Guardian, Zerg Sorcerer Moi, and earning the unique drop buff. For the next 12 hours, the chance for monsters in the catacombs to drop venom vials is doubled. The system message hit Lin Mo like a thunderclap. Double drops? On the 10th floor, those poison bugs already had a 100 drop ratiso that turns into 200? 2 vials per kill? He had to test it. His eyes locked on a level 30 toxic scorpion beside a stone pillar. Frozen grip encased its carapace in frost, and 7-star volley tore straight through its weak point. Thud, thud. The scorpion collapsed, and 2 glowing green vials rolled out beside the corpse. Got it. Lin Mo clenched his fist, eyes flashing with delight. This buff is insane. With the drop rate doubled, his grind for the venom set would speed up exponentially. Excitement fading into focus, he turned back to the real, prize the corpse of the Zerg sorcerer, Moi. At this stage of the game, a first kill on a level 30, tier 3 boss was already worth a fortune. Doing it solo triggered supreme kill, doubling both base rewards and drop rates again. In other words, the loot before him was the equivalent of 2 tier 3 bosses. Clearing the last few poison bugs under the pillar, he leaped 10 meters down and landed beside the body. In Oracle, the sweetest moment is always the loot drop. He crouched and reached out. The system chimes exploded one after another. Dingyu picked up 62 gold, 45 silver, and 44 copper. Dingyu picked up Venom Vial 1086. Dingyu picked up Spell Scroll Grade C. Insect Burst 2. Dingyu picked up Skill Book Grade C. Swarm Detonation 2. Holy crap. Lin Mo couldn't help blurting out. 62 gold at the official 1 minute and 0.91 seconds exchange rate. That was roughly 600,000 yuan. Add in 2 Crade Scrolls and 2 Crade Skill Books. All of them hot commodities right now. The only regret was that Catacomb monsters never dropped gear. Otherwise, a tier 3 boss would guarantee at least 1 tier 3 item. Still, 1,086 Venom Vials were enough to trade for 108 pieces of Venom gear in enormous haul. If luck went wild, he might even gather a full Venom set for an archer on the spot. Then again, reality kicked in. 1. With his 0 rapport standing with William, tier II Venom gear had only a 1-drop chance. 2. Even if it dropped, there was only a 1 in 8 chance it would be for the archer class. 3. And even then, duplicates were entirely possible. So had come in prepared. Even after clearing the catacombs once, he was ready for a long-term grind. But, with a buff that doubles the drop rate for Venom flasks and direct access to the 10th floor, he'll be farming toxic gear in no time. After scooping up the boss loot, Lin Mo tucked away the last flask, brushed the sticky venom off his shoulder guard, and headed for the exit of the insect hive catacomb. He wanted only 3 things: teleport back to town and log off, stop by Tingyu Pavilion so the Empress could give him a massage, then devour a big meal and crash into bed. But the moment he stepped onto the 9th floor, he froze. Silver coins carpeted the ground like leaves scattered by a storm. Potions and equipment were heaped everywhere, their overlapping glows lighting the cavern as bright as day. How is there this much loot? He muttered. Then it hit him. Of course. Chaos World Guild must have dropped it all. Chaos World had used the human pyramid tactic, boosting their elite squad straight to the 10th floor to steal his boss. That meant every player on floors 1 through 9 was one of theirs. What they hadn't realized was that opening the 10th floor portal would also release the insect swarm. 480,000 bugs poured out. Chaos World crumbled instantly. The entire raid was erased in a heartbeat. Lin Mo chuckled. Wang Junjie, you brought this on yourself. The guild's wipeout was his windfall. Every piece of loot they dropped now belonged to him. Damn. With that many people under Wang Junjie, how much stuff did they spill? Eyes blazing, he took in the treasure-strewn floor. And this was only the 9th floor. If the pyramid theory held, there'd be even more players in Luton 8, 7, 6. Compared with the boss drop's head just pocketed, his excitement now was at least 10 times greater. Looks like I'm about to strike it rich. Dingyu picked up 3 silver and 11 copper. Dingyu picked up 3 level 3 health potions. Dingyu picked up the sky battle axe. Dingyu picked up the arcane robe. Only then did Lin Mo realize he had still underestimated the chaos players' drop rates. He had looted barely half the corpses on the 9th floor of the underground palace when his massive backpack was already crammed full. Anyone else would have been pulling their hair out after all. The spoils from floors 1 through 8 were still untouched, but Lin Mo stayed calm. He simply activated his SS strength talent, Soulfire, and burned every tier 1 common item below level 15 on the spot. Those pieces were worth just a few hundred yuan at auction, and he needed evolution points anyway. The last time he evolved the toxic boots, he had nearly emptied his reserve, and he still had 6 more toxic items to prepare for. With Soulfire handling the low-tier junk, he no longer had to worry about gathering common gear. For anything above level 15 or of slightly better quality, he bundled it up and mailed it to Qin Feng. Put these on the auction house for meet and % commission is yours. Got it, Mo? No problem at all. Qin Feng beamed. An effortless 10% cut and another chance to prove his worth. With a huge chunk of bag space freed, Lin Mo quickened his pace, sweeping the loot piles as he went. 9th floor cleared, straight to the 8th. 8th done, on to the 7th. Just as he expected, the number of drops multiplied with each floor he ascended. By the time he reached the 1st floor, more than 10,000 veteran NPC soldiers from Blazing City were clearing out the insect tide, leaving him free to scavenge at will. Over 90% of the Chaos Guild's 3,000+ players had died to the swarm, so the loot was phenomenal. Had they been red-named, the numbers would have been even more outrageous. After half an hour, every last drop in the Hive catacombs had been swept clean. He sent Qin Feng more than 200 high-value items by mail, while at least 1,000 other pieces from level 1 starter gear to level 15 commons went straight into Soulfire. When the flames died out, his evolution point balance leapt to a heart-stopping 15,368. A single level 20 tier 2 common item needed 2,520 points to reach gold quality, so 15,368 points were just enough to evolve the 6 remaining toxic pieces. From this moment on, Lin Mo no longer had to worry about points. Once he obtained the other 6 slots, he could instantly complete a full tier 2 golden toxic set. The Chaos players had also dropped mountains of coins and potions. He packed the potions off to Qin Feng to sell in the marketplace, while the money itself, about 3 silver per player, earned Lin Mo a grand total of 105 gold coins. Adding up the gear and potions he had just mailed to Qin Feng, Lin Mo estimated today's haul at about 1 million yuan in. That didn't even include the stuff he'd burned on the spot. People said loot from a Chaos era player was worth more than drops from a level 30, tier 3 Zerg, which turns out they were right. He couldn't help sighing to himself. Wang Junjie, you're a walking gold mine. After sorting every last trophy in the underground nest, Lin Mo strode to the outpost outside and turned the quest into the gate captain, William. Ding quest purge the hive, 10 completed. Rewards, EXP 300,000, silver 3, reputation 10, William favor 1. Ding William's favor is now level 1. Next level, 100 favor. Ding unlocked Venom Vial unlimited toxic set exchange. Gear quality rises with William's favor. Current tier 2 chance 2. The flood of messages made Lin Mo relax at last. Unlimited exchange finally. He wasted no time, dumping the 1,086 Venom Vials dropped by the Zerg Witch, plus the leftovers from the 10th floor, straight into the exchange window on even 1,200 in all. Ding submitted 10 vials. Received Toxic Greaves Assassin, LV20, tier 1, common. William favor 1. Ding submitted 10 vials. Received Toxic Belt Mage, LV20, tier 1, common. William favor 1. Ding. The prompts kept coming. 120 trades in a row. In the end, Lin Mo held 120 pieces of toxic gear. Tier 1 white gear was nearly worthless. A full set wasn't worth a tenth of one Tier 2 piece. Rather than clog his bags, he tossed every common item into the incinerator and watched them burn. The dozen-plus green grade and better pieces he mailed to Qin Feng with a note. Don't sell these yet, park them in the warehouse. Qin Feng, as always, just answered, got it. Right now, the priciest content around Liuhua City was anything poison-themed, but most players were still too weak to touch those high-level areas. Because of that, the only gear with poison resistance, the toxic set, was badly undervalued. Lin Mo figured that in a day or two, once the masses started dipping their toes into those zones, prices would soar several-fold. The exchange brought another perk, 1 favor point per trade. After 120 trades, Lin Mo had earned 120 favor, boosting William to level 2 and nudging the Tier 2 drop rate from 2 up to 3. Sadly, his luck was still trash. Out of 120 items, only 2 were Tier 2, a knight's shield and an assassin's cuirass. Harder than pulling teeth, he grumbled, eyes gleaming, all the same. I'm getting a full Tier 2 toxic set for archers if it kills me. Finished, he pulled a return scroll from his bag. No point hanging around. Wang Junjie was probably already on the way. Without hesitation, he crushed the scroll. Flash. White light flared, the teleport triggered, and Lin Mo vanished. Head barely left when a large crowd of players poured up the road toward Liuhua City, murder in their eyes. Wang Junjie pointed at the insect nest and roared, gnashing his teeth, lock this place down. The moment Mo Shouqing shows his face, cut him to pieces. The fight had been extraordinarily lucrative for Lin Mo. Wang Junjie's gear explosion alone produced more than 100 gold coins. The Zerg priestess dropped another 60 plus, and the system awarded 10 more, leaving Lin Mo with an astonishing 218 gold coins clinking in his pack. The sound was pleasant, yet it made him uneasy. The official exchange rate had already slipped from 1:1 to 1 minute and 0.91 seconds, and was still falling. Holding the coins felt like watching his money melt away. Converting them into yuan and parking the cash in his bank account seemed far safer. He opened Liuhua City's chat channel and scrolled to Wang Junjie's pinned buying gold at a premium post, boldly advertising an exchange rate of 1 minute and 1.1 second. Without a second thought, Lin Mo bundled 200 coins, priced them at 2.2 million yuan, and mailed them off in-game. Minutes later, Wang Junjie claimed the package. After the platform's 3% fee, 2,134,000 yuan landed in Lin Mo's bank account. Once again, selling to Wang Junjie had proven far more profitable than withdrawing through the system. Outside the Zerg Nest catacombs, Wang Junjie arrived with his crew, thrilled that his 9,528 gold coins secured first place on Liuhua City's wealth rankings. Scrolling down, he saw Mozho Chengue in ninth with only 18 coins and felt a surge of superiority. Mozho Chengue, you're nothing but a penniless nobody, he sneered to himself. So what if you're strong in game? In a world ruled by money, you're not even fit to shine my shoes. Cross me, and you're finished. Beside him, the strategist Luan Shizhuga whispered, bro, Mozho Chengue already killed the catacomb's final boss. He probably won't return. Waiting here might be pointless. He'll be back, Wang Junjie said coldly. He's farming this place for the toxic set. That boss was just incidental. He won't leave until the set's complete. He snorted, convinced he had read the man's intentions. He'll wait right here. If he shows up, he'll kill him. If he doesn't, he'll find out what secret that toxic set is hiding. Luan Shizhuga's heart skipped a beat. Since when did Junjie start thinking this far ahead? Was someone advising him? Wang Junjie ended the discussion with a wave. Half of you stay and farm the tunnels for pieces of the toxic set. The rest head to Shadow City and keep grinding the Shadow Legion. I'm taking both the toxic gear set and the hidden dungeon, Shadow Sanctuary. I want it all. No sooner had he spoken than the chat exploded with a wall of yes. Blazing Fire City. Lin Mo stared at his mobile banking app as the balance leapt from 2 million to more than 4 million. The surge of numbers made his heart pound. Oracle had been live for only 2 days, yet had already earned a staggering sum at this pace. 50 million within a month wasn't a fantasy. And 50 million was just the floor. What he really wanted was 500 million. Once top-ups opened in 3 months, the snowball of cumulative rewards and gold would only grow. A wave of exhaustion and hunger hit him, and Lin Mo logged out. Whoosh. In the dim apartment, he yanked the curtains open. It was 8 at night, city lights blazing, but since Oracle launched, much of the real-world bustle had drifted into the virtual realm. His gaze drifted until it landed on Tingyu Pavilion across the complex. Haven't seen the Empress all day, he muttered, grabbing a light jacket and heading downstairs. Better remind her I exist before she forgets me. Welcome, Mr. Lin. The 2 young women at the front desk recognized their supreme VIP and hurried over. Call number 27 Ning Shi, Lin Mo said directly. Both receptionists fell silent, looking uneasy. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Please follow me, Mr. Lin. One of them lowered her voice and led him to the 4th floor, stopping outside a karaoke room. Deafening music barely masked raucous laughter inside. Bang! Lin Mo kicked the door open, anger flaring. Under the harsh lights, 3 men were forcing drinks on Ning Shi and another girl. Their faces twisted into leers while the 2 women struggled. That's it, be good. The man in glasses cackled, raising his glass. Bastards. Lin Mo clenched his fists, ready to charge, but a blur shot past him first. A teenage boy darted in and floored the man in glasses with a heavy punch. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry of blows, the 3 men were left writhing on the floor, clutching their stomachs. The boy wasn't done. He straddled the man in glasses and hammered punches down. Enough, Xiaofei. Stop, hell die. Ning Shi rushed over and dragged him back. Blood seeped from the boy's knuckles, but his eyes were filled only with worry. Sis, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiaofei, how did you get here? I tracked down one of your college friends and found out you worked here. He panted, shaking with anger. Sis, how could you take a job in a place like this? It's chaos. At the door, a receptionist whispered an explanation, nodding toward the fallen men. They're VIPs too. They demanded that Ning Shi and Xiaoyu sing with them. We couldn't refuse, it's part of the service. Fragments of his previous life flashed through Lin Mo's mind. Before entering Oracle, the Empress had worked in a full massage parlor to support her high school brother and their bedridden mother. Later, the brother injured someone in an accident and went to prison. Was this the event that led to it? Sure enough, the 3 men struggled up, propping themselves against the sofa, and started cursing. You little punks. I paid good money and you hit me? The man in glasses spat blood, his voice venomous. Hand over 100 grand right now, or this isn't over. They'll make sure your brother rots in jail. Lin Mo suddenly understood. Memories from his previous life surged up. In a fit of anger, Ning Zai's younger brother, Ning Fei, had pummeled these 3 thugs until their faces were bruised and swollen. They had then demanded 100,000 yuan in compensation, or they would call the police. The Ning family couldn't raise the money, and Ning Fei ended up in jail, his future ruined. Right now, Ning Fei stood 6 foot tone, weighing about 150. His muscles well-defined, the most famous athlete at school. There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Fists still clenched, he looked ready to drop the 3 of them again. Afraid her brother would make things worse, Ning Shi grabbed his arm and apologized over and over. I'm sorry. He's still young, didn't mean it. The blonde leader wiped blood from his nose and snarled, spreading 5 fingers. 100 grand. Miss a single yuan, and your brother's spending the night in a cell. The other 2 chimed in with mocking enthusiasm. Call the cops. Go on, call them. Several receptionists rushed over to mediate, but the thugs wouldn't listen. The standoff teetered on the brink of chaos. At that moment, Lin Mo walked through the door. Without a word, he pulled out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to each of the 3 men on the spot. The moment the payment notification chimed, their expressions changed. They looked at one another, barely able to hide their glee. In truth, they earned wages so low even a stray dog would sneer, and their boss still squeezed them on weekends, leaving them to vent their anger on the full massage girls. Who turns down money? 50 grand was 2 or 3 years savings for them. In an instant, the swaggering grandfathers turned into fawning grandsons. Heh, thanks big bro. The blonde flunky simpered, rubbing his hands together. Need a massage or a foot soak? I've got real skills. Beat it, Lin Mo said coldly. Right away, grinning from ear to ear, the 3 ignored their bloody noses and bolted. Only then did Ning Shi realize it was Lin Mo who had stepped in. Surprised and relieved, she bowed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. They'll pay you back every cent. Spending that 150,000 meant nothing to Lin Mo. He was actually pleased. It was the perfect chance to make the future Empress of the Moon owe him a favor. For a mere 150,000 yuan, he could earn the trust of an SS rank. Empress would gladly do it again. He waved her thanks aside. It's nothing. Ning Shi pulled her brother forward. Xiaofei, this is the honorable client I told you about. Hot-headed though he was, Ning Fei knew his manners. He bowed deeply. Thank you for looking out for my sister. He'll never forget what you did today. One day he'll repay you. Lin Mo smiled and gestured toward the door. Head back to school. I've got things here. Don't worry, I have no designs on your sister. Ning Shi added gently, go on. Infinite was just a fluke. Nodding, Ning Fei bowed once more to Lin Mo and left. Watching the tall boy disappear through the doorway, Lin Mo thought to himself, I just bought the #1 SS rank talent in the entire server, and it came with a top 100 S rank bonus. Best deal ever. From the moment Ning Fei had walked in, Lin Mo had recognized him. In his previous life, the boy had become one of the top 100 players in all of Great Xia, an elite S rank talent. Ning Fei's S-grade talent wasn't something he was born with. His sister later secured it for him using a top-tier magic scroll. If the timeline remains unchanged, 3 months from now she will be forced into the Divine Oracle and promoted to an SS-grade Empress. And under her guidance Ning Fei will mature into an S-grade powerhouse, as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Should Lin Mo remember today's favor, the siblings are likely to become his most dependable lieutenants in the future. Soft lights filled the lobby of the footbath parlor as Lin Mo looked at Technician 27, Ning Shi. Dressed in a white uniform, black miniskirt, and white stockings, she had a faint flush on her cheeks from a few drinks, yet her eyes stayed clear. She wasn't breathtaking in a single glance, but her fair skin and delicate features drew the eye, and the freckles across her nose only made her more endearing. With a purity that seemed untouched by the surrounding grime, she stood out easily in a crowd. When their eyes met, Ningxi lowered her lashes, her voice barely louder than rustling pages. Mr. Lin, please come to the VIP room. Technician 27, Ningxi, will serve you. I don't need a massage, Lin Mo said suddenly. Ning's eyes heart leapt. Thinking she had offended him, her face grew even redder. Then Lin Mo turned to the receptionist. Charge 5,000 to my card. I'm taking Ningxi with me tonight. Why, Mr. Lin, we're a respectable footbath parlor. The receptionist replied, though her hands moved deftly as she processed the payment, a pleased smile tugging at her lips. After the transaction, she reminded him brightly. Only one rule: make sure she gets back safely, all right? Bending close to Ningxi, she whispered, Ningxi, he thinks highly of you and even helped solve your problem. Be sure to take good care of such a big client. You'll get half the commission on this one. Ningxi clenched the hem of her uniform, the color rising in her cheeks as she nodded. Thank you, Linjia. Had Lin Mo not just put down 150,000 yuan, her brother would already be facing jail. So when Lin Mo said he was taking her with him, she quietly steeled herself. After giving his card number, Lin Mo took Ning Zai's hand and headed for the door. Once the glass door closed behind them, the receptionist began to whisper. Ning Zai's lucky only 2 days here, and she's caught the eye of a young, wealthy boss. Still, her life's hard. A father who drinks and gambles, a chronically ill mother, and a brother in his last year of high school. She even quit a top university for her family. Let's hope Mr. Lin isn't a jerk. The girl's well-educated, gentle, and thoughtful. Leaving Tinjiuxuan, they stepped into the cool night breeze. Lin Mo walked aimlessly along the roadside with Ning Shi at his side, both of them silent. Ning Shi suddenly held out a white rabbit candy. Whenever you hit a wall, have some sugar, she said. It spikes your dopamine, brightens your mood, and the ideas start flowing. Problems get easier to solve. Lin Mo turned to her clear, earnest eyes and paused. How did you know I was stuck? Moments earlier, just after they'd left Tingyu Pavilion, a message from Xia Wangwan had popped up on his screen. Wang Junjia had sealed off the entire insect nest catacomb. With the entrance blocked, Lin Mo couldn't farm the poison set, and the double venom bottle drop buff would expire in 12 hours. The clock was crushing him. He accepted the candy, tore off the wrapper, and tossed it in his mouth. A creamy sweetness spread across his tongue. Thanks. No problem. Ningxi unwrapped one for herself and touched it lightly to her lips. Lin Mo marveled inwardly. The legendary Empress of the Chinese server has a sweet tooth for milk candy? When his frown finally eased, Ningxi asked timidly, Mr. Lin, where should I start the massage? Chewing the candy, Lin Mo shook his head with a laugh. Skip the massage tonight. Have dinner with me instead. Her face froze as if someone had hit pause, surprise written all over her delicate features. Oh, and quit calling me Mr. Lin, he added. Lin Mo. Okay. She nodded quickly. So, what's good to eat around here? Lin Mo asked. Ningxi thought for a second, then pointed ahead. Over that bridge there's a new crossbridge rice noodle place. Cheap and really good. Lin Mo Gidge, let me take you. Crossbridge rice noodles? Lin Mo drew out the words. I just shelled out 150 grand to save your brother, and that's my reward? Color rushed to Ning Zai's ears. Her voice shrank to a whisper. They'll treat you to something fancy when I get my paycheck. Staring at the woman who, in his past life, had been a decisive, awe-inspiring empress adored by millions, now shyly lowering her head because she was broke, Lin Mo burst out laughing. I'm teasing. Truth is, I love crossbridge rice noodles. Ningxi clearly loved rice noodles. She was eating with obvious relish. Lin Mo had been starving, but when his gaze fell on the broth clinging to the corner of her lips, hunger was abruptly replaced by a very different craving. After she emptied the bowl, Ningxi looked up and met Lin Mo's amused eyes. It felt as though he was waiting for her to set down her chopsticks before making his next move, and even though she had braced herself, her heart still fluttered. Are you full? Lin Mo asked in a low voice. I'm full. She nodded, cheeks warming. Just as Ningxi wondered what would happen next, Lin Mo surprised her. If you're full, they'll take you home. She needed a few seconds to process that, then waved her hands quickly. It's fine, I can get home on my own. When they reached the door of the shop, the night breeze tugged at Ning Zai's skirt. She folded her arms, shoulders shivering slightly. Lin Mo slipped off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The temperature drops a lot at night, don't catch a cold. Ningxi looked up and met his gaze, tiny sparks dancing in her eyes. Thank you. He flagged down a taxi, opened the door for her, and watched the car pull away before turning toward the bridge and the path to his own home. Inside the taxi, Ningxi watched his figure recede in the rearview mirror, fingers tightening around the edge of his jacket. A gentle warmth spread in her chest aside from her mother and brother. Only Lin Mo treated her well, without asking for anything in return. Lin Mo knew a full massage parlor was no place for her, yet he dared not disrupt the timeline for fear a butterfly effect would push Ning she into Oracle early and cost her future SS steer talent. So he could only keep visiting Tingyu Pavilion and protect her from the shadows. After tonight, her affection gauge has to soar, right? He thought cheerfully. I've got to keep at it and topple the Empress as soon as possible. He had reaped another big reward tonight. The white rabbit candy had sparked an idea for dealing with Wang Junjie. But that would have to wait until he had rested. 8 straight hours of boss farming had left him exhausted, and he could barely stay upright. Back home, he set the alarm for 11, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep instantly. Across town, Ningxi returned to her tiny one-bedroom flat. Though cramped, it was spotless, pink, and cozy. She washed Lin Mo's jacket and hung it to dry, then perched on the bed, opened her laptop, carefully donned the black helmet, and clicked the icon for a game called Oracle. Ring ring ring. 11 o'clock at night. The alarm blared like a death knell and dragged Lin Mo from sleep. He had barely slept 2 hours, his eyelids still glued shut, yet he shuffled to the computer, put on the helmet, and logged into Oracle. The double drop buff for Venom Vials in the Hive Crypt lasted only 12 hours. 3 were already gone, leaving 9 to go. Lin Mo had to squeeze every second out of the remaining buff, turning 9 hours into the work of 18. Ding player Mo Shou Chungue, welcome back to the world of Oracle. The blinding white light faded, and Lin Mo stood once more on the teleport pad in Blazing City. Night had fallen, and elemental fire lanterns hung in the air like crimson serpents. He sprinted to the apothecary, swept almost every blue potion off the counter, and bolted for the insect hive catacombs. Outside the dungeon, nearly 100 Chaos Guild players had sealed the entrance. Shield warriors locked tower shields in front, mages and archers flanked them, ready to unleash firestorms and arrow rain. Lin Mo sneered to himself. The inside was surely crawling with Chaos members too. There was no way to farm Venom Vials like this. He switched to Plan B without hesitation. Pulling up the Blazing City rankings, he tapped the 4th place level 21 warrior Longhun Aoshu and fired off a private message. Inside the Hive Catacombs, Chaos members weren't strong enough for deeper floors, so they farmed the 1st and 2nd levels, grinding low-tier poison bugs for Venom Vials. Boss orders, their squad leader shouted. 1st tier toxic set, 30 grand. 2nd tier toxic set, 100 grand. Hustle up, let's get paid. The promise of cash sent a thrill through the crowd, insect screeches mixing with players' battle cries. Meanwhile, in the real world, in a luxury apartment, Wang Junjie slept with an arm around each of 2 women until the shrill ring of his phone exploded in the room. Damn it, who is it? He growled, snatching it up. Boss, bad news. The brothers in the Hive Catacombs are under attack by Dragon Soul Guild. The word snapped him awake. Dragon Soul? Those bastards again. He shoved the women aside, threw on clothes, and rushed into the gaming room. The helmet clicked into place, and his consciousness dove into Oracle. Under the night sky outside the catacombs, flames rose like banners. Dragon Soul and Chaos were locked in a full-scale brawl, white flashes erupting with every death, screams and shouts echoing non-stop. Swish, 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 arrows ripped through the air. Su Muchio, rank 2 on Blazing City's leaderboard, and a level 22 archer, led the charge. Wielding the violet gold crossbow Space Strangler, she commanded 1,000 Dragon Soul Elite Savage level 20 in Iron Tide, smashing into Chaos line. The Chaos players, mostly level 18 or 19, were forced back step by step. Wang Junjie finally sprinted over from the capital's teleport hub. One glance at his men, dropping like wing-clipped chicks, sent veins bulging on his forehead. I spend a fortune on you losers and you give me this? He roared. 3 assassins can't gank 1 mage and still lose 2? My cleaning lady could play better. Boss, we've been grinding the Shadow Legion in Shadow City like you said, then rushing the Hive Catacombs. Low XP, constant deaths. Flash. A single stroke turned the speaker into a pillar of light. No excuses. If you can't make me money, what good are you? Kill them. If Dragon Soul isn't wiped tonight, you're all fired, and he'll hire new blood. Wang Junjie's roar swept through the ranks like an icy gale, freezing the Chaos players' blood. Terrified of losing their benefactor, they gripped their weapons and, against their better judgment, charged straight at Dragon Soul's line. Outside the Nest Crypt, the guilds Longhun and Luanshi were locked in a brutal struggle that shook the skies. Only half of Luanshi's main force was present, while the other half remained in Enying City, and their supposed numbers advantage vanished in an instant. The scattered defenders, already wavering, were being crushed by Longhun's elite, every one of them ranked within the top 10,000 of Liyue City's leaderboard, often needing 2 or even 3 Luanshi players just to trade for a single opponent. Wang Junjie's longsword dripped with blood as he cursed, "Damn it. Call everyone over from Enying City. I want to see how tough these Longhun bastards really are." Before he could finish, Luanshi's strategist, Luanshi Zhuge, hurried forward. "Jia, don't be impulsive. We have to conserve our strength. The hidden instance Shadow Sanctum in Enying City must come first. We still don't know how strong that poison set is. If it's only a minor upgrade, we'll be trading a watermelon for a sesame seed." Shadow Sanctum's value is clear. We have to prioritize the dungeon. Wang Junjie clenched his jaw. After a moment, he nodded begrudgingly. Fine. Well, clear the hidden instance first, then come back for you. Longhun Aishar, remember this. Withdraw. At his command, Luanshi's players beat a hasty retreat from the nest crypt. When the battle ended, the onlookers broke into excited chatter. Spectator A. Longhun is incredible. I saw them crush Luanshi back in Dead Town. This is the second time. Spectator B. They're the elite of the top guild on the Tianqi server. Liyue City has 3 million players, and all 1,000 of them sit in the top 10,000. That says everything. Spectator C. I kinda want to join Longhun. I wonder how high their requirements are. Spectator D. Their guild master values talent. If you're strong enough, you can get in, but at minimum, you have to be in Liyue City's top 10,000. Spectator E. Then forget it, I'm not worthy. He'll go to Luanshi instead. I hear they even recruit 80-year-old grandpas and pay huge salaries. With Luanshi routed, the nest crypt officially became Longhun territory. On the edge of the crowd, Lin Mo, who had been silently observing, suddenly stepped forward and headed straight for the entrance. Let him through, Su Muchio ordered, and the guards immediately moved aside, clearing a path. Under a forest of stairs, Lin Mo walked in unimpeded. A player whispered to Su Muchio, Vice Master, isn't Mo Shichingui on bad terms with your sister? Why not use this chance to score some favor rather than letting him stroll in? Su Muchio's gaze was razor sharp. Those are the boss orders. We just follow them. At the mention of Longhun Aoshi, no one dared question it further. Lin Mo descended straight to the 10th level of the crypt. No outsider realized that Longhun's sudden appearance herein, the clash with Luanshi, stemmed from a private deal struck between Lin Mo and Longhun Aoshi. Lin Mo called in a favor from Longhun Aoshi, asking him to wipe out the Disorder Guild's garrison in the Insect Nest catacombs. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as an honest merchant. Longhun Aoshi, a businessman to the core, cared only about profit. Lin Mo's offer was blunt. Deliver 3 full Tier 2 Venom sets and 10 Tier 1 Venom sets within 24 hours. 13 complete sets would let any guild field a fully geared poison DPS squad on the spot. The price was steep, but it was the quickest way to erase the threat posed by Wang Junjie. Without this deal, Lin Mo probably wouldn't even reach the dungeon's front gate. 13 Venom sets. Time to step on it. With those words, he raised his golden Venom crossbow, locked onto a level 30 poison bug roaming the 10th floor, and opened the hunt. Icefield Grip of Absolute Zero. Heaven Sunder 7-star volley. Swish, 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 swish. The 2 SS rank skills blasted out together. An icy domain blanketed the ground, freezing the very dust in the air, while 7 golden star arrows roared forward and skewered 3 venomous scorpions. 4,993 critical. 1,819 critical. 1,819 critical. 1,862 critical. A shrill screech echoed through the stone chambers as the 3 level 30 scorpions froze solid and shattered to shards. Ding killed level 30 venomous scorpion. EXP 4,840. 3. Clatter. With the double venom vial drop buff active, 6 vials rolled off the corpses, their dark green glow staining the ice an eerie hue. Cooldowns reset, and Lin Mo repeated the combo grip of Absolute Zero plus 7-star volley, instantly deleting another 3 bugs and pocketing 6 more vials. In a few breaths, 12 venom vials had landed in his backpack, enough to craft a full piece of venom gear. Encouraged by the hot start, he went full throttle, sweeping the 10th floor back and forth to farm vials. Between pulls, he finally checked the loot from the Zerg Shaman, been too busy scooping up the Disorder players' drops to look at the boss hall. Gold and venom vials came in piles, but the real treasures were a crank magic scroll and a crank skill book. Bug Burst Magic Scroll. Quality, C. Effect, summons 100 insects with 1 ATK, 1 DF, and 1 HP. All insects obey the summoner. Uses, 100,100. In Oracle's world, calling magic scrolls bug tier isn't an exaggeration. They break the game's rules and make miracles. This bug burst scroll may give each insect just 1 ATK, 1 DF, and 1 HP, but it summons 100 at once. Burn through every charge, and you unleash a 10th Sandstrong swarm. Remember how the Zerg Shaman swallowed 3,000 Disorder players in seconds? That was the power of a scroll like this. Even in its nerfed form, it's perfect for melting low-level elites, minor bosses, or thick-skinned tanks, and all-purpose lifesaver. If Head had it before facing the Shaman, he could have saved himself a heap of time and stress. But he no longer needed the efficiency boost. Sell it, Lin Mo decided. Starting price, 200 grand. 200,000 for a crank scroll, outrageous? Not to the whales lining up to bid. To maximize profit, Head throw it on the auction house. The 5% fee was nothing next to the bidding war it would spark, driving the price skyward and stuffing his pockets. Better yet, because his solo kill had triggered a godly defeat double drop, he actually held 2 identical crank scrolls. One guaranteed 200,000, Two men at least 400 and the bidding could only send it higher. Money, come to Papa. Besides the 2 Crade magic scrolls, Lin Mo turned to the other pair of equally valuable Crade skill books. The first one, Mage Skill Crade Insect Detonation. Cast to summon a poisonous bug that inherits 30 of the caster's stats, lasts 10 seconds, and auto-attacks. When it dies, it explodes for 200 of your magic attack. Cooldown, 19 seconds. A summon that fights and then blows up? Lin Mo almost lost it. In a world littered with Crade skills, this Crade gem was a rare treasure. Starting bid, 200,000. One book meant at least 200k. 2 books made 400 kmoni, pure money. He wanted to rush back to town and dump them in the auction house, but leveling took priority, so he swallowed the urge to act like a brand new tycoon. Calm down. He examined the title from the Godslayer achievement. Super God Player Permanent, Quality, Purple, Effect, 10 damage to elite monsters and bosses. Requirement, solo a boss above your level with no outside help. Another purple title, 10% extra boss damage. If Head had that earlier, the Zerg which would have gone down a lot faster. His title list now held 2 white, 1 green, and 3 purple titles, but only one could be shown. After a 1-second debate, he chose the flashiest Super God player and his character sheet updated. Super God player, Mo Shoching. LV, 25 Archer Heavenly Leaderboard 1. Max Swagger, Absolute Coolin. Mo couldn't resist giving himself a thumbs up. Level 30 was close. The pet system would soon unlock, and he prayed that Soulfire Stage 3 would really give him pet cremation. He ran the reputation numbers. Before the boss, 290. Zerg which kill, 100. Godslayer bonus, 100. System achievement, 50. Hive Catacomb Floor, 10 quest, 10. Total, 550. Holy crap, that's enough. Grinning, Lin Mo opened the talent panel, his fingers shaking. Ding, 500 reputation spent. Your unique SS grade talent Soulfire has advanced to stage 3 and unlocked pet cremation. Holy crap, it really is pet cremation. Just what I needed, right when I needed it. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together in excitement. The timing couldn't have been better. Lin Mo couldn't wait to check the effects of his newly advanced talent. Unique SS grade talent Soulfire, stage 3. Description, ignite your soul and unleash Soulfire to incinerate anything, converting it into evolution power for the wielder. Special effect 1 Gear Incineration. Burn gear with Soulfire to gain gear evolution points based on its level and rarity, then use them to evolve equipment. Special effect 2 Skill Incineration. Burn skills with Soulfire to acquire skill evolution points according to a skill's grade, then use them to evolve other skills. Special effect 3 Pet Incineration. Burn pets with Soulfire to obtain pet evolution points determined by a pet's quality, then use them to evolve pets. Special effect 4 Locked. Unlocks when Soulfire reaches stage 4. Advancement requirement, 5,000 reputation. Note, once evolved, gear, skills, and pets become bound. They can't drop or be traded. The same logic applied to pets. Lin Mo could sacrifice the lowest tier common pets, stockpile pet evolution points, and evolve his chosen companion all the way to the pinnacle ancient immortal. His heart pounded, blood roaring in his veins. Damn, this SSS talent is insane. No wonder Empress, the Yueon of the 9 SSS talent holders in his previous life ruled the national rankings. Back then, no one knew Xia's exact talent, but they had seen her erase an entire city-level boss with a gesture and force hundreds of grade talent users to beg for mercy in a single nation war spell. That was the terror of an SSS talent. Seeing Soulfire's power firsthand, Lin Mo's obsession with conquering Empress Xia only deepened. Ning Shi, one of the world's top 10 SSS talent holders, Lin Mo, will make you mine and fight at my side. With Pet Incineration unlocked, he just needed to reach level 30 and complete his second class change to activate the pet system. Once he held the world's only ancient immortal pet, he'd have an ally stronger than himself and grind even faster. Level up fast. Lin Mo watched venomous insects swarm out, swung his sword, and mowed them down, blood racing with excitement. Mid-grind, a friend message popped up. Gentle evening breeze. Senior Lin Mo, I texted you on WeChat, but you didn't reply. I thought you logged off to sleep, but I just saw you're in game. Gentle evening breeze. Senior, are you okay? Did Wang Junjie threaten you? A chill flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He replied, buy the book, 10th floor of the Nest Dungeon. Come find me. Gentle evening breeze. Okay, senior. But we're only on the 8th floor right now. Buy the book, fight your way up. Gentle evening breeze. Alright. Flamefire City. Xiao Wanwan had just logged in when she saw Lin Mo's icy message and couldn't help blaming herself. Is Senior Lin Mo angry? We didn't go in to help when the entrance was blocked. Does he resent us? Skinny Monkey sighed. We would have just died if we'd gone in. Fat Dahai scratched his head. Maybe he doesn't want to power level us anymore. The three kept guessing, while Ling Xiao lowered his head in silence, guilt flickering in his eyes. Let's head to the Insect Nest Dungeon and meet up with Lin Mo. We'll figure it out there. Right. Icebound Grip of Eternal Frost. Heaven Rin 7-star Volley. Swish, 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 swish. Two SS rank abilities exploded in quick succession, icy blue and molten gold light weaving into a blazing cascade. Arrows screamed through the air, and under the hum of a Tier 2, gold-grade venomous crossbow they ripped through the swarm. Wave after wave of poisonous insects crashed to the ground, transforming into experience, venom flasks, and copper coins that Lin Mo absorbed in an instant. With the double venom flask drop rate buff on him, his bottle farming speed was ridiculous. The backpack icon kept flashing, and the number of flasks soared almost faster than the eye could track. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the Hive Catacomb, Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Hoer, and Pang Dehai were surrounding a level 27 Venom Wasp, working on the same Venom Flask quest. A while ago they had followed behind Lin Mo and felt that no matter the level gap, the bugs were made of paper. Now, fighting alone, they finally understood how cruel the Hive could be. Although the four of them had reached level 20 thanks to being carried, barely scraping into the top tier of players in Blazing City, trying to tank a level 27 Wasp's poison stinger was still nearly impossible. Brother Xiao, I can't hold on. What now? The assassin Shou Hoer shouted as he rolled aside. Ling Xiao swung his sword to parry, the chained stings numbing his arms. Even though the priest Pang Dehai was practically snapping his staff in half, his heels still couldn't keep the front line alive. Boom, 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 boom. The mage Xiao Wanwan lifted her hands and called down a rain of fire, the blaze reflecting off buzzing wings. The four of them burned every ounce of strength they had and finally dropped a single wasp, but both their health and mana bars were nearly empty. Shou Hoer wiped his forehead and forced a laugh. Watching Imo Shoching mow them down like tofu, I thought this dungeon was a joke. Didn't expect these little bugs to be so tough. Pang Dehai sighed. At this pace, when are we ever going to hit the 10th floor and meet up with Senior Lin Mo? Why hasn't he come get us? His girlfriend already paid him to power level Yusone level costs 100 grand. Here's the problem, Xiao Wanwan said, lowering her staff. Let's go back to town, hit the auction house for better equipment, then come back. Shou Hoer and Pang Dehai both pulled long faces. I blew this month's allowance on potions. I'm flat broke. I've got it, Xiao Wanwan said without hesitation. He'll pay. No way, Ling Xiao shook his head at once. You've been footing the bill for everything, Wanwan. I can't let you carry us all. Xiao Wanwan took his hand, her eyes gentle. It's fine, Ling Xiao. As long as we're together, this is nothing. The more considerate she was, the heavier Ling Xiao's guilt became. Enough talk. Town, gear, then straight back, Xiao Wanwan said, her smile fading as her words sped up. Ling Xiao, you have to reach level 30 before Wang Junjia. That's the only way we stay together. Classes start Monday morning, so we grind as much as we can tonight. Ling Xiao nodded hard. Right. Time flew. They had entered the dungeon at 11. In what felt like a blink, it was already 3 in the morning. Thanks to the double drop event, Lin Mo managed to fill a large backpack with venom vials in just 4 hours. 125 of them in total. That was enough to trade for more than 300 pieces of poison gear. If even 1 or 2 items suited his build, his combat power would jump again and his farming speed would skyrocket. With that in mind, he slung the bulging pack over his shoulder and headed out of the insect nest dungeon. In the darkness, Captain William's torch lit up the entrance. Lin Mo stepped forward, spoke with William, and began turning in vials for equipment. Ding submitted 10 venom vials. Congratulations, you've received Toxic Helmet, Warrior, level 20, Tier 1, green. William Favor 1. Ding submitted 10 venom vials. Congratulations, you've received Toxic Staff, Priest, level 20, Tier 1, white. William Favor 1. Ding. The notifications streamed past, each one chiming in his ears 100 times over, until Lin Mo was nearly numb. Close to his 200th trade, a blue prompt suddenly popped up. Ding submitted 10 venom vials. Congratulations, you've received Toxic Chainmail, Archer, level 20, Tier 2, blue. William Favor 1. At last, Lin Mo's spirits soared as if had just become a father late in life. He locked that piece instantly and kept trading. Unfortunately, while a few more Tier 2 items did drop, none were for his class. With his inventory almost full, he had to stop and sort the 311 pieces of poison gear stacked like a small mountain at his feet. Just then, several Dragon Soul players finished the insect nest quest and came up to William to turn it in. When they saw the pile of green and blue gear, they froze. Whoa, look at all that loot. How many venom vials did Imo Shochingue burn through? Crazy. No wonder boss Aoshi wants to partner with him. While they muttered, Lin Mo paired up each class and armor slot, eventually assembling 5 complete Tier 1 poison sets, 1 each for Mage, Assassin, Warrior, Knight, and Archer. Tier 1 sets were easy enough to farm, but even with all 8 pieces and the 100 poisons immunity bonus, they only offered a 50% poison boost and 50% resistance, far short of his goal. Finished, he mailed the 5 Tier 1 sets directly to Dragon Soul Aoshir. The rest went by the usual rules. Tier 1 white gear was burned on the spot for evolution points, while all green and above was bundled up and sent to Qin Feng. It was already 3 in the morning. Qin Feng had grown addicted to Oracle, and after the guild was wiped back to level 0 in yesterday's Dead Town event, had led the brothers on an all-night grind in the wild. The moment Lin Mo messaged him, Qin Feng headed straight for the main city. Got it, bro Mo? I'm on my way to the warehouse. And the gear you told me to list on the auction house is almost sold out. Transfer the money now. A bank notification popped up on Lin Mo's phone. 1,857,200 credits. Even he was surprised by the amount. Back then, the 3,000 plus members of Wanshire Guild walked out of the Nest dungeon with more than 1,500 pieces of gear. The 200 most valuable items went up on the auction house and brought in a hefty 1.85 million yuan, while Lin Mo tossed the remaining 1,300 straight into the smelter without a second thought. Even at a bargain price of 500 yuan each, those white-grade items could have fetched 6 or 700,000. He couldn't help but sigh once more. Wang Junjia, you really are something else. Earlier, Lin Mo had asked Qin Feng to handle the sales and promised him a 10% cut, but Qin Feng hadn't taken a single cent. So Lin Mo simply wired him 200,000 yuan with the note. You earned, fizzed and argue. Use the rest to buy gear for your guildmates. Liuhua City. When Qin Feng saw the funds hit his account, he nearly jumped out of his seat. Thanks, brother Mo. He first stashed the equipment Lin Mo had mailed into the guild vault, then hurried to the auction house, where he snapped up a mountain of weapons and armor for every class and level before mailing it all to the 30-odd members of Zhu Feng Guild. Job done, he announced in the guild chat. Brother Mo paid for this batch of gear. From now on, Zhu Feng rolls with Mo Shou Chengui. Anyone got a problem with that? Fivethazaniyuan bounties up front, free gear afterward. Although everyone had been reset to level 0, their morale shot sky high. The chat exploded. Zhu Feng Ji, no objections. The boss is my boss. He'll follow him to the end. Zhu Feng Ji Z, same here. Live as Zhu Feng, die as Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng Dahan, count me in. Zhu Feng Xiao Nian 1. Zhu Feng Xiao Yu, 10,086. Ding. 160 gear evolution points consumed. Congratulations. Your level 20, tier 2 toxic chainmail has been upgraded from blue to purple. Ding. 320 gear evolution points consumed. Congratulations. Your level 20, tier 2 toxic chainmail has been upgraded from purple to orange. Ding. 1,280 gear evolution points consumed. Congratulations. Your level 20, tier 2 toxic chainmail has reached the highest grade, gold. With plenty of points to burn, Lin Mo smashed the confirm key without hesitation, boosting the newly acquired toxic chainmail straight from blue to top tier gold. Sangqiong toxic chainmail. Level 20. Quality tier 2 gold. HP 2,280. Bonus stats: Constitution 80, Endurance 80. Special effect Venomous Rebound. When the wearer is hit, the attacker is poisoned for 3 seconds, losing 200 HP per second. Class requirement: Archer. Description: one piece of the Archer Venom set. Tier 2 gold gear is as outrageous as ever. Lin Mo had expected the toxic set to come with a poison-based effect, making future set bonuses easier to stack. He promptly swapped out the threadbare level 5, tier 1 holy light robe he had been wearing since the starter village. His stats changed instantly. HP skyrocketed from 2,780 to 5,465. The extra 80 endurance translated into more than 80 points of defense. Over 5,000 health and more than 600 defense at level 20. Calling him a top-tier tank was no exaggeration. Ding. You have activated the 3-piece Venom set bonus. 100 poison immunity, 38 passive. 1. All poison effects inflicted by the wearer are increased by 30. 2. The wearer gains 30 poison resistance. Poison amplification and resistance both climbed by another 10. Lin Mo checked the numbers. 1. Venomous crossbow damage rose from 280 to 364 per prop. 2. Venomous boots conversion improved from 1 point of poison 0.10 agility to 0.13 agility. 3. The new chainmail's venomous rebound tick went from 200 to 260 damage per second. The 3-piece combo also granted an extra 34 agility. Every stat and effect received an across-the-board boost, leaving Lin Mo eager to complete the full tier 2 Archer Venom set. After sorting his gear, he returned to the 10th floor of the Insect Nest dungeon to keep farming poison vials. No sooner had he stepped through the entrance than several familiar figures appeared. Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, Shou Ho, and Pang Dehai had fought their way from the 8th floor to this point on their own strength. Lin Mo, Xiao Wanwan waved, her face lit with delight. Her greeting was met not with words, but with a flash of arrows. Lin Mo raised his bow and loosed a volley into the air. SSS rank Ice Frozen Grasp. SSS rank Heaven Shatter 7-star volley. Whoosh! A field of bitter frost erupted with Pang Dehai at its center. Icy winds sweeping outward. Wanwan, look out! Ling Xiao reacted on instinct, yanking Xia Wanwan into his arms. Frigid air tore across his back, but he used his own body to shield her from the brunt of the blast. A split second later, 7 golden bolts streaked down from the sky like thunder, piercing all 4 players trapped inside the frozen domain. The devastating impact left each of them with a single hit point, hanging by a thread. Sho Hoer's pupils contracted. His voice shook. "B-boss, we didn't make it in to save you. But that's not a death sentence, right?" Peng Dehai was sweating buckets. "Exactly. The Chaos Guild had the whole place sealed off. We couldn't fight our way in." Lin Mo's face was impassive. Lowering his bowstring, he said flatly, "You get only one chance." Before Xiao Wanwan, Sho Hoer, and Peng Dehai could react. Thud. Ling Xiao crashed to his knees on the ice. He looked up at Lin Mo, remorse flooding his voice. "Senior, I'm sorry I acted alone." Wanwan and the others knew nothing. "Ling Xiao?" Xiao Wanwan staggered back in disbelief. "What's going on? What did you do?" Lin Mo watched him, already calm. For 2 days he had replayed every clue, looking for the leak. In the brood nest, the moment he started farming, Wang Junjie appeared. In Dead Man's Town, Lin Mo stepped inside, and Wang Junjie ambushed him. Last night, on the crypt's 10th floor, Wang Junjie even abandoned the hidden shadow shrine to steal the first kill. Wherever Lin Mo went, Wang Junjie homed in on him like a blood-scenting hound. The only explanation was an insider. During those 2 days, only Ling Xiao's group had stayed with him, so suspicion fell on them. When the truth hit, Xiao Wanwan's voice trembled with pain. "Why, Ling Xiao? Why help Wang Junjie?" Ling Xiao prostrated himself, sobbing. "If I refused, Wang Junjie would never stop. Even if I hit level 30 first, he'd push the race to 50, 70, 100 until I lost, and you became his plaything." Tears streamed down Xiao Wanwan's cheeks. "Then I'd rather go to prison than betray someone who helped us level and gave us a chance. Ling Xiao, you've crushed me." Yet she still knelt beside him, tears splashing onto the ice. "I'm sorry, Senior Lin Mo. It's my fault. Ling Xiao did it for me. If someone must pay, let it be me. Kill me if you must, I won't complain." Ling Xiao pulled her into his arms. "Wanwan, it's not your fault. I'm the one who failed to protect you. Son of a bitch." Sho Hoer's fists cracked as he clenched them. "When we're back on campus tomorrow, I'll slice up that bastard Wang Junjie myself." While emotions raged, Lin Mo calmly set down his bow. "Stand up. I'm not blaming you." They traded bewildered looks. "Grinding your way up from the 8th floor is punishment enough." Xiao Wanwan's eyes filled with grateful tears. She bobbed her head. "Thank you, Senior Lin Mo. Thank you." Ling Xiao raised a hand and swore. "I, Ling Xiao, swear to the heavens. If I ever betray you to Wang Junjie again or harm you in any way, may lightning strike me dead." "No," Lin Mo said, a wicked smile curling at his lips. "From now on, I want you to keep betraying me." "What?" Lin Mo's words left Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and the others completely stunned. Confidently, Lin Mo looked at Ling Xiao. "Do you want to save your girlfriend?" Ling Xiao nodded at once, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "If it gets Wanwan out of Wang Junjie's clutches, he'll do whatever it takes." "Then keep selling me out," Lin Mo said evenly. "If Wang Junjie learns I've spotted your betrayal and that you've switched sides, Xiao Wanwan is as good as dead." Ling Xiao was no fool. At first he was confused, but after a brief pause he caught on. "You mean turn the tables on him?" Lin Mo nodded. "With someone like Wang Junjie, negotiation is useless. The only way is to crush him completely." "I understand," Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile, resignation written all over his face. "But Wang Junjie has money and power. I don't stand a chance." "I do," Lin Mo replied. The 2 simple words lit up the darkness like a flare. Bright-eyed, Ling Xiao clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. "All right. Whatever you need, I'll do it. He'll fight Wang Junjie to the end." "Not so fast. Follow my lead," Lin Mo said in a low voice. His plan was simplest all for 3 months. 3 months from now, the Oracle would swallow reality, and the existing order would collapse. By then Wang Junjie would have no legal leverage over Xiao Wanwan. Lin Mo wasn't giving Ling Xiao a chance out of charity. It promised a hefty payoff. When he first returned from rebirth, Lin Mo did regard Wang Junjie as a thorn in his side, but he soon realized it was better to treat the man as a walking ATM. At the moment Lin Mo had 6 million in his account, at least 2/3 of it courtesy of Wang Junjie. If he wanted to grow that bankroll quickly in the next 3 months, the fastest way was to keep bleeding him. The Wang family was worth 50 billion. Skimming even 1% would be more than enough. Moreover, Ling Xiao's leak about the boss had lured Wang Junjie and his crew into the insect nest catacombs. It looked like betrayal, but it had actually helped Lin Mo tremendously. When Lin Mo killed the insectoid shaman, 480,000 insect soldiers were still entrenched on the 10th level. Without the Chaotic World Guild arriving in time to open an exit and draw the monsters away, he would have needed at least a dozen hours to clear the place. The Oracle's rule stated that if loot lay uncollected for an hour, it vanished. Thanks to Wang Junjie's intrusion, Lin Mo avoided losing a mountain of drops and even harvested huge spoils through the Chaotic World Guild. Because of that, he didn't blame Ling Xiao. He was actually grateful. Afterward, Lin Mo kept leading parties as usual, leveling up with Ling Xiao and the others while gathering vials of venom. This time Skinny Monkey and Fat Dahai handled the loot, Ling Xiao and Xiao Wanwan pulled the mobs, and Lin Mo's workload shrank dramatically. Halfway through the run, Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Lin Mo. Wang Junjie just messaged me. He promptly projected the holographic chat window so that both Lin Mo and Xiao Wanwan could see it clearly. Wang Junjie, what's Mo Shoqing doing right now? I want every single detail on his movements. This was the signal Lin Mo had been waiting for. Only after Wang Junjie reached out first could he set the blood-sucking plan in motion. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, his tone calm but certain. Tell him I'm farming the venom set in the catacomb dungeon. If he asks what it does, explain that the set's poison immunity negates every toxic effect in all poison-type instances around Blazing City. Those poison dungeons are worth several times more than the regular wild zones and offer the best loot. The moment he finished, Xiao Wanwan couldn't help asking, Senior Lin, is that true? Of course it's true, Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened. She dropped her voice, though it could not hide her surprise. Aren't we basically steering Wang Junjie toward new resources? Why not feed him false intel instead? Lin Mo's lips curved into a meaningful smile. The best lies are half-truths. Ling Xiao, who had always trusted Lin Mo, forwarded the message to Wang Junjie word for word. Meanwhile, Shadow City lay shrouded in night. A stolen boss, a shattered guild, and now the Dragon Soul Guild had snatched the catacomb dungeon. One blow after another kept Wang Junjie seething. To vent, he and several guild members were grinding shadow sentinels on the city's outskirts, battling on autopilot just to cool his rage. When Ling Xiao's reply popped up, he glanced at it and his pupils contracted, fury almost spilling off the screen. Didn't those Dragon Soul dogs take the catacomb? How the hell is Mo Shoqing still inside? Did he sick Dragon Soul on us? Wang Junjie growled, veins bulging. Damn it, bastard. I'm not done with you, Mo Shoqing. Even as he cursed, the phrase venom set grabbed his attention. Too impatient to think, he forwarded the message to his strategist, Chaos Juga. What do you think? Another trap from Mo Shoqing? After one scheme after another had blown up in his face, Wang Junjie was already paranoid about anything Lin Mo touched. Chaos Juga adjusted his glasses, speaking coolly. We can find out the truth. Don't rush, boss. Leave the probing to me. He opened the Oracle's official guide, quickly searching every poison dungeon near the Tier 3 human main city Blazing City. After locking on his several targets, he issued orders as Vice Guild leader. Head for Serpent King Isle, the Venom Swamp, and Corrosion City. Bring me a full data dump on each within 30 minutes. The underlings shuffled their feet until Wang Junjie roared, move it. If you come back empty-handed, you're all out. Right away, boss. 30 minutes later, reports flowed in. A glint flashed in Chaos Zuja's eyes. As expected, Snake Gall from Serpent King Isle upgrades gear quality. The Toxic Miasma in Venom Swamp boosts item level. The Corrosive Agent in Corrosion City can directly raise equipment tier. He concluded in a grave tone. These dungeons are immensely valuable, but the poison is lethal. Normal players drop dead in seconds. No one can survive without the venom set Ling Xiao mentioned. Wang Junjie clenched his jaw. I knew those Dragon Soul dogs were up to something. They must have discovered these perks and stole the catacomb to farm the set. No way I'm letting them lock down those dungeons. He'll lead a raid and... Boss, don't. Chaos Juga quickly stopped him. If we fight Dragon Soul to the death, Mo Shoqing will just waltz in and reap the rewards. Wang Junjie fumed. Then what's your plan? Chaos Juga leaned closer, lowering his voice. We buy the venom set outright. Saves us time, and we can dive straight into the hidden instances. Best of both worlds. Yoshi. Wang Junjie's eyes lit up. He waved a hand. Now that's why you're my strategist. 50 grand for you. Much appreciated, boss. Chaos Zuja's confidence showed in his smile. Leave it to me. Wang Junjie's grin turned icy. Staring up at Shadow City's dim sky, he spoke in a low, vicious tone. Never thought that useless Ling Xiao might actually be worth something. Still Xiao Wanwan will end up in my bed sooner or later. Humph. The 10th floor of the Hive Catacombs. Lin Mo led Shouho, Pang Dahai, and the others through the outer corridors, staying well away from the Zerg Palace. From the pitch-black walls came an occasional hiss as swarms of venomous insects burst out, wings flapping frantically. Blades flashed, bugs dropped, and the team scooped up the poison vials that littered the floor. Deep inside, the boss the Zerg shaman had already respawned. One glance at the faint red mist in that direction was enough for Lin Mo. After 7 hours of torture, he wanted nothing to do with it. The first kill bonus is worth a fortune, but by the second and third run the pay falls off a cliff, often worse than farming a random elite. Ling Xiao knew that as well. He cared more about steady experience than finishing a quest by killing the shaman. Lin Mo, meanwhile, had his eyes on the single most reliable moneymaker, turning poison vials into pieces of the venom set. Even in the middle of combat, Ling Xiao kept checking his friend's list for a reply from Wang Junjie. Nothing came. Instead, Lin Mo's private chat icon lit up. Wang Xiaobei, level 21 warrior, Heaven rank number 9. Bro, I've seen you running the Hive Catacombs a lot these last 2 days. Guess you're farming the Venom set? Want to make a deal? Sell me every piece you don't need. Class, slot, and quality don't matter. He'll pay double market price. Peng Dehai leaned over as Lin Mo put the chat on public display, confusion written all over his face. Who is this Wang Xiaobei, and what's he gonna do with that many Venom sets? Lin Mo just smiled and typed fast. Sure, I average 2 Venom pieces a minute. Take however many you want. But the price is 10 times market. 10 times. Shouho drew a sharp breath. No way he'd ever accept a price that outrageous. The reply popped up instantly. No problem. Mail them over, and he'll auto-pay. Seriously? Shouho nearly dropped his dagger. Rich people are insane. Lin Mo wasted no more words. After Ling Xiao and the others took over, he farmed insects for another 2 hours and ended up with more than 2,000 poison vials in his bag. Time to act. He left the dungeon, found the NPC William, and exchanged 2,050 vials for 205 shiny new pieces of Venom gear. Luck was with him. 7 of the 205 pieces were tier 2. He knew the real reason though. Last time had traded over 300 vials in a row, pushing William's favor to level 3. That alone had raised the tier 2 drop rate to 3%. A mountain of gear hit the ground. Shouho and Peng Dehai sweated as they sorted everything in record time. Lin Mo selected 3 complete tier 1 sets and mailed them to Longhun Aoshi. Counting the 5 head already sent, that made 8 tier 1 sets delivered to go. He still owed 3 tier 2 sets as well, but those could wait. The remaining 172 tier 1 pieces he neither burned with Soulfire nor stashed in Qinfeng's warehouse. Instead, he mailed every last one to the player who had just offered to buy Wang Xiaobei. On the open market, a level 20, tier 1 white item usually goes for about 500 yuan. Right now, however, Lin Mo was demanding an outrageous 5,000 apiece. He bundled 152 tier 1 white Venom items covering every class and slot, and mailed them to Wang Xiaobei for a staggering total of 760,000 yuan. Immediately afterward, he shipped 13 green Venom pieces at 10 times their market value, another 260,000 yuan, 6 blue pieces priced at 300,000, and the sole purple item at an even 100,000. Peng Dehai and Shouho watched, throats dry and hearts pounding, unable to utter a single word. A second later, Wang Xiaobei clicked accept all without hesitation. The two finally exploded, screaming on the spot, "Holy crap! Making money has never been this easy." The thought that they had just sold the same Venom gear to Lin Mo for 500 apiece made their hearts twist with pain. When the deal was finalized, the system deducted a 3 service fee, leaving Lin Mo with 1,125,200 yuan. At the same moment, in Shadow City, Wang Junjie was clearing shadow guards when a message from Wang Xiaobei popped up. Boss Wang, as ordered, I bought 172 Venom items from Mashu Qinggui for 1.16 million. Wang Junjie didn't even read the details. He wired 1.5 million yuan to Wang Xiaobei. Keep the change as a tip. Buy everything you can get your hands on, no limit. Wang Xiaobei beamed. Thank you, boss. Pleasure doing business. By the way, Mashu Qinggui, I didn't notice you were behind this, did he? Relax, Wang Xiaobei replied. I just said our guild urgently needed the gear. Never mentioned your name. Satisfied, Wang Junjie chuckled. Mashu Qinggui, so what if you're number 1 on the rankings? I've got money that makes you my hired help. Once my launcher guild is outfitted with full Venom sets, everyone in Liuhua City will dance to my tune. The Dragon Soul puppies can eat my dust. The surrounding launcher members chimed in unison. Boss is awesome. Boss is unbeatable. Back in the insect hive dungeon, Lin Mo stashed the rest of his loot and immediately contacted Qinfeng. Take every Venom piece in the warehouse that's green or better and send them to me. He had originally planned to hold on to the gear and jack up the price once players in Liuhua City realized how valuable the Venom set was, but a 10 times markup was too sweet to pass up. He dumped every spare tier 1 Venom item he had onto Wang Xiaobei again and pocketed another 800 plus thousand. Watching his bank balance creep toward the 8 million mark, Lin Mo was over the moon. As expected, Wang Junjie's money is the easiest to earn. In fact, from the moment he received Wang Xiaobei's purchase request, Lin Mo knew the buyer was Wang Junjie exactly as he had planned. To lure Wang Junjie into the trap, he had deliberately asked Ling Xiao to leak the true value of the Venom set. Predictably, wary of exposing himself, Wang Junjie used an intermediary. Lin Mo took full advantage, quoting a sky-high price 10 times the going rate. Given Wang Junjie's free-spending nature, anything useful was worth any amount. All Lin Mo actually needed was 1 complete Tier 2 Archer Venom set for himself, plus 10 Tier 1 and 3 Tier 2 sets for Longhun Aoshi. Everything else was surplus. Since he was going to sell it eventually, he might as well bleed the other side dry now. More importantly, he sold only Tier 1 items. Wang Junjie never even saw a Tier 2 piece. A full Tier 1 set gives only 50% poison resistance, still barely adequate for Liuhua City's poison-based dungeons. Lin Mo's goal wasn't just to empty Wang Junjia's Walith wanted his opponent to try to stand up, only to find he no longer had the legs for it. Because Ling Xiao and the others were still college students, once the weekend was over their classes took priority. They couldn't spend all day in game like the pros. At 5 in the morning, before any dorm lights were on, they returned to town and logged off. Missing class wasn't an option. From 8 last night to 8 this morning, the double XP and drop rate buff had only 3 hours left, so Lin Mo decided to squeeze that window and grind out one more round of venom flasks. He dove straight to the 10th floor of the catacombs. Clammy stone walls dripped with moisture, and swarms of poisonous insects skittered about, filling the air with a faint hiss. Luckily, Wang Junjia was still online to clean up, buying every piece of toxic gear Lin Mo picked up. That prospect fired Lin Mo up. Each sweep reliably dropped 6 flasks, and he could clear 3 to 4 waves a minute, meaning 2 pieces of toxic gear every 60 seconds. Even if they were only Tier 1 whites, selling them to Wang Junjia at 10 times market price brought in 10,000 yuan per pair. 10 grand a minute would set anyone's pulse racing, and if he was lucky enough to see a green or blue, the profits would soar. He knew the toxic set hustle wouldn't last forever. Once Wang Junjia had stockpiled enough or other Flowing Fire City players got strong enough to farm the dungeon themselves, prices would crater. But for now, Lin Mo was the only player in town who could mass-produce the set, and he intended to milk the monopoly dry. During a lull, he opened the Flowing Fire City leaderboards. 1. Level rank number 1. Level 26 Archer Mo Shou Chenggue, a full 4 levels ahead of number 2 Longhun Mush. 2. Top 3 on the gear rank. Level 20 Tier 2 Gold Toxic Crossbow, Toxic Mail, and Toxic Boots, all owned by Lin Mo. 3. Wealth rank number 1. Wan Shiringjia, carrying 13,589 gold coins. Maniac, Lin Mo muttered. Just letting all that coin sit there and depreciate? The crazier that guy was, the happier Lin Mo felt. By comparison, he was only 10th with 20 coins. If he hadn't sold those 200 earlier, he'd be top 3 for sure. 4. Reputation rank number 1. The mysterious Lioli, with an eye-popping 10,258 rep. Holy crap, Lin Mo nearly blurted. What kind of monster racks up that much reputation? They've got to be cheating. For the first time, he understood why people accused him of hacking when someone's numbers blew past your expectations. The gut reaction was to cry foul. Lioli, who on earth are you? He muttered, steering his character through another pole. Distracted, he accidentally fired Grip of Frost into a dense cluster of insects with a loud whoosh. A dozen level 30 bugs erupted, screeching as they swarmed him. Ah, crap, his heart lurched. He started to retreat when a volley of arrows whistled over his head, gleaming as they buried themselves in the swarm. An instant later, a chain of explosions shattered the catacomb's silence. Boom, 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 boom. A barrage of icicles descended like a colossal hailstorm, blanketing the insect horde. Shards burst against their chitinous shells, carving only shallow scratches. Yet the blast dragged over a dozen poison bugs into a mire of slowing frost. Lin Mo seized the opening and leveled his venom-tipped crossbow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With 512 points in agility, he drew the bowstring to its limit, maxing out his attack speed. Arrows poured down like rain. 1,129. Critical. 1,129. Critical. 1,129. Critical. Boom, boom, boom. Overhead, ice arrows and icicles continued to fall, refreshing the crowd control. Steadying himself, Lin Mo wove a curtain of arrows. The poison bugs froze in place and died in an instant. Dozens of venom vials clattered to the floor, their glass walls glinting with a cold light. Only then did Lin Mo notice that the crowd control had come from a squad of Dragon Soul players. At their head stood Dragon Soul Dusk, Su Muchio, number 2 on Flowfire City's heavenly list, and a level 23 archer. Seeing his former little brother-in-law, Lin Mo felt a surge of nostalgia. Su Muchio had once treated him like family, but they now fought under different banners. Su Muchio spoke, his voice steady. Lin Mo, I'm giving you one last chance. My sister is still waiting for you. Lin Mo had been moved by Su Mukia's arrival on the 10th floor and his timely aid, but that sentence wiped the feeling away. He laughed coldly. I've made myself clear. Su Yingxia and I are finished. Besides, I have a deal with your leader, Dragon Soul AO. Sure. Are you planning to disobey orders today? Su Mukia's eyes blazed. The boss isn't here. I'm calling the shot skill. At his command, roughly 60 level 21 archers and mages in advanced toxin gear raised their weapons. Bowstrings twanged, staves flashed. Boom, 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 boom. Icicles and ice arrows crashed down like a squall. Lin Mo tensed, thinking he was the target, but every spell and bolt whistled past him, slamming into the new wave of poison bugs behind him. We can lock them down, but our DPS can't keep up. The rest is yours. Su Muchio shouted. Several bugs were frozen in place by E to Great Ice Spike and Frost Arrow spells. Lin Mo drew his bow and unleashed the SS grade skill Ice Field. Grip of Absolute Zero, chained it into Judgment. 7-star volley, then followed with lightning-fast basic attacks. Damage spiked. 7 poison bugs collapsed on the spot. When the fight ended, Su Mucho approached, his tone calm. I owe you an apology on my sister's behalf. She raised me, so we'll protect her no matter what. I understand your position, and I want metal again. Farming these venom vials today is my way of paying back what she owes you. He turned and ordered the Dragon Soul players, everyone, follow Mo's lead full power, wipe the bugs. Yes, sir. Lin Mo realized he had misjudged Su Yingxia, but he had never once been wrong about this former brother-in-law of his. He simply said 2 words to Su Mucho. Thanks. Su Mucho nodded. They'll keep the mobs under control. I've got another quest, so I'm off. With that, he turned and disappeared at the entrance to the 10th floor of the underground palace, his footsteps echoing down the dark corridor. Taking his place were more than 50 elite archers, mages, and a handful of warlocks from Dragon Soul. These sub-level 30 players didn't hit hard each strike, dealt only a few dozen to a little over 100 damage, but the fact that they could pierce the defense of level 30 venomous insects proved they were no pushovers. For Lin Mo, though, their real value was crowd control. Slows, freezes, stuns, roots wave after wave of spells kept a dozen poison bugs completely immobilized. In such luxurious conditions, Lin Mo didn't even have to kite. He could stand his ground, draw his bow, and unleash arrows like a torrential storm. When head soloed before, he had never dared pull more than 3 of these insects at once. If any extras joined, their 2,000 attack would shred his 600+ defense and one-shot him. Now, with his teammates chaining their control, he could handle a dozen at a time. Swish after swish, the arrow rain tore through the air, and the bugs dropped like hail. System chimes rolled in. Kill. LV.30 Venomous Spider, 1,640 EXP, 41. Kill. LV.30 Venomous Centipede, 1,640 EXP. Kill. LV.30 Venomous Toad, 1,640 EXP. In Oracle's rules, once a party exceeds 5 members, everyone gets only the 10 minimum XP and loses the cross-level bonus. Lin Mo, however, earned an extra 30 for the last hit, and another one from his leveling maniac title, netting 41 per kill. The Dragon Soul players were stuck at the base 10, effectively working for him. But experience wasn't the point. His real goal was venom vials. Drops ignored party size. If he landed the killing blow, the 200 rate guaranteed 2 vials per kill. After a single pull, his pack was already 20+ vials heavier. As soon as their cooldowns reset, Dragon Soul's players restarted the control rotation, and Lin Mo's damage never slowed, instantly doubling their efficiency. He used to gather about 20 vials a minute, enough to trade for 2 pieces of toxic gear. Now, he was comfortably pulling in 40 to 50 every 60 seconds. Riding the final 3 hours of the double venom vial drop buff, he farmed straight through to 8 in the morning. By then he had climbed to level 27, and resting quietly in his bag were 9,628 venom vials. At 10 vials per tradian, that meant 962 pieces of toxic equipment. Lin Mo couldn't contain his excitement. Just then a new private message popped up from Wang Chao and Bei. Boss, got anything yet? It was the 15th reminder they'd sent in only 3 hours since their last deal. Lin Mo muttered to himself, wondering how big a kickback Wang Junjia had promised them to make them this frantic. Still, he was just as eager once he moved this mountain of stock. Head pull in another windfall. He waved to the Dragon Soul archers, mages, and warlocks who had been farming with him. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. With that, he hurried out of the insect nest catacombs. The moment he left, the Dragon Soul players exploded in chatter. Holy crap, Masho Chengwei is ridiculous. Insane damage is bad enough, but every arrow crits. Does he have a 100 crit talent? He's at least 10 times stronger than Vice Guild leader Su Mucho. Stop talking. Even a guaranteed 10 XP cut levels me faster than grinding in a 5-man party. He's wiping out dozens of level 30 mobs a minute. This is nuts. Outside the dungeon, Lin Mo went straight to Captain William and eagerly turned in his venom flasks. He handed over 9,628 flasks. The exchange took a full half hour and yielded 962 pieces of Tier 1 venom gear, enough to form a small mountain on the ground. First, he picked out 2 complete Tier 1 sets and mailed them to Longhun Aoshi. The remaining 911 pieces he sorted by rarity. Common 824 pieces at 5,000 each. Uncommon 61 pieces at 20,000 each. Rare 19 pieces at 50,000 each. Epic 7 pieces at 100,000 each. Total price, 6.99 million. He bundled the lot and sent it to Wang Chao Bei's mailbox. Meanwhile, Wang Chao Bei had been camped at his inbox all night. When Lin Mo's mail finally arrived, the sheer quantity nearly knocked him out. What the hell, why is there so much? Once he recovered, he PM'd Wang Junjia. Boss, I can't afford to sign for what Masho Chengwei just sent. How much? Wang Junjia asked, unfazed. 911 pieces, 6.99 million. How many? Wang Junjia was stunned. Did Masho Chengwei blow up the entire insect nest catacombs? The shock passed quickly. With this venom gear, they could steamroll the poison dungeons in Blazing City and rake in rare resources. Wang Junjie wired 8 million on the spot and bought everything. That quick flip netted a clean million, and Wang Xiaobei was over the moon. He messaged Lin Mo at once. "Boss, keep it coming. We'll take whatever you've got." "Hold on. I'm out of stock for now," Lin Mo replied. He checked the transaction log. After a 3% fee, 6,780,300 had landed in his account. His balance jumped to 14,859,350.25. In his previous life, Lin Mo had guarded a 6-digit password on an account that never even reached 5 digits. Had never dreamed of seeing 8. Now had already covered nearly a third of his 50 million recharge goal. And it was all thanks to the scheme head let Ling Xiao walk right into. After he finished with the Tier 1 gear, Lin Mo sorted through the Tier 2 loot head just picked up. The warehouse interface opened. Rows of green and white glows almost blinding him. 50 own pieces of Tier 2 poison gear neatly filled the slots. He exhaled, his gaze instantly locking on 2 clusters of light. 1. Archer Tier 2 green poison leggings. 2. Archer Tier 2 white poison ring. Perfect. He lifted a finger and hit 1 click evolve. 2 flashes of gold burst out, and the stat window refreshed. Skyfall poison leggings LV20, Tier 2 gold. Physical defense 350, magic defense 300. Bonus, stamina 80, stamina 80. Special effect toxin ward, reduces poison damage taken by 300. Class restriction, Archer. Part of the Archer poison set. Skyfall poison ring LV20, Tier 2 gold. Physical attack 450. Bonus, strength 80, agility 80. Special effect toxin rend. When attacking a poison target, ignores 300 physical defense. Class restriction, Archer. Part of the Archer poison set. The instant he equipped them, his numbers shot upward. Attack, 1,375, 1,489. Defense, 615, 1,096. A crisp system chime followed. Ding. You have activated the Tier 2 poison set bonus 100 venom immunity poison effects increased by 50, poison resistance 50. He still needed a helm, belt, and necklace to complete the full gold Tier 2 set. The thought of charging into the elite hidden dungeon Shadow Sanctuary fully decked out set his blood on fire. Ever since arriving in Liuhua City, every bit of planning had aimed at that dungeon and was sure he wouldn't leave empty-handed. With his own gear settled, he glanced at the leftovers and raised an eyebrow. Had assembled an entire warrior poison set. Why couldn't these be Archer pieces? He muttered, even as another plan formed. Per their deal, Dragon Soul Guild was blocking off the insect nest catacombs and keeping random players out. In return, he owed them 10 Tier 1 poison sets and 3 Tier 2 sets. The Tier 1s were already delivered. The Tier 2s were still outstanding. This warrior set could fill 1 slot, but Longhun Aoshi was a warrior. If that guy put it on and gained full poison immunity, stealing the last Shadow Heart needed to enter Shadow Sanctuary would become a lot tougher. Better stash this for now. Lin Mo stuffed all the Tier 2 gear into a temporary bag and snapped it shut. After an all-night grind, had slept barely 3 hours, and fatigue crashed over him. He ported back to town. When the silver glow of the teleport pad faded, his shoulders sagged. Log off and grab some sleep first. Rubbing his temples, he still detoured to the Liuhua City auction house before signing out. According to his plan, he listed 2 Kraid magic scrolls, Bug Burst, along with 2 Kraid mage skill books of the same spell, all starting at 200,000 yuan each in the auction house. Now he just had to wait for the big shots in Liuhua City to fight over them. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. He only needed to sit back and collect the money. With that thought, he logged off the game. After logging out, he grabbed his keys, headed downstairs, and bought 2 sets of hot soy milk and fried dough sticks at the convenience store. He crossed the street and walked into the Tinjiuxuan Tea Cafe opposite his building. The 2 receptionists at the front desk beamed when they saw him. "Well, Mr. Lin, here to see our Ningxi again? Weren't you together last night? Missing her already?" Lin Mo cleared his throat and set the breakfast on the counter. "Please give this to Ningxi." "Thanks." He turned away quickly, leaving the teasing receptionists behind. "Humph, I'm upset," one pouted. "He only buys breakfast for Ningxi. He could at least bring me something." The other laughed. "He's into Ningxi, not you. Why would he buy your breakfast? I'm so jealous of her. When will I meet a tall, handsome, thoughtful rich guy like that?" While they sighed, Ningxi came down from a second-floor private room with a cleaning bucket, catching bits of their conversation. Learning that Lin Mo had brought breakfast just for her, she felt a warm glow inside. She hurried to the staff locker room, found a clean gift bag, and ran to the door. "Brother Lin Mo," she called, her voice clear yet shy, holding the bag in both hands, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you for the jacket and the breakfast." Lin Mo took the bag and saw the coat he had draped over her last night washed, neatly folded, and carrying a faint scent of detergent. He smiled. "Eat while it's hot. They'll come by later." He turned and walked away. Ningxi leaned against the doorframe, gazing at his retreating figure. A heart long numbed by hardship was wrapped in a small, but genuine warmth. After finishing his own breakfast, Lin Mo glanced at the time 8 o'clock. Others were just getting up, but he was already exhausted, so he went home and fell into bed. The first few days after Oracle's launch were bound to wreck his schedule. He would fix it later. Meanwhile, in Oracle's world Liyue City's western plaza, Su Yingxiao blocked her brother Su Muchio, her voice shaking. What exactly did you say to Lin Mo? Was he really that heartless? Su Muchio let out a long sigh. Sis, just let it go. I can tell you hurt him badly back then. He needs time to heal. Su Yingxia's eyes reddened. But he loved me so much. Was it all fake? Can he just stop loving me like that? I've already apologized. Every time he apologized before, I forgave him. Why can't he forgive me now? Su Muchio shrugged helplessly. Sis, things are different now. Su Yingxia's shoulders trembled as she sobbed. He must have fallen for someone else. That's why he doesn't want me. Lin Mo, you promised you'd love only me for your whole life. You liar. Just as Su Muchio was wondering how to console his increasingly irrational sister, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded at the street corner. A lean assassin from the Dragon Soul Guild Dragon Soul Flea strode into the courtyard, a short dagger strapped to his back. Almost as if he had been waiting for him, Su Muchio yanked the newcomer into the shadows beneath the eaves, his eyes blazing. Are you sure? Positive. Dragon Soul Flea nodded without the slightest hesitation. Brother Muchio, I checked every kill record for the newbie village bosses, just like you asked. The boss of Village 116, Yunbian Town the Spider Queen, was killed by none other than sticking to the rules. He dropped his voice even lower. I also sniffed around the Dream Chaser studio. Their boss, Wu Gang, had a shadow heart in his hands, but someone ambushed him and stole it. The culprit? The same, sticking to the rules. Unless our intel is wrong, that guy is holding at least 2 shadow hearts. Add the one our leader already has, that makes 3, exactly enough to open the entrance to the hidden instance shadow sanctuary, the Shadow Gate. Su Mucius' brow tightened, his concern plain to see. After a moment's thought, he spoke in a grave voice. The boss must never hear about this. You know his temperament. If sticking to the rules won't hand over the shadow hearts, he'll fight for them and end up getting himself killed. And sticking to the rules work too hard to collect them. He'll never give them up. It's a dead end. His gaze sharpened. Only you, me, and my sister know. Not a fourth soul. Keep digging, find out whether anyone else in Blazing Fire City is holding a shadow heart. Understood. Dragon Soul Flea cupped his fist in salute and hurried off. A short distance away, Su Yingxia, who had overheard the entire exchange, stood there in a daze. When Lin Mo finally woke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Ever since Oracle launched, he had been pulling all-nighters until dawn, so this was the first time he'd managed a solid 8 hours of sleep. Feeling refreshed, he immediately started planning another overnight grind. He'd need the stamina. After washing up, he headed downstairs to find Ningxi for a meal. At Tinjiuxuan, however, the receptionist told him she was off for the day. A flash of worry hit him, and he asked her to place a call. Ning's hoarse voice came through the receiver. Brother Lin Mo, wait for me, they'll be right there. Don't rush. Stay home and rest, Lin Mo said, hearing the strain in her voice. I've got things to handle later anyway, so there's no need for you to come over. Some jerks forced me to drink too much last night, she explained apologetically. My throat's killing me. They'll give you a proper massage tomorrow to make up for it. Deal. Lin Mo chuckled, hung up, and finally exhaled. In his previous life, this seemingly fragile girl had become the Great Xia region's only SS-ranked Empress of the national server. For now, though, she was just a waitress, someone who could be bullied or poached by rival factions at any moment, a thought that unsettled him. His mind raced. As long as Ningxi entered Oracle a little later, she'd still receive her SSS talent, and the 3-bedroom apartment he'd rented in Tianyuan Mansion was far too quiet with only him around. Having her there would be perfect. A plan formed instantly. Tomorrow he would handle her resignation, hire her as his personal assistant, and keep her salary intact. All she'd need to do was water the plants, look after the cat, listen to music, and watch movies, much safer than dealing with creeps at Tinjiuxuan. Evenings or weekends they could shop, catch movies, buy clothes, and hunt for good food, ideal for building their relationship. Empress Xia would serve him and him alone. After a quick dinner, Lin Mo returned home, put on his gaming helmet, and logged in. Ding, welcome back to the world of Oracle, respected player Mo, Shou Qingguei. A flash of white light, and he materialized in the city of Blazing Fire. Had been offline for 8 hours, and the landscape had shifted. At level 27, he still sat firmly atop the rankings. The second-place archer, Dragon Soul Dusk, had reached level 25. Frontline players were mostly 22-23, with the mid-tiers closing in on 20. Clearly, plenty of grinders were just as crazy as he was. From well-informed friends, he also learned what was happening in Shadow City under Wang Junjia's command. The Chaos Guild's 3,000 members had been fighting around the clock, wiping out the Shadow Legion 8 times in a row. The monsters had climbed from level 15 to 23, and with just 2 more rounds the Legion would fall, and the Shadow Gate would finally open. Looks like I need to pick up the pace and grab the last 3 pieces of the Venom set as soon as I can. With that in mind, Lin Mo headed straight for the apothecary in Blazing Fire City. Shelves towered overhead, and jars of every shape caught the mage lamp's glow, throwing off an eerie blue shimmer. Now level 27, he burned more than 80 mana every time he fired off an SS-grade Frost, Grip of Absolute Zero or Skypiercer, 7-star volley. The Tier 2 orange Toxic Burst necklaces, 25 mana refund per kill, barely scratched the surface. So he simply emptied the shop's entire stock of Tier 6 mana potions, stuffed them into his backpack, and left satisfied. Navigating through the bustling streets, Lin Mo opened his mailbox. 4 unread messages popped up. Ding. Congratulations. Your Kraid spell scroll, Insect Burst, consigned to the auction house, sold after 52 bids. Player IAM Not Wangjinjia won the auction for 415,000. After a 5 service fee, 394,250 has been deposited in your bank account. Ding. Congratulations. Your Kraid skill book, Insect Explosion, consigned to the auction house, sold after 111 bids. Player Dragon Soul Aosher won the auction for 640,000. After a 5 service fee, 608,000 has been deposited in your bank account. The next 2 messages were identical: one more Insect Burst scroll, and one more Insect Explosion book, both sold. All told, after fees, he cleared 1.85 million, well over the 800,000 he had expected. The whales in Blazing Fire City never disappoint. Lin Mo clenched his fist and chuckled. With this windfall, his assets shot past 16.7 million. He had set a goal of earning 50 million in 3 months. Only 3 days had passed, and he was already a third of the way there. At this rate, when Oracle opens its recharge event, he can grab the 50 million cumulative top-up reward with ease. How much more he can siphon after that, Lin Mo was eager to find out. He didn't slow down. Exiting the city gates, he sprinted along the desert's edge toward his destination, the Insect Hive Catacombs. Average player level in Blazing Fire City had already hit 20. Eager to squeeze more cash from Wang Junjia, Dynasty Dominion was urging everyone to farm Venom gear, buying it high and flipping it to him at 10 times the price. Crowds poured into the catacombs, Venom pieces flooded the market, and prices collapsed from a tenfold premium to barely double, with some players dumping pieces for common gear prices. Just as Lin Mo predicted, the prime window had closed but had already taken a hefty bite at the peak, so he wasn't worried. If the Venom set stops bleeding him, he'll just tap a different vein. Thinking of Ling Xiao, he smirked. Once he completed the set and cleared the Shadow Sanctuary dungeon, he'd find another way to drain Wang Junjia. The moment he stepped into the catacombs, a clammy chill washed over him. Lin Mo descended layer after layer until he reached the 10th level. In the wavering torchlight, he suddenly saw a lone figure, a familiar silhouette, a familiar presence, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Lin Mo hadn't expected this. The elusive guild master of Dragon Soul, Longhun Aoshi, was standing at the exit of the 10th level of the Insect Hive Catacombs, apparently waiting just for him. The moment they locked eyes, Lin Mo assumed the man had come to collect the remaining 3 sets of Tier 2 Venom gear. He glanced at the raid timer and said evenly, "If I'm not mistaken, we still have 7 hours left before the deadline. Don't worry, I'll have all 3 sets ready for you." Longhun Aoshi waved the matter aside. "Moso Chingue, let's make a trade. Sell me the 2 hearts of shadow you're carrying. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, he'll consider it." Shock rippled through Lin Mo. How did he know he had 2 hearts of shadow? Su Muchio, standing behind Longhun Aoshi, was equally stunned. Had only uncovered that information himself, and just 3 people were supposed to know. His first suspicion fell on Longhun Tiaozao, but he quickly dismissed it. Tiaozao had been loyal for years and had sworn to keep quiet. Almost immediately, Su Muchio turned to Su Yingxia. Sure enough, Su Yingxia's eyes darted away. Su Muchio clicked his tongue silently, but with Longhun Aoshi present, he didn't dare speak up. Seeing Lin Mo hesitate, Longhun Aoshi stopped haggling and named his price. 5 million. Each. The number left Su Yingxia gaping. She had known the hearts of shadow were valuable, but 5 million apiece? 2 meant 10 million. Realizing Lin Mo held something worth a king's ransom filled her with regret. She cursed herself for dumping him when he was broke. Almost in the same breath, she felt a spark of smugness. She was the one who'd tipped off Longhun Aoshi. If the deal went through, Lin Mo would be rolling in cash and might even thank her. Maybe she could use that favor to win him back. The surrounding Dragon Soul members heard the offer and silently agreed that nobody could refuse. Yet Lin Mo merely shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not selling." "Is he crazy?" Su Yingxia screamed inwardly. 10 million, and he still says no? Lin Mo, you couldn't earn that in 10 lifetimes. Lin Mo stayed calm. If ID wanted to sell, ID have taken Wang Junjia's offer of 20 million long ago. After laying out his own valuation, he added a line that made every face darken. "Besides, even if you do get 3 hearts of shadow and open the shadow gate, I can guarantee you won't last a minute inside the Shadow Sanctum raid." At once several Dragon Soul players stepped forward, jabbing fingers at him. "Who do you think you are, doubting our boss strength? Don't let being Firefall City's top-ranked player go to your head. Our leader was already storming through the entire Tianqi world while you were still nowhere to be seen. Lin Mo had no interest in arguing. He met Longhun Aoshi's eyes, his tone casual yet certain. How about a wager? Once the Chaos Guild finishes wiping out Shadow City's Legion, that Shadow Heart in your hand will unlock the Shadow Sanctum's simulated dungeon. Survive inside for 60 seconds, and both of these Shadow Hearts are yours. Longhun Aoshi was a born trader. He never let profit slip away. After a brief calculation, he smiled. Deal. Don't forget what you just said. With that, he exited the nest crypt without hesitation. Feeling guilty, Su Muchio gave Lin Mo a quick nod, then grabbed Su Yingxiuo was about to claim credit and hurried after Longhun Aoshi. Outside the crypt, thick, oily black mist churned at the mouth of the cave. Su Muchio frowned. Sis, why did you tip off the boss? I was trying to help Lin Mo. Arms folded, Su Yingxiao replied as though it were obvious. If I hadn't mentioned it, Lin Mo might have tossed that shadow heart away like a useless rock. Don't mistake him for a fool. Muchio lowered his voice. He only played dumb before to amuse you. Think about it. If the deal falls through, what do you think the boss will do to him? Yingxiao pouted. So what? Business can fail without ruining friendships. No. Muchio halted, voice grave. Longhun Aoshi only sees profit, not friends. Lin Mo has accepted the wager. If he backs out later, the entire Xinyu realm will blacklist him. He isn't protected like Wang Junjie. Even with a top ranking, the boss could crush him in an instant. Yingxia's face went white. What? It's that serious? I was trying to help, not hurt him. Can't you, as deputy guild leader, step in? Muchio gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. I hold this post because I bring profit. If the boss finds out I kept quiet, getting kicked from the guild would be the least of my problems. I'd be finished in Xinyu. Panic set in. Yingxia kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Muchio. I had no idea it would get this bad. What can we do? Muchio sighed. All we can do is pray the boss survives a full minute in the simulation and Lin Mo sells him the Shadow Heart as promised. Otherwise, I don't see a way out. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Nest Crypt, after sending the Dragon Soul group away, Lin Mo stood amid a carpet of writhing insects. Unhurried, he swept them aside with his blade, collecting dripping venom in a glass vial. He felt no anxiety about what came next. Everything was unfolding exactly as had planned. Lin Mo was already outfitted with 5 pieces of level 20, Tier 2, gold-grade venom set gear. With that loadout, the level 30 poison bugs on the 10th floor of the catacombs were nothing more than target practice. He deliberately drew 5 of them in front of him, their fangs sank into his venom mail, instantly triggering poison rebound and forcing each bug to suffer its own toxin. At the same time, the Venom Ring's Poison Rend chain activated, adding 450 points of armor penetration to all of Lin Mo's attacks. With 1,065 points of physical defense, and the Venom Greave's Poison Ward shoring him up, even the insect's 2,000 point hits posed no threat. In only a few heartbeats, every set bonus was running at full power. Then the counterattack erupted. Frost, grasp of permafrost. A curtain of icy air slammed down, trapping the 5 bugs in a 3-second frozen field. Heaven's Bane, 7-star volley. 7 razor-thin beams of frost lanced through the swarm. Swish, swish, swish. 8,454, 2,521, 2,596, 2,674. Critical numbers flickered non-stop across the screen. When the field collapsed 3 seconds later, all 5 bugs lay dead, their bodies still rimed with frost. One volley took out all 5? Lin Mo sucked in a sharp breath, impressed by the venom set's damage. And this was only the 5-piece bonus. Once he completed the 8-piece set, the power would be even more outrageous. Clink, clinklet rained down. Without the double drop buff, the 5 bugs yielded only 5 vials of venom. Previously, killing 3 at a time with the buff had netted 6. All told, he was short just 1 vial, so the efficiency was still solid 2 waves, 10 vials, and he could craft another piece of venom gear. At 5 o'clock the school bell rang. Ling Xiao and Xia Wanwan logged in and hurried to the insect nest catacombs, linking up with Lin Mo. With teammates to pull mobs and scoop up drops, his venom farming speed climbed another notch. Senior, how do you want me to handle Wang Junjie? Ling Xiao asked while clearing the field. Wait, Lin Mo replied calmly. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Understood. Ling Xiao squeezed Xia Wanwan's hand. Watching their avatars fight side by side only strengthened his resolve to go all out against Wang Junjie. Night fell, and darkness swallowed the land. South of Soulfire City lay Shadow City. After a hearty meal in town, Wang Junjie wiped the grease from his mouth and hurried back to oversee the dungeon run. For 2 straight days and nights, 3,000 players from the Chaotic Age Guild had fought in shifts. The Shadow Legion had been wiped out and reborn so many times that its Shadow Guards had climbed from level 15 all the way to level 25. Now a level 25 Shadow Guard hit the ground and stayed down. Wang Junjie's eyes lit up. We've done it. We're almost there. Clear the current wave of level 25 Shadow Legion troops, and the Shadow Gate would have no choice but to open. Brothers, give it everything you've got. Finish the last wave, and once I beat that hidden instance, bonuses for everyone. The players following Wang Junjie weren't in it for friendship, they were in it for the money. At the mention of a cash reward, every Chaotic Age player in the city lit up and swung their weapons with renewed ferocity. They fought like madmen to clear a path to the city's heart for their guild leader, Wang Junjie, turning the night into a brutal canvas of blood and swirling skill effects. Outside Shadow City, in the weeds beneath the wall's shadow, several pairs of eyes calmly tracked the battle inside. "Vi Chief, the brothers are ready. When do we move?" "Wait," Su Muchio replied, his gaze fixed on the flashes of magic exploding above the ramparts. "We've been hidden here for 2 days. One more minute won't hurt. Let the last wave of the Shadow Legion fall first." "Understood." Midnight. In the central square, the final level 25 Shadow Guard let out a dying roar and collapsed. Level 24 warrior Wang Junjie sheathed his sword, black blood splashing off his boots. "Sound off. Boss, the Shadow Guards in the west are completely wiped. North District clear as well. Eastern Legion is down. Southern Guards annihilated." Reports poured in from every direction, and Wang Junjie's face flushed with excitement. "Good." Into the dungeon. He charged to the gray-black stone gate in the center of the city. The Shadow Gate planted both hands on it and shoved. The door didn't budge. "Damn it," he roared, kicking the frame. "I spent a fortune wiping out that legion. Why want this piece of junk open?" The strategist, Luan Shizhuga, traced the surface and pointed at 3 recessed slots. "Could it be like Zhuaming Chizixin from Dreamer Studio said clearing the legion is only the first step, and you still need the Shadow Heart as the key?" "Hell." Wang Junjie wiped the blood from his face, eyes bloodshot. "Find it. Whatever it takes, however much it costs. Bring me the Shadow Heart." Before the words were cold, a guildmate stumbled into the square. "Bad news, boss. Players are attacking the city walls." "Who dares touch my city?" "It's the Dragon Soul Guild." "Those Dragon Soul dogs again." Wang Junjie was already irritated. Now rage consumed him. Luan Shizhuga analyzed quickly. "They've stayed quiet for 2 days, probably waiting for us to clear the mobs so they can swoop in and steal the hidden instance. They'll steal your mother's loot." Blue veins bulged on Wang Junjie's neck. "Think him a pushover? Fine. Time to settle old scores. Dragon Soul, there's no room for both of us in Liuhua City." He whirled to his guild. His shout cracked the air. "Brothers, follow me out there. Every Dragon Soul dog you kill is worth 10,000 credits, no cap." At that bounty, the army went wild. "Brothers, we'll guard Shadow City with our lives for Brother Jia. Charge." Their war cries tore open the night as the Chaotic Age players surged toward the East Gate like a tidal wave. At the same moment outside that gate, more than 1,000 Dragon Soul elites stood in perfect formation under the moon, their armor glinting coldly. At the front, Su Muchio rested his long sword on the ground, eyes locked on the wall. "Siege. Kill." On his command, the Dragon Soul Legion sprang forward, a thunderous roar shaking the heavens as they swept toward Shadow City with world-devouring force. It was the dead of night, the hour when every night owl comes alive. The main city channel of Blazing Fire City suddenly erupted. Word is that over in Shadow City, 2 big guilds have already gone to war. Seriously? The server's only been live a few days. I'm still grinding mobs solo, and they're already fighting a guild war? No joke. And it's our city's 2 titans, Chaos and Dragon Soul. Both of them have huge rosters, right? Massive. Chaos Guild Master, Wang Junjie, is the son of Ningguang's richest man. He's got several thousand players under him. Dragon Soul's an old cross-server guild, easily in the 4-digit range too. Damn, that's gonna be a spectacle. Let's head to Shadow City. Maybe we can grab some gear and strike it rich. The rumor raced across the server in seconds. Casual players burned teleport scrolls and swarmed toward Shadow City. Shadow City itself was already a battlefield. Chaos held the throne and defended the walls, squeezing every advantage out of the terrain. From the moss-covered ramparts 10 meters high, Chaos archers and mages formed a dense firing line, gazing down at the field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows and spell orbs poured down like a monsoon on Dragon Soul's vanguard. Knights and warriors up front. Mages and rangers spread out. Wait for your cooldowns. Assassins, get ready to breach. The commands came from Dragon Soul's Tactician Whisper, a level 24 sorcerer ranked 6th on the Blazing Fire leaderboard. Unlike Chaos' self-styled master strategist, Whisper earned a history degree and a graduate diploma from Xiaohua University, devours military treatises, and was hired by Dragon Soul's leader, A.O. Sure, on a 7-figure salary. Under his direction, Dragon Soul has won raid after raid with minimal losses. Even Vice Leader Su Muchio won't act without his orders. Now, Dragon Soul's toughest line of knights popped short-term dual defense buffs and locked shields in front. Behind them, more than 100 priests raised their staffs. Waterfalls of green healing light cascaded down, keeping casualties low. Whisper's gaze never left the wall top. Tracking cast bars and attack rhythms, he pinpointed the instant chaos archers and mages would have their primary skills on cooldown. Breach now. At the call, Su Muchio drew his sword and roared, "Charge, charge." Hundreds of assassins and warriors hiding on both flanks burst forward, shadows skimming the wall as they stabbed like daggers into chaos side. A wave of high-level archers and mages followed Su Muchio. The moment they hit effective range, they raised their hands and targeted the packed chaos players at the gate. Flaming arrows, ice lances, and lightning chains mixed with a torrential rain of arrows and crashed from the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A storm of aggrade ice arrows and fire arrows, mixed with fireballs and ice lances, arced over the front line and rained down on the enemy ranks. The volley hit like a monsoon. The launcher warriors and knights guarding the gate saw their health bars nosedive, their screams intertwining with shrill system alarms. Priests in the rear were walled in by their own teammates. No matter how frantically they chanted, their heals simply would not land. In the next heartbeat, Dragon Soul's elite assassins slipped through the gaps like phantoms, twin blades flashing coldly as they finished off anyone still clinging to life. Columns of white light erupted. The launcher players at the gate were wiped out, and the defense line collapsed. Through the breach, the Dragon Soul army surged forward like a tide and flooded into the city. Without the wall advantage, Luanshi's bounty hunters interested only in prize money were powerless against Dragon Soul's victory-hungry elite. In seconds, Luanshi's formation was torn apart, the air thick with screams and clattering steel. Damn, did Dragon Soul just slam an energy drink? They're unstoppable. It's not them being good, it's us being trash. Why the hell is our wizard on the front line? Can't even cast moron. Where are the priests? Heal us. Are all our priests dead? I'm trying, but you assassins won't make room. I nearly got shoved out the back gate. Who keeps stabbing me? Have you lost it? Killing your own team for the bounty? The launcher was chaotic even before the assault. Now the rout was irreversible. In less than 10 minutes, all 1,500 launcher players online were wiped out. At the Resurrection Spring in Flamefall City, white light flashed nonstop. Wang Junjie opened his eyes, stunned. What the hell? Where am I? Is this even the same server? The surroundings were familiar. The spring he used all the time. Seeing it crammed with his own guildmates made his hands shake with rage. Useless. Every one of you. So many people, and you can't hold a single city. What do I keep you for? After roaring himself hoarse, he forced down his anger and barked, "Get everyone online now. If we don't retake Shadow City tonight, every last one of you can get lost." Above Shadow City, smoke still lingered. Spectators compared Dragon Soul's forces down less than a third to Luanshi's annihilated army and clicked their tongues. Dragon Soul is brutal. Yeah, Launcher is pathetic. Wang Junjie is loaded, but instead of hiring pros he recruits the old, the weak, and the lame. Talk about wasting a winning hand. Launcher won't just roll over. Stick around. The next round will be even better. Fine by me. I picked up 5 silver coins in the chaos. Maybe you'll snag a few more. Inside the city, Dragon Soul players began sweeping the field, carting away gear and loot. Just then, a middle-aged warrior with a square jaw, clad in black heavy armor and carrying a greatsword, strode in. Every Dragon Soul member fell silent and stepped aside, greeting him with reverence. Boss, A.O. sure of Dragon Soul, his expression icy, walked straight to the shadow gate. In the center of the massive stone door was a waiting recess. He pulled a black-purple crystal, the heart of shadow, from his pack and pressed it into the slot. The moment crystal met stone, dark runes spread across the archway, and with a deep rumble the entire city seemed to pulse. Dungeon simulation initiated. Ding, please confirm the Elite Hidden Instance Shadow Sanctuary Simulation Challenge. The simulation lasts 3 minutes, and each shadow heart can be used only once. No loot will be awarded during the simulation, and death carries no penalty. Proceed? Dragon Soul Aoshi felt a sudden jolt. So the rumored instance really could be simulated. After the initial shock, he clicked confirm without hesitation. Whoosh. The shadow heart erupted in a crimson flash, and the black vortex on the stone gate spread rapidly. Dragon Soul Aoshi was instantly sucked inside. Outside the gate, Su Muchio, Dragon Soul EU, and a large group of Dragon Soul guild members stood in formation, holding their breath. Mo Shou Chingue says the boss won't last 60 seconds in there. Do you believe that? Someone whispered. His aim is obvious. He wants to scare the boss into quitting, grab the shadow heart, and then sell it to Wang Junjie for a fortune, another growled. Humph, he probably doesn't dare to challenge it himself and just wants to cash in. Our boss is third on Blazing City's Sky leaderboard, and his worst piece is Tier 2 epic gear. No hidden instance will drop him in under a minute. Besides, this is only a simulation. Once he figures out the mechanics, the real run will be a sure thing. Their discussion had barely ended when, boom, the stone gate shuddered, and a pitch-black vortex burst open, hurling a figure as if struck by a giant hammer. The body slammed to the ground dozens of meters away, rolling several times before coming to a stop. It was Dragon Soul Aoshi. Boss. Everyone rushed toward him. Dragon Soul Aoshi staggered to his feet. His chest heaved, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his eyes locked on the shadow gate, filled with undisguised terror. He was in there for, what, 10 seconds? Someone muttered in disbelief, checking his timer. He probably got blindsided by a surprise mechanic. Good thing it was only a simulation. Next time we'll be fine. While the others still had faith, Dragon Soul Aoshi took a deep breath and turned to Sumuchio. Contact Mo Sho Chingue. Tell him I'm willing to hand over the Shadow Heart. Everyone froze. Boss, are you really giving the only entry token to Mo Sho Chingue? It was just one simulation. Failure is normal. We can prepare. Amid the clamor, only Dragon Soul EU spoke in a low voice. If the boss is backing off, it means the difficulty is so extreme that no amount of preparation can clear it. Sumuchio nodded silently and went to contact Lin Mo, just as Dragon Soul Aoshi instructed. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the insect hive catacombs, Lin Mo was still grinding venomous insects, collecting vials of poison. Gray-green carapaces shattered in the grass, and bottle after bottle of deep purple venom filled his backpack. At that moment, Sumuchio's private message popped up. Lin Mo glanced at it, a smile tugging at his lips. Everything was unfolding exactly as had foreseen. The Dragon Soul players had guessed right. His aim was to pressure Dragon Soul Aoshi into surrendering the Heart of Shadow. Yet even if everyone saw through that scheme, what could they do? A single trial run had proved that even if Dragon Soul Aoshi's strength increased tenfold, it still couldn't shake the Shadow Sanctuary. On top of that, the instance capped entrance at level 30, leaving Aoshi little room to grow. Lin Mo had run all of this through his mind long ago. In his previous life, Wang Junjie reached level 30, completed his second class change, and wore a full set of Tier 2 level 30 red epics. Yet he lasted only 10 minutes in the sanctuary. Dragon Soul Aoshi's gear was far inferior, so his fate would be even worse. That was why Lin Mo had already completed a Tier 2 Viper Warrior set, but purposely withheld it from Aoshi, preventing him from wearing it in the simulation. Wang Junjie's failure had hinged on lacking poison immunity. The lingering aura Shadow's breath drained his HP by percentage until he fell at the 10-minute mark. If had worn an equivalent Viper set, he might have cleared the dungeon. So in this life, Lin Mo was determined. Once he upgraded that set to gold quality, head solo the Shadow Sanctuary. Lin Mo knew Dragon Soul Aoshi was a businessman who never made a losing trade. He spoke first. State your terms. Sure enough, Sumuchio soon relayed Aoshi's demand. I want 50% of the dungeon profits. Unhurried, Lin Mo replied. You're offering only one Heart of Shadow, and you won't lift a finger in the run. The most he'll give is 30%. Raise the bar, then let the other side back down gracefully. He added, but if you'll do me one more favor, they'll bump it to 35. Before we enter, I need a full Viper set. Help me gather venom vials. After the simulation, Dragon Soul Aoshi finally understood that Lin Mo was collecting the set to clear the sanctuary. The set bonus venom proof could indeed block Shadow's breath, but even with the full set he had no confidence of clearing the instance himself. So he countered, fine, but I want 40%. No merchant's ever truly honest. Lin Mo had expected haggling. He tossed out the next condition. Deal, but you'll have to do one more thing. While I'm in the dungeon, I need your people to hold the line outside. The Shadow Sanctuary's value was sky high, and as a hidden instance its difficulty matched. Lin Mo had watched Wang Junjie's previous live stream, and knew that once a player entered, the Shadow Legion wiped from Shadow City would resurrect at peak level 30 with undead bodies. Every guard would charge the Gate of Shadows. If they breached it, Lin Mo would be doomed. Someone had to stand outside and stem the tide. With a few simple lines, Dragon Soul Aoshi already saw the truth. From the moment Lin Mo reached the Tier 3 capital, every move had been to set up this raid. On the surface, the instance looked like a prize for the Dragon Soul and Chaos guilds, but Lin Mo had long since claimed it for himself. Playing by the book? Looks to me like you're the craftier hunter. Admiration flashed in Aoshi's eyes, and he answered without hesitation. Fine. Deal. Gain always comes with sacrifice. From the very beginning, Lin Mo had planned to cooperate with Longhun Aoshi, using an equal exchange partnership to secure the crucial third Shadow Heart from him. Longhun Aoshi's stature was far too high for the threats and bribes that had worked on Wu Gang, and Lin Mo now needed the Dragon Soul Guild's strength to hold off Chaos Guild and guard the entrance to the Shadow Temple. If Shadow City fell to Chaos Guild, he could not even enter the instance. And if the level 30 Shadow Legion barged in, the precious 1-hour timer would be devoured by mob clearing, leaving no time to explore. The Dragon Soul Guild was a different story. Every member ranked within the top 10,000 of Blazing Fire City's heavenly leaderboard. With players like that standing watch, Lin Mo could tackle the dungeon without distraction. 60% of the loot was more than enough, and, better yet, he could farm their labor to collect venom vials for free. Ling Xiao, Xiao Wanwan, and the others could only kite monsters and scoop up drops. The massive boost in efficiency still came from the dozens of Dragon Soul players who had farmed venom vials last time. Lin Mo was eager for them to work for him again. With that thought in mind, a little over 10 minutes later, Whoosh whoosh. Curtains of white light poured from the teleport array, flooding the 10th floor of the insect nest catacomb with daylight. Shouhoer and Pang Dehai almost thought Wang Junjie had launched another raid. When they looked closer and saw the Dragon Soul emblem, they finally exhaled. Shouhoer muttered, "Scared me half to death. Thought it was that turtle's pawn Wang Junjie again." Pang Dehai replied, "Wang Junjie is glued to the Shadow Temple run right now. He doesn't have time for us." This time Dragon Soul had brought far more people than before, at least 200 by a quick count. Clearly Longhun Aoshi was even more impatient than Lin Mo, eager for him to finish the Venom set and storm the instance. On Longhun Aoshi's orders, the 200-plus elites, averaging level 23, formed up on the spot. 5 players per squad, more than 40 squads spreading out in moments. 3/4 of the teams fanned out to hunt venom bugs. At their current strength, 5 players still struggled against a level 30 creature, but they could bring it down, and every venom vial that dropped was handed to Lin Mo without hesitation. The remaining quarter, the archers, mages, and warlocks who had already worked with Lin Mo, stayed at his side to help him mow through swarms. The spectacle left Shouhoer, Pang Dehai, Xiao Wanwan, and the rest staring in awe. Holy crap! They're all top-tier experts from Blazing Fire City's top 10,000, and they're willingly farming monsters for senior Lin Mo. That's the charisma of the #1 player. I wish I could be that strong someday. Keep dreaming, dreams have everything. With more than 200 high-level Dragon Soul players pitching in, Lin Mo's Venom Vial collection speed skyrocketed, easily 10 times faster than before. The vials of venom in Lin Mo's backpack multiplied so fast he could practically watch the numbers spin. He cursed under his breath if only had asked Dragon Soul for help while the double drop buff was still up. Wang Junjie would have been bled dry already. No point dwelling on it now. He needed a full tier 2 toxic archer set, and he needed it fast. Deep in the insect hive dungeon, more than 200 Dragon Soul players spread through the tunnels, mowing down waves of poisonous bugs. Lin Mo shadowed them, longbow twanging non-stop, green venom splashing with every shot. Each kill became a glowing vial in his pack. Corpses piled up, the air turned hot and rank, but no one let up. Their progress bars only climbed faster. Meanwhile, outside Shadow City, Chaotic Age Guild leader Wang Junjie arrived with 3,000 troops. Banners filled the night sky. Torches flickered like a forest of fire. Onlookers murmured from a distance, the flames twisting Wang Junjie's face into something feral. "Damn Dragon Soul, stealing my turf." Glaring up at the walls, he growled. Tonight they learn who really runs Blaze City. Just before he gave the order to attack, his strategist, Chaotic Zhuge, stepped up. "Hold on, Brother Jia. We never did get the Shadow Gate open. If Dragon Soul spent this much to seize the city, they've got the key. Let them unlock it first, then we rush in. Otherwise we reclaim the walls, but still can't enter the instance." Wang Junjie slapped his pauldron, eyes bright. "Good call. Seal every exit. Not even a fly leaves that city tonight." 3,000 Chaotic Age players fanned out, forming a ring of campfires around Shadow City. Within the walls, Dragon Soul's leader Aoshur convened his core team. A warrior raised his shield. "Boss, want us to break out first and wreck them before they cause trouble?" "Not yet," Aoshur said calmly. "If they sit tight, we sit tight. Save our strength." When Mo Shou Chung Gue finishes his toxic set and enters the instance, everyone guards him. He clears it. End of story. City and field stared each other down across a curtain of smoke, neither side moving the air so tense one spark could ignite a war. Back in the hive, Lin Mo's venom vials surged again. He dumped an entire backpack's worth at Guard Captain Williams' feet. Their level 4 rapport badge glimmered. Each tenon carried a 4% chance to spit out tier 2 gear. Roughly 4 or 5 gold flashes per 100 exchanges. After 3 hours of non-stop grinding. Necklace secured. Crown secured. Belt secured. The last key pieces of the tier 2 toxic archer set were his at last. He dumped a horde of upgrade points into them. White to green, green to blue, blue to purple, purple to gold, smooth and practiced. 3 golden rays enveloped the gear as he equipped it, and his stats shot through the roof. Ding tier 2 toxic archer set bonus immune to all poisons, 8-piece effect activated. Skyvault Venom Necklace, LV20. Rarity, tier 2, gold. Mana 700. Bonus stats, Spirit 80, Agility 80. Special effect Poison Slayer. Each attack consumes 10 mana and deals an extra 300 poison damage. When striking a poison target, mana cost is halved, and killing a poison target restores 150 mana. Class, Archer. Description, 1 piece of the Archer Venom set. Skyvault Venom Belt, LV20. Rarity, tier 2, gold. Health 2100. Bonus stats, Constitution 80, Strength 80. Special effect Poison Blood. Killing a poisoned enemy restores 1500 health. Class, Archer. Description, 1 piece of the Archer Venom set. Skyvault Venom Crown, LV20. Rarity, tier 2, gold. Physical defense, 350. Magic defense, 300. Bonus stats, Endurance 80, Strength 80. Special effect Poison Body. When you hit a poisoned enemy or are hit by one, your defense rises by 20 for 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Class, Archer. Description, one piece of the Archer Venom set. With all 3 gold Venom pieces equipped, the set bonus maxes out Venom immunity 88. All poison effects you cause are amplified by 100, while you gain 100 immunity to every form of poison damage and debuff. At the same time, a new set effect activates instantly. Forced poisoning, every enemy you target is automatically poisoned, losing 1 HP per second for 60 seconds. This poison cannot be cleansed or stacked. At last, the set is complete. Since arriving in the Tier 3 capital, Flowing Fire City, 2 days ago, Lin Mo had been buried in the Insect Hive catacombs, doing everything he could to assemble the full Venom set. Now that all 8 pieces are his, the weight on his mind finally lifts. The power of this Tier 2 Venom gear is borderline absurd. With Venom immunity doubling every individual bonus, and forced poisoning tailor-made for him, each item now hits its peak potential. In the past, while grinding mobs, Lin Mo had to take a deliberate hit so that Venom Chainmail's reflection would infect the monsters first, a slow, clumsy process. From now on, a single target lock is all it takes to poison the enemy, no extra steps needed. Sweet. Lin Mo flicked open his status window, the stat panel unfolding before his eyes. Legendary player Imo Shichengui, LV28, Heavenly Leaderboard Rank 1. Talent, Soulfire Unique SSS, Stage 3. Class, Apprentice Archer. Race, Human. Reputation, 50. Physical Attack, 1,609. Physical Defense, 1,138. Magic Defense, 1,070. Health, 7,124. Mana, 1,390. Equipped Skills, Eye of Insight SSS. Icebound Grip of Absolute Zero SSS. Heaven Slaying 7-star Volley SSS. Experience, 358,634,500,000. Currency, 21 gold 42 silver 35 copper. Description, he's so overpowered it feels like he's running cheat codes. Claiming to be unbeatable is just bragging, but when the system itself thinks you're hacking, that's true power. Staring at the panel full of overpowered stats and the complete Venom set that granted poison immunity, Lin Mo estimated that he had a 90% chance of clearing the Shadow Sanctum on his own. The remaining 10% depended on Longhun Guild. If the Shadow Gate they were guarding fell, outside forces could still ruin the whole raid. Besides his own Archer-exclusive Venom gear, Lin Mo had collected 4 full Tier 2 Venom sets. To prevent any last-minute surprises, he immediately mailed 3 of them away, keeping only the Warrior set promised to Longhun Aoshi. All extra Tier 2 pieces went a Qin Feng for the guild vault. Selling them to Wang Junjie would be aiding the enemy, but flipping them to other players for profit was fine. The true value of Venom gear wouldn't peak until the level 30 poison dungeons around Blaze City were fully explored. There was still plenty of room for it to appreciate. As for the mountain of Tier 1 leftovers, Lin Mo used his SS grade talent, Soulfire, to burn everything into evolution points. The Tier 2 Venom set had emptied his stash. Without stockpiling now, he'd be scrambling for gear at level 30. Over 1,000 Tier 1 items went up in flames, netting him more than 30,000 evolution points, enough for the foreseeable future. Plenty. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. With a crack of light, the recall scroll whisked him away, leaving the insect nest crypt empty. The Shadow Sanctum offered only one shot, and he couldn't afford mistakes. Back in the capital, he headed straight to the apothecary and bought 10 stacks of level 6 health potions and 20 stacks of level 6 mana potions. Afterward, he pulled 2 Shadow Hearts from storage and stepped onto the teleport array bound for Shadow City. In Shadow City, the standoff between Longhun and Chaos Guild continued. Inside the walls, Su Muchio received Lin Mo's message and immediately reported to Longhun Aoshi. Boss, Masho Chengui is on his way from the capital. Meet him at the gate, Aoshi ordered without hesitation. Got it. Su Muchio led an elite squad to the east gate, ready to charge out and escort Lin Mo in. Outside the city, hours of deadlock had left Wang Junjie on edge. Damn it, did those Longhun dogs die in there? Not a peep from them. He kicked a stone aside in frustration. They'll see how long you can hold out. Just as he prepared to dig in, a minion rushed over, panting. Boss, at the east gate, a Longhun squad is trying to break through. Wang Junjie's eyes lit up, and a cruel grin spread across his face. Can't hold it anymore, huh? You were so tough when you stole the city. Now you want to run? Dream on. He raised his hand and barked, lock down every exit. Not a single Longhun dog gets out today. Roger. They're fighting. They're really fighting. Longhun and Launcher are going at it. Is this for real or just a stunt? I've been waiting 4 damn hours. I don't even wait that long for my girlfriend. The tip is solid. If I'm wrong, Wang Junjie can call me his dog. The chat was a madhouse as messages flew by. At last, a confirmed coordinate dropped. Longhun had broken out through Shadow City's east gate. Spectating players exploded with excitement. Outside the city, it looked like a dawn supermarket sale on eggs. Swarms of hopeful scavengers stampeded for the east gate, dreaming of easy loot while their boots kicked up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, the fight beneath that gate was stretched tight as a bowstring. Long Hun really meant to force a breakout. In the shadow of the arch, Wang Junjie arrived with his squad, took one look at the oncoming charge, and snorted. Trying to run? If even one of you gets out alive today, I'll change my surname to yours. Before his words finished echoing, he drew his sword and thrust it skyward. Charge! Clang, clang, clang. Luanshi's warriors and knights shoved forward behind their shields. Mages and archers poured fire into the gateway. Beams of magic and volleys of arrows collided, sparking off the stone slabs. Against all expectations, Long Hun's repeated pushes were beaten back step by step. Wang Junjie threw his head back and laughed. That's it. Pathetic. I last twice as long. His laugh had barely faded when a battered underling stumbled up. Bad news, boss. Long Hun's main force just broke out the west gate. You shifted almost everyone to the east. Our guys over there can't hold. Luanshi's vice leader, Zhuge, went pale. Feint east, strike west. Damn, we've been played. Shadow City's west gate blew open. Su Muchio led Long Hun's elite in a roaring surge. Outside, only a thin launcher screen remained. Before they could even form up, the Long Hun mages and archers on the wall focused them down to a sliver of health. High-level assassins dropped like shadows, daggers flashing cold. Screams rose and fell. The launcher squad was wiped in seconds, bodies piling into small hills. In a blink, it was over. A lone figure sprinted in from the distance. Lin Mo. Back inside. Su Muchio snapped. Long Hun didn't pause. They shielded Lin Mo, wheeled around, and stormed back into Shadow City. The gate slammed shut behind them. Less than 5 minutes later, Wang Junjie arrived at the west gate with Luanshi's main force, panting. All he saw was wreckage, shattered shields, broken spears, and gear packets on the ground flickering toward Dupont. Rage shot straight to his head. Where are those Long Hun bastards? They all ran. In a corner of the gatehouse, a priest who had survived by accidentally falling into a pit trap raised a trembling hand. After killing us, they went back inside the city. Back inside? What kind of move is that? Wang Junjie was flabbergasted. They came out just to slaughter a few of us. The priest swallowed hard and added, I think they popped out to escort Mo Shichingui inside. The moment he heard this, Luansher Zhuge suddenly understood. The west gate of Shadow City faced Liuhua City, so the Long Hun players had only staged a fake assault at the east gate. They never meant to break through at all. Their real aim was to draw attention away while they slipped Mo Shichingui in through the west gate. But why would Mo Shichingui enter the city? Was he heading for the Shadow Sanctum dungeon? Exactly. The owner of Dream Chaser Studio had mentioned that Mo Shichingui had tricked someone out of the Shadow Heart, the key to the Shadow Gate. Everything now fit perfectly. Wang Junjie raised an eyebrow at the analysis, a grin spreading across his face. The dungeon key was practically being delivered to him, and he could wipe out both Long Hun and Mo Shichingui in one go. Baring his teeth, he ordered, pass on my command. Everyone, prepare to storm the city. Inside Shadow City, Lin Mo rushed straight to the Shadow Gate and met up with Long Hun Aoshi. Seeing him arrive on schedule, Aoshi got right to the point. How confident are you? 90%, Lin Mo replied calmly. If none of you slip up, it's 100. Shifting the final risk onto others made Aoshi nod to himself, typical merchant behavior. As a big shot who earned tens of millions a day, he unhesitatingly took the Shadow Heart from his pack and handed it over. Deal. I'll guard you, and after you clear the instance I get 40% of the profits. No problem. Lin Mo accepted the Shadow Heart and placed it alongside the two he already carried, fitting all three into the recesses on the Shadow Gate. Clatter. The 3 Shadow Hearts oozed crimson threads that merged into a blood-red handprint at the center of the door. Immediately, a system announcement boomed overhead. Ding, the dungeon challenger has been confirmed. The Shadow Gate is about to open. Before entering the elite hidden dungeon Shadow Sanctum, the player must designate 10 guardians. Guardians will remain outside the gate to keep the Shadow Legion from entering. For every guardian that falls, dungeon monsters gain 10 strength. If all 10 guardians die, the run is deemed a failure. Lin Mo looked at Long Hun Aoshi. I need 10 guardians. Whether they live or die decides everything. Aoshi turned at once to Su Muchio. Besides you and me, pick the 8 strongest we have. On it. Su Muchio weaved through the crowd and quickly finalized the roster. 1. Rank 2 on Liuhua City's level leaderboard, level 26 Archer, Long Hun Muse. 2. Rank 3, level 25 Warrior, Long Hun Aoshi. 3. The remaining 8 come from ranks 8, 9, 10, 15, 28, 34, 40, and 55 on the leaderboard. When these 10 leaderboard elites lined up, Lin Mo couldn't help being impressed. This was Long Hun for able to assemble a top 100 lineup from a tier 3 city at the drop of a hat. Teaming up with Long Hun was clearly the right choice. He was about to confirm the Guardian list when another prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, player Lioli has requested to become your dungeon guardian. Do you accept? Lioli. The player who tops the City of Blazing Fire's reputation rankings with a mind-boggling 5-digit score, the mastermind who snatched the Heart of Shadow from Wu Gang and then mailed that item worth tens of millions to Lin Mo. The moment the system announced that ID, Lin Mo's heart lurched. In his previous life, that name had never surfaced in the City of Blazing Fire. He had imagined countless identities for Lioli and often wondered why she would help him so generously. He spun around. A young woman in a black mage's robe stood a short distance away. The hood concealed her face, yet her graceful bearing and slender frame outlined by the cloak still called the word beautiful to mind. Even the senior members of the Dragon Soul Guild whispered in shock. Damn, the #1 rep holder in the City of Blazing Fire, Lioli. And she's a girl? When did she slip in? Su Muchio thought to herself. She must have sneaked inside while I was out escorting Lin Mo. If Chaotic World hadn't been blocking the entrance, she wouldn't have had another chance. Lioli remained silent, standing before the crowd. Lin Mo's curiosity soared. Was she someone he knew or a total stranger? Just as he took a step toward her, a Dragon Soul assassin dashed into the hall. Boss, Chaotic World is attacking from all 4 gates. Longhun Aoshi frowned. They must have guessed we're moving on the Shadow Shrine. He turned to Lin Mo. How long do you need to clear the dungeon? 1 hour, Lin Mo answered instantly. Good. Longhun Aoshi nodded. Go. We'll handle the city. Lin Mo spared Lioli a final glance. Capturing the Shadow Shrine mattered most right now. His questions could wait. He accepted Lioli as a guardian. She might look fragile, but being ranked first in the City of Blazing Fire was proof enough of her strength. With her aboard, their odds only improved. He replaced the 55th ranked warrior, Longhun Qian, with Lioli. A clear system chime rang in Lin Mo's ears. Ding Dungeon Challenger confirmed. Please enter the instance. At the same moment, prompts popped up for Lioli, Longhun Aoshi, and the other 10 guardians. Ding Guardian identities confirmed. Defend the Gate of Shadows and ensure Challenger Imo Shochinggue clears the dungeon. Warning. Each Guardian death boosts monster strength by 10%. If all 10 Guardians die, the dungeon will fail automatically. Buzz. Lin Mo raised his right hand, matching the bloody print in his palm to the handprint on the Gate of Shadows. With a heavy rumble, the massive stone doors finally swung open. Lin Mo stepped through the doorway and vanished into a swirl of white mist. With a thunderous crash, the stone gate slammed shut, and from every direction rose feral, zombie-like howls, roar after roar after roar. The shadow guards who had been lying in pools of blood suddenly sprang to their feet. Though their black armor was shattered, their murderous intent remained. Above their heads, the level markers jumped from 25 to 30, the crimson numbers blazing through the haze. Shing. Longhun Aoshin was the first to draw his sword, its cold blade flashing in the gloom. Hold the line, don't let so much as a fly through the shadow gate. Sir. The Dragon Soul players fanned out at once, forming a shield wall. Steel met steel as they clashed with the resurrected shadow guards, and battle erupted outside the gate. Beyond the mist, Lin Mo found himself in a boundless ruin swallowed by darkness. Broken flagstones were strewn with stacks of bleached bones. Maggots crawled in the cracks, their faint rustling setting his scalp tingling. Black clouds churned overhead, the dim sky pressing down like an iron lid, and the air reeked of rot and death. It looked like hell made real. In the distance stood a single structure, silent and foreboding, the Shadow Sanctuary. A heartbeat later, a suffocating wave of poisonous gas rolled over him. The Breath of Shadow. Ding Toxic set skill Venom Proof activated. You are immune to the Breath of Shadow. 99% of the set's value showed in that instant. Without the immunity, the poison would chew through 10% of one's maximum health each second, enough to kill any ordinary player in under 10 seconds. Another prompt appeared. Ding, welcome to the Elite Hidden Dungeon, Shadow Sanctuary. Locate the dungeon quest and complete it within the time limit. Time remaining, 60 minutes. The hour-long fight for survival had begun. No official guides existed. Every hidden dungeon had to be solved by the players themselves. Remembering Wang Junjia's livestream, Lin Mo offered a silent thanks. Without it, he would still be fumbling at the entrance. Objective clear, he sprinted to the right. After only a few dozen steps, he spotted a gravely wounded human soldier lying behind a fallen slab. System tag. Alan, human soldier. Alan's armor was in tatters, his legs mangled beyond recognition. His face was ashen, his breathing faint. When Lin Mo approached, a dialogue box triggered. Adventurer, you shouldn't have come. This place is hell. Blood seeped from the corner of Alan's mouth, yet he managed to raise a trembling hand. The only way out is that Shadow Sanctuary. He pointed toward the dark hall. Find the Shadow Scroll inside. It holds the Shadow Clan's secrets and the key to escaping. The scroll decides the fate of our people, and a Blaze City. You have to get it. With that, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. He'll bring it back, Lin Mo whispered. Ding, you have accepted the Shadow Sanctuary's unique quest, Path of Resistance. Counter Road Elite Hidden Instance, Shadow Sanctuary. Exclusive quest. Difficulty rating, 900. Oracle Continent is ruled by the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. For years, the Shadow Clan, humanity's greatest enemy in Blazing City, has been restless, planning to seize the city as the first step in an all-out assault on humankind. After a relentless search, humans finally discovered the clan's well-hidden stronghold behind the Shadow Gate, the Shadow Sanctuary. Your task is to infiltrate the sanctuary and retrieve the Shadow Scroll, which is said to hold the secret to wiping out the entire Shadow Clan and securing humanity's future. Reward? Time limit: 59 minutes 12 seconds. In his previous life, Wang Junjie lasted only 10 minutes in the Shadow Sanctuary. 9 of those minutes were spent sprinting through the hall, desperately searching for the quest NPC Allen. The moment he accepted the quest, he was swarmed and beaten to death by dungeon mobs. Even so, the rewards he took away in just 10 minutes proved the dungeon's value. If someone could survive the full 60 minutes and finish the quest, the payoff would be astronomical. Knowing this, Lin Mo did not hesitate. Following the instance guide, he began his assault at once. The mission seemed simple: slip into the Shadow Sanctuary and steal the Shadow Scroll that records the clan's secrets. Yet the fine print was clear. Any outsider must present at least 3 waste tokens to enter the sanctuary. The Dark Ruler, Ligioth Dungeon's boss, commands 12 Shadow Guardians, and each Guardian carries 1 token. After reading the details, Lin Mo locked onto his most urgent objective: kill 3 Shadow Guardians, seize their tokens, then storm the sanctuary and claim the scroll. Just as he steeled himself, a furious shout tore through the night. "Human! How dare you trespass in our sacred land?" He turned toward the voice. A Shadow Clan officer clad head-to-toe in black armor rode a Shadow Warhorse at the head of a patrol, thundering into view. The blood-red nameplate floating above the officer's helmet made Lin Mo's pulse race. Shadow Guardian LV, 30 physical type boss. Speak of the devil, the first Guardian had come to him. Lin Mo's gaze fixed on the silver token hanging from the Guardian's belt, the key to the Shadow Sanctuary. He drew a deep breath and locked his sights on the target. SSS tier, Eye of Insight. A golden flash ignited in his pupils, radiating outward as the skill activated. A moment later, the Shadow Guardian's stats unfolded before Lin Mo. Shadow Guardian, physical type boss monster. Level 30. Physical ATK 2500, physical DF 1200, magic DF 1020, HP 38,000. Skills: Shadow Arrow Crank, Shadow Shot Crank. Weakness: as the chief guardian under the Dark Overlord Liga, he enjoys high status among the Shadow folk. Outwardly loyal, he is actually terrified of death. When no guards are nearby, he enters a timid state, and all attributes drop by 10. Looks like the capture the king first tactic won't work on this guy. After reading the weakness, Lin Mo immediately switched targets to the 8 Shadow Guards and 4 Shadow Hounds circling the boss. These 12 mobs were also level 30, common grade. ATK 2000, Def 1000, HP 7,000, about the same tier as the poisonous bugs he had slaughtered on the 10th floor of the Insect Nest dungeon. "Kill the human!" the Shadow Guardian roared, pointing at Lin Mo. Growls erupted as the 4 hounds lunged, fangs flashing. The moment they stepped into attack range, buzz, the toxic set on Lin Mo's body flickered, releasing a green mist that washed over the hounds. At once, 1, 1, 1, 1. Tiny red numbers floated above their heads. The set's passive had triggered. Every enemy entering the aura is forced into poison status for 60 seconds, and it cannot be dispelled. Venom Strike, Venom Slay, Venom Blood, Venom Immunity, Venom Body, Venom Rebound, Venom Break, Toxin Conversion. All 8 special effects of the Tier 2 Gold Toxic set ignited at full power. Lin Mo knocked an arrow. SS Steer's skill Frost Dominion, Grip of Permafrost. SS Steer's skill Heavenbane, 7-star Volley. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A field of frost blanketed the ground as 7 golden star arrows crashed down like thunder between the hounds. 15,764 crit. 3,175 crit. 3,274 crit. 3,372 crit. A single Howland, the 4 level 30 hounds were wiped out on the spot. Lin Mo grinned. A full Tier 2 Gold Toxic set is brutal. While the bodies were still warm, the 8 Shadow Guards drew their swords and charged. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With more than 800 explosive agility, he raised his toxic crossbow and unleashed a rain of arrows. Critical hits of over 3,500 popped above every guard's head. 2 arrows per target on average. Not one of them made it within 10 yards before collapsing. Lin Mo glanced down, nothing beside the guards and hounds' corpses. What? A hidden dungeon and not a single drop? Just then, a string of system prompts rang in his ears. Ding, you have obtained temporary access to the Shadow Sanctuary instance. Backpack capacity, unlimited. Ding, you have slain 4 Shadow Hounds. Loot has been auto-collected and stored in your backpack. Ding, you have slain 8 Shadow Guards. Loot has been auto-collected and stored in your backpack. Auto-collect? Now that's a feature. Lin Mo's expression flipped in an instant. System bro, I was just speaking out of turn a moment ago. In his previous life, had watched Wang Junjie stream this dungeon. No drops ever appeared, and the chat mocked Wang for being clueless. Turns out the loot went straight to the bag. Back then Wang only farmed a few mobs, and was already overjoyed, proof that this dungeon's real value went far beyond the surface XP and coins. Thinking about those past mysteries, Lin Mo opened his backpack offhandedly. One glance was all it took to make his eyes widen and his mind go blank. Before entering the instance, Lin Mo had cleaned out his pack so thoroughly that only a few potions remained. Now, however, his inventory was overflowing. Next to the potions lay 7 magic scrolls glowing pale blue, 5 skill books with different covers, and his gold had jumped from 21 coins to 33. A grade magic scroll grants a random grade scroll when used. A grade skill book grants a random grade skill book when used. Wait, did those trash mobs drop all this? Lin Mo jerked upright, his heart pounding. Regular mobs dropping scrolls, skill books, and even straight coins? In Oracle, the odds of anything under level 30 dropping in a grade scroll or book were about as good as rolling in grade talent at character creation, and he had never seen it happen since launch. Market prices were no secret. Even the cheapest grade scroll started at 20,000 yuan, and a skill book cost the same because the entire server averaged only 2 grade basic skills per player. Anyone with a third was already legendary. 7 scrolls, 5 books, plus 12 gold coins matched exactly the 12 Shadow Guardians and Shadow Hounds he had killed. That meant every mob had dropped either a scroll or a book and a coin, putting each corpse's haul at almost 30,000 yuan. Holy sh, the curse slipped out before he could stop it. The payout from this elite hidden dungeon was insane. No wonder Wang Junjie had grinned from ear to ear after farming here for barely 10 minutes in Lin Mo's previous life. For someone who had paid 30 million just for an entry ticket, the cash value was pocket change. What truly mattered were these rare items that money couldn't buy elsewhere. If the trash is worth this much, what about the boss? Excitement practically spilled off the screen as the thought hit him. He looked up at the lone boss-tier Shadow Warden ahead. Their eyes met, and the Warden blanched while its shadow steed screamed and wheeled around to flee. The bestiary hadn't lied, this creature was a notorious coward. Run? Not a chance. Grinning, Lin Mo kicked off the ground and gave chase. Arrows whistled like a sudden downpour, knocking the Warden clean off its mount. The cooldown hit 0, and Lin Mo raised his bow without hesitation. His second SS grade Frost, Grasp of the Absolute Zero, roared forth, a 5-digit critical of 13,350 exploding against the Warden's chest and killing it on the spot. Ding Boss Monster Shadow Guardian defeated. Experience 303,000. Reputation 15. The system message hadn't even faded when Lin Mo noticed the loot count had multiplied several times over, and both experience and reputation were triple the normal reward. He pulled up his inventory without a second's delay. A flash of gold revealed 15 coins neatly lined up in the first slot, followed by 2 grade magic scrolls and a grade skill book. Holy crap, bosses really are made of money, he muttered. His mind drifted back 8 hours. Back then, he had used a map exploit to kite a Zergwitch for the better part of a workday. Even with double drop rates, had barely scraped together 2 grade scrolls and 2 grade skill books. Compared with today's haul worth nearly 1 million game coins in under a minute, that grind felt like a clown show put on for his own amusement. Besides the coins, scrolls, and book, a Shadow Clan token now sat at the bottom of his pack. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. If the patrols outside the hall dropped something this good, the Shadow Sanctum itself had to be swimming in treasure. 3 tokens would unseal the gate. He already had 1. 2 more to go. Dungeon timer, 58 minutes. Next hunt starts now. Heart pounding with excitement, he closed the pack and sprinted toward the distant patrol. Outside the instance, in Shadow City, Dragon Soul Guild was doing everything it could to maintain the barrier. The guild had partnered with Lin Mo. The longer he survived, and the fatter his earnings, the bigger their chorizo, they had to hold Shadow Gate at all costs. If even one Shadow Guard slipped inside, a full army would follow and Lin Mo would be one-shotted. Clang, 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 clang. A barrage of steel rang out in front of the gate. Dragon Soul's players formed a half-moon line, repelling wave after wave of Shadow Guards. The guards were level 30 as well, and carried the undying trait. 3 seconds after falling, they popped back up at full health. For Dragon Soul's mostly level 23 or 24 members, every kill felt like pushing a boulder uphill. Slip once, and that boulder crushed you. Flashes of white light marked every player death, but each time someone dropped, a teammate stepped in to fill the gap. Amid the chaos, a scout raced over. Boss, Chaos Guild is ramping up the assault west gates on the verge of collapse. Sumuchio spoke up at once. Let me take a squad to reinforce. You can't, Dragon Soul Yu said, blocking his path. You're one of the dungeon guardians. If you go down, monster strength inside jumps 10%. We keep every guardian alive. You stay, you'll go? With that, Dragon Soul Yu led a team of elites toward the west gate. Less than 2 minutes later, frantic calls came from the east, north, and south gates as well. Boss, we're about to break. Whether they could hold or not, They had to try. Longhun Aoshan roared. Whatever happens, we have to hold for 1 hour. If they were only facing the Wanshur Guild, Longhun might still have a fighting chance, but most of their main force also had to pin down the Shadow Legion. Longhun already fielded fewer members than Wanshur. Now, split into 4 detachments to guard the 4 gates of Shadow City. Every line was stretched thin yet forced to stand firm. The west gate was the most perilous. On the battlements, Longhun Yu directed the defense, while archers and mages occupied the high ground, quivers and spell scrolls piling up around their feet like small hills. Whistling arrows and blazing fireballs poured down, pinning the Wanshur players in place. Inside and outside the gate, 2 ranks of high-level knights stood shoulder to shoulder, their heavy shields forming an iron wall that sealed the breach. Behind them, priests unleashed mass heals, holy light flowing over the knights' armor and swallowing the enemy's damage. Wanshur kept ramping up the assault. Battering rams smashed the gate again and again, shaking loose clouds of dust, yet the defense never broke. At the other 3 gates the scene was the same: flames, arrow storms, and healing light weaving an unbroken front. Damn it, you useless trash. Field Commander Wang Junjie bellowed, shattering a potion bottle in rage. With Lin Mo on the verge of clearing the hidden dungeon, his anxiety spiked. His desire to capture Shadow City was almost tangible. Kill, break that city, or get the hell out of my sight. A little farther from the walls, a ring of spectators enjoyed the show. One onlooker held a grilled skewer, eyes shining. This siege is epic. It takes me back to the days my dorm mates and I ran Legend. A second flashed a 666 hand sign. Bro, you played Legend too? Which server? Imzazaweef, you're a real brother. Come chop me. A third, arms full of snacks, bounced on his toes. My fingers are itching, but I don't even know where to jump in. Wang Junjie spun around, spotted the idle players on the fringe, and yelled, Wang Junjie. Anyone who helps me take this city gets 10,000 yuan in cash. At the sound of Wang Junjie's shout, the once clamorous area outside the city fell silent. Onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, yet no one stepped forward. Who's Wang Junjie? Is he some big shot? No idea. Come on, none of you know him? Honestly, I don't either. I heard he's loaded. Is that 10th Saniyuan reward for real? Or is he scamming us? It's no scam. Wang Junjie's mother is the richest person in Ning'an City, worth tens of billions. He's the ultimate trust fund kid, someone in the crowd revealed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Excitement erupted at once. I'm going in first. The money doesn't matter, I just love a good fight. Amid the clamor, a level 19 warrior yanked out his longsword, sprinting straight towards Shadow City. With a leader to follow, the rest hesitated no longer. Players from every direction grabbed their weapons and surged toward the city walls. Money makes the world go round, Wang Junjie thought. Feeling superior as half of Blazing City moved at the flick of his finger. Let's see what you Dragon Soul dogs have to fight me with. The West Gate, which the Chaos Guild had failed to breach for ages, was now buried under a tidal wave of freelancers. Wave after wave slammed against the gate, and for the first time Dragon Soul sensed their defenses crumbling. The first shield wall shattered, the second rushed in to replace it, but even that couldn't hold. From the rear, Wang Junjie shouted mockingly, How much is Longhun Aoshan paying you? Is it really worth dying for? Join Chaos, it'll put you on a 10th Saniyuan salary. High on the wall, a level 23 archer named Longhun Aoshan knocked an arrow and shot a Chaos player clean through the throat. This is faith. He yelled back. A fool who worships nothing but money will never understand. Fine, then die. Wang Junjie roared. Kill every last Dragon Soul dog. Dragon Soul members were undeniably strong, but personal skill meant little against Chaos' massive main force and the Tintun flood of freelancers. Warriors and knights guarding the gate fell one after another, and the breach widened fast. Chaos fighters clambered up the walls. Close combat had always been the weak spot of mages and archers. Despite desperate resistance from Dragon Soul's ranged units, they were cut down one by one. At last, the west gate of Shadow City fell. Chaos Guild's forces poured through the open gateway like an iron tide, sweeping inward. Into the heart of the city. Boss, Wang Junjie has bribed the freelancers outside the walls and teamed up with the Chaos Guild. We're hopelessly outnumbered. We can't hold them. The west gate has fallen. Boss, Chaos forces just broke in through the north gate. East gate lost. South gate's gone too. Chaos is inside the city. Within minutes, all 4 gates were overrun. Shadow City was surrounded layer upon layer, and the Dragon Soul players trapped inside had to fend off both the Shadow Legion and the new wave from Chaos. Casualties soared. The situation was on the brink of collapse. Longhun Aoshan glanced at the timer on his wrist, his brow drawn tight. Masho Chungwe had already survived in the instance for a full 30 minutes. If he could last that long, the dungeon obviously posed little threat to him. Their one job now was to hold the Shadow Gate. Keep it sealed for another half hour, let Mozho wring every last drop of profit from the run, and there was still a chance to turn the tables. All hands, hold the Shadow Gate or die. The few surviving Dragon Soul members raised their weapons, voices hoarse yet unshakable. With you to the end, boss. We hold the gate. Their battle cry shook the air as they surged forward, colliding with Chaos Fighters and Shadow troops in a chaotic melee. Shadow Sanctum Instant Zone. Lin Mo had been inside for 30 minutes. Backed by his #1 ranking in Flame City, he had cut down more than 300 dungeon monsters 10 kills per minute on average, an absurd pace. While patrols toppled, he cracked open dozens of scattered shadow chests. Each chest reliably paid out 7 or 8 gold coins plus 2 to 3 grade scrolls or skill books, the same yield as killing a boss-level shadow acolyte. Half an hour in, his pack was overflowing. 210 grade magic scrolls, 22 grade magic scrolls, 162 grade skill books, 19 grade skill books, 452 gold coins. At market rates, the haul was worth nearly 20 million. His worst-case plan had been simple. If Longhun Aosha refused to cooperate, he would sell the 2 Shadow Hearts outright. 20 million in cash would push his 50 million recharge goal a long way forward. Now he was glad had kept them. 30 minutes of trash drops had almost matched that sum, and the next 30 would include Deep Zone loot and the final quest reward. Compared with the first clear prize for an elite hidden instance, this pile of treasure was pocket change. Oracle's devs were about to take a beating. After all, who else in the entire game could solo Shadow Sanctum, wearing full Tier 2 gold gear and wielding 3 SS grade skills? After wiping out 3 consecutive patrol squads, Lin Mo had looted 3 waste badges from boss-level Shadow Acolytes. He lifted his eyes to the vast hall looming in the darkness ahead. Endless waves of shadow energy rolled out, stirring equal parts greed and anticipation in his chest. Time to hit the most lucrative spot in this dungeon. With that, he hefted his venomous crossbow and moved toward the heart of the Shadow Sanctum. On the outskirts of the Shadow Sanctuary, squads of shadow soldiers stood guard. Lin Mo blinked through the darkness, wiping them out in seconds. After collecting the experience and loot, he produced 3 Shadow Clan tokens, slotting them one by one into the barrier's recesses. The pitch-black wall rippled like water, revealing a passage. Ding, you have entered the Shadow Clan's core zone, the Shadow Sanctuary. Warning: do not disturb the Dark Overlord, Li Jiao, or you will be annihilated. The crisp system chime made Lin Mo pause. As the final boss of this elite hidden dungeon, the Shadow Chieftain Dark Overlord Li Jiao was at least as strong as the level 30 Tier 3 Zerg Shaman Mo Yi in the Hive Crypt. His real concern, however, was the timer. Only 20 minutes remained. He had to secure the Shadow Scroll and leave without alerting the boss, or there would be no time to escape. Scroll first, boss later. He murmured the plan and slipped into the vast, silent sanctuary. At 1959, he switched to search mode, sidestepping shadow patrols. A new prompt appeared. Ding, attention. Dungeon Guardian Longhun Tian Wang has been slain. All dungeon monsters' strength has increased by 10. Lin Mo's heart lurched. The Shadow Legion alone couldn't kill Longhun's people. It must be Chaos Guild. Longhun can't last much longer. He accelerated, almost merging with the pillar's shadows. As he vaulted an altar, a thunderous shout erupted behind him. Who dares trespass in the Shadow Sanctuary? Seize him. Outside the instance, in Shadow City, Chaos Guild, backed by a swarm of solo players, pressed in. With the Shadow Legion attacking from both sides, Dragon Soul Guild was battered, fewer than 100 members still holding the Shadow Gate. These bastards cling like leeches. Boss, we can't hold much longer. Longhun Aoshi roared, his longsword felling a level 19 solo knight in a flash of white light. The screams of comrades filled the air, but he kept shouting orders. Circle the Guardians. Every minute counts. Only 9 Guardians remained, huddled at the center, while Dragon Soul fought on the defensive, health bars flickering red. High on the outer wall, Wan Shizhuga narrowed his eyes at the battlefield, a faint smile curling his lips. They're running on fumes. He knew exactly why they fought to hold the Shadow Gate. If the Shadow Sentinels slipped inside, they would tear the dungeon apart and wreck Chaos Guild's raid. Wang Junjie clenched his teeth. So Mo Shou Qingwei is already inside? Damn it. Every time the prize is almost in my hands, you snatch it away. Mo Shou Qingwei, you're dead. And you Dragon Soul, Mutz can die with him. His eyes burned blood red. Kill them. Wipe them out. 1 kill, 10,000 credits go. At his order, the Chaos Guild charged like a tidal wave, crashing into the few Dragon Soul players left outside the Shadow Gate. Dragon Soul was short-handed, and wave after wave of reckless assaults shattered their line. Even the Guardians had to join the melee. In seconds, their 10-man squad was cut to 5. Whoosh. Su Muchio vaulted forward, landing behind Longhun Aoshi and taking a full volley from 4 Chaos Archers. Arrows pierced his chest. A flash of white light marked his death. With their protector gone, the shaman Longhun Yu was instantly deleted by 5 assassins. Longhun Aoshi held off 3 Chaos Warriors, cutting down 2 before the last one chopped him to the ground. Seeing the tide turn, Wang Junjie threw back his head and laughed. They're done. Underlings shouted. Only Longhun Aoshi can still fight, the rest are trash. Someone hesitated. Wait, what about that Mage Liuli? Isn't she #1 on the heavenly leaderboard? Number 1 in reputation? Big deal. You can't fight with fame. Exactly. Reputation's for crafting gear, not for combat. Look at Herschel fold in a breeze. Wang Junjie sneered and pointed at Longhun Aoshi. Whoever kills him gets 100 grand. The bounty set the chaos players ablaze. Kill. Warriors and assassins roared toward the wounded Longhun Aoshi. At that instant, boom, 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 boom. Crimson spheres plummeted from the sky, exploding in the center of the charge. 5,325, 4,895, 5,133. Blood-red numbers burst overhead. No one survived. Dozens of chaos players vanished in a storm of white light. Silence. Even Longhun Aoshi stared, stunned. Behind him, where the line had collapsed, one figure still stood against the shadow gate Liuli, a level 24 mage in a black robe with a crystal staff. Longhun Aoshi's heart pounded. Had never looked down on the top name and reputation. It took strength to get the rebut. Had never imagined Liuli could rival Mo Shou Chingwei. Mo Shou relied on top gear and rare skills. Yet Liuli's equipment seemed ordinary, and those were only basic attacks dealing over 5,000 damage. What kind of monster was she? Chaos players were equally horrified. Wasn't the reputation queen supposed to be useless? How is her damage this high? Damn, she hits harder than Mo Shou Chingwei, and that was auto attack? What kind of freaks are these two? Fear, shock, and doubt rippled across the battlefield. The player no one had truly taken seriously delivered the answer with overwhelming firepower. At this moment, Liuli proved beyond dispute that she was the rightful number 1 in Liuhua City. Boom, 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 boom. SSS tier Frost. Grasp of extreme cold. SSS tier Heaven Rending. 7 Star Barrage. The 2 top-tier skills detonated at the corridor's end, yet the 3 charging shadow soldiers only lost half their health. Lin Mo's brow tightened. The 7th Guardian had just fallen, and the monster's overall buff had reached 70%. Although the soldiers still showed as level 30, their stats were already approaching level 35, a full tier higher. Trouble, he muttered, but his hands never stopped. A blur of rapid basic attacks pierced straight through, each carrying full damage, and the 3 wounded soldiers went down in an instant. The Shadow Sanctum's interior was a labyrinth, its defenses several times harsher than outside. Nearly every step drew a patrol. Fortunately, danger came hand in hand with opportunity. The spawn rate of shadow chests here was far higher, with one in view almost everywhere he looked. While sniping incoming shadow soldiers with pinpoint accuracy, Lin Mo opened chest after chest. Ian drank spell scrolls, skill books, and piles of gold flooded into his pack. His assets surged, and the 50 million recharge bonus seemed within reach, sending his spirits soaring. Even so, he kept his priorities straight. Finding the shadow scroll and clearing the instance came first. Ding attention. Instance Guardian Longhun Shishua has been slain. Monster strength has increased by another 10%. The sharp system prompt made Lin Mo's heart jolt. Only Longhun Aoshi and Liuli were still alive in the party. If they both fell, the run would be forcibly terminated. Worse, just 10 minutes remained on the timer. With both time and the monsters pressing him, the weight on his shoulders grew heavier. Even if he liquidated all his loot now and gave Longhun Aoshi 40%, his own share would still exceed 20 million. Yet a strong intuition told him that if he could secure the Shadow Scroll and escape, the profit would at least double. While that thought flickered, he cut his way forward and halted before a hidden chamber deep in the sanctum. Elite shadow guards stood ready outside the massive stone door, proof of the room's importance. 9 times out of 10, the target's inside. He raised his venom crossbow. Bolts sliced through the air. Thwip, thwip, thwip. After a brief clash, the guards were down. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. The chamber was cramped and dim, a rune-carved altar at its center with black energy swirling above it. Hovering half a foot above the dais, a dark gold scroll oozed a chilling aura. Lin Mo strode forward and seized it. Shadow Scroll. Instance-exclusive quest item, Shadow Sanctum. Description: a scroll containing the Shadow Clan's greatest secrets. Note: automatically drops if the carrier dies. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Shadow Scroll. Leave the Shadow Sanctum with it to complete the quest and clear the instance. Ding, attention. You have stolen the Shadow Codex, alerting the clan chief of the Shadow Folk, the Dark Overlord Li Jia, who is now hunting you down. Please reach the dungeon exit and evacuate immediately. Lin Mo clutched the pitch-black scroll, its dark red patterns glimmering in the faint light, and a surge of delight raced through him. It really is the Shadow Codex. A heartbeat later, the floor of the great hall shook violently, the carved stone tiles groaning. From deep within the sanctuary came a thunderous roar. Who dares trespass in our holy temple and steal the Shadow Codex? Prepare to die. The dungeon boss has spawned, Lin Mo muttered. He stuffed the Shadow Codex into his pack and sprinted for the main doors. Kill him, and do not let that scroll leave these halls. The Dark Overlord's command echoed from every pillar, laced with an icy menace. Shadow warriors poured into the hall, their armor gleaming in the torchlight as they closed in on Lin Mo. We can't fight that boss now. The mission comes first. He loosed arrow after arrow, each shot sending a plume of dark purple blood from the guards' chests. Using the opening, he dashed through the doorway and burst into the night. Ding warning. 5 minutes remain. Failure to reach the exit in time will result in a failed challenge. The moment the system message ended, Lin Mo shot forward, eyes locked on the pale curtain of light marking the dungeon entrance and exit. The ground shook again. Lin Mo glanced back and saw a commander in a crimson cloak, clad in heavy shadow armor, charging through the gates on a fire-wreathed warhorse. Obsidian plate flashed in the flames, the stallion's blazing mane whipping in the wind as shadow cavalry thundered behind. Above the commander's head glowed a blood-red ID. Dark Overlord Legia, LV, 50, physical type, Tier 5 boss. Seriously? A level 50, Tier 5 boss? Cold sweat broke across Lin Mo's back. He had expected a Tier 3 at most. This monster could one-shot him. Move those legs. He snarled at himself, pushing harder. But even at full speed, he couldn't outrun a charging warhorse. 10 paces from the exit, Legia was already at his heels. Lin Mo risked a glance. At least it's a melee boss. If it had ranged attacks, I'd be dead. The words had barely left his mouth when Legia raised the king's scepter, crimson cloak billowing, and hurled it. The weapon streaked toward Lin Mo in a trail of golden fire. What? He can throw that? System alert. A-rank skill King's Judgment. The king's scepter is thrown to strike a distant target. The marked target is immobilized and forced to face judgment. Lin Mo's legs locked in place. I'm done for. One step short of safety, he would die, the Shadow Codex would drop, and everything would be lost. His panic lasted only a heartbeat. He opened his pack and threw on a piece of gear he had stashed away for exactly this moment. A second later, boom. The king's scepter crashed down, impaling him through the chest with overwhelming force. Ding, you have taken 59,865 damage from Dark Overlord Legia's King's Judgment. The streamlight effect from your Crown of King's equipment has activated, nullifying the damage. Lucky break. When Lin Mo switched into the Venom set earlier, he deliberately kept the discarded Glimmering Crown of Kings instead of burning it. The crown's passive skill, Radiant Aegis, generates a shield every 10 seconds that nullifies a single hit. Lin Mo had saved it for a do-or-die moment exactly like this. His foresight saved his life. Without that instant shield, the Dark Overlord's 50th Ascend Plus burst would have one-shot him 8 times over. The moment the shield shattered, Lin Mo jammed the Venom Crown back onto his head and sprinted. Behind him, the Dark Overlord's warhorse pounded the ground like a drum. Lin Mo dove through the glowing portal at the dungeon exit, the curtain of light swallowing him. In his wake, the Overlord reared up, power sword raised, black flames jetting from his eyes. The Shadow Scroll will be mine, he roared. Yes, my lord. Hundreds of Shadow Riders swung their mounts around, hooves clanging in unison as they charged toward the shrine's exit. Meanwhile, beside the Resurrection Spring in Blazing City, a burst of white light marked Longhun Aoshin's respawn. Other Dragon Soul Guild members, teleported back as well, stared at their revived leader first in surprise, then in despair. Even the boss went down. Does that mean every Guardian's dead? Not all of them, Longhun Aoshin said quietly. Lioli is still in there. She's the only one left. Can she hold off Chaos Guild's entire army? Sumuchio asked, worried. If Lioli falls too, all 10 Guardians are gone. The system will terminate the instance, and Mo Shou Chung Gui's challenge fails. Then we have to fight our way back and protect her. We can't let her die. We can't. Longhun Yu let out a bitter laugh. Wang Junjia's people have an ambush outside the city. They won't let us re-enter Shadow City. And the run only has 3 minutes left. There's no time. Sumuchio sighed. Hold, or not. Lilise already paid too much. We kept our infamy down, yet she was purple named before I logged off over 1,000 infamy. She's probably black named now. 1 death, and every item drops. Her level resets. She left herself no way out. Longhun Aoshin shook his head. It's not obedience. It's that the one she's guarding, Mo Shou Chung Gui, means more to her than she does to herself. That single remark sent everyone's respect for Lioli soaring beyond anything they could express. With his brow tightly knit, Longhun Aoshin repeated, whatever happens next, it's all up to Lioli alone. Victory or defeat depends on whether she can hold out for these last 3 minutes. Night settles over Shadow City, flames and darkness intertwining. Luli stands alone before the gate. Her staff sweeps downward, and orbs of magic detonate in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. 5,368. 4,799. 5,124. The staggering damage reaps lives in an instant, cutting down every rebel player who dares approach the Shadow Gate. Whoosh, whoosh. Pillars of white light shoot skyward. The rear line freezes mid-step as fear ripples through their ranks. As the bodies pile up, the ID above Lily's head shifts from red to purple, then almost black, her sin value soaring to a frightening height. In their eyes, she has become an empress who could shatter the world with a wave of her hand. Damn, her damage beats my entire heal output. What the hell? A level 23 knight with full health just got one shot? How is top-ranked Luli this insane? Did she and Masho Qingwei buy the same cheat? They're both freakishly strong. The whispers and exclamations mix together, and morale crumbles. Rage burns in Wang Junjie, yet he still wants step into Lily's range. He inches back half a step, but roars, "Get in there." So many of us scared of one woman. Her sin values in the thousands kill her once, and she drops back to level 0. You really want to side with Masho Qingwei against me? At his shout, rebel warriors, knights, and assassins charge from all sides, weapons raised. Knowing full well that death means losing every piece of gear and all their levels, Luli still holds the gate, gripping her staff with both hands and refusing to yield. Boom, boom, boom. Another volley of orbs explodes, vaporizing dozens of attackers, yet numbers prevail. A rain of arrows shreds the last of her health bar. Thwip, thwip. Several archers fire in unison, leaving her on the brink. A heartbeat later, daggers from multiple assassins streak toward her chest. At the critical moment, whoosh, the temperature plummets. An icy blue arrow whistles out of the shadow gate, skimming Lily's shoulder and drilling through an assassin's chest. 19,945 crit. A frigid domain erupts from the impact, freezing the battlefield. Above it, a golden pentagram tears open the sky. Swish, swish, swish. 7 shafts of starlight crash down like thunder, piercing 7 more assassins. 3,825 crit. 3,759 crit. 3,811 crit. Wham, wham. 8 pillars of white light burst upward together, turning the night bright as day. At that moment, 3 consecutive system notices shake the entire Oracle Dasha server. System notice Dasha server, ding. Congratulations to Flowing Blaze City player Masho Qingwei for clearing the elite hidden dungeon Shadow Sanctuary and earning the achievement Dungeon Elite. Rewards: 100 gold, 100 reputation, and the permanent title Hidden Player. When the system announcement echoed 3 times above the hundreds of Tier 3 main cities on the Great Xia servers, more than 300 million online players instantly went wild. Countless gamers rushed to the official forum, where a torrent of posts flooded the screen. Yizu Zengxian level 22 Archer Elf City of Holy Light. Damn, clearing a hidden dungeon gives 100 gold just for the achievement? At the official exchange rate, that's over 900 grand. The regular loot must be out of this world. Farewell King, level 25 Warrior, Human Sky City, Heavenly Leaderboard number 1. Masho Qingwei bro, any chance you'll share the Shadow Sanctuary walkthrough? I've got 3 Shadow Hearts, but in simulations I can't survive 10 seconds. How did you clear it? 2 million yuan for the guide serious offer. Will do anything for cash, level 19, Mage, Beastkin, Earth Soul City. A walkthrough worth 2 million? Are rich gamers always this crazy? Subtle Flavor, level 22, Priest, Elf, Windmoon City. Masho Qingwei, that ID sounds so familiar. I've seen it in plenty of announcements. Big bro, when we reach the Tier 2 cities, will you carry me? I can blow you a kiss as thanks. Blue Toxin Beast, level 21 Assassin, Beastkin, Energy City. War is a dirty game, and I'm a dirty player ahem. Wrong script, sorry. Capital of Great Xia, Beijing, Thompson Riviera Villa District. By a private pool, beads of water slid down a pair of long, fair legs. Ling Zuer, perfect figure wrapped in a pink bikini, climbed out of the pool and casually picked up her tablet to browse the forum. The global announcement made her clear eyes flash with astonishment and irrepressible joy. She clicked her tongue, the corners of her lips curling into a confident smile. You again, Masho Qingwei. And this time a server-wide announcement? You're even more impressive than I thought. She let out a soft hum. Congratulations, you've passed my test. From today on, you belong to Melling Shui's man. With that, she grabbed her phone and dialed a number, her tone decisive. Within 24 hours, I want Masho Qingwei on my guild's core roster. The voice on the other end straightened instantly. Yes, President Ling, am on it at once. Most players were merely shocked. The ones who were both shocked and terrified were the members of the Chaotic Age Guild in Shadow City. The moment the announcement ended, Lin Mo stepped leisurely out of the Shadow Gate. To the guild members, it felt as though death himself had emerged from the abyss, and they drew a collective breath. Masho Qingwei cleared the instance? He soloed the hidden dungeon? Impossible. The dev said the difficulty was insane. He did it in one run. The crowd froze in disbelief, while guild leader Wang Junjie boiled with rage. He glared at Lin Mo and Lioli, his molars about to crack. Masho Qingwei, steal my dungeon, will you? He'll thing kill you. Wang Junjie thrust out a hand, bellowing, move. Cut down that pair of bastards for me. Before the words had even faded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. All around them, every archer and mage from the Chaotic Age Guild locked onto Lin Mo and Lioli, unleashing a savage volley. Arrows screamed and spell orbs boomed, flooding the air like a cloudburst and cutting off every escape route. Look out. Lin Mo barked as he spun, hauling Lioli against his chest. His broad back met the storm, a living shield of flesh and steel. Thanks for getting me the Shadow Heart and guarding the dungeon. This time, let me protect you. His voice was low but unshakable. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows hammered Lin Mo's armor, damage numbers flickering. 13, 27, 35, 71 with more than 1,000 defense. He barely felt them, yet his back still burned from the impact. He gritted his teeth, sure he had covered Lioli, when a muffled groan rose in his arms. A heartbeat later, her figure blurred like smoke in a gust of wind. The barrage was too wide, his body couldn't block it all. Horror clenched Lin Mo's chest. Lacking his defense, Lioli took hundreds of points a hit. Her health bar emptied in an instant. At point-blank range, he watched her life hit zero, and just before she dissolved into white light, the hood slipped, revealing the face beneath. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, and his pupils shrank. Shock, confusion, disbelief. How can it be you? Impossible. The words were still on his lips when Lioli vanished, leaving only a column of white light. Lin Mo froze, arms still curved around empty air, his mind thunderstruck. That face was burned onto his retina. Ning Shi, future Empress of the Daxia server, Xia? It couldn't be. History said Ning, she wouldn't log into Xinyu until 3 months from now, when reality merged with the game. She should be at Listening Rain Pavilion right now. Had his rebirth already altered her path? A coarse laugh shattered his stupor. Behind him, Wang Junjie crowed, perfect. She had thousands of sin points, 1 death, and she's back to level 1. Heaven list number 1. Finished. That's what happens when you mess with me. Brothers, take out Stick-Toed rules next. Ning Shi had died to protect his dungeon, and Wang Junjie's gloating hit Lin Mo like a hammer. The smothered fury inside him erupted. Wang Junjie, you're dead. With a roar, Lin Mo drew the venomous crossbow, its shaft glinting an icy green, and aimed straight at the culprit. The arrogance drained from Wang Junjie's face. Memories of being killed by Lin Mo resurfaced like ghosts, and he shrieked, stop him now. Swish, swish, boom, boom. From every direction, chaotic age archers and mages launched another wave of fire. Countless arrows and spell orbs rained down on Lin Mo. Relying on a defense that topped 1,000, he brushed off the negligible damage and charged through the storm straight at Wang Junjie. Wang Junjie's face went pale as he screamed, damn it. Mages, crowd control him now. He had never dreamed that the force head brought could be steamrolled by a single berserk Lin Mo. With death looming, he turned and ran. Even under the slows from an archer's E-rank ice arrow and a mage's E-rank frost spike, Lin Mo's 800+ agility let him close the distance in just a few strides. Twang, twang, twang. The venomous crossbow came up, unleashing a volley. More than a dozen poison bolts pierced Wang Junjie before the entire Chaos Guild, leaving him howling. The very instant the Chaos Mage's halo spell stunned Lin Mo, Wang Junjie burst into a beam of white light and was sent back to town. Beside the revival spring in Flaming City, the resurrected Wang Junjie pounded the stone railing in fury. Kill Mo Shichengui. I want him dead now. The order went out, and hordes of Chaos players in Shadow City swarmed toward Lin Mo. At that moment outside the revival spring, Su Muchio said grimly to Longhun Aoshi, boss, we have to back up Mo Shichengui. Shadow City is crawling with Chaos players, she won't get out alone. Longhun Aoshi nodded. If he dies and drops the instance loot, the loss will be huge. Everyone, follow me, fight our way back to Shadow City and cover Mo Shichengui. The entire Dragon Soul Guild rushed out of the city, only to be ambushed at the gate by a waiting Chaos army. Clearly Wang Junjie had prepared, and this time Lin Mo seemed doomed. Inside Shadow City, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of Chaos mages chained their crowd control skills, overlapping circles of light that rooted Lin Mo in place. Boom. The whole of Shadow City suddenly shook. What's happening? Chaos players panicked and looked around. Crash. The Shadow Gate burst open as a squad of level 30 Shadow Iron Cavalry thundered out on dark warhorses, black armor gleaming and lances bristling like a forest. The Chaos players massed at the gate were caught off guard, trampled and scattered. In an instant, bodies littered the ground. The Shadow Gate burst open, and a wave of Shadow Cavalry charged out. Iron-shod hooves pounded the ground, armor grated with a piercing screech, and the members of the Launcher Guild turned deathly pale at the sudden onslaught. What the? How did dungeon mobs get loose? Panicked voices rang out, and their formation collapsed in an instant. The real nightmare arrived a heartbeat later. Behind the black tide of riders, a Shadow General emerged. Encased in dark plate and draped in a blood-red cloak, he rode a stallion wreathed in flames straight through the gate, a kingly aura rolling over the field and choking the air. Dark Overlord Liga. LV. 50 physical type Tier 5 boss. A low hum swept the interface as the blood-red ID appeared, leaving every player's mind blank. Level 50? Tier 5? The screams blended into a single shriek. The Launcher Guild reeled in horror, everyone except Lin Mo, who watched from the shadows with a slight smile, as though the prey had finally stepped into his trap. Knew you'd show, he murmured. Only 2 minutes remained in the dungeon timer. If he stayed in the Shadow Sanctum, he could still pocket another couple of million in loot. Yet he had left early for one reason. For these 2 minutes the Shadow Gate remained wide open. Outside forces could pour into the instance, and the Dark Overlord could lead his cavalry out. Glancing at the countdown, Lin Mo whispered, "In 2 minutes the gate shuts, and the system yanks the boss and his army back inside. That's the script, they can't stay out." To the low-level, 20-something Launcher players, this level 50, Tier 5 boss spelled annihilation. To Lin Mo, he was salvation. With Luanxi's main force lying in ambush beyond, a solo breakout was impossible, so he had engineered these 2 minutes to let the boss tear an opening for him. Kill him. The Dark Overlord leveled his sword at Lin Mo, a frigid roar shaking the field. Meeting that murderous glare, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Come on, I've been waiting." He drew a shadow scroll from his pack, flicked his gaze to Luanxi's strategist launcher Zuggy and hurled the scroll without hesitation. Thunk! The heavy dark gold scroll landed at Zhuge's feet. What is this? Zhuge bent to pick it up, only to feel a sinister force clamp around his legs, nailing him to the spot. At that moment a colossal sword dropped from the sky, driving straight through launcher Zhuge's chest. 60,635. One devastating blow wiped Luan Zhuge off the map. A burst of white light flared, and the shadow scroll slipped from his hands, landing with a soft thud. At that very moment, by the resurrection spring in Blazefire City, Luan Zhuge opened his eyes in a daze, then shoved his glasses up his nose. That scroll. The dungeon boss came for it. If Mo Shou Chenggue risked his life to smuggle it out, and even lured the boss beyond the instance, you can imagine how valuable it is. Wang Junjie, standing nearby, looked baffled. "What the hell are you mumbling about? Did that hit fry your brain?" "Brother Jia." Luan Zhuge's voice shook with excitement. "There's treasure in Shadow City." Mo Shou Chenggue brought it out. "Tell the guild, whatever it takes, grab the dark gold scroll that just dropped from me." Treasure. That single word was enough to set Wang Junjie's blood racing. Treasure? Oh yeah, I like the sound of that. He opened the guild chat and tagged everyone. "All members in Shadow City, whoever picks up the Shadow Scroll and brings it to me gets 1 million cash and a direct promotion to Vice Leader." The announcement stopped every Chaos Guild player who had been about to flee under the pressure of the Tier 5 boss. 1 million. Vice Leader. In an instant, every gaze locked on the dark gold scroll lying where Luan Zhuge had died. With a collective roar, the crowd lunged like wild beasts, trampling teammates and turning on one another for the prize. "It's mine. Screw you. Finders keepers. Touch my scroll and die." Blades flashed. Allies hacked at allies. Several Chaos players fell dead. At last, the scroll landed in the hands of a level 21 mage named Luan Xiong. He held it aloft, laughing madly. 1 million. Vice Leader. It's all mine. A squad of Shadow Cavaliers thundered past on dark steeds. Luan Xiong was obliterated before he finished the sentence. The Shadow Scroll, dropped on death, hit the ground again. Chaos players swarmed over it, slashing at the horsemen, obsessed with the prize. Not one of them spared a glance for Lin Mo in the distant safe zone. Arms folded, he watched the farce unfold, amused eyes glinting. To the Shadow Lord Riga, patriarch of the Shadow Clan, it was an unforgivable sight. Humans slaughtering one another among his elite cavalry, fighting over the clan's sacred relic, the Shadow Scroll, right before his eyes. Rage boiled within him. "Greedy humans, all of you can rot in hell." With a thunderous roar, the Dark Sovereign spurred his flame-wreathed steed forward and yanked the royal sword from the ground. He leveled the blade at the sky. Thunder cracked overhead. A heartbeat later, blades of light poured from the heavens, spreading out 100 yards in every direction. Class A Skillblade Tempest. 36,532. 35,284. 36,112. Screams rang out as more than 100 Chaos players were erased in an instant. Pillars of white light marked each corpse's respawn, illuminating the entire Shadow City. At Riga's feet, silence reigned. The Shadow Scroll lay amid a carpet of loot. Those Chaos players who had somehow survived on the outskirts went pale. Damn, a Tier 5 boss is broken. Yet the terror couldn't drown out the lure of a 1 million credit bounty. 1 million was pocket change to Wang Junjie, but to these grinders it was more than they could hope to earn in a lifetime. A single death only cost them 1 level, after all. Charge! Battle cries filled the air as Chaos players hurled themselves at the Shadow Scroll again. "You court death," the Dark Sovereign growled, cleaving into the mob. Wherever his royal sword passed, nothing was left standing, only blood and respawn light. Far off, Lin Mo kept his silent vigil, eyes cold and calculating, ready to close the net whenever the moment came. A level 50, Tier 5 boss is almost unbeatable in Blazing City, where most players are only in their low 20s. Blistering AoE attacks screamed down, explosions blooming one after another as the Dark Overlord rode his flame-wreathed warhorse, sweeping through Shadow City like a conquering king. Launcher Guild's death counter spiked. The white flash of respawn lit up the square like New Year's firecrackers. For context, Longhun Guild had thrown everything they had at Luanxi's defenses for a full hour without success. The Dark Overlord crushed the same line in barely 2 minutes. Why is this boss going nuts? Why is he chasing only us? Looks like anyone who picks up that scroll gets marked. Leave it alone and you're safe. Jega said whoever hands him the scroll gets 1 million in cash and the vice leader spot in launcher. But if you pick it up you'll just drop it when you die. Why lose a level and your gear for nothing? Damn, good point. Run for it, guys. Thinking the Overlord would keep slaughtering forever, the surviving launcher members fled the city in panic. Lin Mo, however, was certain the boss time was running out. Staying hidden in the shadows, he kept his eyes locked on the scroll's drop point. When the last launcher player either died or escaped and the guild's defense was shattered, he finally stepped from a corner and picked up the shadow scroll with pinpoint timing. On the far side of the plaza, the Dark Overlord finished off the final group of desperate launcher players. His blood-red gaze snapped to Lin Mo. Wretch, he'll tear you limb from limb. With a roar, he spurred his blazing warhorse forward, King's sword raised high, thundering straight at him. Spectating launcher players gasped in unison. Mo Shochingue never left? Trying to loot the scraps? Hilarious. He beats a tier 3 boss with a map glitch and thinks he can handle a level 50, tier 5 monster? Watch him get one-shotted. The horse's scream drew closer, yet Lin Mo stood his ground, quietly counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. The moment the count hit 0, the Dark Overlord flickered, then vanished entirely barely 30 yards away. The Shadow Cavalry scattered throughout the city evaporated as well. The Shadow Gate at the city's heart slammed shut, and the chaos ended in an instant. Lin Mo let out a slow breath. As Head guessed, the boss was only free during the dungeon's timed window. When the clock struck, even a tier 5 boss had to retreat. Head surfaced only in the last few seconds to grab the scroll. Outside, the launcher players were dumbstruck. The boss just vanished? What the hell? Why did the boss vanish the moment Old School picked up the scroll? When we tried to grab it, that thing was nipping at our heels. Damn it. Go kill Old School and make him drop the scroll. This time nobody fights over the loot, get the 1,000,000 credit bounty, and we split it evenly. Someone in the crowd was the first to snap out of their daze. At his shout, every launcher player hidden around the arena surged from cover like a tidal wave and charged Lin Mo. In their eyes, the pressure of the top player on the heavenly leaderboard was nothing compared to a tier 5 boss. While the boss was still around, none of them dared move. Now that the scroll was in Lin Mo's hands, they felt bold enough to attack. Lin Mo stayed calm, his gaze drifting over the gear scattered across the ground drops from the fallen launcher players. He clicked his tongue. Look at all this junk. If I bothered to pick it up, I could sell it for a nice bit of cash. Forget it. I'll leave this scrap to you. The good stuff's already in my bag. The thought alone made him grin. He didn't feel the slightest pang of regret. Before his words faded, he pulled a return scroll from his backpack and crushed it with a snap. A burst of white light flared around him, and a 10-second return countdown appeared over his head. He's porting out. Don't let him escape. Move it. The launcher players redlined it, sprinting like husbands storming a hotel after catching their wives cheating. Eyes bloodshot, they lunged but they were still a step too slow. The timer hit 0, and Lin Mo, along with their 1,000,000 credit prize, turned into a pillar of light and vanished above Shadow City. Shadow City rang with an unbroken chorus of cursing. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Blazing City, Wang Junjie had just received the bad news and went ballistic on the spot. Son of a useless. I spent a fortune on you idiots for this. Only then did the strategist, Launcher Zhuge, connect the dots. Hold on, some things off. The scroll originally came from Old School, and it had a drop on death tag. What if he tossed it out on purpose to bait the boss, clear the field, and make sure whoever picked it up died? Then the scroll would circle right back to him. It's exactly what he did in the Insect Nest dungeon, using a swarm to do his dirty work. Wang Junjie grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Why the hell didn't you say so earlier?" Launcher Zhuge wore a face of pure misery. "I'm sorry, boss. I only just figured it out. Old School is too damn cunning. Ark, Old School, you're dead. You hear me? Dead." Fury slammed Wang Junjie like a hammer. His vision went black, and he collapsed backward with a thud. The boss passed out again. "Boss, wake up. Someone get some yellow snow, wake him up. He hasn't paid our bonuses yet." The underlings swarmed him, the room dissolving into chaos. Elsewhere, the flare of white light faded, and Lin Mo now stood on the teleport pad in Blazing City. His first move wasn't to sort through the mountain of loot Head brought out of the dungeon or to hand in the priceless hidden quest. Instead, he opened the city rankings and tapped the name at the top of the reputation list. Lioli. Confirmed. Lioli was Ningxi. Lioli was the future Empress of the Great Xia server, one of the global 9 SSS rank awakened Xia herself. Head had a hunch. In his previous life, whenever Xia showed up, she automatically took first place on the reputation list with absurd numbers. While the runner-up barely broke 5 digits, she was already deep into 8. A giant pile of reputation wasn't scary. What was scary was that Lin Mo had seen it drop in real time every time she used a skill, meaning that SSS talent not only generated reputation instantly, but also burned it for a temporary power spike. Head once suspected that Lioli had a similar reputation type talent. just a lower grade. But the Oracle's world never duplicated SSS talents, so he dismissed the idea, leaving Luli's identity a mystery. Until now the puzzle pieces finally clicked. Luli was Sia. Wait. A sudden jolt shot through Lin Mo. So Ning she had entered Oracle earlier this life, but her talent hadn't changed at all. The power she awakened it was still that same SSS rank talent from the last timeline. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.